Chapter 1954. Hu Feng was enraged. The heirs of the gambling heavenly Tao were never existences to be provoked. It seemed that he was bringing shame to his sect by being treated like this. He had long since found the Zon beasts to be irritating. They always called the human race inferior and vile, not fit to live in this world. He had endured that, but he was no longer enduring. If he kept enduring, he would embarrass the name of the heir of the gambling heavenly Tao. Originally, Hu Feng had just wanted to give a warning to the Zon beasts not to have such dirty mouths. He had already gotten the advantage in the fight just now, but he had pulled back just to give true immortal Jiaoqi a chance to back out without losing face. As a result, that shameless fellow actually pushed for more, infuriating Hu Feng. Hu Feng was angry, but so was true immortal Jiaoqi. In the yin-yang world, he had joined hands with Huo Lian and Xie Luo, but even together, they hadn't managed to kill Long Chen. That was equivalent to a defeat. Now that he had advanced to Life Star, he had gained control of world energy and even merged more deeply with his Qilin Drake energy, with even his manifestation getting closer to awakening. He also had the 9-colored celestial horse as a steed and 2 powerful divine items. With these, he had wanted to sweep away his previous disgrace, killing Long Chen in front of everyone. However, he had ended up encountering Hu Feng, who was extremely bizarre and difficult to deal with. If he didn't defeat Hu Feng, he wouldn't be able to settle his rage, nor would he be able to face his own pride. Geniuses all had their own pride and confidence. No one was willing to be labeled as the defeated, and that was especially true of a genius on true immortal Jiaoqi's level. They needed a flawless Dao heart. He had to personally defeat Long Chen. That was true of true immortal Jiaoqi, as well as Pill Valley's Huo Lian and the corrupt path's Xie Luo. The 3 of them were all looking for a chance to kill Long Chen. Then let's fight. What's so special about the gambling heavenly Tao? I'll still kill you. True immortal Jiaoqi's aura suddenly changed. His manifestation began to rumble. Just as true immortal Jiaoqi was about to attack, a figure appeared in front of him, stopping him. Valley Master. True immortal Jiaoqi was startled to see that Yu Xiaoyun had personally come here. But he quickly realized it was just a clone. Having stopped true immortal Jiaoqi, Yu Xiaoyun turned to Hu Feng. The gambling heavenly Tao has already been gone from the continent for thousands of years. Now that someone has appeared carrying on its legacy, it seems that marvelous geniuses are rising on the continent. I wouldn't dare to accept your praise, said Hu Feng calmly. Yu Xiaoyun smiled. Young people need vitality and motivation. That's the only way to bring growth to the martial heaven continent. However, the current continent is filled with chaos due to Long Chen. Everyone is worried about what he will plot next to overthrow the martial heaven continent. That's why all brave warriors are answering the call in this desperate crisis, fighting to slay the devil to restore order to the continent. As the heir of the gambling heavenly Tao, you are also an important member of the martial heaven continent. Even not viewing things from the viewpoint of the continent, I feel like when it comes to the competition between heavenly geniuses, Long Chen should be your enemy instead of a stranger you don't care about. Was he really trying to pull Hu Feng into targeting Long Chen? Everyone heard the double meanings in Yu Xiaoyun's words. The current continent was in chaos, with Pill Valley pushing the waves. However, they pushed the responsibility onto Long Chen. As a result, countless fools who weren't aware of the truth really believed Long Chen to be a fiend and that whoever killed Long Chen would be the savior of the continent. Sometimes, the power of the ignorant could be extremely terrifying. Like an infection, their stupidity would run rampant throughout the world. Other than some smarter people or people with more information who were able to retain cool heads, many people had been affected by this public opinion. Pill Valley was currently boosting their support. They pushed Long Chen into the position of the villain, making all cultivators view him as an enemy. This truth was already almost set in stone. The stories of Long Chen's evil deeds were rapidly spreading, and it was difficult to tell the truth from falsehood. Valley Master's praise is too much. The gambling heavenly Tao does not interfere with the rest of the world. We gamble against the heavens, not fight people. If it weren't for this person's words being too difficult to bear, I wouldn't have interfered. I am not friends with Long Chen, nor am I enemies with him. I have nothing to do with his matters. The gambling heavenly Tao's disciples prefer to be free and unrestrained. Valley Master, this little one still has things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Hu Feng tactfully declined Yu Xiaoyun's suggestion. Or perhaps it should be said he had bluntly refused his invitation. Clearly, Yu Xiaoyun had been trying to pull him into their camp. Yu Xiaoyun seemed to have expected this refusal, and he indifferently smiled. People have their own wills. Things can't be forced, but I trust that when the calamity descends and all lives are in trouble, you won't stand by the side. Hu Feng replied with a smile that said nothing. Cupping his fists, he said, goodbye. Hu Feng walked away. The die behind him once more began to slowly spin, and he vanished from sight. Valley Master, why didn't you let me kill him? Demanded true immortal Jiaoqi. The gambling heavenly Dao's disciples aren't so easy to kill. Trust me, his power is definitely not weaker than Long Chen's. It might even be greater. The name of the 50-50 win isn't for nothing. Let alone you, even if my true body came, I might not be able to hold him against his will. That's the power of the gambling heavenly Dao, said Yu Xiaoyun. You don't believe it? Then let me put it this way. You might be able to defeat him, but you have no chance of killing him. He would get away, and then you would have pushed him to Long Chen's side. It's not worth it to provoke such a terrifying enemy with limitless potential. Then what are we supposed to do? Just let Long Chen keep getting away. Be patient, time will let you slowly obtain many things. You're only a bit off from fully awakening your manifestation. That's the more pressing thing. As for Long Chen, don't worry, he and his Dragonblood Legion will become your stepping stones in the end, said Yu Xiaoyun, before vanishing. Although he was very unwilling, true immortal Jiaoqi didn't dare to talk back. He endured his fury, shouting an order at the 9-colored celestial horse. He flew away in the Qilin battle carriage, vanishing from sight. Even once he was gone, the world continued to rumble for a long time. The news of this battle quickly spread throughout the world. The heir of the gambling heavenly Dao had finally fought in public, and his fighting style was shocking. He had actually managed to suppress true immortal Jiaoqi. However, they had both just been probing each other, and the decisive fight had been interrupted by Yu Xiaoyun. No one could really say which of the two was stronger. People finally had some understanding of the heir of the gambling heavenly Dao. He was another peak expert who was definitely on the same level as Long Chen, Mo Nian, Di Feng, Xie Luo, and true immortal Jiaoqi. As for Huo Lian, many people had already kicked him from those rankings because he had been defeated by Long Chen in the Life Star realm, and his physical body had been destroyed. Everyone knew that he would no longer be able to exist in the world of heavenly geniuses. This battle had ended with no victor, but Hu Feng's name gradually grew even more resounding on the martial heaven continent. Long Chen didn't know that true immortal Jiaoqi had appeared right after he had left, nor did he know about his fight with Hu Feng. He was currently sitting on top of a cliff, with Evilmoon stabbed into the stone beside him. He was calmly looking at the surging river down below. It was unknown what he was thinking. If you want to say something, then say it. You've been sitting here for 6 hours. Finally, Evilmoon broke the silence. Long Chen's killing intent had vanished after leaving the eastern Zan city. He had gone silent, not saying a single thing the whole time. Evilmoon, tell me the truth. Am I very strange? Evilmoon was silent for a moment before saying, I felt like you were very strange at first, but I got used to it, or maybe I also turned strange. Long Chen shook his head. Actually, I feel like I'm really two people. You. How did you know? Because there is another set of memories deep within my soul, constantly influencing me. Long Chen looked into the distance, not noticing Evilmoon's tone. Actually, I was just some run-down noble son, not much different from a commoner on the streets. I never thought to be a hero or some savior of the world. I just wanted to live a peaceful life, carefree and without worries, growing old in the wilderness. I'm actually very lazy and evil. I like to con people, I like to scheme, but I also have another set of thoughts deep within my soul influencing me. It's forcing me to face my difficulties like an idiot, making me jump into fire and blades. I can no longer tell if it's that other will influencing me or if I was always like this before. Perhaps you have a split personality. Many lifeforms have that, especially your human race. It's not so strange. So tell me, if you clearly know that you're going to die by going, will you still go? Asked Evilmoon. I'm going. If I didn't go, I wouldn't be Long Chen. Long Chen looked down at the surging river, his voice set. Chapter 1955. But if you go, what will you do? That's deep in enemy territory, and they're ready for you. You're going to send yourself to your death just to accompany that girl. You'll die, and she'll still die. What about your brothers? Asked Evilmoon. That's why I'm conflicted. My life isn't just mine. It belongs to everyone who loves me. But for the people I love, I have no choice but to risk my life. Don't you feel like that's the world's greatest contradiction, the great conundrum? Said Long Chen helplessly. HMPH, I can't understand the feelings of humans. The dark evil dragon race has no such thing as love. We only have a kind of instinct to kill if we want to live. We have to constantly devour others so that we can get stronger, or we'll get devoured by others. If I weren't trying to dodge my enemy, I wouldn't have ended up charging into such a backwater place to see if I could devour other experts. Then I wouldn't have ended up running into Yun Shang. I'm not talking about that, it was so unlucky. If I had gone all out against that enemy back then, I would have at least had a 30% chance of winning, said Evilmoon hatefully. Evilmoon, you've already recovered a bit of your energy, and you've managed to loosen the seal yourself. As long as you have enough time, I feel like you'll be able to undo the sovereign seal. What are you saying? Evilmoon's guard raised. I'm saying that there's a high chance I won't be returning this time to fulfill our agreement. You can leave on your own now. Having been with Evilmoon for so long, he didn't want to implicate it. If Evilmoon fell into Yu Xiaoyun's hands, considering that it was still sealed, its ending would be very miserable. Who do you think I am? Do you think the dark evil dragon race would break their promises? We have an agreement. You help me break the seal, and I'll fight alongside you. Do you think I'm a coward? Raged Evilmoon. Unexpectedly, even the dark evil dragon race had such a side. That greatly moved Long Chen. In truth, based on the information Long Chen had gotten, the dark evil dragon race was avaricious and sinister, committing non-stop cold-blooded slaughters. They didn't actually have such a thing like caring about their promises. For Evilmoon to say this was entirely boasting, but by saying this, Long Chen viewed it as a life-and-death companion. Thank you. Where did such words come from? Furthermore, even if there's almost no chance for us to get out alive, there's still a chance. I'm quite a fool. I should have sneaked away with the Wyan Pavilion's transportation formation, which would make them think I was afraid. Their guards wouldn't be raised. But now, they know that I'm not afraid of anything as I killed 4 Nether Passage experts. In other words, I'm out for revenge, and they naturally know that I will go stop Lang Yuyan's execution. They'll arrange for even more experts to gather there and have even more tricks for me. Tell me, don't you think I'm an idiot? Long Chen bitterly smiled. If you clearly knew all that and still did it, then it really was foolish. Evilmoon agreed with Long Chen. No way around it, I'm just one giant contradiction. My killing intent at that time was too strong, and suppressing it any further would affect my Dao heart. It's an irritating thing, but if I didn't unleash it, it felt like my body would explode. Many people were able to see others clearly but unable to see themselves. However, Long Chen could see himself clearly, including his weaknesses, but he was unable to do anything about them. The execution date is set for tomorrow afternoon. Since you've decided to go, just stop thinking about it and enter your peak condition. It's too bad you still haven't advanced to the Life Star realm, or you would have much higher odds of getting away alive, said Evilmoon. This was the best decision of Yu Xiaoyun and the unfettered Alseer, to not give Long Chen any time to get stronger or gather more trump cards. I haven't even had a chance to breathe, and they already did this to me. That unfettered Alseer is quite a distasteful fellow. He must have worked quite hard to make an unending storm of schemes, said Long Chen hatefully. His hatred for Heavenly Fate Island had reached a peak. Long Chen, don't you think that Lang Yuyan's execution is strange? Said Evilmoon suddenly. What are you talking about? Long Chen was startled. That Lang Yuyan's origins are extremely strange. She's actually able to control the death energy of the yin-yang world, and her bone sword is an extremely terrifying existence. Why would she return to the corrupt path after what she had done? To be described as extremely terrifying by Evilmoon, that bone sword had to be truly terrifying. Based on Zheng Wenlong's information, she was heavily injured during her tribulation when advancing to Life Star, resulting in her being captured. She wasn't actually at the corrupt path. But the corrupt path leaked information that Lang Yuyan returned to the corrupt path and voluntarily accepted her execution. I feel like Zheng Wenlong's information is more reliable. The corrupt path is only saying that to force me to appear. If I don't go, they'll have a new name for me that I'll never be able to wash away, said Long Chen. I doubt things are that simple. That Lang Yuyan couldn't possibly be captured so easily. Furthermore, she obtained my essence soul, but I've never managed to sense its aura from her. In other words, she has yet to refine my dragon core. So what is she planning on using it for? I can't care about such things. Tomorrow, there will be a bloodbath. It's time to see whether I'm a dragon or a serpent. After saying that, Long Chen closed his eyes. He wanted to calm himself down before the final moment. He had to enter his top condition. In the central Zon region's northern border, near the northern Zon region, there was a hidden entrance to a minor world. That was one of the corrupt path's 3 major strongholds. It was a forbidden region to the righteous path, and no one dared to approach it. This minor world was called the Heavenly Evil region. It was quite vast, almost as large as the Eastern Wasteland, and there were tens of thousands of sects of the corrupt path inside. It was their only stronghold outside the martial heaven continent. The ruler of the Heavenly Evil region was the Heavenly Evil sect, and the sect master was also the master of the corrupt path, xianxia. Actually, the other 2 strongholds also had leaders of the corrupt path present. They had sent their heavenly geniuses into the yin-yang world as well. Those 2 were Gui Kan and Ming Jia. Together with Xie Luo, they were called the corrupt path's 3 corrupt kings. As a result, Ming Jia had been slain by Yi Lingshan, turning them into just 2 kings. The Heavenly Evil region was very lively today. Experts from the other strongholds had gathered here. Today, a major matter was occurring within the corrupt path. Their supreme genius, Lang Yuyan, was being executed. Lang Yuyan was a mysterious and miraculous figure within the corrupt path. Her fame might even be greater than Long Chen's fame in the righteous path. The Heavenly Evil Cave was located at the center of this region and was also the location of the Heavenly Evil sect. There was a giant cave here, and inside was a statue of the corrupt god, as well as statues of their greatest leaders. It was the most sacred place to the corrupt path. Each year, they would offer sacrifices to this place. Today, atop a giant sacrificial altar, there was a woman shackled in blood-red chains. She was bound onto a wooden pillar in the middle of the altar. The wooden pillar was just 3 meters tall, but it was covered in runes that emitted an evil air. It was like billions of evil spirits were baring their teeth. Lang Yuyan was bound to the pillar, and although her hair was in disarray, it didn't conceal her peerless beauty, as well as her noble air. Her sapphire eyes were staring calmly at the distance. There wasn't the slightest emotion on her face. There were countless experts of the corrupt path here. Just the Nether Passage experts already numbered in the hundreds. As for other experts, they were in the tens of thousands. This was definitely the largest matter of the corrupt path in living history. Lang Yuyan, you betrayed the corrupt god. Today, you will be sacrificed to the corrupt god so that the corrupt god can cleanse your filthy soul. Do you have anything to say? Shouted an elder who looked like a zombie that had just crawled out of the ground. Lang Yuyan was still expressionless. She didn't even blink. Her eyes were still staring into the distance. It was as if she hadn't heard him. The elder was enraged, shouting, "You have no respect for the corrupt god and have failed to live up to the corrupt god's favor in raising you. Even with death at hand, you still don't repent. There is nothing that can save you." Lang Yuyan was completely ignoring that person. She was ignoring everything about this, including her own life and death. The experts couldn't help feeling some pity for her death. Her talent was just that amazing. She had been raised to be a divine sprout, but who would have thought that for Long Chen, she would actually betray the corrupt path? She had infuriated Xie Wenchen. Amongst the crowd, there was a pair of eyes that glinted with divine light. That person's eyes were excited and filled with anticipation. It was Xie Luo. The elder took out a scroll upon seeing that Lang Yuyan refused to say anything. He began to list her crimes. Once her crimes were finished being read off, he looked toward Xie Wenchen who was standing at the front. Seeing him nod, he raised his hand. "Let the execution begin." Hold it. Just at this moment, a voice that made everyone look back rang out. They saw a black-robed man with a black saber on his shoulder. His divine ring was spinning behind him. Chapter 1956. Long Chen was covered in blood, and even his hair had some blood on it. Under the light of his divine ring, he was like a devil god that had just charged out of hell. One man and one saber, slowly walking forward. Countless corrupt experts closed the path behind him. They followed him from behind, terrified. Long Chen had charged his way in here. All those who had blocked him on the way had been killed. The corrupt experts near the entrance of the Heavenly Evil region had eventually been too terrified to try blocking him. They had retreated, simply following behind him. The corrupt path might be famed for their viciousness, but they had never seen someone as vicious as this. Xie Wenchen smiled upon seeing Long Chen. He hadn't really expected Long Chen to come. When Heavenly Fate Island had told him to spread the word about the execution to bait Long Chen into coming, he had felt it to be stupid. It was clearly a trap. Only an idiot would come. But this idiot called Long Chen had really come. Xie Luo was also smiling, very delightedly at that. He knew that Long Chen wouldn't be able to leave now that he had come. In the future, there would be no Long Chen in this world. The expressionless Lang Yuyan finally smiled. It was like a flower blooming. But at the same time, her sapphire eyes became wet. Pearl-like tears dripped down her face one by one. Everyone was deathly silent. Only the sound of Long Chen's footsteps resounded through the air. However, behind those footsteps was a faint sound of blood dripping. Long Chen's walk was like a sorrowful overture. Even in the face of death, he refused to stop walking. Long Chen didn't look at Xie Luo or Xie Wenchen. He didn't even look at the mass of corrupt experts present. In his gaze was only the women bound to the wooden pillar. "This is the second time I've seen you cry." Long Chen walked straight over to Lang Yuyan. He reached out and wiped away her tears. Lang Yuyan smiled. There was an indescribable emotion in her eyes. "You are the first man to see me cry ever since I started cultivating." Oh, then I'm honored. At first I didn't know if this was really worth it, but hearing that, I feel like it is worth it. Long Chen smiled. Lang Yuyan shook her head. "Do you know how stupid you are? Now that you've come, you won't be able to leave. They've already sealed the heavenly evil region. No matter how many reinforcements you call, they won't be able to break the barrier to this world. You will definitely die." That's all right. Don't I have you to accompany me? With the Devil Empress by me, even the Yellow Springs won't feel lonely. It might even be a marvelous sight. Our enmities and favors have left us entangled. This result is good. If you could protect me once, I can protect you for a lifetime. Hearing that, Lang Yuyan's eyes once more got wet. Long Chen had come here despite knowing he was sending himself to his death. Perhaps the only one in this world who could actually care about Lang Yuyan and actually sacrifice their life for her was Long Chen. Suddenly, clapping rang out. Xie Luo said, "What a pair of emotional lovers. Even I'm moved. How about this? Long Chen, I'll give you a chance. We'll have a one-on-one battle. If you beat me, I'll release the two of you. If you lose, you have to hand over all your secrets, and in return, I will make sure that the two of your corpses aren't defiled." How's that? Xie Luo's eyes were shining. He had already advanced to the third heaven stage of Life Star. The corrupt path's resources had all been concentrated on him. Hence, the current Xie Luo gave Long Chen a very dangerous feeling. In truth, the one who would benefit the most from Lang Yuyan's execution was Xie Luo. Through this special sacrifice, the corrupt god would bestow Lang Yuyan's divine abilities to him. Then he would possess her monstrous death energy. That was a terrifying power. This challenge was not out of the goodness of his heart. He wanted to beat Long Chen himself, wiping away his previous disgrace and making sure that Huo Lian and true immortal Zhaoqi wouldn't have the same chance. Although they were called allies, once their enemies were eliminated, they would become enemies again. If Huo Lian and true immortal Zhaoqi didn't manage to defeat Long Chen, it would leave a blemish on their Dao hearts, which would very likely slow down how quickly they advanced to Nether Passage. Then Xie Luo would have an immense advantage. As Xie Wenchen's son, Xie Luo was quite crafty. He said that he would release the two of them if he won, but that only represented himself, not the corrupt path. This promise was meaningless. More importantly, he wanted to capture Long Chen alive. Everyone on the continent hoped to know Long Chen's secrets. The Dragonblood Legion was too terrifying. Their talent should have made them nothing more than cannon fodder, but Long Chen had turned them into the world's #1 legion. If there was no secret behind this, well, no one would believe that. The reason for Pill Valley's enmity with Long Chen was mostly because of their greed for his secrets. For Long Chen to send himself here, he was practically gifting his secrets to the corrupt path. If they weren't afraid of Long Chen using some secret art to kill himself and destroy his secrets, they would have long since attacked. Glancing at Xie Luo, Long Chen smiled coldly. He was far too immature to play schemes with him. Long Chen saw through his intentions instantly. He ignored him and turned back to Lang Yuyan. He gently brushed back her hair. He messaged her, "How can I save you?" Lang Yuyan shook her head. "You can't save me. This pillar contains the faith energy of the corrupt path. No power can break it. Once the ceremony begins, I will be sacrificed." After that, divine energy will come down here, and everything will be over. Long Chen, thank you. You were the one who showed me that there could still be someone who loved me in this world. I know that if you go all out, then with your saber, you have a chance to tear through space and leave here. Leave while you can. If you exhaust yourself, you won't have a chance. Quote. I won't leave you. We either leave together or die together. No one can change this. Since I can't beat this altar, then I'll have to find some other way. There's always some solution, said Long Chen. Turning to Xie Luo, he said, don't you think your words are crap? Once you're defeated by me, you won't live up to your own promise. Quote. Long Chen, don't throw mud on my name in an attempt to anger me. I've always followed through with my word. It's just that you don't have the ability to defeat me, said Xie Luo. Long Chen, don't. Once you start fighting, you won't have the energy to leave. Shouted Lang Yuan, since I've come, I never had any intention of leaving by myself. Either we leave together, or we die together. 5 stars lit up in Long Chen's eyes. His 108,000 stars activated, unleashing endless energy. He attacked Xie Luo with his saber. He really is a hateful and lovable fellow. Well, it's fine. Lang Yuan muttered to herself upon seeing Long Chen's back. Xie Luo raised a hand, and a snake-head spear appeared. The entire spear twisted and turned. It looked to be covered in rust or corrosion, but it unleashed an evil air. It struck like a viper. Corrupt god possession. Xie Luo let out a cry, and a figure appeared in his manifestation. That figure was covered in black mist, but its body unleashed a sinister aura. Xie Luo's body became covered in black runes. The snake-head spear pierced toward Long Chen. The two divine items clashed, unleashing surging chi waves that even pressured the nether passage experts present. The two of them were actually equally matched. Xie Luo snorted, bring out the power you used yesterday. I want to defeat you in your peak state. Otherwise, you'll die before I even use my world energy. That would be too boring. Quote. As expected, news of the battle yesterday had reached this place. Even his trump cards had been exposed. Fine, let me see just how powerful your world energy is. Long Chen took a deep breath. A dragon cry rang out through the world, shaking people's souls. Cracks appeared on Long Chen's body as white scales appeared irregularly across his skin. He was unable to summon the complete Azure Dragon battle armor, but the power he suddenly unleashed shocked everyone. That dragon might was unstoppable. Ha ha ha, good, this is the only way to make things fun. Defeating you in this state is the only way to show that I, Xie Luo, am the strongest. Xie Luo laughed. His hair suddenly stood on end. The black runes on his body seemed to come to life, and they roved over his body. At the same time, the surrounding space exploded. An unprecedented energy raged through the air. My evil spirit energy is able to merge with my world energy. Today, I'll make sure you're convinced of your defeat. Xie Luo had a sinister smile. The snake-head spear suddenly rumbled and attacked. The void collapsed in every direction. I'll defeat you in one move. Heaven-devouring evil spear. Chapter 1957. Xie Luo didn't hesitate or use any probing blows. He immediately unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to defeat Long Chen in one move to wipe away his previous disgrace. This was no longer his first fight against Long Chen, so they were both familiar with each other's techniques. Long Chen's fighting style was very simple. It was to win with power. Long Chen also didn't hold back. He directly used the 7th form of Split the Heavens. The two of them unleashed their strongest attacks right off the bat. Xie Luo's goal was obvious. While Long Chen was still at the peak of soul transformation, Xie Luo wanted to crush him with absolute power to show off his own power. If he could only win after fighting a protracted battle, that would make him a laughingstock. After all, he was already at the 3rd heaven stage of Life Star. Evilmoon unleashed an explosion of divine light. It was like a volcano had erupted in the air, and a ripple spread through it. Wherever the ripple passed, the void exploded. The immense power caused even the Nether Passage experts' expressions to change. They raised defenses, blocking the shockwaves. Otherwise, if this power was left to run rampant, not many people below the Nether Passage realm would be able to survive. Although Life Star experts were not that rare in this world, these Life Star experts were the elders and masters of the various sects. If they died, it would throw the heavenly evil region into chaos. Before the shockwaves were even passed, a furious roar rang out. Another giant saber image tore through the sky. You want to fight like this? Then let's see just who is afraid of who. Heavenly devouring evil spear. Xie Luo also unleashed the same technique. He was surprised that he hadn't defeated Long Chen in one move. Just where did Long Chen get the power to resist the merged might of his evil spirit body and world energy? However, he wasn't too worried. Just now, Long Chen had become covered in blood as his physical body was unable to endure his own immense power. Continuing like this would only be more disadvantageous to Xie Luo. Yet again, a powerful collision caused shockwaves to spread, this time with even greater momentum than last time. The Nether Passage experts were forced to strengthen their barriers. Long Chen once more raised Evilmoon, and a saber image slashed down at Xie Luo. HMPH, after this move is over, you'll be a cripple. Xie Luo had some blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. He had suffered a light injury just now, but he didn't mind. Unleashing this attack again meant that Long Chen would be fully out of energy. He might not even have the energy to stand. He was still at the soul transformation realm, while Xie Luo was at the Life Star realm and controlled his evil spirit energy and world energy. There was a clear difference between them. Xie Luo's evil aura soared as he once more clashed directly with Long Chen's saber image. However, this time, Long Chen's saber image instantly crumbled. It actually didn't have the slightest energy within it. Xie Luo's snake-head spear sent Evilmoon tumbling through the air, while Long Chen had vanished. Shouts rang out. Long Chen had appeared behind Xie Luo at some time, a lightning spear in his hand. What? Xie Luo was startled. Long Chen's third attack was actually a fake, and Evilmoon was the bait. Heavenly Evil Shield. The figure within Xie Luo's manifestation suddenly reached out a hand. That hand held a shield that blocked Long Chen's spear. The lightning spear pierced into the shield, causing black runes to fly. But it was unable to pierce through it completely. Xie Luo used that chance to attack with his spear. Having his attack blocked, Long Chen didn't pause. He formed hand seals, and runes lit up on his arms. Two roars rang out as Lei Long and Huo Long came flying out. Flames overflowed from the sky, and lightning raged. Xie Luo's expression completely changed. This time, Lei Long and Huo Long were unleashing all their power. Their destructive power actually made him lose connection to the heavenly Daos. Lei Long and Huo Long hadn't gone all out in a long time. Huo Long was even igniting all of its energy to destroy the influence of the heavenly Daos within this region. Break! Xie Luo roared. With his heavenly Dao energy stripped away, he focused on his world energy. Divine light condensed on his spear. Lightning and flames devoured the world, making Xie Luo cough up a mouthful of blood. Huo Long had actually detonated at that critical time, unleashing all of its power. As a result, even Xie Luo's internal organs were damaged by it. Just at this moment, a black saber image slashed toward Xie Luo while he was heavily injured. Crap! Xie Luo's expression changed. The flame dragon's detonation had unleashed black flames that overwhelmed the energy of the heavenly Daos. He couldn't heal. In this state, he could only resist with his world energy. After a miserable clash, Xie Luo's body was covered in blood. He had almost died. At this time, the corrupt path's people's expressions changed. Long Chen was only at the peak of soul transformation. How could he be so terrifying? They had thought that Xie Luo would have an easy victory, but Long Chen was actually able to force Xie Luo to the point that they were both covered in blood. Right now, Long Chen's body was covered in cracks, and his bones were visible from many spots. His injuries were even worse than Xie Luo's. However, just as they thought that the two of them had both run out of energy, the white scales on Long Chen's body vanished. Following that, his injuries instantly healed. What? Everyone was shocked. Just how was it possible to heal such terrifying injuries so quickly? Having dissipated the Azure Dragon battle armor, he was able to use the Primal Chaos Space's life energy to heal. But now, Long Chen wouldn't be able to use the Azure Dragon battle armor again for a while, as he also wasn't capable of keeping it up any longer. His body had already reached its limit. Long Chen no longer had the Azure Dragon battle armor, but he had the 5-star battle armor. He shot after Xie Luo, unleashing a tempest of attacks with Evilmoon. The world was covered in black flames because Huo Long had sacrificed all the energy it could expend without dying. Within these black flames, Xie Luo was like a drowning man. No matter how good a swimmer was, they always needed a chance to breathe. After blocking Long Chen's 19th slash, Xie Luo couldn't endure any longer. One of his arms exploded, and his spear fell away. As for Long Chen, he didn't pause. He continued to press forward. Xie Luo was stripped of his heavenly Tao energy now. Unfortunately, the black illusion dragon flame wouldn't be able to last for long. It was already starting to dissipate, and once the heavenly Tao energy returned, Xie Luo would be able to heal and instantly crush Long Chen. Long Chen was panting, and his aura was slightly turbulent as he had already reached his limit. With both sides at critical moments, it was Xie Luo who was terrified. Looking at Long Chen's bloodthirsty eyes, he was finally afraid. With only one arm, Xie Luo caught the snake head spear and blocked Long Chen's next attack. Using a special technique, he managed to force aside some of Long Chen's power, but he was still sent tumbling back. Seeing this, Xie Wenchen sighed. Xie Luo had been defeated. He had been defeated because he wasn't ruthless enough, and no longer had the courage to continue using head-on clashes against Long Chen. He understood his son very well. As long as Xie Luo had continued fighting head-on, Long Chen would have definitely been killed. He could see just how much energy the two of them had left. Long Chen was running on empty, while Xie Luo still had quite a bit of energy. However, Xie Luo was running, which signified defeat. He had not just lost now, but he would also lose in the future forever. Experts needed absolute confidence. If a person doubted their own power, they would never be able to be a true expert. Die! Long Chen roared, his voice causing chills. Xie Wenchen shook his head. He was very disappointed in this successor of his. However, he couldn't allow Long Chen to kill his son. Looking at the sky, he saw that the black illusion dragon flame would only last for 2 more breaths' time before dissipating. Then Xie Luo would be able to absorb heavenly Tao energy, and Long Chen would become a lamb for the slaughter. However, 2 breaths' time was as long as 2 hours to the current Xie Luo. He couldn't hold on. Xie Wenchen reached out to break the black flames, but just at that moment, a giant claw slammed toward him. What? Xie Wenchen was startled. A rune lit up on his hand, and a giant palm image smashed toward the claw. The giant claw exploded, unleashing a wave of lightning that forced back Xie Wenchen. HMPH, you're nothing more than a pet for the human race. Xie Wenchen sneered. He was about to attack when Xie Luo let out a miserable cry. Chapter 1958, Xie Luo's head had actually been cut off by Long Chen. His head was flying through the air and screaming. Damn it, I missed. Long Chen felt like his head was about to split. He was past his limit. Just now, he had been aiming to pierce right through Xie Luo's head, but he had ended up striking the neck instead. If Long Chen had struck Xie Luo right in the head, he would have had a 50% chance of controlling his Yuan spirit. However, he had failed. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen was about to make up for his missed attack when one of the corrupt path's elders flew over, smashing a palm at him. Long Chen instinctively raised his saber to block and was sent smashing back like a shooting star, crashing into the ground. He coughed up blood. He felt like the world was spinning around him. He was about to collapse. Just at this moment, Xie Luo came charging over. The black illusion dragon flame had dissipated, which had restored his heavenly Tao energy. Xie Luo had recovered to at least 70%. Thinking of how miserable his plight had been just now, Xie Luo was infuriated. Suddenly, the sky tore apart. A giant lightning dragon came out, once more clashing against Xie Wenchen. Meanwhile, Xie Wenchen's expression was calm. The space around him crumbled as he displayed the power of the leader of the corrupt path. Long Chen, just what did you do? I can't beat him. I'm unable to use my full power here, said the Silver Drake King to Long Chen. So as expected, he had lost. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. After the double dragon destruction, Huo Long had detonated, while Lei Long had preserved a bit of its energy to condense spatial runes in secret. When Xie Wenchen had tried to interfere, Lei Long had created the spatial channel, summoning the Silver Drake King. Long Chen hadn't had any extravagant hopes that the Drake King would be able to annihilate all his enemies. One reason was that the spatial channel limited its energy, and Long Chen couldn't create a larger channel that could allow it to use more of its power. He had merely hoped that it could buy him enough time. As long as he could capture Xie Luo, he would have gained a powerful trump card. If he could use Xie Luo's life in exchange for Leng Yuyan's life, perhaps he might have managed to get away. However, it was all over now. Xie Luo had recovered, and the Drake King was blocked by Xie Wenchen. Long Chen was finally seeing the power of the leader of the corrupt path. That kind of power wasn't something he could face. Right now, Xie Wenchen wasn't even going all out. He was easily able to block the Silver Drake King from getting to Long Chen. It really was an absolute failure. Long Chen sighed. His original plan was to first release Lang Yuyan from her chains. But that wooden pillar was too strange, and Lang Yuyan had directly told him that it was impossible. Then he had switched to capturing Xie Luo as a hostage. His plan had been to summon the Silver Drake King and bring them into the lightning field, and then he would think of some other way to return to the martial heaven continent. However, it was all over now. Xie Wenchen clearly had more than enough power to stop the Drake King. Even if Long Chen had managed to capture Xie Luo, he wouldn't have been able to leave the heavenly evil region. This place was a death trap. Long Chen clenched Evilmoon. Evilmoon still had a bit of energy. It was flowing through his body, and although its power had already dropped, Long Chen wouldn't give up. Long Chen stared at Xie Luo, while Xie Luo glared daggers at him. He had originally been planning on crushing Long Chen, and his spear was already raised. However, he never let it fall. He suddenly smiled sinisterly. Long Chen, don't you call yourself someone who cares about friends and relationships? Then let me test whether that's really true. Xie Luo suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a ray of divine light at the distant altar. The altar's divine runes lit up. The light seemed like flame serpents dancing through the air. 16 wooden pillars slowly rose out of the altar, reaching all the way into the sky. The void rumbled as fragments of spacetime shattered and crumbled. The altar actually formed a giant channel. Long Chen, I'll let you personally witness Lang Yuyan being sacrificed. Look well as her flesh and soul are stripped away, ha ha ha. With one order from Xie Luo, hundreds of the corrupt paths experts suddenly knelt on the ground. They began to chant something. More runes lit up on the altar. This time, they were blood-colored and flowed toward Lang Yuyan like bloody rivers. Long Chen roared and charged toward the altar. However, just as he was approaching it, he was repulsed by some invisible energy. He was blown back many miles before stabilizing, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood that was actually black. It seemed that he had been cursed. Lang Yuyan was looking at Long Chen. Tears dripped down her face, but she didn't have the slightest fear or panic on it. The only thing left there was a tender emotion. Long Chen charged forward once more, this time piercing forward with Evilmoon. However, he was blown back again. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, do you know? In front of the divine altar, you're nothing more than an ant. Your struggling is foolish, all it will do is bring you closer to death. How is it satisfying? Laughed Xie Luo delightedly. He felt like killing Long Chen while he was lost in the deepest pit of despair would be much better. In the distance, Xie Wenchen was still blocking the Drake King. He didn't say anything about Xie Luo's actions. If he allowed Xie Luo to torment Long Chen, it might make up for the flaw in Xie Luo's Dao heart from losing to Long Chen. If he was lucky, perhaps the heart devil would disappear once Long Chen died. At this moment, the lightning channel shrank. The lightning drake let out an unwilling roar as it was pulled back into the lightning field. Long Chen no longer had any more energy to maintain the spatial channel. Long Chen, give up. This barrier is made of divine energy. You can't get past it, even if you were in your peak condition. You've lost, sighed Evilmoon. Defeat was truly just the tip of the iceberg. I, Long Chen, definitely won't give up as long as I'm alive. I never lived off luck. Every slightest chance I get is something I won. No matter how remote the odds are, I have to fight. Giving up would mean lowering my head to fate, and I don't lower my head to anyone. Not fate, and not the heavens. Long Chen wiped some blood off his mouth. Xie Luo's laughter rang in his ears, but he ignored it. Lang Yuyan was covered in blood-colored runes, and the spatial channel in the sky was unleashing divine might. It was like a god was really descending upon this world. Blessing of the corrupt god, cleanse my body. Let me have no fear. Let me forget myself, forget reality. The only thing in this world is God's blessing. For bestowing me my body, I will carry out the will of the heavens, to let the strong survive, to let the weak die, to let all lives grow stronger. All the corrupt paths experts piously knelt down, chanting. Their voices shook the sky. Long Chen stepped forward carefully. Before this, he had been unable to pinpoint the exact location of the barrier. This time, he found it. I'll test this. Long Chen suddenly took out a bronze fragment. He carefully pushed it forward, and when it was about to touch the invisible barrier, he slammed it forward. Suddenly, a black opening appeared in space. At the same time, Long Chen spat out blood and was blown back once more. The opening rapidly grew throughout the barrier. Cracks then appeared on the altar and even the surrounding space. It was like the world was crumbling. Not good, the divine blessing has just descended, but the barrier was broken. Xie Wenqian's expression changed, and he hastily rushed over. There was a pair of black wings on his back, which he used to prop up the formation. Divine light fell. Xie Luo, capture Long Chen. Xie Wenqian suddenly shouted because he saw Long Chen charging back. Even he hadn't anticipated that Long Chen would have the ability to break this barrier. He hadn't even seen what Long Chen had used. Long Chen, if you can receive this next blow, I'll spare your life, shouted Xie Luo. He put away the snake-head spear, instead slamming a palm at Long Chen. Trash, your words are just crap. After being defeated, you ate your promise. Is the taste of your own crap good? Cursed Long Chen. Xie Luo's expression sank. He thought of his agreement with Long Chen to release him if he was defeated, and he truly had been defeated. If it hadn't been for Xie Wenqian and the other Nether Passage experts of the corrupt path, he might already be dead. Having this point be brought up, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. Bastard, shut up, Xie Luo roared and suddenly spread his arms. Divine runes appeared, forming a runic net that attempted to capture Long Chen. Long Chen was out of energy, and Xie Luo wanted to capture him alive. You shut up. Long Chen suddenly smashed a cyan brick at Xie Luo. Chapter 1959. The heaven-flipping seal's divine light erupted. After accumulating energy for such a long time, its power was shocking. Long Chen could tell that there was no way he was escaping alive. If he could at least bring down Xie Luo with him, today wouldn't be a total failure. The heaven-flipping seal smashed toward Xie Luo. It didn't hold back at all. When Xie Wenqian saw the heaven-flipping seal, his expression changed. He shouted, "Go help." If it was a normal time, perhaps Xie Luo wouldn't need to fear this attack. But his power had already dropped from his peak. Although it looked like he had 70% of his power on the surface, he was still filled with internal injuries and couldn't bear such a powerful attack. The surrounding Nether Passage experts immediately launched their attacks to stop the heaven-flipping seal. Over 10 rays of divine light struck it and shattered upon contact. The heaven-flipping seal had been accumulating energy for a long time, and Long Chen had advanced to the 12th heaven stage of soul transformation, meaning his spiritual strength was stronger and able to provide better nourishment for it. Xie Luo's expression changed. With a furious roar, he slammed his palms into the heaven-flipping seal. After a powerful explosion, his body had been flattened into a meatloaf. Long Chen was about to direct the heaven-flipping seal to kill him in this state when the Nether Passage experts shot over, sending it flying. Long Chen couldn't bother with that. He once more pierced the bronze fragment in his hand at the barrier. This time, he created a giant cut. This piece of bronze was a fragment of the Eastern Wasteland bell. He had just been testing it, but it really had worked. It was able to tear through this barrier of divine energy. Cracks covered the entire barrier, and it crumbled. Even Xie Wenqian wasn't able to stop it. Divine energy raged as fragments of the barrier shot out in every direction. As the person at the front, Long Chen was struck first. But the heaven-flipping seal came flying over, blocking it for him. Despite that, Long Chen sensed his bones shatter. The corrupt path's experts were alarmed and hastily defended. However, this divine power was horrific, and some of the Life Star experts were slain. Long Chen felt like he might collapse at any time. Even the sounds of the outside world were growing distant. However, he couldn't faint yet. Fainting was a kind of escape, giving up. With his immense willpower, he kept his eyes open. His vision was murky. With his last bit of spiritual strength, he examined his surroundings. This world had been ruined. Other than the altar and the statue of the corrupt god, everything else had been destroyed. That was the power of a god. Leng Yuyan was still bound at the center of the altar. Her head was lowered, and Long Chen couldn't tell if she was alive or dead. Tottering on his last legs, Long Chen stumbled toward Leng Yuyan. Dust filled the air, and the remnants of that divine energy lingered, terrifying people. It was like a god had been enraged. One figure after another popped out of the ground. One of the Nether Passage experts pulled out a piece of meatloaf. Yes, it was the corrupt path's genius, Xie Luo. Xie Luo was unconscious. If it hadn't been for that Nether Passage expert's protection, he would have died. Even with his body in this state, it could be restored in the future. This physical body was still the best one for Xie Luo. One expert popped out after another, pale with terror. Was this the wrath of the corrupt god? Only a single lonely figure continued to walk toward the altar. The sound of blood dripping echoed. Fresh drops continued to bloom on the ground. That scene was similar to when he had first come. However, at that time, Long Chen had appeared mighty and domineering. The blood dripping had belonged to the corrupt path's experts. Now, Long Chen's robes were in tatters, his body was on the verge of collapse, and it looked like he might crumble at any moment. The blood dripping down was his. Each drop represented another step closer to death. However, Long Chen's gaze was still calm. It hadn't changed from when he had first come. The sounds of his footsteps and dripping blood were the only things that could be heard. Despite Long Chen being the corrupt path's greatest enemy, their greatest threat, this sight of him shook them to their core. They knew that he was exhausted, and that any ordinary disciple would probably be able to kill him. But they didn't move. They couldn't. Xie Wenchen was gloomy as he floated in the sky. The altar's barrier had actually failed. That was a blasphemy to the corrupt god. His gaze was sharp as he looked at Long Chen. He was currently thinking about how he could appease the corrupt god. Should he keep Long Chen here, or should he offer Long Chen up as a sacrifice as well? If he did, it would have to be a complete sacrifice, including his weapons, his souls, and his memories. If that happened, his secrets would belong to the altar. What infuriated him the most was that even if he made that sacrifice, he wouldn't receive any reward. If anything, just appeasing the corrupt god's anger would be not bad. A vein bulged on Xie Wenchen's forehead. Glancing at the meatloaf in the distance, he was even angrier. Xie Luo's Dao heart was doomed, and a good sacrificial altar had been turned into this state. On top of that, they wouldn't obtain anything good either. Lang Yuyan's eyes were closed, and her face was pale white. There wasn't the slightest aura around her. However, the fluctuations of life around her proved that she was still living. When Long Chen finally staggered over to her, Lang Yuyan's eyes slowly opened. There was a faint tender emotion in them. Was it worth it for you to do this? Lang Yuyan looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. She knew that he cared deeply about relationships, but it was also because of this that he had to cherish his own life. He always said that his life didn't just belong to him but to all who loved him. Now, just for her, he had clearly sent himself to his death, fighting for a chance that never existed. Who knows? In any case, I'm not going to just watch as someone kills you, unless they're stepping over my corpse. You really are a fool. Lang Yuyan shook her head, but she had a sweet smile, one beautiful enough to topple all lives. Reactivate the altar and sacrifice the two of them to appease the corrupt god. Barked Xie Wenchen. Xie Wenchen had made his choice. He didn't want Long Chen's secrets anymore, as appeasing the corrupt god was more important. If they offended their god, they would receive a terrifying punishment. The corrupt experts began to chant solemnly once more. The runes on the altar slowly lit up. Fuck, after courting death for a lifetime, I've finally succeeded. Long Chen took a deep breath. Do you regret it? Asked Lang Yuyan. I've done many foolish things, but not one thing that I regret. Thank you. Lang Yuyan suddenly reached out and hugged Long Chen, kissing him on the lips. Long Chen couldn't speak with Lang Yuyan's mouth blocking his. Everyone's expressions changed, including Xie Wenchen's. Lang Yuyan had clearly been bound by the corrupt god's altar. Just how was she free to move? Starting today, you are my man. Lang Yuyan smiled and the paleness on her face vanished. In fact, she looked healthier than ever and didn't look injured at all. She extended a hand, and her bone sword appeared. She slashed it behind him. Divine light exploded. Lang Yuyan had actually sliced apart the wooden pillar. The portion of the pillar she had sliced off was actually taken by her. Long Chen was staring at her in shock, not understanding. That pillar contained the faith energy of the corrupt path. Just how was it possible to break it with mortal power? The two were not on the same level. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe their eyes. Suddenly, Xie Wenchen slammed his palm at Lang Yuyan, his expression grave. He seemed to have noticed something. Chapter 1960. Xie Wenchen attacked, his palm seeming to fill the sky. There was nowhere to run as it crashed down toward Lang Yuyan and Long Chen. Only noticing now is too late. In the end, you're a disciple of the corrupt god. Can you really resist the energy of the corrupt god? Lang Yuyan swung her sword. There was a glimmer to her sword that had not been present before. Xie Wenchen's palm image was sliced apart, and Lang Yuyan's sword chi continued, leaving a bottomless ditch in the ground that continued beyond the horizon. Anyone that had been there was killed, whether at the Life Star realm or the Nether Passage realm. Lang Yuan sliced the space behind her and pulled Long Chen inside it along with her. Looking back at Xie Wenchen, she said, "Thank you for your help. As thanks, I won't kill you." Just like that, Lang Yuan and Long Chen vanished within the tear in space. Sect Master. The Nether Passage experts were pale and dumbfounded. Just what kind of existence was Lang Yuan? Xie Wenchen's expression was ugly. Killing intent raged within him as his fury reached a peak. Lang Yuan was just a life-star disciple, and he should be able to slay her easily. However, somehow she had absorbed a portion of the corrupt god's energy. That energy was what allowed them to call out to the corrupt god. The corrupt god sensed their calls through it and sent down traces of its divine energy as a bridge so that they could hear its voice. However, before they had finished the ceremony, it had been broken by Long Chen, and a portion of that energy had actually been absorbed by Lang Yuan. That pillar was where the corrupt path's faith energy was gathered. Even a divine item would be unable to cause any damage to it. But Lang Yuan had sliced through it easily. Xie Wenchen wouldn't fear her normally, but he couldn't block the energy that belonged to the corrupt god. Because he was a follower of the corrupt god, how could he fight against his god? So, Xie Wenchen was filled with rage. All his world-shaking power was unable to be released. He could only watch as Lang Yuan brought Long Chen away. Looking at the part of the pillar that remained, he knew that this was a disgrace. An unprecedented humiliation. Suddenly, a rune lit up in the sky. That rune rapidly spun and divine energy descended. It's the corrupt god's directive. Xie Wenchen let out a startled cry and hastily knelt on the ground. The other experts also knelt. This kind of thing had only occurred twice in all of the corrupt path's known history. This was the third time, and everyone was shaking with excitement. This was a communication with a god. A rune fell onto Xie Wenchen's hand and his whole body shook. Following that, the divine energy faded. Shockingly, the pillar that Lang Yuan had broken had actually been restored. The sacred corrupt god's power is limitless. All the corrupt experts let out cries of emotion. Some of them were even crying. They were fanatics who had just seen their god. Only Xie Wenchen was still stunned. There had only been a simple message in that directive: do not provoke that girl. Just what kind of existence was Lang Yuan? She had broken their sacred pillar and killed so many of their experts, but the corrupt god's directive was to actually not provoke her. Xie Wenchen looked up at the sky for a long time without saying anything. The corrupt god wishes for all talented disciples on the level of Empyreans to gather at the great totem for the divine blessing. All the corrupt path's experts were delighted. They hastily returned to their own sects, alerting their disciples to come over. A portion of these experts also sent word to the other strongholds. This was a divine blessing, something that might not occur in tens of thousands of years. Xie Wenchen had many questions, but he also relaxed slightly. At least, the corrupt god didn't punish them. After walking over to Xie Luo, Xie Wenchen pointed a finger at his son's head. He respectfully said, "Thank you for your care, corrupt god." Xie Luo, who was on his last breaths, became wrapped in divine light. When Lang Yuan dragged Long Chen into a tear in space, Long Chen finally lost consciousness. During this time, he seemed to be able to hear Lang Yuan's soft voice and vaguely feel a pair of hands cleaning his body. After an unknown amount of time, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. His body had fully recovered. Even the primal chaos space's world trees had revitalized. It had to be known that during the battle, the world trees had long since withered. "Evilmoon, how long was I sleeping?" asked Long Chen. Back then, Long Chen hadn't had the slightest bit of energy. Hence, Evilmoon and the heaven-flipping seal could only retreat to his spiritual space. "It's already been 3 months, said Evilmoon. "That long?" Long Chen was startled. "What do you think? Without such a long time, do you think you could have recovered?" "Your body was about to crumble back then," said Evilmoon irritably. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm fine, I've recovered, and I've also benefited. When the altar's formation was destroyed, I managed to absorb a bit of divine energy. Hee, I'll also have a trump card in the future," chortled Evilmoon. "Where is Lang Yuan?" Thinking of Lang Yuan, Long Chen felt a chill inside. He had no idea of that girl's terrifying origins. No idea. She brought you here and looked after you for 2 days before leaving. She has never returned, so she might have really left. She had left. Long Chen felt a bit of disappointment. He had risked his life to save her, and she had left just like that. "Are you awake?" Suddenly, a tender figure appeared in front of Long Chen. There was a warmth in Lang Yuan's eyes now, as well as a rare smile. Yup, I'm also fully recovered. Long Chen smiled. So Lang Yuan hadn't left. Lang Yuan was like a steep mountain that made people look up to it with reverence and despair. This mountain only looked down on others coldly. However, there were emotions between Long Chen and Lang Yuan. Deep within Long Chen's heart, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. This was the illness of men. The stronger the woman, the more accomplished the man felt upon conquering her. Although Long Chen wouldn't say that he had conquered Lang Yuan, at least everyone in this world saw that she had feelings for him. The two of them simply looked at each other. Lang Yuan smiled and bent down. Their faces were less than an inch away. Everything about Lang Yuan was perfect, a perfection that shouldn't exist in this world. Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. Lang Yuan was like a poisonous rose that had a fatal charm to men. Just as Long Chen was expecting a tender kiss, Lang Yuan paused. She smiled. Since you've recovered, then let's properly settle our debts. Long Chen felt a sharp pain from his thigh. At some point, Lang Yuan had stabbed her bone sword into his leg. His defenses were useless. Are you mental? Raged Long Chen. This crazy woman's head was definitely not normal. She actually repaid kindness with enmity. Long Chen pushed his hands forward, wanting to push on Lang Yuan's chest, but she slipped away like a phantom. Hee, why so angry? Laughed Lang Yuan. She was delighted, like a little devil. Is your head sick? If you have some illness, tell me. I have plenty of medicine. If you eat enough, I guarantee it can cure you. Raged Long Chen. This girl went hostile faster than the flipping of a page. I'm not sick. You're the one with a brain illness. It was clearly a death trap, but you still went. Don't you agree that you must have a brain illness? Lang Yuan chortled. Fine, I admit I have an illness. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. This was actually something that you set up, but I actually risked my life charging in. Long Chen felt himself to be very laughable. Chapter 1961. After waking up, when Long Chen thought about what happened, he was sure that the whole sacrifice plot had been designed by Lang Yuan. Her goal had been that pillar, and cutting that pillar required the energy of the corrupt god. However, the energy of the corrupt god would only descend during the sacrificial ceremony. Although he didn't know Lang Yuan's whole plan, Long Chen knew that Lang Yuan had possessed some methods to interrupt the ceremony and absorb the energy on her own. She had been fully prepared, and he had just barged his way in, throwing his life away. When he looked back at it, he felt it to be a cold joke. But I like your foolishness. Lang Yuan hugged Long Chen from behind, resting her face against his back. I really do like you, and I know you like me. It's nice that someone in this world is willing to face life and death with me. Do you know, you really helped me out this time. You saved me a trump card, and this trump card will decide whether or not I can survive my next tribulation. Quote. Lang Yuan walked out from behind him, facing him and wrapping her arms around his neck. Of course it's true. Quote. Upon facing Lang Yuan, Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down. But when he saw her perfect face, as well as a certain gorge too deep to see the bottom, he couldn't stop his heart from pounding. Am I beautiful? Teased Lang Yuan. Very beautiful. Long Chen instinctively spat this out. Lang Yuan suddenly blushed. That was a rare sight. You're a scoundrel, you know. I was always looking for a reliable mountain in this world that could change my fate. I went through many people with great potential. I always started hunting them down, making them quicken their cultivation speed so they could survive. But none of them could ever keep up with my footsteps. They all died to my sword, proving that they weren't my prince. But when I encountered you, I had a feeling that you would be the only one capable of saving me. I started to hunt you down, but you are an absolute fool. You actually started cultivating with a group of people. Just how much were you slowed down dragging them up with you? I told you that you were slowing yourself down, but you refused to listen. I don't know when it started, but I started to look after you more and more, and eventually I found I could no longer view you as just my savior. Then in the spirit world, I attacked you, trying to kill you, and you actually had mercy on me. Tell me, don't you think you're a fool? Lang Yuan began to cry, but she continued, you foolish scoundrel, you made me love you. How could I continue to use you? I released you, even preparing to repay you for your 2 favors to sever our ties with each other. But, just as I made my determination to face my fate alone, you appeared again. What are you trying to do to me? You're a scoundrel. If you need help, just tell me. Wouldn't it be nice to face it together? Long Chen gently wiped away her tears. He knew that Lang Yuyan's origins were mysterious. Whatever she was facing, it was definitely beyond his imagination. But he was willing to share her burden. Lang Yuyan shook her head. You have too many burdens already, affecting your cultivation. You can't help me. Let's not talk about such a heavy topic. In any case, I've pretty much finished my preparations. Once it comes, I'll have a battle to the death with it. It, what is it? You don't need to ask. I've already made my arrangements. With the evil dragon essence soul and the totem of faith energy, I'm 80% confident in suppressing it, said Lang Yuyan. Seeing that Lang Yuyan refused to say, Long Chen could only drop it. He understood her character. It was very difficult to change the things that she had decided on. Long Chen, would you like me to dance for you? Lang Yuyan suddenly looked at Long Chen with a faint blush. A dance? That'd be great. Long Chen clapped. It was hard for him to imagine that the cold-blooded and merciless devil empress would actually dance for someone. Lang Yuyan smiled and really began to lightly dance. Long Chen felt his heart rising up his throat. Lang Yuyan's body was perfect in every way. Just standing there, she was beautiful enough to make a person forget how to breathe. As she danced, Long Chen felt dazzled. He felt like he was no longer in control of his body. As Lang Yuyan danced, she began to undo her robes. Her arms revealed themselves and then her feet. Next, a belt came undone and a thin lower garment. Her long legs revealed themselves, possessing great charm. This was a dance that could take a person's life. Although there was no music, just the sight of her was enough to make a person's heart burst. This is the corrupt path's heavenly devil dance. A woman will only dance it when she marries the man she loves. I was taught it when I was very young, but anyone who has seen me dance, whether man or woman, has already been killed by me. Lang Yuyan walked gracefully over to Long Chen. With a flick of her finger, her last piece of cloth also fell. In that instant, Long Chen's heart stopped beating. A beautiful scene was laid bare to him. Although he had bathed with Meng Qi once, he still felt lightheaded seeing Lang Yuyan like this. She didn't have the slightest bashfulness. All of her was laid bare to Long Chen, front and back. She was like the goddess of beauty, yet also like a demoness who could take people's lives with just her charm. Long Chen gulped. He suspected that he was in a dream. In this dream, he didn't even dare to move as he was afraid of waking up. Lang Yuyan walked even closer to Long Chen. Her arms wrapped around his neck. Her eyes were like gemstones, staring into his eyes. Long Chen's hot blood was surging, and he was no longer able to hold back. He grabbed her tender waist, and that feeling made his head buzz. He went to kiss her lips. However, he had just moved when he felt a sharp pain on his shoulders. Lang Yuyan's hands had slammed into him, sending him flying back into the stone wall behind him. They were currently in a cave. It was unknown what energy was supporting the walls, but Long Chen was racked with pain upon smashing into the wall, while it wasn't damaged in the slightest. You! What are you doing? Raged Long Chen. Why did this girl go hostile so fast? You are my man, but I didn't say that I am your woman. Have you forgotten? In this world, no one can subdue me. I, Lang Yuyan, am the one who subdues others. Lang Yuyan appeared devilishly beautiful, her eyes twinkling and her hair flowing gently. Fuck, is there even such a thing as who submits to who in this kind of matter? Demanded Long Chen angrily. Of course, I'm taking the initiative, so I'm subduing you. Lang Yuyan suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, her hand reaching for Long Chen's chest. Long Chen instinctively tried to dodge, but he was one step too slow. Long Chen's robes were torn apart by Lang Yuyan. At the same time, 5 spots of blood appeared on Long Chen's chest. Fuck, let's see who subdues who. Long Chen was angry now. He smashed a fist at Lang Yuyan. Lang Yuyan hadn't used her heavenly Tao energy, while he didn't summon his divine ring or battle armor. Lang Yuyan's hand nimbly pushed aside Long Chen's fist. Not only did she manage to do that, but her hand also tore off his sleeve. Long Chen repeatedly punched, but Lang Yuyan's hand arts were too bizarre. Her hands were like spirits, and Long Chen was quickly down to just his underwear. Long Chen was finally starting to panic. Evilmoon, come out and help. Can you have some face? She's not using a weapon. Evilmoon merely gave him one lazy reply before going silent, not answering his summons. Finally, Lang Yuyan grabbed him by the arm and slammed him into the wall. His last comrade, his underwear, died in battle, fully exposing him. Give up, you'll become my man with great dignity, said Lang Yuyan, looking at him like an empress. I'm unwilling to hit you or injure you, but don't force me, shouted Long Chen as he covered himself. Give it up, I have a barrier set up here. Your speed, your power, your senses, they're all suppressed. You can't beat me, so be obedient. I'll be very gentle. Lang Yuyan smiled bewitchingly. No wonder Long Chen had felt Lang Yuyan to be so powerful all of a sudden. It wasn't that she had become stronger, but rather he had become weaker. Lang Yuyan suddenly pounced. Other than that bath with Meng Qi, Long Chen had never been naked in front of anyone since his childhood. He had no way to fight. In just several moves, he was pressed down to the ground by Lang Yuyan. I won't let you have it as you please, Long Chen shouted. As a man, even if he was facing a woman he loved, he wouldn't accept such a method. Long Chen focused himself, suppressing the flames of desire within him. Lang Yuyan smiled faintly. She pressed a hand against Long Chen's chest, and his expression instantly changed. The flames of desire he had just suppressed instantly erupted, even fiercer than before. Long Chen, you are fated to be my man. Resistance is useless. Lang Yuyan slowly descended. Hey, wait, I know a much better way we can do this. Aiya, that hurts. What the hell? A sharp burst of pain interrupted Long Chen. It was different from that ecstatic feeling mentioned in legends. This is the only way to make things fair. If I hurt, you hurt. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called subduing. Lang Yuyan's voice was still calm, but it was shuddering as she also became lost in the feeling. Very quickly, the sound of deep breaths in a voice like immortal music began to ring out like the sound of birds and bees. However, for Long Chen, there were more pained groans and angry howls. After an unknown period, Long Chen felt exhausted to death and lost consciousness. He felt like his bones were about to collapse. When he woke up again, he not only felt a fiery pain down below, but there were also quite a few bloodstains. As for Lang Yuyan, she had vanished. He couldn't help grinding his teeth. Fuck, she definitely did that on purpose. It hurt. How had that been the legendary coupling between men and women? It had been more like torture. Lang Yuyan had tormented him for 6 hours, and Long Chen had been unable to beat her or resist. That woman's a crazy monster. How did I end up so unlucky? Long Chen hatefully spat on the ground. Instead of properly enjoying it, she had tormented him. Her head definitely wasn't normal. There was no way to reason with such a person. The only way to talk reason with her was to suppress her and return all the things she had tormented him back to her. Was it everything you dreamed of? Evelmoon's wicked laughter rang out. Fuck off. Long Chen was angered. This bastard actually came out at such a time to throw stones at him. Cursing someone is a display of powerlessness and a show of no upbringing. Long Chen, you've fallen, said Evelmoon, intentionally putting on a regretful tone. Long Chen ignored it and looked around the cave. It was a round cave only a few hundred meters wide. There was only one small exit. He thought about it for a short moment before he started to get to work. He began to dig and bury several long chains into the ground. What, are you laying a trap? Exclaimed Evelmoon with surprise. Long Chen found it difficult to dig into this ground. It was like the ground was a divine item, and even a divine item barely left any marks on the ground. This was the result of Lang Yuyan's formation. Long Chen took out the fragment of the eastern wasteland bell and cut through the ground like tofu with it, feeling delighted. After that, he began to bury his chains, working for several hours before finishing. Fortunately, during this time, Lang Yuyan never appeared. Actually, since Lang Yuyan is gone, can't you just leave? Is it interesting to waste your time like this? Not getting vengeance isn't the style of a man, said Long Chen angrily. Wasn't it just a question of who took the passive position? What's the big deal about it? Let me tell you, that Lang Yuyan's origins are very frightening. Shut up, if you wanted to help me, you should have helped back then. Since you don't want to help, I'll handle it myself, snorted Long Chen. That had been his legendary first time which had been stolen away. Worst of all, Lang Yuyan hadn't cherished it at all. Although it had also been her first time, how was it fair that if she hurt, he should also hurt? Lang Yuyan's desire to conquer others was very strong. However, it was also strong in Long Chen. This enmity had to be avenged. As a result, Long Chen waited for 3 days. Finally, on the 3rd day, Lang Yuyan returned. However, today, she was not wearing the normal red robes she wore but an imperial dress. Her hair was tied up in a high bun instead of falling naturally. Today, Lang Yuan appeared even more majestic, more noble, and more aloof than usual. Lang Yuan was startled upon seeing Long Chen. Before she could speak, Long Chen pulled on a chain in his hand. Lang Yuan was instantly bound by the chains he had arranged. Meanwhile, Long Chen immediately pounced, knocking her down. Today, if I don't make you grab the railings and bite the sheets, I won't be called Long Chen. He roared. He tore at her clothes. Don't think changing clothes is enough for me to forget that enmity. Chapter 1962. Long Chen pulled but actually didn't manage to tear her clothes. That surprised him. Even armor made out of divine items wasn't able to block him like this. Long Chen couldn't help being further enraged. Alright, so you actually prepared some moves as well. You dare to blaspheme me. Die. Lang Yuan's beautiful face turned ice cold. Suddenly, a divine mark lit up on her forehead, and her divine power erupted like a volcano. As light bloomed from her robes, Long Chen felt an immense force try to blow him back. The chains binding Lang Yuan blew apart, and Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fuck, what about when you blasphemed me? Victory or defeat would be decided here. If he couldn't win here, he would lose any further chance. With a roar, he wrapped his legs around her waist and locked his arms around her neck, refusing to let go. Light erupted from every part of Lang Yuan, and a terrifying light in particular came from her eyes. An invisible aura unfurled. However, just as Lang Yuan was about to unleash her divine power, the cave shook intensely. Runes appeared along the walls, and a dragon roar could be heard. The might of an evil dragon and the energy of the corrupt god. Lang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The entire cave shook as countless runes appeared, suppressing her power. As for Long Chen, he was holding onto her tightly. The two of them rolled on the ground. Suddenly, Lang Yuan opened her mouth, and a ray of light shot out. In that instant, all of Long Chen's hair stood on end. A sensation of death enveloped him. He instinctively turned his head. That ray of light shot right past his head, cutting through the cave and piercing the clouds. The entire world shook. Fuck, you want to kill me? Raged Long Chen. Seeing Lang Yuan open her mouth again, he clamped a hand over her mouth. His divine ring materialized, his 5-star battle armor activated, and even dragon scales appeared on his body. The world shook. Long Chen was truly angry now. Last time, he hadn't even used any big moves, but now Lang Yuan wanted to kill him. Those who blaspheme me spend an eternity in purgatory. They are skinned, their souls burned, never reincarnating. Lang Yuan's eyes blazed with light, and some faint runes appeared. She began to chant something. Long Chen suddenly felt his body weaken as though his life energy faded away. It was some kind of power that surpassed the heavenly Tao's, like an irresistible curse. Long Chen felt like he had dropped into an iceberg. It's death energy. Evilmoon suddenly let out a shout, actually flying out of Long Chen's spiritual space to attack Lang Yuan's head. Evilmoon and Long Chen were both sent flying. Lang Yuan's gaze was icy. Killing intent surged within her, and she suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, grabbing his neck. The end of life, the peak of death, using my name as Nethergod, I cast you to the purgatory. Suffer the 8 torments. Long Chen felt himself grow weaker and weaker. It was like Lang Yuan was a god of death, stripping him of his life. Scram. Suddenly, a burst of energy came from the primal chaos space as though it had been provoked. A burst of energy erupted out of Long Chen. Lang Yuan's expression changed, and she was sent flying by that burst of energy. She crashed into the wall, causing the cave to shake. Long Chen pounced on her once more. It was unknown where he got the energy, but this time, when he grabbed her dress, he managed to tear it off, revealing her body. Once her dress was torn, it actually transformed into runes that dissipated into the air. Her clothes had actually been condensed of some law. Long Chen grabbed the stunned Lang Yuan and threw her to the ground. She tried to resist, but she suddenly found that there was some terrifying divine power coming from Long Chen that suppressed her. If you dare to blaspheme me, fuck your blaspheme, didn't you say that you're the only one allowed to subdue others? Today, I'll be the one subduing you. Long Chen roared. Lang Yuan struggled intensely. Divine runes appeared in her eyes, but they would always crumble as soon as they appeared. You will regret this, shouted Lang Yuan. I've never done anything that I regret. Long Chen ignored her threats. He would return all the pain that she had given him. After 2 hours, Long Chen was still working hard when he suddenly sensed someone else walk in. That person was the red-robed Lang Yuyan. Lang Yuyan held her bone sword in her right hand and an ancient formation disc in her left. There was a small pillar on the formation disc. It was actually the pillar that she had cut off from the corrupt god's altar, but much smaller. When she walked in, she gasped. The formation disc fell from her hand, and she covered her mouth, filled with disbelief. Long Chen also became dumbfounded. He glanced from the shocked Lang Yuyan to the other Lang Yuyan who looked like she wanted to kill him. Long Chen hastily jumped away, rapidly putting on his clothes. He looked at the Lang Yuyan that had just walked in. Is she your twin or something? Long Chen's voice shuddered, and he felt a chill. It seemed he had just done something terrible. If it really was her sister, would Lang Yuyan immediately kill him? However, the two of them were truly alike. Even each of their eyebrows was identical. The other Lang Yuyan was filled with furious killing intent. She waved her hand, and runes condensed into her original dress. Ah, about that, my sincerest apologies. Long Chen awkwardly apologized to the Lang Yuyan in the imperial dress. Shut up, you, a mortal, dared to blaspheme me. I will make sure you suffer eternally within purgatory, shouted that Lang Yuyan. Suddenly, Lang Yuyan began to laugh delightedly. She was laughing so hard that she was shaking. Long Chen retreated slightly, holding Evilmoon and secretly storing up energy. Lang Yuyan was someone who could become hostile at the drop of a hat. He had to defend against her suddenly attacking him. Even now, he didn't know what was going on. You betrayed me. The Lang Yuyan in the dress coldly looked at the other Lang Yuyan. No, I didn't betray you. You are the one who wants to destroy me. I'm just resisting. My birth, my life was all planned by you. Ever since the death of my sister Nianru, I knew that my parents, my sister, they were all part of the fate that you arranged. You want me to hate this world, but to tell the truth, the only thing I hate is you. You used the death of my sister Nianru to awaken my killing intent, and then made me brush against death several times. But it was always you. Although I don't know why you did this, you've failed. I am not your chess piece, I am not your tool. I am someone with blood, flesh, and soul. I have someone I love. However, your luck is very good. My man actually used you. How does it taste? Lang Yuyan smiled like a little devil. Shut up. The other Lang Yuyan glared at her, her whole body shuddering with killing intent. Ah, I forgot, my man was just broken in and doesn't have much experience. It seems he didn't do a good job. How about you let him gain some more experience before coming to find you again? Laughed Lang Yuyan. The other Lang Yuyan suddenly smashed her palm forward, while Lang Yuyan slashed her bone sword out. The sharp bone sword cleanly sliced through her palm. Blood slowly dripped down. However, when the blood dripped into the ground, it transformed into divine runes, which then merged back into heaven and earth. A faint divine pressure caused space to rumble. This is the blood of a god. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Legend was that the blood of gods could not exist in this mortal world. I remember now. Long Chen suddenly recalled that when he had undergone his tribulation in the Xuantian Dao sect's Devil Abyss, he had once seen someone who looked identical to Lang Yuyan. You shut up. That Lang Yuyan glared at Long Chen with immense hatred. She didn't even want to hear his voice. Long Chen, look at how angry this big sister is. Shouldn't you apologize to her? Lang Yuyan looked at Long Chen and smiled warmly. Ah, big sister, I'm truly sorry. I mistook you for someone else. I know that a simple apology cannot appease your anger, so, how about this? You can subdue me once just like she did, and I promise not to resist. Long Chen raised a hand as he swore. Fuck off. The Lang Yuyan wearing a dress looked like flames were about to erupt from her eyes. Long Chen could only shrug, not daring to say anything. Today had been too strange, and he still didn't know who this other Lang Yuyan was, or what her connection was to the Lang Yuyan that he knew. Chapter 1963. That's where you're wrong. Long Chen is my man, so, he's your man too. Why shout and quarrel with your own people? If you think about it, Long Chen is my man, but then you became his woman. I should be the one angry, said Lang Yuyan with a faint smile. Lang Yuyan, so you know that you were me and I was you. Then why did you harm me like this? He's immortal. Do you realize this affects my divine root? Raged the other Lang Yuyan. Why would I harm you? Do you not know? Didn't you precisely come here in order to kill me? I'm no longer under your control. Is it painful being hurt by me? When you killed my father, my mother, and my sister Nianru, did you think about my pain? Lang Yuyan sneered. There's a certain phrase on the martial heaven continent: man proposes, God disposes. But even gods aren't omnipotent. How is it, having your own bone slice your hand, does it hurt? The other Lang Yuan's hand was still pressed against the bone sword. The bone sword had actually connected with her palm. They had temporarily merged, and she couldn't pull back. I laid down this trap with the evil dragon essence soul and a totem with the corrupt god's faith energy. I thought that you would just send one of your clones, but you actually sent your true body. No wonder none of the alarm systems I set up managed to sense you. But due to that, you actually ended up falling into my man's hands. How interesting. Your divine mark has also been damaged. It seems my man is quite good. Lang Yuan smiled upon seeing the divine rune on the other Lang Yuan's forehead had dimmed. I didn't come to kill you. Lang Yuan shook her head. Even if you didn't come to kill me, you came to arrange me as a chess piece. But I'm not going to be your chess piece. Quote. You are me, I am you. There are no chess pieces between us. Quote. I am just a strand of your divine will. I am the clone, while you're the true body. You wouldn't create me for no reason, and you wouldn't come here for no reason. I am just a chess piece for you to achieve your goals. Quote. Then what do you want? What do you think? I want to take the dominating position. I'll succeed the position of the true body. Quote. You want to refine me? The other Lang Yuan laughed furiously. My original plan was to kill your clone and devour it to strengthen myself. I thought that was pretty brazen already, but I didn't think that there would be someone even more brazen than me. So I'm thinking of going a bit crazy as well. Quote. Do we really need to fight to this extent? I don't want to destroy you. Quote. This is fate. Quote. Lang Yuan's bone sword suddenly lit up. The hand it was piercing began to turn to stone. The stone crept up her arm. The other Lang Yuan suddenly tore off her right arm. However, this time, there was no blood. Her arm instantly regrew. She slammed her two palms together, and black chi surged out. Her dress instantly became black, and she became a manifestation of death. With a wave of her hand, a black bridge appeared. A divine pressure came from that bridge. Lang Yuan's sword shattered the bridge. She smiled. I'm familiar with your abilities. This place is the martial heaven continent, not your world. You would probably have had to split yourself into at least 10 million clones before your true body could sneak through the barrier of this world. Now your divine root has been damaged, and your power has sharply dropped. As for me, I have the evil dragon essence soul and the corrupt god's energy. You're the one who will be defeated today. Quote. Lang Yuan's bone sword sliced through the air. However, the other Lang Yuan also took out a bone sword. The two began an intense battle. When their two bone swords clashed, a wave of sword chi shot out. Long Chen hastily dodged. That sword chi cut the cave in two. The cave exploded, and Long Chen saw that they were in a barren wasteland. Up in the sky, a black dragon image appeared. Behind it was a giant totem from which divine light sprinkled down. Fuck, that's my essence soul, roared Evilmoon. However, that essence soul was no longer truly there. Lang Yuan had used some method to transform it into a part of some grand formation. The dragon essence soul combined with the energy of the totem, creating a giant domain. HMPH, these two energies can't last for long. Once they're exhausted, you'll lose. Quote. They'll be enough to handle you. Quote. Lang Yuan's manifestation suddenly surged, and a figure identical to her appeared, a bone sword in its hand. Lang Yuan's attack power sword. She was so powerful that she forced back the other Lang Yuan repeatedly. The void rumbled, tribulation clouds condensed in the sky, and the Lang Yuan wearing a black dress suddenly looked up with fear. It seems luck is standing on my side. Your aura has been sensed by the heavenly Taos. This is a godless world. You have broken that order, and will definitely die. Quote. Heavenly might descended from the sky. The divine rune on the other Lang Yuan's forehead lit up once more. A ray of light soared out of her sword. The world changed color. The laws of the world crumbled before it. Long Chen was in the distance, but he felt like he was going to be sliced apart. Are you going all out now? Lang Yuan suddenly gripped her sword with both hands. The dragon and totem images behind her suddenly exploded, and all their energy was absorbed by her. Long Chen was blown into the distance by the shockwaves of this attack. He almost coughed up blood. As for the two Lang Yuans, they were both knocked back, coughing up blood. Their auras were sharply dropping. Long Chen, stop her! Shouted Lang Yuan suddenly. Almost instinctively, Long Chen slashed Evilmoon at the other Lang Yuan. That Lang Yuan coughed up blood. The previous exchange had heavily injured her. Her divine mark had vanished. She was on her last legs. Long Chen pressed his saber against her neck. She didn't say anything. She just coldly stared at him. Long Chen, kill her, shouted Lang Yuan. Long Chen looked at the other Lang Yuan. He knew that he should kill her. But he wasn't able to make himself do that. The sky rumbled. The heavenly punishment would fall at any moment. Even if he didn't kill her, she would die to that law. In the end, Long Chen sighed and pulled back Evilmoon. Go. That Lang Yuan was surprised. But she coldly snorted, I won't feel any gratitude to you for this. You blasphemed me. I will still make you suffer an eternal hell in purgatory. Up to you. Long Chen shook his head. That Lang Yuan stepped back and sliced the air with her bone sword. The void was torn apart. She glanced back at Long Chen before stepping into that crack, vanishing. Once she was gone, the heavenly might that was gathering in the sky faded, having lost its target. This heavenly might was something that even Long Chen didn't dare to provoke. It was heavenly punishment designed for gods. Bastard, why did you release her? Lang Yuan walked over, furious. She was pale and tottering, looking like she might collapse. Long Chen reached out to support her, but she pushed him aside. Clearly, she was truly angry. Long Chen couldn't say anything. Finally, Lang Yuan sighed, sorry, I shouldn't get angry with you. Lang Yuan was actually apologizing. That greatly surprised him. Lang Yuan shook her head. I was too greedy. I thought that she would just send a clone, but she sent her true body. Now her true body is heavily injured. That's a huge chance for me. I shouldn't be greedy. Long Chen, I know you're a good person. Your character will never change, although you're sometimes an idiot. But I like this foolishness of yours. Lang Yuan caressed Long Chen's cheek. Fine, since you didn't kill her, I'll have to do it. Otherwise, she'll come after me once she's healed, and I won't be able to stop her. Goodbye, my man. If I manage to survive, I promise that next time, I'll let you subdue me. A rare gentle expression appeared on Lang Yuan's face. She wrapped her arms around Long Chen's neck and gave him a kiss on the face. She then sliced her bone sword through the air, stepping into the void and vanishing. Chapter 1964. The two Lang Yuans had vanished, and Long Chen looked at the swirling sand and dust around him, feeling like he was dreaming. She left just like that. This was Long Chen's first time feeling like this. He felt lost and empty. Long Chen, I might not have admired anyone else in my lifetime, but you I admire. You even managed to get involved with a god. Amazing, praised Evilmoon. Did you know it from the start? Raged Long Chen. Cough, to tell the truth, I only had some suspicions. I was never able to confirm anything. But there was nothing I could do. Some things can't be randomly spoken about, or the one bearing this karma would be you, said Evilmoon hastily. Long Chen snorted, not believing that excuse. He felt that Evilmoon was becoming more of a conner as time passed. Although it followed him through life and death, sometimes it was just a huge conman. Long Chen looked up at the sky and then at his own hands. What, are you pondering over that feeling? Snickered Evilmoon. After saying that, Long Chen also laughed. However, that laughter was a bit bitter as he felt something that was hard to describe. This experience was beyond belief. Thereafter, Long Chen began flying through the air and found that he was in the northwestern part of the central Zon region. In that battle in the heavenly evil cave, he had used up all his power. He had to admit that his true combat power had been surpassed by Xie Luo. The Life Star realm was a huge barrier in front of him. He had even used up everything and hadn't managed to kill Xie Luo. Although he was able to fight across realms and even slay Nether Passage experts, those Nether Passage experts were just rank 9 Celestials. Empyreans had only appeared in their generation. So even though he was able to kill Nether Passage experts, he couldn't slay a Life Star Empyrean on this level. That was the difference between realms. He had to quickly catch up. Furthermore, through this fight, his realm had stabilized once more. He possessed the qualifications to attack the Life Star realm. He hopped into a flying boat, going toward the eastern Zon region. He spent several days flying, using that time to prepare to attack the Life Star realm. When he once more descended upon the eastern Zon city, he caused chaos. Last time, he had killed his way out, but now he had come again. He was actually ignoring the threat that Pill Valley and the others posed him. This was arrogance, this was domineering. Long Chen directly walked into the Huayan pavilion. On the way, he had already sent a message to the Huayan sect that he wanted to talk with Zheng Wenlong. Brother Long, you grow more amazing with each passing day. You even dared to charge into the heavenly evil cave. I really don't know what to say, said Zheng Wenlong. Long Chen was startled. The battle inside the heavenly evil cave was definitely not public information. It was suppressed by the corrupt path, but despite Xie Wenquan's information lockdown, Zheng Wenlong still knew of it. Amazing. Long Chen praised Zheng Wenlong. He knew that the corrupt path definitely had people that the Huayan sect had bribed. For the Huayan sect to be able to do such a thing in a place where only the most fervent of the corrupt path's followers were allowed, perhaps only Pill Valley possessed the same ability. How is the continent's state currently? Asked Long Chen. It's still the same, and they're using the same moves. However, there have been several large battles with the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They have taken some heavy losses. With Heavenly Fate Island's help, 7 of their strongholds have been destroyed by the Zon beasts. Long Chen's teacup shattered. Good. Very good. Long Chen's voice was filled with icy killing intent. Unable to target him, they actually turned toward others. Brother Wenlong, help me release news that 3 days from now, I, Long Chen, will be paying a visit to Heavenly Fate Island. Have them wash their necks for me. Other than that, welcome the other major powers to come watch. Tell them not to miss this chance, because in 3 days, Heavenly Fate Island will no longer exist. Long Chen smiled, but that smile was chilling. Zheng Wenlong gulped. He could guess what Long Chen was about to do. A shocking piece of news quickly resounded throughout the martial heaven continent. What? Long Chen is challenging Heavenly Fate Island by himself. Is he mad? If it wasn't the Huayan sect spreading this news, I'd really think it was just a wild rumor. Just what is he thinking, challenging the entire world by himself? Perhaps he found some powerful backer, and he couldn't wait for revenge. Long Chen's challenge toward Heavenly Fate Island shook the continent. Just what kind of figure was Long Chen? He was a figure of miracles. He was the creator of the number 1 Legion, a legend with countless worshippers amongst the junior generation, a figure that was imitated but never surpassed. The most widespread saying was that Long Chen never said any empty words. And after investigating his history, this saying had been confirmed. As long as he dared to say it, he would dare to do it. If these words were coming from someone else, they would assume it was just an attempt at intimidation or mental warfare. But for Long Chen to say it shook countless sects. Long Chen's finally angry. He's going to strike back as he would rather break than bend. There's going to be an unprecedented bloody battle soon. Many people guessed that Long Chen had already advanced to the Life Star realm. It had been 3 months since he had vanished. For him to suddenly come back, he would definitely bring the Dragonblood Legion with him. The Dragonblood Legion was filled with monsters who fought across realms as easy as eating. They were equivalent to over 10,000 Netherpassage experts. Just how terrifying was that? However, some people also scoffed at this challenge. Did Long Chen think that all geniuses in this world were in the Dragonblood Legion? What about the countless experts and geniuses of the sects? True Immortal Zhaoqi, Xie Luo, Di Feng, they were peak heavenly geniuses. They represented the greatest force of their respective powers. Moreover, the various powers had only sent a portion of their powers into the yin-yang world. They had all held a few geniuses back. The foundations of the major powers of the continent were too great to estimate. Many people thought that Long Chen was simply courting death. If he went to Heavenly Fate Island, then even without the Netherpassage experts interfering, just the monsters of the junior generation would be able to trample the Dragonblood Legion. After all, the strongest person in the Dragonblood Legion was just Long Chen. If an expert on True Immortal Zhaoqi's level charged into the Dragonblood Legion, they wouldn't be able to stop him. In any case, Long Chen's challenge had shaken the continent. The attention of the entire continent concentrated on Heavenly Fate Island. Heavenly Fate Island quickly responded to this news. The general meaning was that Long Chen had finally revealed his cowardly head, and that if he had continued to hide, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race would have been destroyed because of him. Long Chen's supporters were enraged at that reply. Heavenly Fate Island was absolutely shameless. It was clearly a conflict between the Zon beasts and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, but they had interfered and then blamed Long Chen. At the same time, Heavenly Fate Island released word that anyone from any power could come to Heavenly Fate Island to watch how they would uphold justice for the continent and remove a scourge from this world. Hopefully, the Justice Warriors of the world wouldn't miss this chance to make their name known. Heavenly Fate Island wasn't just openly allowing people to help, but they were encouraging the prideful geniuses to come and target Long Chen. This was their chance to defeat the strongest junior generation expert of the continent. They would only have this one chance. If they missed it, they would never have another chance. Long Chen's name had eclipsed the other geniuses of the continent. This should have been an era where many heavenly geniuses competed with each other, but after true immortal Zhaoqi, Huo Lian, and Xie Luo had joined hands and still failed to defeat Long Chen, they had solidified his position as the #1 expert. Although Lang Yuan had appeared in the end and interrupted their attacks, it didn't change the fact that Long Chen hadn't been defeated by them. Ever since Long Chen had been expelled by the Martial Heaven Alliance, the entire continent had grown uneasy. However, this news caused countless experts that had been hiding in their sects to fly toward Heavenly Fate Island. They were going to bear witness to this fight. Heavenly Fate Island was a mysterious existence. It wasn't an island surrounded by water but a floating island. It was a gigantic island measured in millions of miles. It floated in the central Zan region's southern domain. It was one of the continent's 4 great wonders. No one knew how it floated there. Most of the time, Heavenly Fate Island's experts stayed in seclusion and rarely interacted with the rest of the world. But during the next 3 days, they were extremely lively, with experts arriving with each passing day. Heavenly Fate Island's disciples greeted the newcomers. They were extremely courteous to those that came from Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the Zan beasts, the ancient family alliance, and those allied powers. But to the other experts, they turned up their noses. They had clearly received orders and were doing that on purpose. Long Chen, today, I, true immortal Zhaoqi, will personally cut off your head. The void rumbled, and a giant war chariot pulled by a 9-color celestial horse arrived. Chapter 1965. True immortal Zhaoqi arrived, appearing as overbearing as ever. However, when he walked off his war chariot, everyone couldn't help being stunned. The 5th heaven stage of Life Star. How did he advance so quickly? Just 3 months ago, when true immortal Zhaoqi had fought Hu Feng, he had just broken through to the 2nd heaven stage of Life Star. But now he was at the 5th heaven stage. The rumors say that he refined his race's only drop of Qilin essence blood. Perhaps the growth of his cultivation base is related to that. Then doesn't that mean that the Qilin Drake race has bet their entire future on him? Probably. Not only that, I heard true immortal Zhaoqi managed to fully awaken his manifestation. There's no way to estimate his power any longer. Countless figures on Heavenly Fate Island were staring up in shock at true immortal Zhaoqi. The people permitted to come here were either geniuses or people on the level of sect masters. They were all at the Life Star realm, with even Netherpassage experts amongst the seniors. These seniors couldn't help feeling that they were past their prime. They had once been figures that had led their generation. When they were young, they were the ones creating waves on the continent. But now, they saw their disciples advance to the Life Star realm at such a young age. They had no choice but to admit that this era was not their playing field. They had been reduced to spectators. Monsters like true immortal Zhaoqi in particular were so powerful that they made them feel despair. Even the old monsters that had been living for countless years had to retreat in front of him. The change in eras meant that they had to accept their age. True immortal Zhaoqi was extremely arrogant, and he directly entered Heavenly Fate Island with his Qilin war chariot. He had only just arrived when another group of people came. They weren't as overbearing as true immortal Zhaoqi, but they also raised waves. It's Xie Luo. The Righteous Path's experts retreated with fear. The leader of this group was Xie Luo, and there was a skeletal mark on his forehead. Where the skeleton's eyes were supposed to be, there were 2 flickering ghost flames. Just looking at them caused sharp pain in people's souls. They suddenly realized that their Yuan spirits had been injured just by looking at them. Beside Xie Luo were the other peak geniuses of the corrupt path. Of the 3 corrupt kings, Gui Yan was present, and while Ming Jia had been killed, he was now replaced by a short man who looked like a child. That one's Yan Wei. Supposedly, he was rivals with Ming Jia, and while they were mostly evenly matched, Ming Jia had a more powerful background, so his status was greater than Yan Wei. Quite a few righteous experts gathered in front of Heavenly Fate Island. Heavenly Fate Island had done this on purpose, saying that they were busy arranging things inside and having the righteous experts wait outside. However, the experts from the other factions were allowed to enter. When people questioned them over this, Their reply was that they hadn't expected so many people from the righteous path to come. There were only so many seats, and they were currently expanding things. However, no one believed this excuse. Heavenly Fate Island was clearly intent on giving them a show of power. Xie Luo didn't say a word and walked into Heavenly Fate Island. He was much more low-key than true immortal Zhaoqi. Gui Yan and Yan Wei also didn't say anything. Their gazes swept through the righteous path's experts, and their silent disdain was the greatest insult. Fuck, who do they think they are? Didn't they still have the crap beat out of them by senior apprentice brother Long Chen? Someone spat on the ground. Suddenly, the world rumbled. A giant flame sphere shot over like a meteorite, making everyone jump. That flame sphere was covered in divine runes. Its power was horrifying. Get out of the way. It's a paragon art. However, the flame sphere began to slow down, eventually dissipating and revealing a man wrapped in flames. Huo Lian. Startled cries rang out. It was actually Huo Lian, whose physical body had been destroyed by Long Chen. With his physical body destroyed, he had been cast aside from the rankings of the peak heavenly geniuses. No one had expected him to have recovered. No, that isn't a physical body. His body is made of flame runes. Someone suddenly noticed that his body wasn't wrapped in flames. It was made of flames. He actually replaced his physical body with a flame body. He looks even more terrifying than before. Huo Lian's flame fluctuations were so powerful that even Nether Passage experts felt afraid. If Huo Lian were to go all out, just how terrifying would he be? Huo Lian glanced at the crowd. People were shocked to see that he no longer had pupils. Instead, there were 2 flame runes. The current Huo Lian was no longer even human. He was a humanoid flame monstrosity. Anyone related to Long Chen, listen well. After I kill Long Chen, I'll exterminate all your sects. Huo Lian coldly looked over the crowd. His voice was not the voice of a human. It had a metallic grinding sound to it. That's purely bragging. I refuse to believe it. A disdainful voice rang out. A cloaked man appeared with a bow on his back. Everyone instantly recognized this person. On the martial heaven continent, only Mo Nian liked to wear a cloak that covered the upper part of his face. Just looking at his chin, many people might mistakenly think that whoever was inside was a fatty. But once he took off his cloak they would find that he wasn't actually fat. It was just some leftover baby fat. Mo Nian lazily pulled off his cloak, revealing his handsome face. This was one of his signature moves, but to be considerate to someone, he didn't use his signature slogan. Tisk tisk, young people shouldn't be so fiery all the time. Don't carelessly end up burning yourself to cinders, said Mo Nian. He looked curiously at Huo Lian's new body. Huo Lian roared and suddenly smashed a fist at Mo Nian. Flame energy condensed into a giant fist of flames. He's also reached the 5th heaven stage of Life Star. People immediately sensed his realm and couldn't help being shocked. Mo Nian snorted and his bow twanged. Space distorted, and Huo Lian's attack actually vanished within that twisted space. This is spatial energy. How is that possible? The Nether Passage experts let out startled cries. That was no ordinary magical art. It was a kind of law, something that even Nether Passage experts had only just managed to touch upon. How could Mo Nian possibly use such a profound power? Heaven and earth lock. After resolving Huo Lian's attack, Mo Nian took out a formation disc. The power of a dozen divine items suddenly erupted. The formation disc transformed into runic chains that were connected to a dozen divine items. Those divine items lit up, but all their light was absorbed by the chains. In the end, the divine items crumbled away, becoming nothing more than scrap iron. The divine items were crippled, but the runic chains blazed with light. They pierced toward Huo Lian. Huo Lian had prepared another attack after having his first attack failed. This new attack struck the runic chains and disappeared. Meanwhile, the chains enveloped Huo Lian, binding him. It's bad for your body to be so fiery. Let me help cool you off. Just as Huo Lian was chained, Mo Nian shockingly pulled down his pants, and a stream of urine fell toward Huo Lian. Everyone's jaws dropped. They were dumbfounded. What was Mo Nian doing? He was a peak genius, someone on the same level of fame as Long Chen. He would actually piss on someone. Some of the female cultivators hastily turned away, not daring to look. Mo Nian was too shameless to even do such a thing. Huo Lian's body was made of flames. The heat coming from him instantly vaporized his urine. Ah, brother, your flames are too strong. I can't help. Mo Nian was unable to extinguish Huo Lian's flames. Mo Nian, I will tear you into a million pieces. Huo Lian roared, and the chains binding him exploded. Even though he had sacrificed a dozen divine items, those runic chains could only hold him for a second. However, Mo Nian was also quite amazing to finish peeing in just a second. A normal person definitely couldn't do that. Huo Lian's flame energy erupted, and a sea of flames filled the surrounding space. He was about to attack when he suddenly stopped, staring in shock at Mo Nian. Chapter 1966. The wild Huo Lian instantly stopped, looking at Mo Nian in shock. The latter had actually taken out a formation disc again, but this time, there were hundreds of divine items behind him. Although those divine items were all quasi-divine items, the sight of so many of them was still shocking. The thing that people didn't understand was how Mo Nian was capable of controlling so many divine items. It had to be known that each divine item had its own item spirit. A person's spiritual strength was limited, and normally they could only control a single divine item. Controlling 2 divine items was difficult, and those who could control 3 to 5 were very rare. The fact that Mo Nian had taken out a dozen divine items before and instantly absorbed all their divine energy had already been shocking enough. Now he was doing the same thing, but with hundreds of them. Are you not coming? Don't worry, I won't kill you. But if you dare to come over, it won't just be piss this time. Mo Nian waved the formation disc at the shocked Huo Lian. You wretch, cursed Huo Lian. Huo Lian didn't know what method he had used, but when Mo Nian had sacrificed those divine items, the runic chains he had condensed had actually been able to bind Huo Lian. Huo Lian had been careless just now, however, if hundreds of divine items were sacrificed this time, the power would be dozens of times greater than before. Perhaps it might not be able to cause any serious harm to his flame body, but while he was bound, Mo Nian might actually crap on his head. The name of the Western wretch was not for nothing. Being humiliated in front of this many people was not something Huo Lian was willing to accept. Hehe, that's right, young people shouldn't be so fiery. Just look at me, I'm hard at work every day, but I don't complain. No matter how people curse me, it doesn't stop me. So, little fellow, try to calm down. Once you reach my realm, you'll understand. That's all I have to say to you. I'm going to enter now, so you can leave. Mo Nian actually swaggered past Huo Lian's body and into Heavenly Fate Island. Bastard! Wretch! Huo Lian clenched his teeth, furiously cursing Mo Nian and 18 generations of his ancestors. But he didn't dare to attack. He might not be afraid of Mo Nian's battle power, but he was afraid of his wicked moves. He had already been defeated by Long Chen, so this was his only chance to wipe away that disgrace. He had to focus on that, or he would forever be a laughingstock. I can enter on my own. If you dare to say a word, do you believe me when I say I'll toss you into a dung pit for 100 years? 2 of Heavenly Fate Island's disciples came to receive Mo Nian, but once he spoke, they didn't dare to move. Sometimes, the Western wretch was even more terrifying than the Eastern madman. At most, Long Chen would just kill you, but Mo Nian would make you live a life worse than death. He was constantly challenging mankind's limits when it came to wretched moves. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Mo Nian walked right in. Those disciples of Heavenly Fate Island didn't dare to stop him. Bastard, don't even think about leaving Heavenly Fate Island alive. Huo Lian silently cursed. He also walked in. Just a short while later, a shout rang out like thunder. The disciples of Heavenly Fate Island were knocked back, coughing up blood. Everyone turned to look. Just who was brazen enough to attack Heavenly Fate Island's disciples? They quickly saw a powerful elder standing at the gates, wielding a black wooden cane. It's the sect master of the heaven-splitting battle sect, Wu Guangyuan. It was the old man. The 7 bosses had also come, as well as dozens of Life Star disciples. Those disciples were led by Bao Buping and Chong Hao. Fuck, when I dominated the continent, your fathers were still playing in the mud. Who dares to block me? Shouted the old man. His temper was well known on the Martial Heaven continent, and after advancing to Nether Passage, it had only grown worse. He wouldn't give face to anyone. Back in the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters, he had even dared to fight Pill Valley's master, Yu Xiaoyun. What didn't he dare to do? As for the disciples blocking his path, if he didn't see that they were so weak that they weren't worth anything, he would have long since beaten them to death. Those disciples simply didn't know enough about the continent. They were busy focusing on comprehending the mysteries of fate, and so they hadn't recognized the old man immediately. The old man suddenly turned back at the righteous path's experts that had been kept out of Heavenly Fate Island. Can you bastards grow up a bit? Just because they don't want you to enter, you won't. You're going to endure it as they insult you. What if they want to kill you instead? Are you going to stick your necks out for them to slice off? You cowards of the righteous path embarrass me. After that scolding, the old man walked in with the experts of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Fuck, this senior is right. I'm going in. Who dares to block me? Someone in the crowd suddenly walked forward, pointing his spear at the disciples of Heavenly Fate Island. He had been inspired by Mo Nian and the old man. Others also shot into motion. They had long since been holding back their fury. Hey, you can't. That disciple was kicked away. Fuck off with your can't. Why is it that others can but we can't? If you make any more noise, I won't go in. Instead, I'll just kill you before leaving. Chaos reigned at the entrance. Heavenly Fate Island had tried to give a show of power to the righteous path, but the old man wouldn't accept such a thing. What a waste of all your years. No wonder you've raised a group of fools, you don't know how to follow rules. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out from deep within Heavenly Fate Island. It was the unfettered Alcir. He was mocking the old man for his rudeness. Don't play this meaningless game with me. Do you think people don't know about your plot? If you want something, then fight for it openly. The heaven-splitting battle sect's motto is fight or fuck off. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll topple your Heavenly Fate Island. The old man continued walking forward. Each time his cane touched the ground rumbled, indicating his determination. The unfettered Alcir didn't reply. In the senior generation, the old man had another nickname, which was the Old Madman. No one wanted to provoke him, because when he went crazy, he would do anything. If he was further angered, he might just start fighting before Long Chen even arrived. Countless experts followed along with the old man. Inside Heavenly Fate Island, they saw beautiful scenery, towering mountain ranges, long brooks, ancient trees. The spiritual chi here was extremely dense. This floating island was rich in precious minerals, but they weren't mined. Instead, they were connected by a formation to absorb the world's essence to nourish Heavenly Fate Island. This place was distant from the clamor of the mortal world. What a good place. But it's actually been occupied by a bunch of idiots, cursed Bao Buping. In comparison to Heavenly Fate Island, their heaven-splitting battle sect was like the home of a pack of beggars. Fuck, let's just kill them and take this island for ourselves. Chong Hao clenched his fist. Bao Buping and Chong Hao had just spoken when the old man kicked them both. Why'd you kick us? Are you two unfilial bastards thinking of establishing your own sect here? Furthermore, this place is like mist blocking your eyes. You see the leaf in front of your eyes, but not the forest behind you. Here, you're isolated from the rest of the world. You'll think that what you see here is the entire world, when in reality, you see nothing. That's why Heavenly Fate Island has never produced any true gods and has no divine inheritance. As for our heaven-splitting battle sect, we were once called the heaven-splitting divine sect because we had godlike existences. The reason our home is barren is so that your hearts can be clear. So what if I kick you? If it weren't to give you face because so many people were here, I'd beat the crap out of you. Your words are against the foundations of our ancestors, understood? Demanded the old man. Bao Buping and Chong Hao were startled. They hadn't expected there to be such a thing. They shut their mouths. They continued onward and eventually reached a giant platform. There were countless runes carved onto the platform. It was a giant calculating machine. There were already quite a few experts gathered here. They formed 3 factions. One was the neutral faction that was in the middle. To the left were the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance, while to the right were the allied powers of Pill Valley, the Zon Beasts, the Ancient Races, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, and the others. The old man saw Ku Jianying amongst the section for the Martial Heaven Alliance. His expression sank, but he still decided to sit on the edge of the Martial Heaven Alliance's side. Chapter 1967. The old man's arrival caused things to become quiet. Pill Valley's side had been in the midst of mocking the Martial Heaven Alliance's side, but they shut their mouths now. Everyone knew that when the old man was enraged, there was nothing he feared. They couldn't afford to provoke such a figure. The old man was standing on the very edge. Although he was sitting on the side of the Martial Heaven Alliance, he clearly didn't want to mix with them. Seeing that, Ku Jianying was sad. Clearly, the matter of her expelling Long Chen was still fresh in the old man's mind. She didn't mind if others didn't understand her actions. But this coldness from the old man hurt her. I'll go over. Li Tianxuan stood up. Leave it. That old bastard, he won't listen to anyone. Don't bother. Hu Jianying shook her head. This is just a misunderstanding. We can resolve it, said Li Tianxuan. This choice had been something he had forced Hu Jianying to make. Hence, he didn't feel it was fair for the old man to blame her. Not all misunderstandings can be resolved. Resolving one misunderstanding will just create a second one. The two of us are fated to be like this for this lifetime. Hu Jianying looked at the old man's figure. She sighed with disappointment. Li Tianxuan couldn't reply to this. Clearly, the old man and Hu Jianying's conflicting views went deeper than others saw. The old man's arrival also brought in thousands of righteous experts. They all paid their respects to Hu Jianying. Only through a brief conversation with them did Hu Jianying learn why so few of her people had entered in a long time. So it was all caused by Heavenly Fate Island. She frowned, about to stand, but was stopped by Li Tianxuan. Li Tianxuan smiled. Today, we're just spectators, and Long Chen is the main character. He already sent word to me that there's nothing we have to do. We can just calmly watch. That little brat, he's the same as the old bastard. He actually doesn't tell me anything. I'll properly beat him once he's safe, said Hu Jianying irritably. After Long Chen had been expelled, he had sent word to the old man and Li Tianxuan through the Huayan sect. However, he hadn't sent any news to her. It was like he was treating her like an outsider. Alliance head, I approve of this plan. If you don't properly put him in his place, wouldn't he get himself killed sooner or later? Making you, who are busy with thousands of things every day, worry about him so much, he definitely has to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, Mo Nian, who was sitting beside Yi Lingshan, jumped in. He wouldn't give up any chance to con Long Chen. Yi Lingshan found it difficult to tolerate Mo Nian. There was no way to talk with him. When he spoke, he ended all conversations, as no one could reply to him. Perhaps the only one who could keep up with him was Long Chen. Bastard, don't think that you're any better than Long Chen. Stop trying to seduce my apprentice. She won't be marrying out. So, unless you want to marry in, you should give up. My apprentice couldn't be seduced by Long Chen, so don't think that your little skills are enough. I'm not trying to give you a blow, but you're a far cry from Long Chen in that regard, said Hu Jianying. Just who was Hu Jianying? Did Mo Nian's thoughts have the slightest possibility of escaping her gaze? Furthermore, she didn't really like Mo Nian, feeling him to be even more unreliable than Long Chen. When he smiled, it was truly unbearably wretched. Alliance head, this is where you're wrong. My lack of skills in this regard is due to a lack of experience. A lack of experience shows that I am a pure man, completely different from a rogue like Long Chen. Even if 1,000 flowers were to drown me, I wouldn't touch them. Just ask yourself, who is as pure as I am on the martial heaven continent? Mother-in-law, just agree for my sake. Mo Nian actually knelt down before Hu Jianying, even changing the way he addressed her. Yi Lingshan was embarrassed and enraged. She had an urge to kick him. She had countless pursuers, but it was her first time seeing someone like Mo Nian. Yi Lingshan's desire came true. Mo Nian was kicked away by Hu Jianying. Perhaps it was coincidence or on purpose, but he flew over to the old man. The old man reached and caught him. Mo Nian hastily bowed. Many thanks, father-in-law. The experts present almost coughed up blood. Mo Nian was talented. Everyone in the senior generation knew of the old man and Hu Jianying's relationship. If it weren't for their tempers being too fiery, the two of them would have long since ended up together. For him to call the old man father-in-law at this moment was quite perfect. The old man's expression was odd, but he didn't refute this appellation. He glanced at the distant Hu Jianying. Little fellow, for you to be brothers with Long Chen means you have some skill. Don't spend all day messing around. Men should be men. As long as you are strong enough, can't you find any woman you want? Rather than constantly pestering someone, wouldn't it be better to conserve some face? Seeing that the old man didn't refuse the title of father-in-law, Hu Jianying's heart softened slightly. At least, she was still in the old man's heart. HMPH, if he cared about face, would he be called the Western wretch? A cold voice rang out in the distance. It was Huo Lian. Mo Nian angrily pointed at him. Little brat, get out here. I'll properly teach you how to behave. Was the piss bath not enough for you? This time I'll fix that. Seeing Mo Nian directly challenge Huo Lian, The old man nodded, feeling that he had at least some mannerisms of an expert. But then his expression darkened. Just what expert would do something like urinate on an opponent? Huo Lian suppressed his anger at that comment and sneered, "Who do you think you are? A little mouse who hides all day. If I were to fight you all out, you would just run in your tortoise shell. Furthermore, today's main character is Long Chen. Once I kill Long Chen, I'll handle you, you wretch." Exactly, a wretch like Mo Nian only knows how to run. It runs in the family, cursed someone else. This person was wearing robes of the ancient family alliance and seemed to have immense enmity with Mo Nian. "Mo Nian, if you swear to fight to the death and not run, Brother Huo will definitely fight with you. But do you dare?" This time it was someone from the ancient races. Before the Yin-Yang world, Mo Nian's tomb digging had been limited to the ancient family alliance. But after it, Mo Nian had expanded his work to the ancient races, the corrupt path, the Zon beasts, and the other powers. Apparently, during these past few months, Mo Nian had been crazily digging up tombs. Most days, he would manage to dig up 7 ancient tombs in a day, infuriating the various large sects and families. They would then hunt him down as best as they could, but with the earth-splitting divine shuttle, no one could stop him. When he was still in the soul transformation realm, he had been able to easily escape his pursuers. Now that he was at the Life Star realm, he was even more difficult to catch. No one could do anything to him. The most hateful thing of all was that Mo Nian wasn't just flipping through their tombs and taking their treasures. He also brought their ancestors' corpses up to the sun, defiling them. It was a great taboo, but Mo Nian did it. He had sworn to do this in the battle in the Yin-Yang world. They wanted to kill him. Then fine, Long Chen would be in charge of killing the living people, while he would be in charge of digging up the dead people. The various large powers spent all day trembling in fear that their ancient tombs would be targeted next. They spent a huge amount of money and manpower on guarding their tombs. Before this, most enmities would be resolved by charging at the actual sect, not their ancient tombs. Mo Nian was the first to use this method of revenge, which only made people hate him more. That was why thousands of experts immediately began to speak up to curse Mo Nian now. On his own, there was no way that Mo Nian could curse back at all these people. "Don't be a coward. Go ahead. If any of their old fellows want to interfere, I'll help you handle them," said the old man. Mo Nian looked back at him. Inside, he thought to himself, "Old man, I'm not as crazy as that. A single Huo Lian would be tough enough. There's still true immortal Zhaoqi, Xie Luo, and the tens of thousands of heavenly geniuses from the other powers. Are you trying to get me killed? Cough, father-in-law, I want to go kill them, but the main character is Long Chen. I can't fight over the limelight with him. I'll wait for him before doing anything," said Mo Nian. In the end, he obediently returned to his original position. However, seeing Yi Lingshan glare at him, Mo Nian helplessly hid behind Li Tianxuan. Li Tianxuan was very amicable and polite. Mo Nian held him in high esteem. Mo Nian had just sat down when a ruckus occurred. A young man had walked in. He was handsome and even scholarly, but it wasn't because of his looks that people were startled. It was because of the giant die behind him that was constantly spinning. The gambling heavenly Dao's heir, Hu Feng. People's hearts shook. Hu Feng was an extremely mysterious existence. His fight against true immortal Zhaoqi had caused his fame to skyrocket. Although the two of them had just been probing each other, Hu Feng's strange fighting style had left a deep impression on them. Some people even suspected him of being the continent's strongest expert, but he was too low-key for them to see just how strong he was. Hu Feng's arrival drew everyone's attention. Hu Feng looked around, and then, upon seeing Mo Nian, he cupped his fists. "Brother Mo Nian, it's been a while. I'm glad to see you as healthy and graceful as ever." Chapter 1968, Haha, it's been a while. Why don't you come and sit over here? Things are very lively here. Mo Nian laughed, seeming very familiar with Hu Feng. "No, I'll be over there. Next time, I hope I'll be able to treat you to some wine as thanks for your pure water mercury." Hu Feng gracefully declined Mo Nian's proposal. That kind of thing couldn't be decided randomly. If he went over there, that would be equivalent to joining the Martial Heaven Alliance's side. Hence, he chose to sit in the neutral camp. Hehe, that's fine. Let me tell you, there's plenty of that stuff within old tombs. I can get you as much as you want. I can even sell it to you wholesale. The more you buy, the greater the discount, said Mo Nian. Pure water mercury was a very peculiar thing. It was normally used to seal stone statues or coffins. But it was unknown what Hu Feng was using such a thing for. This kind of mercury would naturally absorb the earth's essence to grow, but above ground, it would absorb spiritual qi and slowly dissipate. Mo Nian spent a great deal of time underground, so he had quite a bit of this stuff. After a coincidental encounter, Hu Feng had bought a great deal of his stock. Originally, Mo Nian was planning on simply giving it to him, but Hu Feng had refused, insisting on buying it. The expressions of the opposing experts sank. Mo Nian had obtained that pure water mercury from their tombs. This was unbearable. Hu Feng hadn't expected Mo Nian to directly announce this matter to everyone. He couldn't help being a bit embarrassed. But he didn't say anything and sat down in the neutral camp. Big brother, are you very powerful? Hu Feng had just sat down when a little girl pulled on his sleeve. Ah, not very powerful. Hu Feng was startled. Just how was he supposed to answer this question? If he said yes, it would be showing off. If he said no, it would appear like fake modesty. Zan don't cause trouble. Suddenly, another woman came running over, grabbing the girl. This girl was Qi Zan, while the person pulling her was her big sister, the one who was on the same level of fame as Yi Lingshan in Clearwind City, Qi Fengshui. Qi Fengshui apologized, I'm sorry, my little sister doesn't understand things and might say something offensive. Hu Feng smiled. It's fine, it's very rare to see someone so pure and without other motives in the cultivation world. Hee, I knew that Big Brother was a good person. Big Brother Long Chen is also a good person. If Brother Long Chen comes and can't beat these bad people, can you help him? Shouldn't good people help good people? Asked Qi Zan. Well, Hu Feng was immediately at a loss for words. Zan stop it, hurry and sit. Qi Fengshui's expression darkened. This place was the neutral camp, and since they were here, they couldn't participate in the fighting between the two sides. She was regretting bringing Qi Zan. But if she didn't bring her sister, she would cause an even bigger fuss. Seeing Qi Fengshui's expression, Qi Zan immediately began to cry. You're not a good person. Big Brother Long Chen saved me in the yin-yang world, but you're not going to help the person who saved your little sister. Is the point of cultivation to just protect your own hide? Qi Fengshui's expression became unnatural. Although Qi Zan was naive, she still understood how to repay kindness. But even if Qi Fengshui understood that, what could she do? She wasn't just one person. She represented the heaven-reaching ancient castle and needed to be cautious with her actions. Long Chen, have you arrived yet? This time, I'll go at it with you 300 times. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. A large, fat man with a fierce-looking face walked in. He had a giant butcher's knife on his shoulder. A startled cry rang out. This fatty was a disciple of the wine god Palace, Tu Qiansheng. The current Tu Qiansheng had advanced to the Nether Passage realm. When he walked in, an intense alcoholic smell filled people's noses. The smell was burning hot. As soon as people smelled it, they coughed, feeling like they couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha, fatty, you've come. Get over here. We missed you. Boss Bao laughed and enthusiastically called out to him. The other bosses all stood excitedly. Seeing them, Tu Qiansheng was delighted and hastily went over to give them a fierce embrace. Fuck, I encountered quite a few irritating pigs that tried not to let me in. I actually thought that Long Chen had already arrived, cursed Tu Qiansheng. At this time, they saw that Tu Qiansheng's blade was covered in blood. Hearing this, they understood that those that had blocked him had probably met an untimely end. Greetings, senior. Tu Qiansheng bowed to the old man. No need for that nonsense. We know you have some good wine. Come, let us taste your new wine. Your wine's the strongest in this world. Boss Bao gulped down his saliva. Tu Qiansheng and the 7 bosses directly began to drink. Even the old man joined in. The smell of alcohol filled the air. After one gulp of Tu Qiansheng's wine, Boss Bao breathed fire. The air was ignited. Fuck, if I wasn't familiar with you, I'd think that you were feeding us wine. This wine's addictive, laughed Boss Bao. Tu Qiansheng's wine was domineering. Ever since he had helped Long Chen escape the Grand Shah and slaughtered his old enemies, undoing the knot in his heart, his wine Dao had progressed even further. Even the old man exclaimed that this wine was good. He even forgot about his previous displeasure with Ku Jianying. Tu Qiansheng, why have you come here? Is the wine god Palace planning on interfering with Long Chen's matter? Demanded an elder from Heavenly Fate Island. The Wine God Palace is the Wine God Palace, while I am Tu Qianshang. I've come here to drink wine with Long Chen. What does the rest have to do with me or the Wine God Palace? Other than that, don't stand so high. Count yourself lucky today that I haven't drunk that much, or I'd have cut off your head, said Tu Qianshang coldly before ignoring him. Tu Qianshang's temper was very much to the old man's liking. His wine was even more to his appetite. After drinking a few bowls, he even forgot that this place was Heavenly Fate Island. More and more people were arriving, but Ku Jianying was disappointed to see more and more experts of the righteous path standing with Pill Valley. There was also a portion standing in the neutral camp. Alliance head, don't feel bad. The waves wash away the sand, leaving behind the gold. It might be painful, but only through this can we be stronger, comforted Li Tianxuan. I understand the theory, but are people truly emotionless? Seeing those people that followed me into death in battle against the corrupt path now standing with the corrupt path, I can't say that my heart doesn't hurt. Ku Jianying shook her head. As time passes, people's hearts change. They followed you because of your charisma, because of their hot blood, but also because the righteous path was on the verge of destruction. If they didn't want to die, they had to fight. They didn't fight out of some noble desire. It was their only option back then. But now they have more options. Only now can we see who truly belongs to the righteous path, said Li Tianxuan indifferently. These seniors of his had been people he had once worshipped in his youth. But now, seeing the hypocrisy of the world, he didn't feel anything. Di Feng has arrived. A flying boat shot over and a man walked off it. It was Di Long's son, the ancient family alliance's #1 genius, Di Feng. Following him, a large group of experts from the ancient family alliance walked off the boat as well. These disciples were young, but they had reached the midlife star realm. Their auras were shockingly powerful. Di Feng's gaze swept through the crowd. His eyes landed on Mo Nian. Mo Nian, do you dare have a battle to the death with me? Just you. Last time, if it weren't for the sudden eruption in the yin-yang world, you'd have already been killed by me. You had to lay down a trap for me in the yin-yang world, and for you to challenge me again, I guarantee you've prepared another trap for me, because you simply have no confidence in beating me. The same trap used twice is meaningless, said Mo Nian lazily. HMPH, isn't that because you're a cowardly mouse? You just keep running. In a real fight, do you think I'm afraid of you? Mocked Di Feng. Mo Nian was about to reply when everyone felt a chill. Two graceful figures walked in. Snow swirled around those two figures, and a biting chill struck the air. The two of them were like ice goddesses. One of them was the ice fairy, Yi Ziqiu. But the one beside her was a beautiful woman looking to be in her late 20s. There was a snowflake mark on her forehead. Upon seeing that woman, the senior generation was deeply stunned. Ku Jianying jumped up. Even the old man and the others stopped drinking, staring at her with disbelief. Why would she come? Chapter 1969. I didn't expect the great Taoist Heavenly Feather to come to my Heavenly Fate Island. I'm sorry I couldn't personally greet you at the door. Space twisted, and the unfettered Alcir finally appeared. When they heard the name Taoist Heavenly Feather, the experts present all jumped. That was a legendary name, an existence that had reached the peak of Nether Passage at least and might have reached an even higher realm. Taoist Heavenly Feather was someone that almost no one had ever met. She existed almost exclusively in legend. However, she was the current master of the Divine Ice Palace. Her ice energy could only be called terrifying. As soon as she arrived, anyone with a cultivation base that had reached a certain level could feel her immense power. Although they might not have personally seen her before, they could guess her identity because only Taoist Heavenly Feather's ice energy had reached such a state. In truth, the swirling snow in the air was caused by Yi Ziqiu's power. Taoist Heavenly Feather's ice energy was under her perfect control, so only those that had reached a certain level could sense it. She was a supreme expert of the senior generation. Even Ku Jianying, the old man, and the others had to stand, and the unfettered Alcir was forced to come greet her. There's no need to be so formal. I've been in my humble home for many years. Now that the great era has come, it just so happened that I wanted to see which great geniuses are rising. I also get to exercise these old bones of mine. Otherwise, I might start getting rusty. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, not like Yi Ziqiu's icy voice. She had reached a perfect level of control in her energy. Just based on appearance, no one would be able to tell that she was a terrifying ice cultivator. Although Taoist Heavenly Feather looked young, she was definitely an old monster. Her age was probably much greater than anyone else present. Senior is too courteous. May I ask where you wish to sit? The unfettered Alseer asked cautiously. Yi Ziqiu and Long Chen's relationship was known to all, while Taoist Heavenly Feather was Yi Ziqiu's master. If Taoist Heavenly Feather had come as Long Chen's reinforcements, to call it troublesome would be an understatement. Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled slightly. I'll just sit here, there's no need for you to worry about me. Today, I am merely a spectator. Saying that, Taoist Heavenly Feather sat in the neutral camp. As for Yi Ziqiu, she bowed to Taoist Heavenly Feather, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, walked over to the Martial Heaven Alliance's side. Senior, this. The unfettered Alseer looked at Taoist Heavenly Feather. Young people have their own thoughts. I can't force her. Before joining my palace, I promised her that I would not take away her identity as one of the warriors of the Dragonblood Legion. However, don't worry, while she is fighting as a warrior of the Dragonblood Legion, she is not a disciple of my Divine Ice Palace. In other words, if she died at your hands today, I won't do anything, said Taoist Heavenly Feather lightly. Although that was what she said, the unfettered Alseer was not at ease at all. However, he couldn't do anything about it. There were still over 2 hours before the time that Long Chen had set. More and more experts trickled in. When one particular woman walked in, it once more caused an uproar. She wore pure white robes, and there was a certain rhythm to her movements that were like music. She was beautiful and elegant, possessing a graceful air. It's the Zither Fairy. The Zither Fairy Ziyan had come. She was more reserved than before she had entered the yin-yang world. There was a hidden sharpness behind her soft gaze. She seemed to have matured, and even in the face of so many experts, her expression didn't change. I heard that this woman has a romantic relationship with Long Chen. I wonder if it's true or not, whispered Mo Nian. Yi Ziqiu, who had been sitting with Yi Lingshan, spat out, wretch. Yi Lingshan couldn't hold back a laugh. Even Ku Jianying snickered. No one had expected Yi Ziqiu to say such a thing. As Mo Nian was speechless, Yi Lingshan said, you deserve it. Who asked you to constantly try to con Long Chen? Big Sister Zichou's words are entirely correct. Everyone knew about Long Chen's relationship with Yi Ziqiu. In the Julie secret realm, Yi Ziqiu had sacrificed herself to protect Long Chen. She had died in front of Long Chen, and he had gone crazy, slaughtering his enemies and making rivers of blood flow. Then when a powerful expert came to take away her corpse, Long Chen was willing to fight to the death to protect her. There were actually many versions of their romance story spread throughout the cultivation world. It was the stuff that romance novels were made of. For Mo Nian to intentionally sow dissension between Yi Ziqiu and Long Chen by mentioning this matter was truly wretched. However, for such a word to come from an ice beauty like Yi Ziqiu tasted very peculiar. Ziyan greets Taoist Heavenly Feather. Ziyan first bowed toward Taoist Heavenly Feather. Her voice was soft and seemed to be one with the heavenly Taos, as if her words were echoed by the world. Taoist Heavenly Feather was pleasantly surprised. You've awakened the voice of the heavens. It seems that another divine emissary is about to be born. The 7-string C suppressing zither has finally accepted you as a successor. Excellent. Taoist Heavenly Feather's words puzzled the surrounding experts. What voice of the heavens, what divine emissary? It seemed that she was talking about some secret. Ziyan merely smiled. She then walked over to the Martial Heaven Alliance's side, or more specifically, toward Yi Ziqiu. Ziyan greets Big Sister. Yi Ziqiu stood and bowed slightly without saying anything. Last time, when they had been about to be devoured by that curtain of darkness, it had been Ziyan who had saved them. Yi Ziqiu thought about thanking her now, but she knew that Ziyan belonged to the elusive Music Immortal Palace. That was a neutral sect, and thanking her here wasn't too suitable. For Ziyan to walk over to the Martial Heaven Alliance's side caused the expressions of Pill Valley's side to darken. Bastard! Di Feng clenched his fists, and a vein jumped on his forehead. He was jealous. What was so attractive about Long Chen that he had managed to seduce so many heavenly fairies? True immortal Zhaoqi, Huo Lian, and the others were all jealous. Ziyan's status was just that high. She could look down on any one of them. Why was she so focused on Long Chen? Ziyan's music Dao was a cultivation method that could bring her closer to the heavenly Daos. If she used her music Dao to help others comprehend the Dao, they would be able to cultivate faster and easier. Just how many heavenly geniuses longed to dual cultivate with Ziyan? They would probably ascend to the heavens if their dreams came true. However, Ziyan didn't give any of them a second glance. The only one she cared about was Long Chen. Long Chen had harmed her several times, even raising his blade against her, but she still wasn't able to forget him. Just what did she mean when she called Yi Ziqiu big sister? Was she joining her? Were they sharing a husband? Where was the heaven, justice? Hey, hello, I'm Mo Nian, Long Chen's good brother. We've actually met. Mo Nian also stood. Hello, I can't stay here for long. After greeting my big sister, I have to leave. Sorry, please forgive me. Ziyan respectfully said hello to Mo Nian before leaving, going to the neutral camp and finding a place for herself to sit. What the fuck, I'm only given this little face. Mo Nian was speechless. Yi Ziqiu sat back down and was curious inside. Just now, Ziyan had sent her a spiritual message. We are both successors of the martial heaven continent's fate. She didn't know what that was supposed to mean, but it seemed that at the very least, they wouldn't be enemies in the future. She looked toward her master, confused. Taoist Heavenly Feather sent her a message. She is correct, she has already taken that step, but you have not. Yi Ziqiu's heart shook. She seemed to have understood something. Suddenly, immense pressure crashed down from the sky. One figure after another appeared. Yu Xiaoyun had come along with the other supreme leaders. The corrupt paths Xie Wenchen, the ancient family alliances Di Long, the Zan beasts Peng Wanli, the bloodkill halls Zhang Ziyang, and the ancient races, Long Zhengkang were all with him. Each of them was a powerful figure in their own right. Adding on the master of Heavenly Fate Island, the unfettered Alseer, all the leaders who had gone to the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance to force Ku Jianying to expel Long Chen had come. Greetings, Taoist Heavenly Feather. Yu Xiaoyun and the others cupped their fists toward Taoist Heavenly Feather. After all, her seniority was just too high. Even they didn't dare to be arrogant in front of her. Taoist Heavenly Feather nodded slightly toward them, not saying anything. She had already said that she was just here to watch and had no intention of upstaging anything. Haha, how lively. So many of our clients are here. Our Huayan sect has also come to watch. We wouldn't be locked outside, would we? Just at this moment, two people walked in. They were the assistant sect master of the Huayan sect, Hua Mingshang, and Zheng Wenlong. This time, Ma Ruyun, the sect master, hadn't come. However, Hua Mingshang was enough because the majority of the Huayan sect's businesses were handled by him. Of course we wouldn't. We welcome you. It just so happens you can bear witness to how Long Chen dies. If you miss this chance, it would truly be a pity, sneered Yu Xiaoyun. Hua Mingshang smiled. He was about to speak when a disdainful voice rang out from the distance, causing everyone's hearts to shake. How I die isn't something you'll get to see. However, there's a good chance that I'll be letting you rest in peace today. Chapter 1970. Following that voice that caused countless hearts to wildly pound, everyone saw a black-robed Long Chen walk in. The current Long Chen was extremely calm. He had no fear, nor anger. The only expression on his face was disdain toward his enemies. Even though this place had gathered the top powers of the entire continent, he was looking down on them. He was walking casually like he was strolling through his own backyard. Long Chen had really come. The experts who had gathered as spectators knew that something major was about to occur today. Last time, because of Long Chen, a war had almost erupted throughout the continent. However, he had escaped, and Ku Jianying had expelled him from the Martial Heaven Alliance, resulting in that war not occurring. Some praised Ku Jianying for her foresight and judgment as well as how she thought about the lives of this world. However, the rest called her powerless and weak, letting her own disciple suffer without standing up for him. They said that she had lost her domineering manner and was no longer fit to be a leader. Last time, the war was avoided because Long Chen had escaped. But now, he had come to a place where the top experts of every major power had gathered. How would he be able to escape this time? This place was a nest of monsters, but he had still thrown himself in. Furthermore, this nest was created because of him. There was no way his enemies would let him leave alive. If he died, what would the Martial Heaven Alliance do? If he died and the Martial Heaven Alliance didn't do anything about it, they would lose all their supporters. Those people had seen how much Long Chen had done for the Martial Heaven Alliance. So if he died, the Martial Heaven Alliance would be forced to go to war. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep their people. Today, even the 4 Grand Elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance had come. They were sitting behind Ku Jianying, looking like statues. But everyone knew that those four possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth before they died. Right now, Long Chen would decide the fate of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Countless young disciples stood up, shouting toward him. There were hundreds of thousands of them, some of them so emotional that they cried. The most emotional ones were those that had fought alongside him in the Yin-Yang world. They had managed to comprehend the life and death tide in the Yin-Yang world thanks to the Dragonblood Legion's protection. Because of it, they had advanced to the Life Star realm without the slightest difficulty. This was thanks to Long Chen, thanks to the Dragonblood Legion, and thanks to their fellow comrades who had sacrificed themselves to protect them. They would never forget this. They had been the most furious ones when Long Chen was expelled. Some of them had also wanted to leave the Martial Heaven Alliance because of it. Seeing Long Chen now, it was like they had returned to the Yin-Yang world, when they had fought alongside him. Their voices raged like thunder. Long Chen is irreplaceable. Seeing Long Chen cause such a reaction just by arriving, Yi Lingshan smiled bitterly. She knew that no matter how she turned out, she would never compare to Long Chen in this regard. You'll have to work hard. Because you are a woman, you have to work harder to show that you won't lose to any man, comforted Ku Jianying. However, Ku Jianying was also amazed by Long Chen's charisma, which was irresistible to both men and women. His wild nature and his guts to risk his life for others without hesitation made others also willing to do the same for him. She suspected that these people possessed such a level of loyalty to him that as long as he beckoned, they would go fight to the death with him. Fuck, being a show-off without even trying is so cool. Mo Nian sighed. Just how was it that Long Chen received such a welcome, while he was practically overlooked? When he had come, although he had also caused a disturbance, that had just been jeering and cursing, not this worshipful display. How was the difference between them so great? Brothers, after today, we can have a real match. There's no leaving until we're all drunk, and even when we're all drunk, there will be no leaving. Long Chen cupped his fists toward those disciples. His response was a heroic roar from those disciples. HMPH, you won't be living past today. True immortal Zhaoqi's icy voice rang out. He was already standing and pointing his halberd at Long Chen. Long Chen ignored him, not even glancing in his direction. He first bowed to Ku Jianying. Alliance head, sorry for the trouble. I was the one who left the Martial Heaven Alliance, but I made you carry the burden. I will go apologize at your door another day. Hearing this, quite a few people looked at Ku Jianying with surprise. Long Chen was the one who had wanted to leave the Martial Heaven Alliance. People didn't quite believe it. Was Long Chen lying to help out Ku Jianying? The reason I left the Martial Heaven Alliance is because I am establishing my own power. Starting today, my Dragonblood Legion is joining the ranks of the major powers on the continent as the #1 legion of this world. So I'd like everyone who has come here today to bear witness to this. Today, this world will be losing a Heavenly Fate Island but gaining a Dragonblood Legion, announced Long Chen. How brazen. It seems you've already gone insane. My Heavenly Fate Island has been standing for countless years. We've borne witness to the rise and fall of the continent. How could a little brat like you do anything to us? Sneered the unfettered Alseer. Long Chen looked at him and smiled. That smile seemed to be a mix of disdain and pity. Don't focus your gazes on me. First, you should look up. Long Chen pointed toward the sky. What? He plans on undergoing tribulation here? Mo Nian looked up and jumped in shock. At some point, black tribulation clouds had started to slowly revolve in the sky. There was a majestic energy growing within those clouds that made everyone feel uneasy. Taoist Heavenly Feather looked up at those black clouds, a touch of shock appearing in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything. Ha ha ha, how laughable. I know you've used this method before, but did you think that Heavenly Fate Island was defenseless? I'll tell you the truth. This Heavenly Fate platform that we're on has the innate ability to screen us from the very heavens. Otherwise, cultivators of fate would have been locked down by the heavens and turned to dust for our defiant actions. To think that you didn't even know this yet wanted to use lightning tribulation against us. Let alone you, even a Nether Passage expert's tribulation would be screened off. Now that you know this, you can die in peace, laughed the unfettered Alseer. Suddenly, all of Heavenly Fate Island shook, and pillars of light shot out of the platform that they were on. The light condensed into a giant barrier around all of Heavenly Fate Island. Haha, do you see? Your little tricks are nothing, sneered the unfettered Alseer. Following the arrival of the barrier, the black clouds slowly dissipated. Long Chen looked at the sky calmly without replying. What, have you been dumbfounded? Hurry up and come face your death. This time, it was Huo Lian speaking. The flame runes in his eyes revolved. Long Chen, don't worry. If heavenly tribulation is no good, then we can just use the blades in our hands to kill them, said the old man. That's right, even though I'm called a butcher, I haven't slaughtered pigs in a long time, added Tu Qiansheng. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we're willing to fight to the death with you. Even the Life Star disciples joined in, all of them raising their weapons, their auras rising. Seeing that scene, Yu Xiaoyun smiled faintly. This was precisely the result that he had wanted. However, at this moment, Long Chen waved his hand dismissively. A little heavenly fate island doesn't require all of you to fight. Just watch patiently. Of course, having a few cups of wine and a few snacks will make the show more enjoyable. Heavenly Fate Island claims to be able to read the heavens, to read life, and to read death, but I believe all of that to be bragging. They are just a group of conmen. Today, I'll expose their true faces. It was like something had shattered within Long Chen's body. A majestic aura surged out. A gust of wind unfurled with Long Chen at its center. The wind was like knives scraping against their faces. Startled cries rang out, but that wasn't all. Long Chen's aura was only growing stronger. People had no choice but to defend against it with their spiritual yuan. He's just attacking the Life Star realm. How can his aura be so powerful? Even the Nether Passage experts were stunned. This was merely the final bottleneck, but this aura was 10 times greater than most Life Star experts. As his aura grew, space rumbled. A terrifying pressure crashed down and surged through Heavenly Fate Island. HMPH, it's useless. Within this formation, the heavens cannot find you. The tribulation cannot sense. The unfettered Alcir came to a sudden stop, his smile becoming rigid. He then slowly looked up, his expression changing. Chapter 1971. There was no change in the sky, but the barrier that was enveloping Heavenly Fate Island was starting to crack. But this is impossible. The unfettered Alcir's expression completely changed. Even a Nether Passage expert's tribulation would be blocked off in this special location. That was not just bragging. It was truly the case, with multiple examples in history. Even the tribulations of an even higher realm could be screened off, so the unfettered Alcir had felt complete disdain for Long Chen's actions. However, although there were no clouds, although there were no signs of heavenly tribulation, the barrier was starting to break. Suddenly, Long Chen let out a roar at the sky. His divine ring spun behind him, and light erupted out of his eyes. In front of countless experts' shocked gazes, Heavenly Fate Island's grand formation shattered. At the same time as the formation shattered, the sky rumbled and a streak of lightning appeared in the air, coiling into a giant lightning ring. Every single person present, regardless of cultivation base, felt an extreme sense of danger. The might of the heavens enveloped them. It really is a tribulation of legends. But Long Chen is just a mortal. How is he supposed to pass this tribulation? Taoist Heavenly Feather slowly stood up and began to walk away, muttering to herself. Seeing this, Yi Ziqiu hastily followed, holding her arm. Master, Yi Ziqiu was befuddled. You should get further away. This heavenly tribulation is very dangerous. It's not something a human can endure, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. It's not something a human can endure. Then who can endure it? Asked Yi Ziqiu. A monster. Taoist Heavenly Feather showed a smile that was not a smile and walked out of Heavenly Fate Island. Yu Xiaoyun, Xie Wenchen, Peng Wanli, Di Long, and the others also rushed away. Although they had been shocked by this sight, they hadn't thought about leaving. But the fact that Taoist Heavenly Feather would walk away gave them a bad feeling. Suddenly, a pillar of lightning crashed down from the center of the lightning ring, attacking Long Chen. Lightning exploding, filling the sky with blinding light. The old man and the others had already left. Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was so terrifying that the pressure it exuded even before descending was enough to make them feel ice cold. Curious, why does it seem that this attack has no power behind it? The strange thing was that although this attack seemed like a furious attack intent on killing him in one blow, it was more like a firework. Although there was brilliant light, it didn't have much power. Even an ordinary Life Star expert would have been able to block it. This attack was just to create a mark, so it had no power, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. A mark? Everyone was dumbfounded. Only now did Ku Jianying bring the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts to greet Taoist Heavenly Feather. The previous situation hadn't been appropriate for her to do so, as it would have felt like she was trying to pull her onto her side. Now everyone was standing together as they retreated from Heavenly Fate Island. Senior, do you know the origin of Long Chen's heavenly tribulation? Probed Ku Jianying. Taoist Heavenly Feather seemed amicable enough and didn't seem to discriminate against anybody. I know a bit, however, I'm not sure about all of it, so let's just keep watching. This heavenly tribulation exists only in legend, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. At this moment, the sky darkened, and tribulation clouds covered the sky. It was like the world had fallen into eternal night, into endless death. It looked like the end of the world. Just as people were terrified for their lives, a pillar of light lit up this dark world. It landed at the center of the Heavenly Fate platform, right on Long Chen. Within the darkness, the only light was that pillar. It was like Long Chen was the only one in this world. Lightning runes began to appear around Long Chen, making him appear godly. Even the heavens are helping him show off. That's definitely unprecedented. I, Mo Nian, have to admit my defeat. Mo Nian sighed. This was something that he would never be able to surpass. Long Chen looked up at the sky, his eyes calm as water. He had no thoughts of showing off because he knew that this would be his most difficult tribulation yet. He could already feel a sensation of death enveloping him. The sky suddenly exploded. The light spread, covering a wide area of Heavenly Fate Island. The unfettered Alcir's expression immediately sank. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was something he had never seen. If he allowed it to continue, Heavenly Fate Island would be turned into ruins. Kill him, don't let him undergo tribulation. 4 young disciples immediately stood up amongst the people of Heavenly Fate Island. Shockingly, their auras were not inferior to true immortal Jiaoqi and the others. The real 4 Fate Princes have finally come out. Ku Jianying narrowed her eyes. Although it was a secret that Heavenly Fate Island had a deputy for each Fate Prince, she was still aware of it. The 4 Fate Princes pointed their rulers at Long Chen. The runes on their rulers lit up, forming a strange formation. It seemed like the 4 of them had a special combination attack. However, Huo Lian, Di Feng, Xie Luo, Gui Can, as well as Ming Jia's replacement, Yan Wei, also flew out, attacking Long Chen at the same time. This was their one chance to get revenge, as well as to establish their own superiority over the others. True immortal Jiaoqi roared, and a 9-colored streak of light flew through the air. He was the fastest with the Qilin war chariot. Long Chen, face your death. Wielding his halberd, true immortal Jiaoqi unleashed a vicious attack. At the same time, a ray of divine light shot out from his celestial horse, as well as the Qilin war chariot. He wanted to kill Long Chen with this attack. As long as Long Chen was killed, the heavenly tribulation would disappear, so they weren't worried. As for the other experts, they wished to kill Long Chen as well, but they didn't have the confidence to compete with them, so they just watched. This horse isn't bad, it should have quite a bit of meat. Long Chen sneered and raised his saber. However, he didn't slash it toward true immortal Jiaoqi. Instead, he slashed it at the sky. His saber tore through the sky, a giant cut appearing. He dares to attack his heavenly tribulation. People were appalled by this action. Wasn't this suicide? Perhaps suicidal actions were common for Long Chen, but it was shocking to others. Any disrespect to the heavenly Taos during a heavenly tribulation would cause the tribulation to become a terrifying punishment. Lightning poured out of the tear in the sky, surging down like a waterfall. The sound of rushing thunder boomed. That's divine lightning. Just at this moment, true immortal Jiaoqi arrived. However, the 9-colored celestial horse let out a mournful cry and hastily retreated. As for the Qilin war chariot's attack, due to the celestial horse retreating, its attack also missed. Only true immortal Jiaoqi charged through the lightning waterfall. But as he passed through the thick waterfall, his expression changed. The torrent of lightning was wearing away his power. His attack was down to 70% of its original force. The lightning stung his eyes. Before his vision cleared, a hand slapped across his face. True immortal Jiaoqi went flying. He smashed through the lightning waterfall and into the heavenly fate platform. He tumbled against the platform several times. That platform was even more durable than divine items, but many cracks appeared in it now. In the end, he slammed into one of its stone pillars before stopping. People looked at true immortal Jiaoqi with shock. He had been handled easily by a slap from Long Chen. It was like he had beaten a child. Was Long Chen really so powerful? That was true immortal Jiaoqi he had just handled. Someone at the 5th heaven stage of life star. Now, Long Chen's palm lines had been imprinted onto his face. True immortal Jiaoqi let out a furious roar and charged forward once more. Idiot, have you been struck stupid? You're going in the wrong direction, sneered Mo Nian. Stars were still spinning in true immortal Jiaoqi's eyes. He had actually charged in the opposite direction of Long Chen. In the face of the amazed gazes of the martial heaven continent's experts, he almost went insane. He turned around, charging back toward Long Chen. As for his horse, it was terrified of the lightning and was already far away, attacking Long Chen from a distance. At this time, Huo Lian, Di Feng, Xie Luo, Gui Can, Yan Wei, and the others arrived, charging through the wild lightning waterfall. Just as that moment, the sky exploded. A torrent of lightning poured down. Chapter 1972. Originally, the lightning had only been coming from the tear that Long Chen had cut in the sky. But now, it was like the dam had broken, and it poured down from every part of the sky. All of Heavenly Fate Island shook violently. The lightning spread in every direction. Although the Heavenly Fate platform was able to endure the lightning, the surrounding buildings weren't able to. They instantly exploded. Heavenly Fate Island was ravaged by the lightning. The beautiful scenery was turned into one of destruction. Even those who had enmity with Heavenly Fate Island couldn't help feeling bad that such a beautiful place was being destroyed. Long Chen, you vile monster. The unfettered Alseer lost all his previous calm and disdain. Other than a few buildings that were still standing, everything else within this lightning had been turned to rubble. As for those buildings that had survived, they were special buildings. There were quite a few of Heavenly Fate Island's people within them, crying out in shock and terror as they were now surrounded by lightning. They could only rely on the buildings' defenses to stay alive, but those defenses seemed paper thin at this moment. This was just the start of Long Chen's tribulation, and it would only get stronger. If no one went to save them, those buildings wouldn't necessarily be able to survive. Island Master, save us. Those people let out cries. There were thousands of them. Long Chen, hurry and leave Heavenly Fate Island. Are you trying to get so many innocent people killed? Shouted the unfettered Alseer. Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed derisively. As for true immortal Jiaoqi, Huo Lian, and the others, they were repelled by the lightning, unable to get close to him. Long Chen himself, despite being bathed in that lightning, wasn't harmed in the slightest. Innocent people, why does that sound so laughable when it comes from your mouth? So even you have the concept of innocent people in your minds. Do you know how many wicked deeds you've helped Pill Valley with? What about the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race? What about the righteous path? What about the sects you secretly destroyed? What about the chaos reigning on the martial heaven continent that you've intentionally caused? How many people have died because of your sinister plots? Weren't they innocent as well? You want to talk about innocence with me? Then let me ask you, how many fucking years did you spend cultivating the thickness of your skin so that it's impervious to sword and fire? Demanded Long Chen. You, the unfettered Alseer was as red as an apple. It seemed he still hadn't cultivated his skin to a high enough level. He was so angry that he didn't know how to reply. In the end, he finally found an excuse, an incredible excuse that was behind belief. That's all because of you. If you hadn't hidden yourself away, those innocent people wouldn't have died. So based on that, wouldn't my tribulation here at Heavenly Fate Island be because of you? Sneered Long Chen. Because of me? What? I sent you a challenge saying I was going to destroy Heavenly Fate Island. If you were smart, you would have simply disbanded your disciples and given Heavenly Fate Island to me. Then there would have been no tribulation. So it's all because of you, your foolishness, your overconfidence, and your greed. In that case, the innocent deaths of these disciples of Heavenly Fate Island have nothing to do with me, right? Laughed Long Chen. What bullshit. It's not as strong as your own bullshit. Stop yapping. If you have the guts, then come bite me. Seeing the master of Heavenly Fate Island be so infuriated, the old man and the others laughed. This was a truly satisfying sight. As for Ku Jianying, she was worried. This heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Just the first wave of it contained divine lightning. It was difficult to say whether or not Long Chen could pass it. Even if he could survive, this tribulation would leave him heavily injured. At that time, whether or not they could save him was unknown. At this time, even Li Tianxuan's expression was serious. Only two people in this world knew the truth behind Long Chen. One was him, and the other was Ling Yunzi. Li Tianxuan knew that Long Chen wouldn't die to other people's hands. His final fate was to die to heavenly tribulation. This time, even Li Tianxuan had no assurance. The lightning continued to rumble. True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others were barely able to stay within it. They would need to expend a huge amount of energy just to advance further. In this kind of scenario, even if they did manage to charge over to Long Chen, their power would be exhausted. True Immortal Jiaoqi had already suffered once thanks to that. No one wanted to be the second. Let's not be impatient. Once the first wave is over, before the second wave starts, there will be a brief moment. We can attack together to slay Long Chen. Di Feng sent a message to the others. They nodded and spread out, surrounding Long Chen. This thunder force wasn't able to cause too much damage to them. Because they were also heavenly geniuses, they had also been tempered by divine lightning during their tribulations, so they possessed some resistance. Zither Fairy, Long Chen is a slaughterer who is currently killing innocent people without the slightest mercy. Are you going to watch on the side as they are murdered? The unfettered Alseer suddenly turned to Ziyan. Everyone's attention immediately turned to Ziyan. Hu Jianying and the others' hearts clenched. In this kind of situation, perhaps only Ziyan possessed the power to get Long Chen killed. As long as she wished it, she could use her zither music to affect Long Chen, strengthening his heart devil and getting him killed. The old man narrowed his eyes. As long as Ziyan made any move, he wouldn't care about any consequences. He wouldn't allow anyone to harm his child. However, Ziyan merely smiled and shook her head. Innocent. Actually, I'm also innocent, but no one helped me. Ziyan's smile was bitter and contained a mocking feeling. Actually, she had left out the final bit. In the end, the only one that had extended a helping hand had been Long Chen. In the yin-yang world, she had been affected by Grand Elder Yan Nantian's words and made an agreement with the 7-string C-suppressing zither to suppress her power and make her an ordinary rank 9 celestial. She had viewed the world from a different angle than that of the Zither Fairy. As a result, as soon as her view changed, the beautiful world she had once seen became vile and despicable. Once people tore off the disguise they pretended to have around her, she saw the darkness and blood. In the yin-yang world, the people that had once been respectful to her and happily listened to her expound on the Tao turned to mock her. They had once treated her like a god, but now they raised their butcher's knives against her. Although she said the same words, instead of respect, she was met with derision. She had suffered immensely in the yin-yang world during this period. Killing people out of greed, the strong devouring the weak, she had personally experienced them. The worst was when she had saved someone, only to have that person backstab her and try to kill her. After that, her heart had grown cold. The unexpected thing though was that the only one who came to help her was Long Chen, her fated enemy. Now the unfettered Alseer wanted her to target Long Chen with the excuse of saving these innocent people. She felt it to be almost laughable. Seeing Ziyan decline, the old man sighed with relief and turned back to Long Chen. He had a bitter smile. He glanced at the distant Ku Jianying and thought to himself that Long Chen truly had some abilities. As for himself, he was unable to handle even a single woman. Ku Jianying smiled, while Mo Nian rolled his eyes. He felt like he shouldn't have come today. He was given blows from every direction. This Ziyan had also been seized. Fickle-hearted men aren't reliable, don't you think so, little sister Lingshan? I feel like a person should focus only on one person, whispered Mo Nian. Surprisingly, Yi Lingshan shook her head. I disagree. An outstanding man should be like a mountain others look up to. They should fight, they should strive. As for those without a single woman beside them, they aren't interesting. If others didn't want them, then there's definitely some problem with them. Focusing on one is just an excuse. Others look down on them, so focusing on one is their only choice. Damn, my heart. Mo Nian was embarrassed. Was there really such logic in this world? Furthermore, for it to come out of a woman's mouth left him speechless. He felt like Yi Lingshan had said it just to anger him. The unfettered Alseer's expression sank at Ziyan's refusal, and he was about to speak when rumbling rang out. The buildings had finally reached their limit. Their formations crumbled, and the disciples within let out cries of despair as they were blown to bits. Long Chen, I'll make sure you have a miserable death today, roared the unfettered Alseer. The deaths of these thousands of people put him on the spot because this plan had been made by him. More rumbling rang out. The lightning in the sky suddenly began to weaken. This was the best time to kill Long Chen. True Immortal Jiaoqi led the charge, attacking together with Huo Lian, Xie Luo, Gui Can, Di Feng, and the 4 Fate Princes. Chapter 1973. This was the buffer room in the heavenly tribulations tempo. It was like a brief breather. Before gathering strength, people would usually take a deep breath. The heavens were the same. Once the first wave of the tribulation was over, the second wave would descend, but first there would be a brief moment of accumulating energy. True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others had been waiting for this brief moment. Long Chen's heavenly tribulation did have some benefits to them. When they had gone through their tribulations, divine lightning had only come down toward the end. There had been a limited time for them to use it to temper their bodies. Now they had another chance to temper their bodies. However, while True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others had been able to patiently wait for this moment, Heavenly Fate Island was not. Their buildings had been destroyed. Each one of those buildings was connected to cores and formations under the ground. Those were buildings that generations of people had poured their blood, sweat, and tears into building. They had already been nourished by the minerals beneath them for countless years and had given rise to their own spirits. They were very beneficial for the disciples when it came time to read the lines of fate. It was like a towering tree they had cultivated for years had been knocked down. Just how long would it take it to regrow? The four Fate Princes were red-eyed. How could they not be infuriated by the damage Long Chen was doing to their home? So while True Immortal Jiaoqi had been content to keep waiting, the four Fate Princes weren't. So True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others had to attack now to fight over their chance to kill Long Chen. Long Chen snorted at their attacks. A dragon's cry rang out, and a lightning portal appeared behind him. Roars shook the sky as giant lightning drakes flew out. They were the lightning field's drakes. In the past, Long Chen was unable to create a large channel due to his limited power. However, now he was using the surrounding energy of the tribulation lightning to create the largest possible channel. The lightning drakes soared out, charging at True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others. These lightning drakes are many times stronger than back in the yin-yang world. A cry rang out. 9 lightning drakes appeared, forcing back True Immortal Jiaoqi. Long Chen had no intention of further attacking though. The main thing was that he couldn't do anything even if he did. Don't be impatient. The good show will start later. According to reason, he should currently be condensing his astral space. However, this wild torrent of lightning hadn't caused his body to change at all. Perhaps the current strength of the lightning wasn't enough for him to condense his astral space, so he was waiting for stronger lightning. True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others had no time to try attacking again. Lightning condensed in the sky, and a group of humanoid figures descended from it. Ancient heroic spirits. The Life Star experts were stunned to see such existences appear. These figures had only appeared at the final moment of their tribulations, and they had ended up using up all their power to defeat them. The ancient heroic spirits were geniuses that had failed their own tribulations and been killed. The heavens had branded their techniques into themselves, summoning them for future tribulations. They were extremely powerful, and most Life Star experts that failed their tribulations died to them. An ordinary Life Star expert would normally only have one of them appear at the end. As for the geniuses that had been gathered here, the majority of them had encountered 9 of the ancient heroic spirits at once. 9 was a peak. It had taken an intense battle for them to beat the ancient heroic spirits and complete their tribulations. That battle had been dangerous and difficult, but it was one of the battles they were proudest of. Now, that pride shattered as they looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with ancient heroic spirits. What kind of monster is he? Who on earth would possess such a terrifying tribulation? How are you supposed to pass? The Life Star experts felt like they had gone crazy. Even the Nether Passage experts were stunned. The ancient heroic spirits flew down from the sky, their bodies wrapped in lightning. Other than that, they appeared no different from real people. There were men and women, but they were all young and powerful. All kinds of runes appeared in the sky as they used their magical arts and divine abilities. True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others were also drawn into fights with them. However, people were shocked by how powerful they were. True Immortal Jiaoqi's halberd danced, and he killed 3 of the ancient heroic spirits in an instant, transforming them into lightning runes. That made people sigh in admiration. He was worthy of being an expert that stood at the peak of all heavenly geniuses. For others, they needed to use all their power to beat the ancient heroic spirits, but True Immortal Jiaoqi slew 3 of them with a casual blow. True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others no longer had an opportunity to bother Long Chen. There were too many ancient heroic spirits. They covered heaven and earth, and the experts were surrounded. They could only slaughter the ancient heroic spirits. As for the lightning drakes, they also didn't bother with true immortal Jiaoqi and the others any longer. They began crazily devouring the ancient heroic spirits. Many thanks, Brother Long. The lightning drakes cried out in delight. They were like starving beasts that had finally encountered meat. Last time, the Dragonblood Legion's tribulation hadn't been enough to satisfy them. As for Lei Long, it was devouring the ancient heroic spirits that approached Long Chen. Originally, the majority of the ancient heroic spirits had been charging at Long Chen, but after going through the lightning drakes, the number that reached him was much lower. Lei Long didn't need to expend much energy to devour them at all. The ancient heroic spirits were not actually alive. They were husks created by the tribulation. Ever since the start of the tribulation, Long Chen had yet to personally do anything. The only thing he had done was slap true immortal Jiaoqi that one time. Then he had just been standing there. This is practically cheating. People's jaws dropped. Who actually went through tribulation like this? No wonder Long Chen can control lightning tribulation. He actually has such a terrifying lightning beast. People now understood the rumors of Long Chen being able to control heavenly tribulation lightning. Before this, they had thought that those were simply exaggerated rumors, but now they witnessed it personally. Countless experts were crazy with envy. No wonder Long Chen dared to challenge the heavenly tribulation. With such a terrifying lightning housepit, then even if there was a flaw after a tribulation, he could use the housepit to undergo a second tempering. That lightning beast was a priceless treasure. True immortal Jiaoqi and the others were pleasantly surprised to find that after they killed the ancient heroic spirits, the latter would transform into lightning runes that would be absorbed by them. When they had gone through their tribulations, the thunder force hadn't been so pure. This bastard, he's been blessed by the heavens. No wonder he's so strong. Di Feng suddenly sent a message to true immortal Jiaoqi, Huo Lian, Xie Luo, Gui Can, and Yan Wei. Long Chen's lightning tribulation is very beneficial to us. He's been blessed by the heavens. Why don't we strip him of this luck by sharing his tribulation? Even Huo Lian could sense the thunder force cleansing the impurities in his new flame body. His flame energy was growing purer. Hence, all the others also agreed with Di Feng's proposal. Di Feng was quite crafty, and he intentionally left out the 4 Fate Princes. Di Feng and the others didn't care about the destruction of Heavenly Fate Island. They just wanted to kill Long Chen, and any benefits they could dredge up by doing so were a bonus. Before this, they had been worried that the 4 Fate Princes would be able to slay Long Chen on their own, but now it seemed that if they all didn't cooperate, just the 4 of them wouldn't be able to kill him. Di Feng's proposal quickly received replies of assent from the others. Only the 4 Fate Princes were still glaring at Long Chen, looking for a chance. The 4 Fate Princes were able to seamlessly work together, and they had profound combination tactics that made the ancient heroic spirits unable to even approach them. Brother Long, this is amazing. One of the lightning drakes shouted out in joy. They were now addicted to Long Chen's tribulation lightning. As they devoured more lightning, they grew larger and stronger. That also meant that they were capable of devouring even more of the ancient heroic spirits. Now, Lei Long didn't even need to join in. Lei Long shrank down and patiently coiled around Long Chen's body, watching as the 9 lightning drakes shouted. It suddenly rubbed its head on Long Chen's face. Long Chen couldn't help scolding, "It's enough for me to have bad language. You shouldn't learn it." Lei Long was growing more and more intelligent, and it was actually scolding the lightning drakes as country bumpkins with no experience, making Long Chen speechless. Lei Long was actually mirroring his own words. It seemed it had been corrupted by him. The sky shook, and 5-colored lightning descended. One giant lightning beast after another came roaring down. This is 5-colored peak lightning. Chapter 1974. This kind of tribulation existed only in legends. However, back outside the eastern Zan city, countless experts had managed to witness this legendary lightning. At that time, it had been Yi Qingquang who had summoned his tribulation and been killed by Long Chen. At that time, Long Chen had provoked the heavens, inciting this 5-colored lightning to descend. This kind of lightning could no longer be called heavenly tribulation. It was heavenly punishment. Heavenly tribulation was just a trial, but heavenly punishment was to kill. Long Chen has angered the heavens. This lightning tribulation, it's so powerful. Tu Qianshang couldn't help clenching his fists upon seeing so many lightning beasts descending from the sky. Little brats, look well. See how Long Chen doesn't even blink in the face of the heavens, fury. Then look at yourselves. I hit you a few times with a stick, and you flee like rabbits. Aren't you all cowards? The old man shook his cane at Bao Buping and the others. HMPH, his tribulation will end in just a bit. But you come to find trouble with us all day long. Does bullying the little fellow make you seem strong? If you have the ability, then let's fight once we reach the Nether Passage realm as well. Said Bao Buping. Little brat, good, so you dare to have a tough mouth. Then all of you, just wait, snorted the old man. Reporting, it was just Bao Buping. It has nothing to do with us. The other disciples hastily raised their hands to express their innocence. So you don't even have the daring to have a tough mouth. You're even more cowardly. Just wait, shouted the old man. This time, all the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples wilted like flowers that had met a night's frost. Hu Jianying and the others shook their heads. If he acted so powerful, then his disciples would be living under his shadow. Just how would they grow? The way that the heaven-splitting battle sect raised its disciples was truly unique. The 5-colored lightning beasts were still roaring in the sky, being in the phase of accumulating energy. At this moment, the 4 Fate Princes charged at Long Chen, but they were blocked by the lightning drakes. As for true immortal Jiaoqi and the others, they were, unfortunately, 1 step slower. Before they could do anything else, the thousands of beasts in the sky roared and smashed down like meteorites. It was like a barrier had broken. This isn't 5-colored peak lightning. That lightning contains different energy. Amongst the crowd, Hu Feng suddenly let out a shocked cry. The first lightning beast smashed into the heavenly fate platform. A large hole actually appeared, and countless cracks spread. The incomparably tough heavenly fate platform was actually unable to endure. One giant dragon turtle had appeared. It was a dirt yellow color, and when it opened its mouth, a giant earth-colored sphere shot at Long Chen. Long Chen finally had to move, dodging the attack. As a result, it shot past him, leaving a deep gorge on Heavenly Fate Island. Jaws dropped. This attack possessed the power to annihilate an ordinary Nether Passage expert of the first step. How could a soul transformation disciple attacking the Life Star realm cause such a terrifying tribulation? The most shocking thing of all was that the dragon turtle actually used earth energy. How can a lightning beast's attack contain the earth element's energy within it? That's impossible. People felt like they were going crazy. That earth element attack toppled their understanding of heavenly tribulation. This is 5 elements divine lightning. The divine lightning contains the energy of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They can be called lightning metal energy, lightning wood energy, etc. Their destructive power is truly shocking. Taoist Heavenly Feather suddenly spoke, however, none of those is the important point. Then what is the important point? Taoist Heavenly Feather smiled faintly but didn't reply. More and more lightning beasts descended, attacking Long Chen. There were various forms: dragons, phoenixes, elephants, and even one in the form of a giant tree. That giant tree unleashed rays of divine light that were like swords. The lightning drakes roared and formed a giant barrier in front of Long Chen as they attacked these divine lightning beasts. However, while they had been capable of devouring the ancient heroic spirits easily, these divine lightning beasts were fighting back, so it was much more difficult to eat them. As they tore at the divine lightning beasts' bodies, they devoured their energy. They were shocked to find that as they devoured them, their own energy rapidly grew. Kill them. The lightning drakes went wild with ecstasy. In their eyes, these divine lightning beasts had transformed into giant pieces of succulent meat that they couldn't resist. As for Lei Long, it was also forced to participate in the battle. These lightning beasts were also very beneficial to it as they were no longer little seeds. They might not be rich pieces of meat, but they were at least appetizers. Long Chen was protected behind them. The divine lightning beasts were unable to reach him. However, true immortal Jiaoqi and the others were thrown into disorder. These divine lightning beasts possessed the power to kill Nether Passage experts, and there was an endless number of them. These experts were forced to focus on them. All of Heavenly Fate Island shook intensely. Their power was terrifying. The earth element divine lightning beasts in particular caused immense damage to the Heavenly Fate platform. It looked like it might shatter at any moment. The unfettered Alcir's old face was twitching. Now he regretted things. He had brought a wolf to his house and couldn't chase it away. His face was green, but there was nothing he could do. Long Chen's tribulation was too terrifying. If he touched it, he would be sensed by the heavenly Taos. Moreover, he wasn't a Life Star disciple. If a Nether Passage expert were to suddenly enter, it would be like throwing oil into a stove. He would definitely die. As for Life Star disciples, the only ones capable of enduring this terrifying tribulation were the ones that had already entered. Anyone else would die. Perhaps the only one capable of tipping the scales was Ziyan. However, Ziyan was still calmly watching. Unfettered Alcir had tried reaching out to her several times, but she hadn't responded. He even secretly invited Hufeng to go, but Hufeng responded with silence, angering him. He begged the heavens for help, but no help came. He begged the earth, but he got no response. Now that things had developed to this point, the only hope was for the 4 Fate Princes and the others to kill Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen isn't attacking. If he attacked them, he should be able to heavily injure them. Why isn't he doing anything? Whispered one of the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. They could see that true immortal Jiaoqi and the others were finding it difficult to handle the divine lightning beasts. As for Long Chen, he was just standing there, with no intention of attacking. True immortal Jiaoqi and the others hadn't gone all out yet, nor could they, as their trump cards would be exposed in front of Long Chen and the others. No one was so foolish as to do that. Some trump cards would be useless as long as their opponents knew about them. It was only when their opponents didn't know about them would the trump cards have the most effect. This difference was especially important at their level, when the difference between them was so little that the slightest bit could decide victory or defeat. Other than casually slapping true immortal Jiaoqi's face, Long Chen hadn't attacked them. Others were unable to understand what he was thinking. You don't understand just how terrifying this lightning tribulation is. Long Chen has to preserve his peak state to handle the last phases of the tribulation, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. She actually answered that ordinary disciple. You mean, this isn't the final wave? Asked the disciple. Of course not. Even someone as powerful as Long Chen will only have a slim chance of surviving this tribulation. If Long Chen isn't attacking, it's because he doesn't dare to. Each bit of power can influence the final result. Long Chen won't waste his energy killing them. Besides, true immortal Jiaoqi and the others are capable of leaving if they sense danger because the tribulation is locked onto Long Chen. As long as they flee its range, the tribulation won't bother them. As Empyreans, they are favored by the heavens. So ignoring whether or not Long Chen could kill them, if he tried, he would still end up dying to his own tribulation, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. People were shocked to hear this. Originally, they had felt that this would be the final wave. There had already been several waves, and the tribulation had already strengthened immensely. Did none of that matter? Master, Long Chen, Yi Ziqiu bit her lip. Foolish child, don't try to deceive yourself. Do you think if I said he could pass, he would pass? Just keep watching. Taoist Heavenly Feather held Yi Ziqiu's hand, shaking it. After an hour, a streak of lightning lit up in the sky. It followed the same path as the first streak of lightning that had marked the start of the tribulation. Now that it was lighting up again, it formed a giant lightning gate. A terrifying apocalyptic pressure descended. Now is the real start. Long Chen looked up and took a deep breath. Battle intent raged in his eyes as he looked at the lightning gate that was about the same size as all of Heavenly Fate Island. Chapter 1975. The lightning gate in the sky slowly opened. More and more lightning beasts descended from within, and they were clearly more numerous than before. However, there was a certain lightning mark on their heads. The senior generation was stunned by that sight. The divine mark of the heavenly Taos. Long Chen has fully infuriated the heavenly Taos. This mark represented the will of the world. When it appeared, it meant that the world was intent on annihilating someone. In other words, Long Chen could no longer exist within the heavenly Taos. When the first lightning beast with that mark descended, one of the lightning drakes went to block it. However, it was actually sent flying. True immortal Jiaoqi and the others' expressions changed. True immortal Jiaoqi received one of their blows, resulting in him almost losing his grip on his halberd. What do we do? Without going all out, there's no way we can block them. If we do go all out, will we still be able to kill Long Chen after exposing our trump cards? Yan Wei sent a message to the others. We can't expose our trump cards. Killing Long Chen is more important. Let's leave, sighed Di Feng. Impossible. If we leave, Heavenly Fate Island will be destroyed by the tribulation. Raged one of the Fate Princes. Sorry, we just don't have the ability. If Long Chen learns our trump cards and is on guard, he might be able to get away. We have to save them to kill him. Everything else isn't important in comparison, said Di Feng. He was the first to leave. However, just at that moment, his expression changed. A dozen of the lightning beasts actually blocked him. Being attacked by so many, he coughed up blood despite his hasty block. Just as he was injured, a lightning sword shot over at the back of his head. Not good. The lightning has gone crazy. It no longer differentiates between people inside the tribulation. Xie Luo and the others' expressions changed. They were powerful Empyreans blessed by the heavens. Although the lightning beasts had previously been violent, they had still been gentle in comparison toward them. But now, they were shocked to find that the new lightning beasts no longer cared that they were Empyreans. The lightning beasts were fully intent on annihilating them. "Run! If we still don't run, it'll be too late," shouted Huo Lian. He was finally afraid. Originally, they had relied on their status as Empyreans with great karmic luck to protect them from the heavenly Taos. They should have been able to come and go as they wished. But now they found that they were wrong. If they still didn't leave, they might have to endure the entire lightning tribulation with Long Chen. Unfortunately for them, they were clearly one step too late. The gate in the sky was gigantic, and they were at the center. Hence, they were surrounded. "Join together and charge," shouted Di Feng. The 4 Fate Princes were unwilling, but if Di Feng and the others refused to join in, just the 4 of them were unable to kill Long Chen. If Di Feng and the others left without them, they would be stuck here in Long Chen's tribulation and would be killed eventually. With no other choice, they followed Di Feng and the others. Joining hands, they forcibly blasted a path through the lightning beasts. They quickly charged out of Heavenly Fate Island, but the lightning beasts continued to chase them. "Get in!" True Immortal Jiaoqi shouted, summoning his celestial horse and the Qilin war chariot. They immediately jumped into the chariot, fleeing. The lightning beasts continued chasing, but at a certain range, they seemed to be pulled back by the lightning gate and were forced to stop. Seeing all that, people were unable to even make a sound. Just what kind of tribulation was it, for it to not even care about Empyreans? Weren't Empyreans supposed to be the favorites of the heavens? Was this how the heavens treated their favored sons? An Empyrean's tribulation was filled with life, but this tribulation was no trial, it was pure annihilation. Only once the tribulation stopped chasing them did True Immortal Jiaoqi stop the chariot. They all had unsightly expressions. After jumping in to kill Long Chen, they had been forced to flee miserably without even touching a hair on Long Chen's head. Well, it wasn't accurate to say they hadn't touched a hair on his head. At least True Immortal Jiaoqi had met the touch of Long Chen's hand with his face. "True Immortal Jiaoqi, you were bragging so much before this. Tell me, does your face hurt now?" laughed Mo Nian. Before this, True Immortal Jiaoqi had said many arrogant words, such as that he would personally cut off Long Chen's head. But now, other than being slapped, it seemed he hadn't even managed to touch him. Mo Nian. True Immortal Jiaoqi clenched his teeth furiously. "What, you want to bite me?" asked Mo Nian disdainfully. Rumbling rang out. The endless lightning beasts were so powerful that even the drakes were unable to stop them. They were only able to devour a portion of them, but the majority managed to get past. Long Chen was finally forced to fight. He had the wild lightning soul battle spear in hand and his lightning wings on his back. With each strike of his spear, lightning beasts exploded. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is mighty. Seeing that Long Chen was so powerful once he fought personally, the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples cheered. Hundreds of lightning beasts were blown apart, transforming into runes. They also couldn't help glancing at True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others. These experts had been forced to flee in front of the lightning beasts, but Long Chen was able to easily slay them. The difference between the two groups was immense. "What powerful lightning paragon arts," sighed one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's elders. "It's not that his paragon arts are powerful, it's his thunder force. It comes from the same source as the tribulation lightning. He's fighting fire with fire. The will of the heavenly Taos is contained within this lightning, while Empyreans like True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others don't have the bravery to go against the heavenly Taos. That's why they fled," said Ku Jianying. "True Immortal Jiaoqi, that idiot's arrogance knows no bounds. He actually calls himself True Immortal. That just shows how ridiculous the Zon beasts' overconfidence in themselves has grown," sneered Mo Nian. The title of True Immortal was given only to those who had reached the peak of cultivation. Furthermore, it was never self-given. It was something people bestowed upon them based on their accomplishments. For example, Taoist Heavenly Feather had taken the ice element's cultivation path to an entirely new level, so she was given such a name. As for True Immortal Jiaoqi, he was nothing. Although he was a genius, he hadn't actually made anything himself. His title was self-given, so Mo Nian had long since felt intense disgust for him. Hearing this, Hu Jianying actually smiled. In this world, true can be false and false can be true. As long as you say enough false things, people will believe them to be true. Mo Nian, tell me, if you encounter an idiot, what would you do? Just slap them to death, said Mo Nian. Yi Lingshan suppressed a chuckle. What, did I say something wrong? Demanded Mo Nian. My master posed the same question to Long Chen, but he gave a much better answer, said Yi Lingshan. He said, if he encountered an idiot, he would praise everything they said and raise them into an even bigger idiot. Mo Nian suddenly understood. You mean that true immortal Jiaoqi, or perhaps the entire Zan beasts, are being groomed to have an overinflated sense of ego? Hu Jianying smiled and didn't reply. Her meaning was clear. The Zan beasts were a group of idiots who had immense pride. If someone wanted to, it was easy to make their confidence inflate. However, it wasn't Long Chen who was doing that. As they were speaking, Long Chen continued to tear through the lightning beasts. Lei Long wildly absorbed the lightning runes, strengthening itself and passing on the energy to Long Chen. There were so many lightning runes filling the air that even the lightning drakes were benefiting from Long Chen's fight. That made them even more grateful toward him. Long Chen's own body was absorbing the lightning runes when he touched them. The 108,000 stars in his body began to activate, indicating that he was starting to condense in astral space. Stop absorbing it, wait for the final wave. A voice rang out in Long Chen's mind, and he immediately stopped absorbing the lightning runes. However, he then realized that something was wrong. Chapter 1976. Evilmoon, was that you? Asked Long Chen. Was what me? Evilmoon was startled by this sudden question. Long Chen's heart pounded. If it wasn't Evilmoon who had just spoken, then who was it? Just as he was distracted, a lightning sword pierced through his shoulder, causing a spurt of blood. Long Chen immediately stopped thinking about that voice. He had to focus on killing the lightning beasts. There was a giant lightning gate up in the sky, but there was also a lightning channel behind Long Chen connected to the lightning field. On the other side of the channel, there were countless lightning drakes crazily devouring the lightning runes that came through. These lightning drakes were smaller, and sometimes they would simply explode after eating a mouthful of the runes. They weren't strong enough to absorb such powerful thunderforce. However, the stronger ones were devouring them and roaring with excitement. This was the greatest blessing of their lives. Up in the sky, the Silver Drake King was glaring at the channel, wondering if Long Chen was conning him. Why was it that even at such a time, he hadn't called out to it? Last time, it had been rather embarrassing during the Dragonblood Legion's tribulation as it had come out ahead of time. Hence, it was waiting for Long Chen to call it this time. That would make it appear more kingly. However, even now, Long Chen wasn't calling it. The divine lightning runes coming out of the channel were extremely attractive to it, but now it felt it would be embarrassing to fight over those scraps. Even though Long Chen was killing the lightning beasts quickly, more and more of them came from the sky. Furthermore, they were getting progressively stronger. All of Heavenly Fate Island was shaking, and it wasn't long before the Heavenly Fate platform shattered. But that wasn't all. The ground was continuously sinking. Some of the metal lightning energy attacks were so powerful that they pierced giant holes into the island. If this continued, it really wouldn't be long before Heavenly Fate Island was destroyed. That made them think of what Long Chen had said. Long Chen had said that the Martial Heaven continent would no longer have a Heavenly Fate Island. We can't let Long Chen finish his tribulation. We have to think of some way to disturb him, said the unfettered Alseer. If you want to disturb him, it's simple. Let me. A sinister true immortal Jiaoqi suddenly thought of something. Long Chen, take a look at this. An elder appeared in true immortal Jiaoqi's hand. He was half unconscious and was being held by the throat. He was motionless, but there was a rainbow-colored mark on his forehead, with an aura showing that he was a powerful netherpassage expert. This is the aura of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Startled cries rang out. Just what was he doing? I'd advise you not to do anything stupid. Long Chen turned to look at true immortal Jiaoqi, icy killing intent in his eyes. He knew what true immortal Jiaoqi was about to do. Blood splattered as the elder's body fell to the ground without his head. His head was in true immortal Jiaoqi's hand. As for the body that fell, it transformed into the true form of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Something about doing something stupid. Mocked true immortal Jiaoqi. True immortal Jiaoqi waved his hand, and dozens of people from the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race appeared. With a swing of his halberd, blood mist filled the air. In truth, those people were just corpses. Their souls had already been extracted to learn their secrets. However, their corpses had still possessed the slightest bit of life. As true immortal Jiaoqi hadn't had time to handle these corpses yet, he now took them out in front of Long Chen. Haha, aren't you very arrogant? Then come at me. I only hunted down the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's people because of you, so come at me. I have the Qilin war chariot, and you can't catch me. You'll only be able to watch as I kill them. You are trash, ha ha ha. True immortal Jiaoqi suddenly took out a young woman. She was also from the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, but she had a terrified expression. I was planning on raising this woman to have my children to see if I could give rise to an even stronger generation, but now I've changed ideas. I think I'll kill her and skin her slowly. You win. Long Chen took a deep breath. Haha, winning just like this. No, the good show is still coming. Don't be in a rush, Twang. True immortal Jiaoqi's body shook. His vision flashed, and the woman in his hand vanished. That woman reappeared by Ziyan's side. Holding the 7-string C-suppressing zither, Ziyan coldly stared at true immortal Jiaoqi. Ziyan, rarely curse people, but at this time I have no choice but to say that you are complete trash. Yi Ziqiu slowly released her sword, Mo Nian put away his bow, and Hu Feng's die once more began slowly spinning. Each one of them had killing intent in their eyes. Hu Jianying had a disdainful expression. The Zan beasts had been raised into even bigger idiots by Pill Valley. Even the neutral camp's experts couldn't maintain their neutrality. You. True immortal Jiaoqi was startled and enraged. He pointed his halberd at Ziyan. But before he could say anything, Long Chen's voice rang out from within the lightning. True immortal Jiaoqi, you win. I have no choice but to change my plans because of your foolishness. Long Chen suddenly flew toward the other side of Heavenly Fate Island. Not good. The unfettered Alcyr's expression changed. He already knew what Long Chen was planning. As he moved, the tribulation followed him. The untouched parts of Heavenly Fate Island were torn asunder. Countless buildings lit up and attacked Long Chen, but regretfully, Heavenly Fate Island had always been a mysterious existence that no one had dared to provoke, so its defenses weren't very strong. Long Chen easily avoided those attacks and went straight for the main palace. The disciples within fled for their lives. There were over 10 Nether Passage experts who bravely charged into the lightning tribulation to kill him, but as soon as they entered his tribulation, swords of divine lightning condensed, with even greater power, turning those Nether Passage experts into nothing more than dust. Long Chen charged into the palace. The lightning beasts tried to follow him, but the palace was too big. Thus, they began to crazily attack the palace. All the buildings in the surroundings were blown apart. The disciples that didn't have time to flee yet were killed. They hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to drag the tribulation over. It had to be known that other people were locked down within a certain region when they underwent tribulation. Long Chen's actions once more toppled their understanding of heavenly tribulation. In just a few seconds, the palace was destroyed. The lightning beasts continued chasing Long Chen, and anything in their way was blown apart. He led this army of lightning beasts throughout Heavenly Fate Island. As a result, the disciples cried for their fathers and mothers as they ran. Long Chen, you bastard, hurry and stop, roared the unfettered Alcyr, but Long Chen ignored him. Very quickly, all of Heavenly Fate Island turned into ruins. I actually didn't find it. Long Chen was surprised. After going throughout the island, he hadn't found what he was looking for. He started another loop. The thunder force in the air was growing stronger and stronger. The lightning beasts had also grown mightier, and Heavenly Fate Island was now filled with holes. I understand. This fellow, he really is ruthless. Mo Nian suddenly understood. What is he doing? Asked Yi Lingshan. Suddenly, the ground exploded. A giant underground altar appeared beneath one of the palaces. That altar had a giant cut appear in it from one of the lightning beast's attacks, and as a result, brilliant divine light shone from the opening. Seeing that divine light, everyone let out startled cries. They realized what Long Chen was planning. Long Chen, you dare. The unfettered Alcyr was finally afraid. That was the heaven and earth divine pool of Heavenly Fate Island. It was their divine spring, a place where all their karmic luck was condensed. If it was destroyed, Heavenly Fate Island would slowly fade away until it was no more. Not even a god would be able to save them. Years ago, back when the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been one of the 3 great heavenly sects along with the Xuantian Dao sect and the heaven-splitting battle sect, Long Chen had destroyed their divine pool, resulting in them silently vanishing from this world. That was one of the laws of the heavenly Taos, an irresistible power. Once their divine pool was destroyed, it represented that this sect's destiny had run out. The world would no longer accept their existence. Long Chen flew over, but he had just approached it when a ray of sword chi slashed toward Long Chen. That terrifying sword chi annihilated any lightning beasts in its way. Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling. His lightning wings flapped, and he hastily retreated. That sword chi just barely missed him. He narrowly avoided being cut in two. Chapter 1977. Long Chen's heart shook. A middle-aged man in Taoist robes had appeared, holding a translucent sword. Things can end here today. I, Ji Wuming, admit defeat. Ending our hostilities here will benefit everyone. That middle-aged man spoke coldly to Long Chen. He was actually able to ignore the heavenly tribulation. The appearance of this middle-aged man startled people. Just who was he? So the unfettered Alseer was actually just the deputy island master. He's the real master, said Li Tianxuan with surprise. Heavenly Fate Island's Fate Princes were the only ones qualified to inherit the position of island master. Each Fate Prince had a deputy. One stayed inside, while one handled the outside affairs. It was the deputies who handled the business of Heavenly Fate Island and the outside world, while the true princes focused entirely on cultivation. They rarely set foot out of Heavenly Fate Island for their entire lives. As for this middle-aged man, he had launched a powerful attack that had almost killed Long Chen, and yet he still hadn't been sensed by the tribulation. That was extremely strange. This person possessed a bizarre aura, one that people found difficult to get a clear reading of. As for his weapon, it wasn't Heavenly Fate Island's classic ruler but a translucent sword. There were countless stars flickering within the sword. It was like the flow of the cosmos was contained within it. Looking at it would make someone feel like their mind was being drawn in. That's Heavenly Fate Island's core divine item, the Fantasy Star Sword. Yes, he has to be the real island master, said Ku Jianying gravely. Ji Wuming was staring coldly at Long Chen. Long Chen felt a strange but sharp aura lock onto him even through the tribulation. Long Chen sneered, ending our hostilities here. Are you talking nonsense with me? I never provoked Heavenly Fate Island. It was Heavenly Fate Island who went against me time and time again, even using despicable means against the people beside me. Isn't this current scene exactly what you wanted? And now you want to end things and you think you can scare me with a sword? Let me tell you, there is nothing that I, Long Chen, don't dare to do. Long Chen suddenly threw his lightning spear at the divine pool below him without any hesitation. Courting death, Ji Wuming was enraged, and a sharp sword chi slashed out. At that moment, everyone clearly saw the stars flow within his sword, and a strange light tore through the void. Long Chen's lightning spear exploded, but Long Chen seemed to have expected that. Following his spear were his lightning wings. Ji Wuming followed up with another slash of his sword, shattering Long Chen's lightning wings through space. However, he wasn't the slightest bit happy after blocking Long Chen's two attacks. Instead, killing intent surged within him. It was only at this moment that he saw a lightning dragon charge into the divine pool. It exploded, causing the divine pool to crumble. Long Chen, I, Ji Wuming, swear that I will kill you. Ji Wuming's face twisted. The destruction of the divine pool signified that the root of their karmic luck was gone. Heavenly Fate Island really would vanish from this world. A layer of mist covered Ji Wuming's sword, and its brilliance rapidly dimmed. Clearly, the Fantasy Star Sword was linked to Heavenly Fate Island's karmic luck, and it was now damaged. As it dimmed, the clouds in the sky shook and immense pressure crashed down. Ji Wuming had no choice but to retreat. He vanished. Once Ji Wuming was gone, the tribulation returned to its normal state. At this time, people understood that the reason Ji Wuming was able to remain unnoticed by the heavenly Taos was mostly because of the Fantasy Star Sword. With its power dropping, the tribulation had finally sensed him. Ji Wuming reappeared beside the unfettered Alseer. Both of their expressions were unsightly. They looked like they were already dead as Heavenly Fate Island had been destroyed. Even if its name could persist, it would just be a place, not a sect. If any sect tried to establish itself under the name of Heavenly Fate Island, they would not receive the recognition of the heavenly Taos. Without the world's karmic luck, they would be like rootless duckweed. They would blow away with the slightest breeze. He really did it. How ruthless. The people from Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the Zon beasts, the ancient family alliance, the Bloodkill Hall, and the others all felt their hearts pounding wildly. Long Chen had actually caused the destruction of a sect with countless years of history. Heavenly Fate Island's disciples were crying. Their inheritance had been destroyed. They would be people without a home in the future. Long Chen, I swear I will make you regret your actions today. I'll make you live a life worse than death, roared Ji Wuming. Work hard, youngster. I, Long Chen, will await you. Long Chen snorted. His lightning wings reappeared. At the same time, he put away the lightning channel behind him. The 9 lightning drakes vanished, and Lei Long also returned to him. A torrent of lightning beasts now charged toward him. What was he doing? Everyone was startled by this. This was the crucial moment of the tribulation. Why was he pulling back everything? I've fulfilled my first promise. Starting today, the Martial Heaven continent will no longer have a Heavenly Fate Island. This floating island is now a masterless object. Now I'll fulfill my second promise. True Immortal Jiaoqi, do you still remember what I said? Long Chen waved his lightning spear, forcing back the beasts. I told you not to do anything stupid, but you still did it. So you've won. Congratulations, you've managed to fully infuriate me. Now I'll send you a gift. Prepare yourself for it. Long Chen suddenly flew away at top speed. Seeing the direction he was going, the Zon Beast's leader, Peng Wanli, shouted, "Alert our people to scatter." He found that the direction in which Long Chen was going was the headquarters of the Zon Beasts. If he still didn't understand what Long Chen was planning now, he would really be an idiot. The tribulation followed Long Chen, and the giant lightning gate stayed above his head the entire time. Everywhere he traveled was turned into ruined land. It seemed that the tribulation wouldn't rest until Long Chen was dead. True Immortal Jiaoqi was dumbfounded. Peng Wanli roared, "I told you to send a message. Are you deaf?" "Yes, yes, I'll do it right away." True Immortal Jiaoqi vaguely started to feel like he had caused a calamity. He sent a message, but in truth, the other experts of the Zon Beasts had already sent the warnings back. Quick! Peng Wanli transformed into the body of a giant kunpeng. He instantly vanished, hoping to be able to bring as many experts over as possible before Long Chen arrived. At the same time, he prayed that Long Chen's lightning tribulation would end soon, hopefully, before he even arrived at the Zon Beasts' headquarters. Peng Wanli was the first to move, and True Immortal Jiaoqi followed with his Qilin war chariot. Yu Xiaoyun, Xie Wenchen, Di Long, Zhang Ziyang, Long Zhengkang, the unfettered Alseer, Ji Wuming, and the others were in hot pursuit. We should go too. That True Immortal Jiaoqi really is a genius. Long Chen was only going to use his tribulation to destroy Heavenly Fate Island, but he managed to change Long Chen's mind. That ability is admirable. Hu Jianying looked at the ruined Heavenly Fate Island. Countless experts began to chase Long Chen. They couldn't see him, but even from a great distance, they could see the lightning gate. They definitely wouldn't get lost. Long Chen flew for an hour. Because he didn't kill any lightning beasts during this time, more and more of them were filling the sky. Eventually, he saw his target and smiled. Countless experts with bows in hand were waiting for him. He had reached the territory of the Zon Beasts. A hail of arrows tore through the air. As these arrows were made with the materials of divine items, even Nether Passage experts would be heavily injured if struck. Long Chen merely snorted, and he slashed Evilmoon. As a result, those arrows were blown apart, but Long Chen was forced back by their immense power. After all, there had been hundreds of divine arrows. That was enough to kill a Nether Passage expert of the second step. Long Chen's body suddenly shook. He transformed into 18 Long Chens that flew in every direction. The Zon Beasts were stunned by this sudden change. For a moment, they were unable to tell which one was the true body and which ones were lightning fakes. With no time, they began shooting arrows. The fake Long Chens exploded one by one, until finally, Evilmoon appeared, blowing apart the nearby arrows, exposing who the real one was. "We've found the real one," the Zon Beasts shouted, but their expressions suddenly changed. Due to focusing entirely on Long Chen, they had forgotten about the tribulation. However, it was too late. Lightning swords rained down from the sky, blowing them apart. Those experts were only at the peak of Life Star. The reason that they were so strong was entirely due to their special bows and arrows. Clearly, they were just cannon fodder the Zon Beasts had called to slow Long Chen down. Long Chen continued past them, spotting a giant stone mountain. There were many caves throughout this mountain. This was the Zon Beasts' headquarters. The Zon Beasts didn't understand how to build things. Punching open caves was their forte. "Today, I'll destroy your bastard lair." Chapter 1978, Long Chen entered the large cave of the stone mountain. The lightning beasts followed. However, the cave was too small for them to fit, so they began to attack the mountain. That cave quickly collapsed, and following that, the entire mountain crumbled. In the distance, the Zon beasts were dripping blood as they saw their headquarters being destroyed. Peng Wanli in particular was furious. Although he had managed to get here before Long Chen and ordered people to retreat, there were still many treasures within their headquarters that they hadn't had time to remove. Many ancient inheritances were carved into the stone walls and now, they were destroyed. Although their inheritances had copies in other places, it had been their ancestors who had made those carvings, and the will inside the carvings could not be replicated. Not only that, but some inheritance pools, blood totems, and other divine entities that could not be absorbed into spatial rings were now being destroyed. True immortal Zhaoqi's expression was a bit unsightly. It was entirely because of his actions that Long Chen had come here to destroy the Zon beast's headquarters. The other experts began to show up, watching from a distance as the endless lightning beasts destroyed this place. They all gulped. Some of the traitors of the Martial Heaven Alliance were afraid now. Long Chen was ruthless, and they were afraid of being targeted. Even a domineering existence like Heavenly Fate Island had been destroyed by Long Chen. In comparison, their sects could be crushed like ants. They regretted choosing a side so early. They should have continued watching. Now, they could only pray that Long Chen would be killed quickly, or they would have to be on edge for the rest of their days. How has the heavenly tribulation not ended yet? The Zon beasts were all panicked. Why was it that Long Chen's tribulation was so long? In just a few minutes, the Zon beasts' headquarters and the surrounding area were destroyed. Long Chen was slaying the lightning beasts with his spear, but even after such a long time, he didn't seem tired in the slightest. He's not human, he's a fucking monster. Seeing his appearance, other so-called geniuses felt despair. Long Chen was actually not the slightest bit tired during such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. That could only be described as monstrous. As Long Chen killed the lightning beasts, Lei Long devoured their lightning runes. It was growing stronger and stronger. Long Chen was looking around in the sky. All of a sudden, he looked in a direction and charged over. Peng Wanli's expression changed. That direction was the gathering place of the Zon beasts. Many Zon beasts were there, and if Long Chen went over, there was no way they would be able to escape. Long Chen had just started moving when the world shook. The lightning beasts attacking Long Chen dissipated. However, a majestic divine pressure crashed down from the sky. The entire world became silent. People looked up in shock. That giant lightning gate in the sky had cracked, and a giant white claw was slowly climbing out of it. The gate was unable to endure its power and was breaking. Both friend and foe were stunned. Not only had Long Chen's tribulation not ended, but it seemed an even more terrifying entity was coming out. Finally, the lightning gate shattered, and a giant head appeared in the sky. It was actually a dragon head. It looked at Long Chen without the slightest emotion. The sky continued to crumble. The dragon pressure coming from it caused the experts from the Zon beasts and the ancient races to cower. They were pale with terror. The dragon was the emperor of all beasts. That dragon pressure terrified any who were related to beasts. As expected, it's a dragonization tribulation. Taoist Heavenly Feather muttered to herself. Dragonization tribulation, the tribulation of the dragon race. How could it descend upon a human? Hu Jianying was shocked. Unclear. Perhaps only Long Chen knows. Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. When Long Chen's tribulation had just started, she had seen some clues but hadn't been sure. But now she knew that she had been right. Even Yu Xiaoyun and the others were dumbfounded. How could a human encounter a legendary dragonization tribulation? Wasn't that a tribulation specifically prepared for the dragon race? Another white dragon crawled out of the sky. Then another and another. The world shook. 9 white dragons appeared in the sky, all looking emotionlessly at Long Chen. A destructive aura filled the world. If it was anyone else, just the divine pressure crashing down from the sky would be enough to kill them. The distant experts were silent. They could only stare in silence at those 9 dragons. This is a bit big. Even the old man gulped. This heavenly tribulation was killer. Whoever tried to interfere would definitely die. There was no way to save Long Chen. Long Chen, you're definitely dead today. This dragonization tribulation is impossible for you. Idiot. One of the Zon Beast's experts had shouted to disturb Long Chen, but he had just spoken when the surrounding experts cursed him and fled. That expert who had tried to disturb Long Chen was struck by a bolt of lightning. Not only did he die, but dozens of people who had been the closest to him and hadn't had time to run were killed as well. The dragonization tribulation was for the dragon race, while the dragon race was the proudest divine beast in this world. Even their tribulations contained their divine might. They could not be blasphemed. For someone to disturb Long Chen's tribulation now was an insult to the dragon race, so they were destroyed by the dragonization tribulation. Following that fearless, expert's death, the 9 white dragons began to revolve, forming a giant ring in the sky. Lightning swords rained down. Boom! Long Chen's spear and wings exploded. They were actually unable to resist this lightning that contained the power of the dragon race. It's useless. This is no ordinary divine lightning. It's the dragon race's tribulation lightning that has killed countless experts of the dragon race. Your little bit of divine lightning is unable to compete with it, said Evilmoon. How did I end up in a dragonization tribulation? Is it related to the Azure Dragon reverse scale? Asked Long Chen. He was solemn. Yes, this is karma. Since your fate has been changed by the Azure Dragon reverse scale, you have to endure the karma that it brings you. This dragonization tribulation should be the tribulation that the owner of the reverse scale underwent when its scale shed, said Evilmoon. Now you should understand. Something casual that you might not even notice can bring you karma that must be accounted for during your tribulation. Long Chen could only switch to fighting with his bare hands. He smashed apart one of the lightning swords, but his fist split open and bled. As more lightning swords rained down, he became covered in blood. At the same time, the thunder force surged within his body, and his dragon blood seemed to be awakened. Long Chen continued to fight with his fists. His hands were being turned into masses of flesh. What is senior apprentice brother Long Chen doing? Why isn't he using a weapon? The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples didn't understand. He's our #1 expert. This is a real domineering display. He doesn't even want to use a weapon against the strongest tribulation. Exclaimed one disciple worshipfully, thinking that Long Chen was doing it on purpose. However, quite a few experts had noticed something else. There was a vague dragon cry each time Long Chen's fists met the lightning swords. Perhaps this was his only way to resist the dragonization tribulation. Long Chen was going all out, but he was still covered in wounds. His appearance was very frightening. Yi Ziqiu, Yi Lingshan, and the others' hearts clenched. It seemed that this would be the final wave of the tribulation and would also be what decided Long Chen's life or death. Lei Long tried charging out several times, only to be destroyed by the lightning swords. It could not resist their power. Helplessly, it could only hide within Long Chen's body and absorb the thunder force coming in. As more lightning runes poured into Long Chen's body, his 108,000 stars began to spin, automatically absorbing the thunder force to strengthen themselves. It seems my life star realm involves condensing 108,000 astral spaces. Although he had been prepared for this, seeing his 108,000 stars transform still shocked him. At the same time, he sensed his dragon blood being cleansed and undergoing some kind of transformation. As his body was torn open, it was healed. After being repaired, it was even tougher and stronger. Could it be that only after going through the dragonization tribulation can I use the Azure Dragon's power? Long Chen suddenly seemed to understand something. Chapter 1979. As the lightning descended, Long Chen continued to block with his fists. There were so many lightning swords that he had to be cautious to avoid being struck in his vitals, or he might be killed. If he couldn't avoid the lightning sword, he would have to block it head-on, resulting in him being surrounded by broken lightning. He absorbed that lightning, and as he did, his 108,000 stars began to grow stronger. Originally, these 108,000 stars were the acupuncture points in his meridians. Each of those acupuncture points had become their own dantian, helping him store his spiritual yuan. In the Jade Core realm, they had condensed into their star-like form. Now, they were once more starting to transform. As for the primal chaos space in his dantian, it didn't budge at all, as if the tribulation had nothing to do with it. The space behind it didn't change. The 108,000 stars had originally looked to only be fist-sized in his mind's eye. Now they were rapidly growing. As they grew, they seemed to possess their own life, forming a resonance with his soul. The energy of his yuan spirit was being sucked away by them as they grew. The life star was a star of life. It required his chi, his soul, and his essence to create a world all his own. However, Long Chen wasn't condensing 2 life star beads like others. His body was transforming without him controlling anything as he absorbed the tribulation lightning. All he needed to do was make sure he wasn't killed by the lightning. He looked to be in desperate straits with his flesh constantly being torn asunder, but his physical body was rapidly growing stronger. His astral spaces grew larger and larger. However, when they reached a size of 25,000 miles, their growth slowed down. What's going on? Long Chen was startled. Even the weakest Dragonblood warrior had condensed an astral space of over 100,000 miles. As for Ji Yu Yong and the other captains, their astral spaces were over 300,000 miles wide. For the growth of his astral spaces to slow down so much meant that he was quickly reaching their limit. But he hadn't even reached 30,000 miles. His astral spaces slowly grew, until finally, they reached an absolute limit just before 30,000 miles. Divine light flowed across them, making them seem to possess their own life. I've reached the limit already. Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed by his astral spaces. This was a far cry from what he had expected. However, when he thought about it, others only had one astral space, while he had 108,000 of them. Once his astral spaces had fully formed, he was no longer able to absorb as much lightning. There was a great surplus, so he told Lei Long to absorb it all. At the same time, his lightning spear reappeared. This time, it shattered a dozen lightning swords before crumbling. He resummoned his spear again. As Lei Long absorbed more lightning, it grew stronger, and the wild lightning soul battle spear that he condensed also grew stronger. His wings also appeared behind him. He no longer fought with his hands. With each attack, he blew apart the lightning swords, which transformed into lightning runes that he absorbed. Long Chen's managed to survive. Yi Ziqiu and the others were delighted as Long Chen no longer looked to be in desperate straits. He seemed to once more be in control. They relaxed slightly. As for those who wished for him to die, their expressions grew ugly. However, no one dared to try to disturb Long Chen, because anyone who tried to do that would be killed by the tribulation. After all, that was not a tribulation of the human race. It didn't care about whether someone was an Empyrean or not. Suddenly, Long Chen's astral spaces shook once more. A strange fluctuation came from them. My astral spaces have formed. Next is to connect to them with my soul. Only once the connection is perfected can I control their energy. But the tribulation isn't letting up. Long Chen had a thought. Forming hand seals, he condensed a giant spatial channel behind him. Come, the feast is ready. Whether or not you can eat it all depends on your appetite. Called out Long Chen. The world rumbled as a giant silver drake flew out of the channel. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you didn't forget me. The silver drake king laughed. The lightning swords exploded on contact with its scales and then were absorbed. As it absorbed the lightning, its aura grew stronger and stronger. Clearly, this divine lightning was excellent nourishment for it. Help me hold it back for a while. Long Chen sent a message to the Drake King. He sat down in the sky, directly entering a meditative state. Lei Long immediately flew out of Long Chen's body, wrapping around him, both protecting him and absorbing the lightning. The Drake King didn't tarry. It also formed a giant coil around Long Chen and Lei Long to protect them. The experts present were all stunned. One of the Zon beasts was cursing repeatedly at this move, which was practically cheating. However, even as he cursed, he didn't dare to back his voice up with his spiritual yuan, afraid of being sensed by the tribulation. Xie Wenchen was startled in particular because he sensed that the Silver Drake King was much stronger than the one that had blocked him before. If it had possessed its current power, he wouldn't have been able to block it so easily. What he didn't know was that at the time, Long Chen's power had been limited, and the spatial channel he had condensed wasn't stable enough, resulting in the Drake King only being able to send over a split body. It could be said that Long Chen had already advanced to the Life Star realm, and he was using the energy of the surrounding tribulation energy to condense the channel. This time, the Drake King was able to come with its true body. With the Drake King protecting him, no one could do anything to Long Chen. They could only watch as he cheated. Long Chen was currently using the energy of his Yuan spirit to connect with his 108,000 stars. His Life Star realm was different from other people's, so he had to figure out how to control his astral spaces himself. His astral spaces were currently like babies, and he was nourishing them with the energy of his Yuan spirit. Now Long Chen understood why his Yuan spirit had to be so powerful. This was one of the requirements of the 9-star hegemon body art. Without such a powerful Yuan spirit, there was no way to nourish so many astral spaces. He had condensed a supreme Yuan spirit from 1,080,000,000 primordial runes. Now its use was revealed. 108,000 threads grew out from his yuan spirit, connecting to his astral spaces. The energy of his yuan spirit reached out into the core of his astral spaces, forming a star core. Once the star core was formed, he was delighted to find that he was filled with unprecedented energy. This was his world energy. Just at this moment, Long Chen's heart shook. He was called out by Lei Long, and he hastily opened his eyes. He saw that up in the sky, the Drake King was roaring, with endless lightning filling the sky. Long Chen, hurry and retreat into the dragon field. I can't hold on any longer. This is no heavenly tribulation but heavenly punishment. It's fundamentally not something you can endure, roared the Drake King. Although Long Chen had felt that it had just taken a moment for him to connect to his astral spaces, it had actually been over 2 hours. The tribulation had grown stronger and stronger, and while the Drake King had been crazily absorbing the lightning at the beginning, after an hour, it had started to find it taxing. It had been forced to shrink its protective area. It felt bad that it had been called for such a feast and wasn't able to help enough, so it worked hard to protect Long Chen. But a few minutes ago, the lightning had gone berserk. The 9 lightning dragons in the sky had actually started to merge into one. The Drake King had immediately had a bad feeling and charged into the clouds, but it was unable to stop the merger. The lightning dragons were condensed from the laws of heaven and earth, and it was growing more and more difficult to stop them. It wouldn't be long before the Drake King was no longer able to stop it. That's fine, let it come, I'm prepared. Long Chen took a deep breath. He knew that this lightning tribulation was different from his past tribulations. He needed to fully activate the Azure Dragon Essence Blood and block the end himself. For the Drake King to buy him this time, he was already very satisfied. Finally, the Drake King was unable to endure. The 9 lightning dragons merged, and the Drake King was knocked back. Now there was one giant white dragon. Long Chen's pupils shrank. That giant dragon was the same dragon he had seen in his mind when he had absorbed the Azure Dragon Essence Blood. Even its aura was identical. The Azure Dragon roared, and a huge claw smashed down at Long Chen. Its speed was astonishing. By the time everyone realized it was attacking, the claw had already smashed into Long Chen's body. The earth exploded, and a powerful shockwave spread that caused everyone's expressions to change. They were forced to hastily retreat. With one claw, a giant hole had appeared in the ground. Long Chen's figure had vanished. He died. Chapter 1980. This attack had practically been a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering attack. It was also an unavoidable strike. This attack had not just contained terrifying power but also a kind of law. That claw would strike no matter what. Long Chen, Yi Ziqiu stepped forward, her eyes reddening. But she was stopped by Taoist Heavenly Feather. Foolish girl, Long Chen's aura is still present. Only now did people realize that Long Chen's aura was still there. However, it was now incredibly weak. It seemed that he had been heavily injured. The Silver Drake King roared, about to charge at the lightning Azure Dragon. It's mine. However, a cold voice rang out from the ground. That voice contained an indomitable will that stunned the Drake King. The dragon claw actually began to shudder and slowly rise out of the ground. As it rose, people saw a black blade holding it back, and Long Chen's figure revealed itself once more. People were unable to believe their eyes. Long Chen had actually survived that terrifying attack. Although there was blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, it didn't actually seem like he was heavily injured. Evilmoon was unleashing black light that forced back the dragon claw. The ground continuously rumbled. Long Chen eventually stepped into the sky, forcing back the Azure Dragon one step at a time. This scene was unbelievable to all those that were witnessing it. Long Chen was like an ant in front of the Azure Dragon. But this ant was continuously forcing back the Azure Dragon. Finally, Long Chen and the Azure Dragon both retreated. Long Chen looked at his giant opponent and cupped his fists. Thank you for giving me another chance. This time, I won't be defeated. Long Chen knew that this Azure Dragon was the result of the karma of the heavenly Taos. It was not truly the Azure Dragon whose scale he now possessed. However, last time, he hadn't managed to subdue the Azure Dragon reverse scale. Although he had obtained the Essence Blood, he hadn't managed to suppress its will. Perhaps that was the true reason why he had yet to fully control the Azure Dragon Essence Blood. For this Azure Dragon to appear now, it was another chance for him. The Azure Dragon's reply was a sharp claw that was even fiercer than the last attack. It didn't give Long Chen any time to rest. This time, Long Chen managed to block it. Evilmoon unleashed a ray of light that actually sliced through the claw. Now Long Chen took the initiative to attack. He followed up with another slash, and a giant saber image appeared. Long Chen was using the seventh form of Split the Heavens. The Azure Dragon blocked Long Chen's attack. The saber image exploded, but the Azure Dragon's body shrank, a portion of it crumbling into runes. Long Chen was like a madman as he fought the Azure Dragon, going all out. After several exchanges, he was coughing up blood, but more and more of the Azure Dragon was transforming into runes that left its body and were devoured by Lei Long. Don't fight it head-on. Your cultivation advancement is causing your confidence to inflate. You can fight with technique to beat it, said Evilmoon. No, I can only fight it directly. Last time, I failed to subdue the Azure Dragon reverse scale. This time, I will use my will to subdue it, or it will leave a flaw on my Dao heart, said Long Chen. Who the fuck cares about some flaw? If you keep fighting like this, you might die. Raged Evilmoon. You don't understand. My cultivation technique is special. I know it's stupid, but it's the only way. Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued to fight like a madman. He also didn't want to fight this way, but the pride within his soul was making him win back his lost face. He didn't know if this was the influence of the Pill Sovereign's will, but he knew that if he didn't defeat this Azure Dragon, his Dao heart would be gravely affected. Long Chen's right hand broke. The immense divine pressure inhibited his recovery abilities, so he switched to holding Evilmoon with his left hand, continuing to attack crazily. The huge body of the Azure Dragon was constantly shrinking, but Long Chen's aura grew ever weaker. In front of this Azure Dragon, he knew that the only thing he could do was use his will to suppress his opponent. If his will was suppressed, he would definitely die. He could see the only opening within this tribulation. Spiritual Yuan, not important. The power of his stars, also not important. Even the power of his Yuan spirit wasn't the key. It was his will. The power of this Azure Dragon had already far surpassed the limits of what he could handle. Even a third-step nether passage expert would definitely die to it. The reason why he was able to fight was because he was using his will to suppress it. If he switched to relying on technique, it would be saying he was afraid of fighting it head-on, and his will would loosen. Without his will suppressing it, its power would crush him. Evilmoon didn't understand that, and this kind of thing wasn't something that could be explained with words. Long Chen's aura was dropping. He was running out of spiritual Yuan, and without the protection of his spiritual Yuan, his bones were broken. When his hands were both broken and there was no time to heal, he bit onto Evilmoon and continued to swing it. Finally, Evilmoon slashed into the Azure Dragon's head, and the Azure Dragon exploded into lightning runes. It's over. Long Chen stared blankly. The tribulation clouds had already faded without him noticing it. Not good. Long Chen, I have to leave. The Silver Drake King was in the midst of devouring those lightning runes when it let out a startled cry. The spatial channel that Long Chen had condensed was rapidly shrinking. That was its root. If the spatial channel was closed, it would lose its connection to its source. It would then quickly wither and be devoured by the laws of the martial heaven continent. It had no more time to devour lightning runes and snuck back into the spatial channel. But right before it vanished, it opened its mouth and sucked up as many lightning runes as it could. Just at this moment, a diagram covered the sky, enveloping Long Chen. It's the Brahma Divine Diagram. Hu Jianying and the others' expressions changed. This wily old fox Yu Xiaoyun had actually stealthily activated the Brahma Divine Diagram. He launched an attack as soon as the tribulation ended. However, the light unleashed by the Brahma Divine Diagram possessed no offensive power. It only enveloped Long Chen, so not even he noticed it. The old man attacked, swinging the heaven-splitting blade. However, a giant furnace appeared, blocking his blade. It was Pill Valley's other core divine item, the Daynite Furnace. Yu Xiaoyun had actually brought both core divine items. All Life Star disciples, hear my orders. Enter the divine diagram and capture Long Chen alive, shouted Yu Xiaoyun. True Immortal Jiaoqi, Xie Luo, Huo Lian, Di Feng, Wei Can, Yan Wei, and the other experts charged into the Brahma Divine Diagram. The Brahma Divine Diagram had its own space within it. The light of the diagram was like an extension of it, trapping Long Chen. Since he was like a bird stuck in a cage, Yu Xiaoyun had decided to capture him alive. Seeing this tribulation, he wished to know Long Chen's secrets even more. Long Chen, let's see where you run this time. True Immortal Jiaoqi smiled sinisterly. Although he couldn't kill Long Chen, tearing off a few limbs to vent was good as well. Attack. Hu Jianying raised her sword. All the martial heaven alliance's experts rose, their auras rising. Brothers, kill. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen saved us in the past. This time, we'll save him. The disciples of the martial heaven alliance charged under Yi Lingshan's lead. The Brahma divine diagram possessed its own laws. That barrier of light was something only up to life star disciples could enter, so Yu Xiaoyun had Huo Lian and the others enter. The curious thing was that under normal circumstances, Yu Xiaoyun should have directly sucked Long Chen into the Brahma divine diagram, but he didn't. Just as Yi Lingshan was about to lead the martial heaven alliance's disciples into the barrier, Long Chen's voice rang out. Everyone, stay calm. I already said that all you need to do is bear witness to today's events. There's no need for you to fight. Is the Dragonblood Legion present? Suddenly, the sky exploded, and killing intent unfurled. Over 10,000 figures appeared at once. The Dragonblood Legion. Shocked cries rang out. Everyone had been so focused on Long Chen that they had almost forgotten that Long Chen also had his number 1 legion. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, Sha Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Rian, and Cloud were all present. Behind them were the Dragonblood warriors. They were wearing blood-colored armor and wielding blood-colored swords. Their eyes were icy, and they seemed like warriors from hell. They were unleashing a terrifying killing intent. They immediately charged into the Brahma divine diagram's barrier as well, surrounding Long Chen. Guo Ran shouted, "The Dragonblood Legion is present. Those who wish to reincarnate should hurry on over." Chapter 1981. The Dragonblood Legion arrived, surrounding Long Chen. Meng Qi and Chu Yao placed their hands on Long Chen's back, pouring their life energy and spiritual strength into him. Long Chen had already reached his limit against that lightning azure dragon. With their support, he entered a meditative state once more. Who cares about the Dragonblood Legion? Watch me destroy it with a wave of my hand. Sneered true immortal Jiaoqi. His manifestation erupted, and a giant Qilin monster with a drake tail appeared. His manifestation has fully awakened. No, he's one step away. If his manifestation was fully awakened, that figure would be able to leave his manifestation. However, although his manifestation was not fully awakened, his power caused even the Nether Passage experts' hearts to shudder. Destroy us. It seems those slaps in the face were ineffective. Does your face not hurt? How about this? If you can touch my sleeve, it will count as your win. Declared Guo Ran. Within the Dragonblood Legion, Sha Chen formed hand seals. All the Dragonblood warriors' armor lit up, and runes enveloped every one of them. Heaven and earth seemed to fall out of existence. The Dragonblood Legion looked to be a mix of reality and illusion. Die. True immortal Jiaoqi furiously swung his halberd. Long Chen's slaps had been the greatest humiliation of his life, and Mo Nian and Guo Ran were constantly bringing it up. A ray of divine light shot out of his halberd, going straight toward the Dragonblood Legion. It shot straight through them without the slightest resistance. However, this attack really just shot through them. It didn't cause any damage. It was like they were just a reflection that didn't truly exist. Idiot, I already said that I'd count it as your win if you could even touch my sleeve. Guo Ran's disdainful expression grew greater. During Long Chen's tribulation, the Dragonblood Legion had been hiding in the distance with one of Sha Chen's formations hiding their existence. Due to the great distance, even experts like Yu Xiaoyun hadn't sensed them. They had secretly chased Long Chen from Heavenly Fate Island to here, and they had maintained their peak condition the entire time. They're fully equipped with divine swords and divine armor. How can the Dragonblood Legion possess so many divine items? Startled cries rang out. When did divine items become so cheap? That's not all. It seems their armor and swords are linked and freshly forged. Could it be that they made them themselves? That might be true. Look, their armor is connected into a grand formation. Other divine items can't possibly do that. People saw through the clues as to why true immortal Jiaoqi's attack missed. It definitely had to do with the formation that the Dragonblood warriors had formed. However, such a formation with so many people was something even the old monsters present had never seen before. Others also attacked, but as a result, they all missed without exception. The Dragonblood Legion was simply standing there, yet they also didn't seem to exist. They were untouchable. True immortal Jiaoqi furiously charged toward the Dragonblood Legion, but somehow the Dragonblood Legion was able to maintain a certain distance from him no matter how he tried to approach them. What bullshit is this? Raged true immortal Jiaoqi. Tens of thousands of experts had charged into the Brahma divine diagram. but not one of them was able to approach the Dragonblood Legion. That was truly a bizarre sight. It definitely has to do with their formation. Brute power isn't going to do anything, shouted Di Feng. Suddenly, the Brahma divine diagram shook. Rays of divine light fell from it, enveloping the Dragonblood Legion. The light was like ropes, twisting space. It actually marked the Dragonblood Legion's true position. Although it had looked like the Dragonblood Legion wasn't moving, they were actually moving according to some specific orbit. Now let's see where you will run, roared true immortal Jiaoqi. He once more launched a powerful attack with his halberd. This time, with the Brahma divine diagram marking the Dragonblood Legion's position, they couldn't dodge. The halberd's divine light struck the Dragonblood Legion head-on. However, it crumbled as it struck another layer of defense in front of the Dragonblood Legion. Idiot, who's running? Your head really doesn't work too well. I already said, just touching my sleeve would be your victory, said Guo Ran. More attacks came from the experts of Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, and the Zon beasts. However, the majority of those attacks missed. After all, not everyone's attacks were as sharp as true immortal Jiaoqi's. The Dragonblood Legion was like a fly, so fast that most people were unable to hit them. Spread out and activate your world energy to suppress space, shouted Di Feng. The tens of thousands of experts spread out, attacking the Dragonblood Legion from every direction. These people were powerful Empyreans, and using their world energy to suppress space, they formed a giant net that rapidly contracted. The spatial suppression also suppressed Sha Chen's formation. They were getting closer and closer, and there wasn't much room for the Dragonblood Legion to move any longer. The surrounding space had been frozen by their world energy. Eventually, the Dragonblood Legion's movement formation lost all effect. They were no longer able to move anywhere. You are called Guo Ran, right? Today, I, true immortal Jiaoqi, shall cut you to pieces. To balance out their encirclement, true immortal Jiaoqi, Xie Luo, Huo Lian, Di Feng, Gui Can, Yan Wei, and the others had also spread out, making sure that the Dragonblood Legion couldn't charge out. Suddenly, the Dragonblood Legion's formation dissipated. Just as everyone thought that it had crumbled under the pressure of tens of thousands of experts, a powerful surge of energy burst forth from within. The world energy suppressing the space exploded, and the surrounding experts were blown back. Their encirclement instantly enlarged. Only people like true immortal Jiaoqi, Xie Luo, Huo Lian, and Di Feng weren't blown back. The others were sent flying, with some even coughing up blood. Shocked, they looked at the center of the Dragonblood Legion to see that Long Chen, who had been exhausted, was now recovered. He was once more standing in the air, a sharp light in his eyes. He actually directly broke through to the first heaven stage of Life Star. Just now, that burst of power had been Long Chen's aura. With Meng Qi and Chu Yao's help, he had managed to link every single one of his astral spaces with the energy of his Yuan spirit. They were now in one giant formation, with the core being the primal chaos space and the 108,000 astral spaces as a loop of energy. In that instant, Long Chen gained another kind of energy, world energy. Brothers, today is a special day. The Dragonblood Legion has encountered countless dangers, countless sinister schemes. Why is that? Because we weren't strong enough, and because we weren't ruthless enough. Our enemies actually viewed us as easy targets. Today, we will bare our fangs, tear their flesh, and use their blood and corpses to show that the Dragonblood Legion is not so easy to bully. Whoever attacks us, we'll make them pay a painful price. I hereby announce that the Dragonblood Legion is becoming a major power, one that will not accept anyone's suppression. Brothers, today, show the world our oath. Dragonblood Legion, attack! Long Chen's voice surged out like thunder, ringing throughout the sky. The Dragonblood Legion roared, their killing intent soaring. Long Chen charged out, heading directly for true immortal Jiaoqi. True immortal Jiaoqi, you've always claimed that the Zon beasts are number one in power. Try and receive an attack from me. Long Chen swung Evilmoon, using only his brute strength. However, this simple attack caused a tearing sound as if the world could not contain it. Having defeated the Azure Dragon that he had not defeated before, a knot that had been in his heart was undone. At the same time, his Azure Dragon essence blood had gone through a change, becoming even purer. He was now able to control it at will, and he felt full of power. Even a little human dares to be arrogant. True immortal Jiaoqi furiously smashed his halberd at Long Chen. Chapter 1982. Humans are the most spiritual beings in this world, or why would you make the effort to transform into human form all the time? How are you qualified to look down on the human race? Sneered Long Chen. Don't think that you're unrivaled just because you've passed your tribulation. All your power was barely enough to pass a simple tribulation. Against me, the only thing left for you is death. Roared true immortal Jiaoqi. Evilmoon met true immortal Jiaoqi's halberd. The void exploded, and true immortal Jiaoqi was pushed back. Even with all his power, true immortal Jiaoqi was unable to stop Long Chen from pushing him back. That shocked everyone, as Long Chen was just using his physical strength, while true immortal Jiaoqi was going all out. Humans are the most spiritual of all beings. Humans are the masters of this world. Humans are closer to the Tao. What qualifications do you have to insult the human race? Is this your power? Is this your pride? Is the Qilin Drake race's only ability to be slapped in the face? Long Chen was using only one hand as he continued to push back true immortal Jiaoqi. In the distance, the experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance let out excited cheers. The Zon beasts and ancient races always insulted the human race, calling them garbage and ants. Long Chen's words were the truth though. The human race was the one in charge of this world. Qilin's wrath, Drake's might. True immortal Jiaoqi roared, and he stamped on the ground, forcibly stopping Long Chen's momentum. A giant hole appeared in the ground around him. He had actually used a divine ability. However, even as he went all out to stop Long Chen, a cracking sound rang out clearly. True immortal Jiaoqi's arms broke, and he was sent flying. True immortal Jiaoqi's manifestation suddenly vanished. He took on his true form, becoming a monster larger than a mountain, one whose upper body was a Qilin but his lower body was a drake. As for his halberd, it grew in proportion to the rest of his body. Long Chen swung Evilmoon once more, and a giant saber image slashed into the halberd. Long Chen's body shook slightly, but true immortal Jiaoqi was once more sent flying. Even in your strongest state, you aren't a match for me. Is this the power you claim to be above the human race? Sneered Long Chen. In his Zon beast form, it was difficult to tell true immortal Jiaoqi's expression. But based on his eyes, it seemed that he was angry. A pillar of blood qi suddenly surged out of him. True immortal Jiaoqi was actually activating his spirit blood. The fur covering his upper body lit up, while the scales on his lower body had runes appear on them. The void repeatedly exploded as true immortal Jiaoqi clashed against Long Chen, but no matter what he did, he was unable to get an advantage over Long Chen. Suddenly, heaven and earth were split open by the arrival of a flame blade. The air ignited as it swung down. Huo Lian was joining in, and he had transformed into a flame giant. He was actually chanting the Nirvana scripture, allowing him to absorb the world's flame energy. Boom! Long Chen blocked with Evilmoon, but it resulted in his arm almost going numb. Huo Lian's power was exceptionally violent and even greater than true immortal Jiaoqi's. Long Chen, you might have destroyed my physical body, but I managed to turn that into a blessing by condensing the flame devil body. I now have an undying body, so to thank you, I'll let you see the power of the flame devil body when combined with the Nirvana scripture. The ground suddenly exploded all over and lava spurted out. It was like a scene from the apocalypse. Right at that moment, a giant blood-colored spear pierced toward Long Chen. As Xie Luo joined in, an evil aura filled the air. He merged with the skeleton in his manifestation, and due to that merger, his aura became 10 times stronger than before. Boom! Long Chen's palm split open, and a black qi instantly invaded the wound. However, thunder force flowed on Long Chen's hand, expelling the black qi. The sound of bone-chilling mournful wails rang out as he incinerated the curse, which stemmed from the resentment of spirits. This is your world energy. It's not so strong. Long Chen looked at Xie Luo with a cold smile. True immortal Jiaoqi had wanted to kill him with just his physical strength, as that was the only way to erase his heart devil. As for Huo Lian, he had condensed the flame devil body and had set foot onto another cultivation path. He no longer possessed world energy. It was only Xie Luo who had used his world energy, resulting in this injury. However, his power was not as great as Long Chen had expected. Just after receiving Xie Luo's attack, Yan Wei, whom Long Chen had never fought before, came charging. Over. He had a copper rod which he swung at him. At the same time, Gui Can's attack also arrived, and Di Feng's 3 divine items activated at once, unleashing rays of divine light at Long Chen. True immortal Jiaoqi, Huo Lian, Xie Luo, Di Feng, Gui Can, and Yan Wei had surrounded him. Outside, The four Fate Princes were pointing their swords at Long Chen. It was unknown what attack they were brewing. Don't hold back. Use your world energy to capture Long Chen right now, or the others won't be able to hold on, shouted Di Feng. At this time, the Dragonblood Legion was finally on the offense. The other experts they had gathered were unable to stop them. Cloud had taken on the true form of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, and she was viciously slaughtering everyone in her path. She seemed almost crazy, as if the people she was attacking were those that had killed her fellow cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows. As for the other Dragonblood warriors, they didn't charge over to Long Chen. They were fighting with a steady tempo. Only Cloud was going all out to repay the blood debt they owed her. Suddenly, a powerful chi wave spread, forcing back True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others. This chi wave contained an incredible amount of world energy. When it comes to world energy, I have it too. Let's see whose is stronger. Long Chen's 108,000 astral spaces activated at once, and his first target was True Immortal Jiaoqi. True Immortal Jiaoqi was sent tumbling back from a slash of Long Chen's saber, unable to resist. In front of the human race's power, you're the most inferior ant. After striking True Immortal Jiaoqi, Long Chen's saber turned, slashing behind him. Xie Luo's spear was blocked, and then a burst of power sent its owner flying. How can his world energy be so terrifying? They were shocked by this power. Long Chen's world energy was creating a halo of light around him. Within that region, this world's laws were forced back. That showed that his world energy was repelling the martial heaven continent's world energy. That was a shocking thing. For other people, they used their world energy through their weapons, or when their bodies clashed. That was the only time they could unleash it. If they unleashed it through the air like this, they would be suppressed by the martial heaven continent's laws. Their world energy would lose effect. However, Long Chen's world energy was so powerful that it forced back the martial heaven continent's laws. On the outside, Yu Xiaoyun could no longer endure it. He changed plans, actually sending the day-night furnace toward Long Chen. He had a bad feeling, so he dispelled the Brahma Divine Diagram's barrier. The old man's gaze had been locked on Yu Xiaoyun the entire time, and the heaven-splitting blade immediately slashed toward him. Tu Qiansheng and the seven bosses also attacked, as well as Ku Jianying, Yan Nantian, and the other experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Martial Heaven Alliance's people could see that Long Chen was their only hope, so they could not allow him to die. They would rather bet their lives on this youngster who had repeatedly created miracles. Dragonblood Legion, attack! We're killing until we're happy today. Guo Ran raised his saber, summoning his golden armor. The Dragonblood warriors roared and activated their Dragonblood battle armor. They charged at the Nether Passage experts, disregarding the Life Star disciples, which were no longer even qualified to enter the Dragonblood Legion's gazes. Seeing countless Nether Passage experts charge in, Long Chen smiled. Azure Dragon Battle Armor, Chapter 1983. A pillar of light soared into the sky, and a dragon's cry resounded. The experts of the Zon beasts and ancient races shuddered, feeling an instinctual terror as a sacred and domineering dragon might spread. White scales slowly spread along Long Chen's body, going from his feet, calves, knees, and thighs. This time, the dragon's scales no longer sparsely covered him. He was fully covered. Gravity seemed to lose effect. Countless boulders began to slowly float into the sky. This bizarre sight was shocking. This was a power that no one had seen before. Finally, the white scales finished covering Long Chen. It was like he was wearing white scale armor. Divine light flowed on top of the scales, and there was a vague dragon-shaped aura coiling around him. Once the Azure Dragon battle armor was complete, a burst of power spread in every direction, crushing the giant boulders floating in the sky. His divine ring and 5-star battle armor also activated. As Long Chen felt the endless energy welling up within his body, he suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like he was expelling all of his accumulated resentment during these years with this one roar. Just as Long Chen was roaring, True Immortal Jiaoqi, Xie Luo, Huo Lian, Di Feng, Gui Can, Yan Wei, and the 4 Fate Princes attacked at once. This time, their expressions were grave. They chose to coordinate their attacks so that they landed at the same time. They could tell that Long Chen was a monster. Capturing him alive was no longer much of a possibility, so they concentrated all their attacks in an attempt to kill him in one blow. Evilmoon spun through the air. A black arc shot out, blocking their attacks which came from every direction. As a result, True Immortal Jiaoqi and the others tumbled back, coughing up blood. The distant experts on both sides were completely stunned. Even after joining forces, those peak heavenly geniuses were forced back so miserably. True immortal Jiaoqi, I told you that you won. You succeeded in infuriating me, so you can be first. Long Chen stepped forward, unleashing a simple slash with Evilmoon. He didn't use any techniques. It was a simple attack, but there were already signs that the void was about to collapse. True immortal Jiaoqi roared, going all out to block. As a result, his halberd went flying, and his arms shattered. His huge body slammed into the ground. His huge body suddenly vanished. He returned to his human form, summoning his 9-colored celestial horse and the Qilin war chariot. He jumped in. Just as everyone was expecting him to use the Qilin war chariot to fight, he actually fled for his life. His courage was already broken. That was because Long Chen had summoned the complete Azure Dragon battle armor, and his dragon essence blood was fully activated. Dragons were the emperors of all beasts. Even divine beasts had to kneel before them. It wasn't just a bloodline suppression but also a spiritual one. Seeing true immortal Jiaoqi fleeing, Long Chen sneered. Wild, this one's yours. The ground in the distance suddenly exploded, and a giant figure came flying out. It was Wild, and he was quickly in position to block true immortal Jiaoqi's path. He swung his bone club. The Qilin war chariot exploded, and countless fragments flew out in every direction. A terrifying core ancestral divine item was actually smashed apart just like that. True immortal Jiaoqi hadn't expected someone to be hiding beneath the earth. Even though his chariot blocked the blow, he coughed up blood from the impact. As for his 9-colored celestial horse, it was blown to pieces. Die. Wild once more swung his bone club. Wild had been arranged to be extra help if needed. He had a formation disc on him, and Sha Chen had stealthily made arrangements throughout the battlefield so that he could move Wild anywhere throughout the battlefield without him doing anything. That was why Wild was so perfectly suited to block true immortal Jiaoqi when he ran. Having gained enough distance to no longer be suppressed by Long Chen's dragon pressure, true immortal Jiaoqi's fear vanished. With a furious howl, he summoned his Qilin Drake form once more, swinging his blazing halberd at Wild. Wild's 300-meter body was small in front of true immortal Jiaoqi's giant true body, but the two of them were actually equally matched. The halberd and bone club rumbled, causing the world to shudder as well. Neither side was able to suppress the other. Flames almost burst out of true immortal Jiaoqi. He had always viewed himself as having god-like power that no one could resist. Being beaten by Long Chen was one thing, as he possessed dragon blood that suppressed him. But where had this fellow come from to actually also not be suppressed by him in terms of power? A divine rune appeared on true immortal Jiaoqi's forehead, and his blood chi soared. He was actually igniting his own essence blood in exchange for greater power. As a result, Wild was steadily forced back. Now Wild was also enraged, and his bronze skin suddenly became silver, and silver runes appeared in his eyes. True immortal Jiaoqi was instantly blown back, almost coughing up blood. True immortal Jiaoqi was shocked. He had never seen such terrifying power. This was different from Long Chen. Wild once more smashed his club. To defend himself, true immortal Jiaoqi raised his halberd hastily, but his powerful divine item was actually smashed apart, breaking into 2 fragments. His arms exploded, blood splattering. After one smash of his club, Wild followed it up with another smash. There was no technique. It was like a fool wildly swinging, but his power seemed endless. True immortal Jiaoqi let out one final unwilling roar. Having ignited his essence blood, he had lost the ability to quickly restore his arms. Wild's club didn't stop just because of one unwilling roar. True immortal Jiaoqi's head was smashed apart, which resulted in the death of his Yuan spirit as well. A generation's genius fell. Within the Zon beasts, an elder let out a furious roar. He was the Qilin Drake race's leader. True immortal Jiaoqi had been their top genius and was viewed as their hope for the future. Hence, they had bet all their resources on him, thinking that he would lead their race to a new glory. But he had died here. Once true immortal Jiaoqi died, even before his body fell to the ground, Wild pounced forward, biting his corpse. Crunching sounds rang out. In just a few seconds, half of true immortal Jiaoqi's corpse was devoured. The Qilin Drake experts were infuriated and charged toward Wild. The Zon beasts only viewed others as prey, but no one dared to view them like that. Hence, being defiled this way was a huge insult. Seeing others come to disturb him, Wild put away true immortal Jiaoqi's corpse and raised his club. What shocked people was that even the leader of the Keelan Drake race, a second-step nether passage expert, was instantly blown apart by a swing of Wild's club. His divine item was nothing in front of that club. After being killed, he transformed into his giant true form that delighted Wild. Food. Wild didn't cultivate, he strengthened himself purely from eating. During intense fights, he always exhausted a great deal of energy and got hungry. Now seeing that these people would become magical beasts after being killed, he was ecstatic. He charged toward the nether passage experts. Even nether passage experts were unable to block Wild's attacks. That bone club was too terrifying. Ordinary divine items would instantly be blown to bits. However, very quickly, Wild became dumbfounded to find that even after he had killed several more people, they didn't transform into magical beasts. Long Chen had told him that unless he had no other choice, he couldn't eat people. If they didn't transform, he couldn't eat them. Wild, aim for the bigger ones. Those people will transform into magical beasts. You can eat those, shouted Guo Ran from the distance. Hearing this reminder, Wild immediately charged toward one of his larger enemies. As expected, once he was killed with a simple swing of Wild's club, he transformed into a giant Zon beast, delighting Wild. Wild might be powerful, but his intelligence was low. He found it miraculous that a person could transform into a magical beast. He charged through the Zon beasts, able to mostly tell who they were. As for those Zon beasts, their expressions changed. A figure suddenly appeared, wielding a rod-like weapon and smashed it at Wild. That's Long Zhongkang. Hu Jianying and the others' expressions changed. The one blocking Wild was actually the leader of the ancient races. Chapter 1984. The leader of the ancient races, Long Zhongkang, personally went to handle Wild with a copper rod in his hand. Legend was that this rod's runes had been personally engraved by an almighty expert of the ancient races, an expert so powerful that they had merged the magical arts of the human race and the divine abilities of the Zon beasts. Wild didn't care who his opponent was though. Seeing that he was another big one, Wild was delighted. The bone club collided with the copper rod. As a result, black cracks spread throughout the whole air. Wild's hand broke, and he flew across the ground. As for Long Zhongkang, he was actually forced back several steps. Old fellow, I want to eat you. Wild charged back toward Long Zhongkang. The experts present were all stunned. Just what kind of monster was Wild to be able to survive an attack from a third-step nether passage expert? In fact, he didn't even seem to view him seriously. Wild was swinging his club through the air in a wheel-like fashion against the copper rod. They began to repeatedly clash, and they were actually evenly matched. The great leader of the ancient races was actually stopped by a member of the junior generation. Long Zhongkang clearly wasn't holding back, but Wild was capable of stopping him. No one had expected there to be such a terrifying figure within the Dragonblood Legion capable of stopping one of the overlord figures of the continent. However, at the very least, Wild had been stopped, allowing the Zon beasts to sigh with relief. They were terrified of Wild. On the other side, the old man was fighting against Yu Xiaoyun. This time, Yu Xiaoyun had learned from his last fight against the old man. The Brahma Divine Diagram and Day-Night Furnace danced through the air, not giving the old man any chance to use the ninth form of Split the Heavens. He was clearly afraid of that move and didn't want to give the old man a chance to use that suicidal move. Even he wasn't confident in receiving the old man's suicidal blow. Hu Jianying was blocking Di Long, Yan Nantian was blocking Zhang Ziyang, and the other three Grand Elders were blocking Peng Wanli and Xie Wenchen. HMPH, your longevity has run out. There's no way you can reach Samsara. Are you just using your lives to fight at death's door? Sneered Xie Wenchen. Haha, fighting at death's door. We haven't reached that point, right? We've been very lucky. We can already see hope for the future. Even if we die, we can die at peace. But it seems that the corrupt path is different. One of the three corrupt kings was slain by Lingshan, and so you had to add a replacement. But even so, they're unable to stop Long Chen. It seems that the one at their death's door is your side. Responded the Grand Elder fighting him. Originally, due to their longevity running out, they would have only been able to unleash 70% of their peak power. However, Long Chen had brought back the life-extending fruit from the yin-yang world. If used during a person's middle ages, then it could increase their lifespan by 300 years. However, the Grand Elders had already gone too far. Even consuming them had only given them an extra 20 years. They didn't really care about being able to live 20 more years. They had already witnessed the passing of countless years, of countless changes in the world. The only thing that had been holding them back from leaving peacefully was their worry for the Martial Heaven Alliance. The reason why they cared about the life-extending fruit was because it allowed them to unleash 90% of their original peak power. Although they would die after going all out, they were satisfied. Furthermore, the most terrifying thing in this world was someone who didn't fear death. The Grand Elders were exactly that. As soon as they started fighting, they would be fighting to the death no matter what. Their killing power was not a joke. That was why the Supreme Powers were not actually fighting. Other than the Old Man and Yu Xiaoyun, as well as Wild and Long Zhongkang, the others were simply facing each other. There were two critical figures that made them unable to fight all out. One was the unfettered Alseer, and the other was Ji Wuming. The two of them had already charged past, going toward Long Chen. Xie Wenchen and the others didn't need to attack. They just needed to make sure that their opponents didn't get to interfere. As for Wei Ku Jianying and the others didn't do anything, that was because just as those two had started flying over, Li Tianxuan had sent a message to them that Long Chen wanted to let the two of them pass. Although they didn't know what Long Chen was planning, they chose to trust him. On that side, Long Chen was still dominating his battlefield. His blade was unleashing waves of saber chi that were like crescent moons. After true immortal Zhaoqi had fled, he had fallen at Wild's hands. Then the others had attacked, but Long Chen blocked Huo Lian, Xie Luo, Di Feng, Yan Wei, and Gui Can's attack with one slash of his saber and then attacked the four Fate Princes as their swords lit up, not giving them a chance to unleash their combination arts. Long Chen felt like he was full of energy and that he would explode if he didn't use it. The four Fate Princes had just been injured by his attack when a black saber image tore through them, slaying them easily. True immortal Zhaoqi had fled, and now the four Fate Princes were dead. That was a fatal blow to their morale. Huo Lian, Di Feng, Xie Luo, Gui Can, and Yan Wei were panicking. They were already going all out, but unable to suppress Long Chen in the slightest. "Hold on, he's not going to last much longer," shouted Huo Lian. Using some unknown method, he began to incinerate his own body, causing his power to leap once more. Huo Lian and the others could tell that they no longer had any chance of defeating Long Chen. But as long as they could hold on a couple more seconds, the unfettered Alseer and Ji Wuming would arrive. Then it would still be their victory. As long as they could last a breath's time, they would be able to get away. But during that one breath's time, they couldn't retreat. That wasn't just because they were afraid of Long Chen escaping. It would signify an absolute defeat, one that would be crushing no matter what the circumstances were. They had to endure. Di Feng, Xie Luo, Gui Can, and Yan Wei also went all out, not only igniting their own essence blood for power, but also sacrificing a great deal of their vitality to activate their divine items. For the first time, Long Chen used Split the Heavens in this battle. He didn't even need to accumulate energy. He could unleash it as he wished. Huo Lian, Di Feng, Xie Luo, Gui Can, and Yan Wei's combined attacks were blown away, and the five of them were sent tumbling back, coughing up blood. Huo Lian's flames had dimmed greatly from the start. Long Chen's gaze turned to Huo Lian, and saber chi streaked across the air. The flame giant that was Huo Lian was sliced in two. "I'm a flame spirit. I possess an undying body. You can't kill me," roared Huo Lian, the two halves of his body merging back together. Long Chen once more slashed his saber, interrupting his merger and cutting him into four. His flames once more dimmed. "Ha ha ha, it's useless. Even if you slice me into 1,000,000 pieces, it will only weaken me. You can't kill me." Huo Lian laughed crazily. It seemed that this was the only aspect he could be proud of in front of Long Chen. "When did I say I wanted to kill you?" sneered Long Chen. "Watch out." The other four suddenly let out terrified cries. A giant flame dragon appeared in the sky, devouring one of Huo Lian's four portions. When that portion of himself was devoured, Huo Lian let out a horrified shriek. He found that his connection to that flame energy had vanished. "Being cut in four makes you the perfect size," mocked Long Chen. The flame dragon devoured another portion. Huo Lian had condensed the flame devil body and was made of the purest flame energy. At the start, Yu Xiaoyun hadn't had any hopes of Huo Lian actually managing to condense it, but upon seeing him succeed, Pill Valley had let him devour the majority of their earth flames in order to strengthen him. It could be said that Yu Xiaoyun had once more placed high hopes on Huo Lian. But now his flame devil body had become a fat piece of meat for Huo Long. Huo Lian was terrified. He tried to flee, but his body was still split, and his reactions were slower. As a result, one more piece of him was devoured. Huo Lian howled. With just a quarter of his energy, he had no power to flee. He cried for help, but Huo Long devoured him without the slightest mercy. Another genius died. Once Huo Lian was killed, the unfettered Alseer and Ji Wuming finally arrived. Long Chen met them with a disdainful smile. In truth, the two of them had had a chance to save Huo Lian just now, but they had intentionally slowed down a bit. Clearly, they hadn't wanted to save him. Their heavenly Fate Island and 4 Fate Princes had been destroyed. Even if they wanted to create a new sect, it wasn't too likely it could rise once more. This was all the fault of Pill Valley. Heavenly Fate Island only had a few weak disciples left in the two of them. In their hatred, they wished for others to meet an equally miserable fate. The unfettered Alseer and Ji Wuming had just approached Long Chen when a shout rang out. A giant cross split heaven and earth in two. It was like the harbinger of death, and the center of it streaked toward the unfettered Alseer and Ji Wuming. Chapter 1985. The Dragonblood warriors slaughtering their enemies had suddenly bunched together. Their bodies began to shine, and they formed a giant arrowhead formation. At the tip of the arrowhead was Guo Ran with his golden sabers crossed in front of him. Energy from all the Dragonblood warriors converged upon him. A giant cross slashed out, and anyone in its path, whether it was a Genius Life Star disciple or a Nether Passage elder, as long as they touched it, was blown to smithereens. This was their first time using this move since they had advanced to the Life Star realm. Every Dragonblood warrior was wearing armor that Guo Ran had made, armor which was a perfect set with their swords. Those were all divine items, and their divine runes had been made specially by Sha Chen so that they could all share the Dragonblood warriors' world energy and dragon blood energy. Now, this attack became the most thunderous and grand attack to appear on the entire battlefield. Even the unfettered Alseer and Ji Wuming's expressions changed. They were Nether Passage experts of the third step, but even they sensed the threat of death from this attack. Their life and death energy erupted as they defended. The giant cross of death exploded into blinding divine light, and a powerful shockwave sent even Long Chen flying. As for Xie Luo, Di Feng, Gui Can, and Yan Wei, they were hacking of blood, and Gui Can in particular almost exploded due to his weaker physical body. Perhaps it was simply his bad luck, but while the others were flying back, Gui Can ended up closer and closer to Long Chen. "I'll send you on your way." Long Chen had almost coughed up blood from the impact, but seeing Gui Can getting closer, he attacked without hesitation. Gui Can exploded, another genius dying. His death was truly unlucky. True immortal Jiaoqi, the 4 Fate Princes, Huo Lian, Gui Can. 7 of the martial heaven continent's peak geniuses had been killed. Now, the only ones left were Di Feng, Xie Luo, and Yan Wei. However, the 3 of them were in a miserable state from the shockwaves of the Dragonblood cross slash. It was unknown if they were even alive. After all, that was an attack containing the power of the entire Dragonblood Legion. The world was deformed from this one attack. As the dust settled, it revealed 2 wretched figures in the sky. The unfettered Alseer had blood dripping from his mouth. His Taoist robes were in tatters, making him look like a beggar. Ji Wuming was a bit better. He wasn't injured. However, his hair was in disarray. 2 third-step Nether Passage experts worked together, but one of them was still injured. One of the neutral camp's experts sighed with shock. The unfettered Alseer's cultivation base should probably be a bit lower than Ji Wuming's. Furthermore, Ji Wuming has the Fantasy Star Sword. The difference between them is obvious. The Fantasy Star Sword might have lost a great deal of power due to the destruction of Heavenly Fate Island's divine pool, but that damage was more like a slow poison. The Fantasy Star Sword's power and life were slowly dripping away. But right now, it still had most of its power. "I'll go kill Long Chen. You eliminate the scum," said Ji Wuming, shooting toward Long Chen. Ji Wuming went off after Long Chen, but it was the Dragonblood Legion that collapsed upon the unfettered Alseer. Ji Yu Yang was the first to attack. Ji Yu Yang's manifestation was active behind him, and runes revolved around his entire body. The muscles on his arms bulged, and it was like there were serpents wriggling beneath his skin. His spear unleashed immense divine power. Little ant, scram, the unfettered Alseer was infuriated. The Dragonblood cross slash had injured him. If he hadn't been with Ji Wuming, he would be in an even more wretched state. In just a day, he felt like he had gone through countless torments. If he didn't vent a bit, he was sure he would explode. The unfettered Alcir swung through the air. His life and death energy burst out as he unleashed a full-power strike. However, what shocked him was that Ji Yu Yang didn't die. Ji Yu Yang was blown back. His arms were broken, but he was otherwise alive. The neutral camp's experts were stunned. A Life Star disciple had just received the attack of a third-step netherpassage expert. Originally, they had predicted that nothing would be left of Ji Yu Yang after that attack. After all, a third-step netherpassage expert was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the martial heaven continent. The unfettered Alcir was about to attack again when sword chi slashed toward him. His heart shook, and he hastily raised his ruler to block. He was actually only able to block a portion of the sword chi. The rest of it continued past his defensive barrier of divine energy and left a foot-long cut on his chest, causing blood to soak his tattered Taoist robes. What terrifying sword intent! The neutral camp's experts gasped. There was no lack of true experts here, and they could sense that Yu Zifeng had relied on the will of the sword Dao to pierce the unfettered Alcir's life and death energy. Although it was just a superficial injury, an attack that was able to break through the defenses of a third-step netherpassage expert was a world-shaking attack. The youngsters today really are terrifying. Even Taoist Heavenly Feather sighed emotionally. Rumor is that the Heavenly Sword Gate has produced two amazing geniuses, and those two geniuses are actually a pair of master and apprentice. This Yu Zifeng is the apprentice, while the other one is called Ling Yunzi. He's a monstrous figure that has completely toppled the cultivation world's iron laws. Despite missing his golden cultivation time, he still soared like a shooting star, said an elder. This world was filled with monsters. Many monsters were bearing witness to the event today, but who knew how many of them were still hiding in the dark? As for Yu Zifeng, he was another monster aside from Long Chen. He didn't have the slightest aura of the heavenly Daos on him. For a person not blessed by the heavenly Daos to be so terrifying, how could those so-called heavenly geniuses live with themselves? The unfettered Alcir's fury soared upon being injured. His hair stood on end like an angry lion, and he smashed his ruler at Yu Zifeng. Die, you're the one who will die. Countless willow branches descended from the sky, moving like pythons. The unfettered Alcir's expression changed as he sensed immense danger from those branches. He almost instinctively gave up on attacking Yu Zifeng and tried to charge out from the branches. However, there were too many branches, and more of them blocked his path as he broke them. Although he was able to break through the branches, his expression was ugly. These branches possessed their own life and death energy that was resisting his own energy. Fortunately, he had fled right at the start, or if he had let them surround him, he would have been in trouble. The moment he charged out of the cage of willow branches, two golden giants appeared, smashing giant pillars at him. The unfettered Alcir couldn't dodge. He defended, and those two giant pillars exploded. However, his momentum came to a stop, and the willow branches behind him once more crept up. A black light sword suddenly shot out, filled with the air of annihilation. It was Cloud. The unfettered Alcir was hesitating over whether or not he should dodge or block when a wind blade sliced toward him. It was like a crescent moon, so sharp that it sliced apart the laws of space and time. Tang Wan-er's attack arrived at the same time as Cloud's. Soul wound in the dream, soul burial. The unfettered Alcir's eyes fluttered. His eyelids grew heavy. Not good. The unfettered Alcir suddenly bit his tongue, using the sharp pain to wake himself up. At this moment, all the attacks landed. A huge chi wave blew the unfettered Alcir into the sky. He was covered in blood. Blood runes had appeared on his ruler. He had actually used his own essence blood to power his divine item and increase its defensive prowess, but he was still heavily injured. Two rays of sword chi slashed toward him at the same time. One came from Yu Zifeng, but the other was unleashing crystals to appear in the sky, and a soul-chilling cold enveloped the unfettered Alcir. It was Yi Ziqiu. She was also a member of the Dragonblood Legion, and she had joined in now, causing the unfettered Alcir's expression to change. The unfettered Alcir hastily blocked, but Yu Zifeng's sword chi once more managed to ignore his block and strike him. As for Yi Ziqiu, her attack made frost cover his entire body, and he felt a stabbing cold in his bones. At this moment, Ji Yu Yang's attack arrived. He had already recovered from his injuries. He hadn't even had to do it himself. It was the powerful healers of the Dragonblood Legion that had allowed him to instantly recover. "Kill this bastard. We'll make him really unfettered," shouted Guo Ran. He had originally been guarding over the Dragonblood warriors to prevent any other experts from disturbing them, but Sha Chen had finished establishing a grand formation, so he joined in as well. The unfettered Alseer, under their combined attacks, was in a panic despite being a third-step netherpassage expert. He was surrounded, unable to charge out of their encirclement. On the other side, Long Chen had Evilmoon lazily resting on his shoulder as he looked at Ji Wuming indifferently. Based on your expression, it seems you don't like me much. Chapter 1986. Ji Wuming's eyes looked like a hungry wolf's. It seemed that he wanted to bite Long Chen to death. That hatred was quite intimidating. However, Long Chen was looking at him indifferently, seeming to not see his anger. Of course I don't like you. Right now, I'm considering how I can make you feel the most pain so that you regret ever being born in this world. Ji Wuming's voice shuddered with rage. He even felt that killing Long Chen would be letting him off easy. He wanted to make sure that Long Chen lived a life worse than death. Because of Long Chen, there would be no more Heavenly Fate Island in this world. Their inheritance, which had stretched on for countless years, had actually ended with Ji Wuming. I feel like we should amicably chat about things. Fighting and killing is meaningless, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, now you're afraid, it's too late. Ji Wuming laughed sinisterly. Too late? Well, I was busy with my tribulation before this, and the one who should be afraid isn't me. Look at your unfettered Alseer. He's already being beaten like a dog. The Dragonblood Legion came prepared this time. Every Dragonblood warrior is on the same level as a Netherpassage expert of the first step. As for the captains, they are on the level of Netherpassage experts of the second step and maybe even beyond that. Just look, they are beating up the unfettered Alseer, which is the best proof. Weren't you suppressing the Dragonblood Legion because you were afraid of us rising? Unfortunately, things didn't go as you wished. We still rose, and that means that our enemies will no longer be having a good time, sneered Long Chen. He was saying this not just to Ji Wuming but to all the experts of the Martial Heaven continent, including Yu Xiaoyun and the others. On the battlefield, the Dragonblood Legion had surrounded the unfettered Alseer. Others were unable to charge past their barricade, while the captain-level fighters attacked the unfettered Alseer. He tried to charge out several times but failed. He was trapped. The unfettered Alseer, a Netherpassage expert of the third step, was actually being beaten by a group of Life Star disciples to the point that he couldn't counterattack. The Dragonblood Legion is absolutely terrifying. They actually have so many powerful experts, and they're so young. Their potential is limitless. It's truly terrifying. Perhaps the reason Pill Valley constantly suppressed Long Chen is because they predicted that this day would come. Unfortunately, the Dragonblood Legion still managed to grow to this point. Each of them is a monster. If any sect had one of them, it would give them hope of suddenly soaring. Most sects only managed to get one such monstrous genius. If there were two, they would fight until only one was left. Perhaps only a supreme monster like Long Chen can make those monsters follow him with such loyalty. Emotional sighs could be heard. The Dragonblood Legion's name was about to shake the continent. Pill Valley had missed their chance to kill them. At this time, the old man stopped fighting. Yu Xiaoyun refused to fight him directly, and he was too irritated by this combat style. After cursing him a few times, the old man flew back to stand by Ku Jianying and the others. Long Chen had said to make sure that Yu Xiaoyun and the others couldn't interfere. The rest was up to him. Hence, the old man didn't want to waste the effort. He smiled upon looking at Long Chen's unrivaled manner. It was like he was seeing himself in his youth. Ku Jianying, the old man, Yan Nantian, and the other Grand Elders were keeping a tight watch over Yu Xiaoyun and the others. As long as they made any moves, they would immediately attack. Yu Xiaoyun and the others didn't wish to act rashly. The four Grand Elders gave them a sense of immense pressure. Other than Yan Nantian, who was a bit younger, the other Grand Elders would definitely die if they went all out. So if they were to strike, it would be an absolutely thunderous strike, a suicidal attack that aimed to take their lives. While Yu Xiaoyun and the others didn't move, there was one person who refused to stop. That was Wild. He was still fighting intensely against the leader of the ancient races. Long Zhongkang had shouted at him several times to stop as everyone else had also stopped, but Wild ignored him. Long Zhongkang's expression was dark with fury. However, Wild's attacks were too powerful and random. Long Zhongkang couldn't predict what he would do, and there were no spiritual yuan fluctuations either. Long Zhongkang sat at the top of the ancient races because he was a true expert with endless combat experience. He was proficient in the Zon Beast's divine abilities and the human race's magical arts. But he had never faced an opponent like Wild. An idiot who relied purely on brute power to randomly swing his club. He practically ignored Long Zhengkang's attacks, looking like he wanted to be beaten. There were several times where Long Zhengkang had a chance to launch a heavy blow on Wild, but he couldn't. Wild's fighting style was one where he was happy to be struck as long as he could strike back. The winner would be the one whose body was tougher. Even Long Zhengkang didn't dare to receive one of Wild's berserk swings. He had thought about it several times but always switched to defense. In fact, once, due to that hesitation, his shoulder was struck and turned into a bloody pulp. Long Zhengkang was in an awkward position now. He regretted coming out to help the Zon beasts as he was simply embarrassing himself. He could only defend against these wild and shameless attacks, unless he was willing to be struck. But that would risk his life. How could the leader of the ancient races, a nether passage expert of the third step, really be willing to risk his life just to kill a fool? Although he was infuriated, Long Zhengkang couldn't do anything. Wild would occasionally take a few bites of true immortal Zhaoqi's corpse before continuing to fight. It was like he would never run out of energy. No one came to help him. They were blocked by Ku Jianying and the others. If they chose to fight as well, it would definitely be a bloody battle where countless people died. That wasn't what they wanted. They were all stuck watching. Yu Xiaoyun and the others could only hope for Ji Wuming to turn things around. As for the unfettered Alseer, they had no hope for him. They simply wished for him to last a bit longer so that the rest of the Dragonblood Legion couldn't go assist Long Chen. The Dragonblood cross-slash had been truly terrifying. No one could view the members of the Dragonblood Legion as simple life-star disciples any longer. They were too terrifying. If it was a 1-against-1, Yu Xiaoyun was sure that Long Chen would die to Ji Wuming's sword. There was a qualitative difference between the two. The difference between Ji Wuming and the unfettered Alseer didn't stop just at one being a deputy. Ji Wuming was looking at Long Chen. He didn't even bother looking at the unfettered Alseer. Your final words are meaningless. The only thing I'm still pondering is how to make you suffer. Perhaps I'll kill everyone you care about in front of you. I heard your father, mother, and little sister are in the Wine God Palace. Perhaps I should think of a way to lure them out and let them die in front of you as well. A cold smile crept over Long Chen's face. He shook his head. You don't need to worry about such things. Do you really think you can beat me? Do you not know that it's still unknown whether or not you'll live to see the sun tomorrow? If it was in the past, Long Chen would be infuriated at such provocations. But this time, Long Chen found it somewhat laughable. Ji Wuming was angered by this indifference. The anger and fear he had expected to see never appeared. He wanted to give Long Chen more pain, but he found that it wasn't happening. His fantasy star sword suddenly lit up. The ignorant have no fear. You will never know how great the power of an inherited divine item is. This power is enough to cause the world to shake. When you destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect, it was because their sect leader didn't have the ability to activate the karmic luck within their divine item. Today, I'll let you see just how great the power of a divine item is when it is unleashing the karmic luck accumulated by its sect. Heaven and earth shook. A starry sky appeared behind Ji Wuming. The world shook as the Tao's and laws of the world actually converged around Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming is actually unleashing all the karmic luck belonging to Heavenly Fate Island. Long Chen's in danger. This power had nothing to do with his cultivation base. This was the energy that generations of experts of Heavenly Fate Island had accumulated. It wasn't something that a human could block. It would require another core divine item to activate their karmic luck as well. An ordinary sect definitely couldn't do such a thing. After all, that karmic luck decided the rise or fall of a sect. But Ji Wuming no longer had such concerns. Long Chen, you are an ant. Go in peace. I'll make sure that everyone you care about is sent after you. Ji Wuming slashed his sword. The sword chi sliced through the clouds, causing heaven and earth to shake. He eagerly awaited the look of despair on Long Chen's face. He wanted to enjoy that sight. Long Chen pressed his forehead and extracted a drop of blood. He placed that blood on Evilmoon. Evilmoon, I'll undo your seal. If you don't kill him, I'll look down on you for a lifetime. Chapter 1987. This powerful attack could not be received by just anyone. Of everyone present, only some of the peak experts could receive it. Hence, the people who cared about Long Chen felt their hearts clench. Ignoring the might of the Fantasy Star Sword, Long Chen only focused on the blood on his finger. That was a drop of his purest essence blood, merging with Evilmoon. As a result, a character slowly appeared on Evilmoon, and it began to shake intensely. It was like an evil beast was trying to break free. Long Chen drew over the character with his blood, and it slowly revealed itself to be an immortal character, Shang. Golden light blossomed as a divine and indomitable will spread. This divine aura caused the Life Star experts to involuntarily kneel on the ground. Even some Nether Passage experts began to kneel. This is a sovereign's aura. Taoist Heavenly Feather was stunned. Sovereigns were unrivaled existences on the martial heaven continent. They were leaders, rulers, and heroes who had come to the world to bring peace to chaos, allowing the martial heaven continent to escape its destruction. Each sovereign had been an amazing figure with no equal. They were viewed as protective gods. For a sovereign's aura to appear here, they all knelt down in worship. Is this really a sovereign's aura? How can Long Chen release such a thing? Is he the reincarnation of a sovereign? People shuddered. They didn't want to show disrespect to a sovereign, but they suspected that this was one of Long Chen's tricks. They didn't really believe that he was the reincarnation of a sovereign because all the past generations of sovereigns wore white robes, while Long Chen always liked to wear black. Evilmoon shook. Long Chen finally finished writing the Shang character, which was the seal that Sovereign Yun Shang had left on Evilmoon. Using my blood and soul, let gods and devils in heaven and earth hear my oath. My name is Long Chen, and I call upon the laws of the world to break Sovereign Yun Shang's seal. Long Chen's voice resounded through heaven and earth. The world shook as if it was responding to Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen seemed to be the master of this world. His word was law, and even the heavenly Taos didn't dare to go against him. This mnemonic was the method to undo the seal that Yun Shang had left him. The Shang character grew brighter and brighter until it was blinding, and then it exploded. Once the sovereign seal was undone, an evil, domineering, bloodthirsty, and ruthless aura soared. Ha ha ha, Evilmoon, I'm finally free. Evilmoon laughed wildly. The earth shook uneasily, and everyone's expressions changed. That evil and sinister aura was hair-raising. It seemed that Long Chen had just unleashed some monster. Stop laughing and get to work, or I'll be killed, shouted Long Chen. At this time, Ji Wuming finally launched the attack he had been lazily brewing. Kill him. Evilmoon attacked on its own. A giant black blade slashed through the air, meeting Ji Wuming's fantasy star sword. These two peak divine items smashed together, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Black light exploded, and the earth was torn asunder. Ji Wuming coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back, shocked. Evilmoon had actually relied on its own power to block his attack. As for Evilmoon, it was blown into the distance. Even once Long Chen caught it, he ended up being dragged away by its momentum. Have you made some mistake? Didn't you say that you were some amazing existence that could kill him like killing a chicken? Don't tell me that it was all bragging, raged Long Chen. Shut up, I've been sealed for too long, and that bastard Yun Shang exhausted all my power, not leaving me with anything. Otherwise, I'd have killed this idiot. And he's using the power of karmic luck to boost himself. He's absorbing the very energy of the martial heaven continent, while I'm relying on myself, so being able to draw is already decent. Also, let me remind you that our agreement has come to an end now that my seal is undone. For me to help you now is a favor, understood? Learn how to be grateful. Evilmoon also raged. Grateful my ass, he's coming back. Long Chen swung Evilmoon, activating his world energy. He found that Evilmoon was too unreliable, always saying that it could subdue the entire world if its seal was undone. Long Chen had thought that once he undid its seal, he could just sit back and clean up the battlefield. But in reality, this bastard had just been saying some big words. It hadn't recovered its former energy. Long Chen directly used his strongest attack. The two dragon marks on Evilmoon lit up, and a dragon cry rang out. However, what surprised Long Chen was that it was a double dragon roar. One dragon roar came from Evilmoon, while another roar came from within Long Chen's body. Evilmoon was actually forming a resonance with the Azure Dragon battle armor. Evilmoon collided with the Fantasy Star sword once more. This time the clash was even more violent, and even the Dragonblood Legion was affected by the shockwaves. However, their battle had already ended. The unfettered Alcir was pierced through with willow branches and was in Lu Ruyan's hands. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The Dragonblood warriors hastily retreated in the face of their collision, directly going to Ku Jianying's side. Ku Jianying, the old man, and the others were all stunned that the Dragonblood Legion had managed to handle the unfettered Alcir. Their power had truly surpassed their expectations. One saber image after another came slashing out at Ji Wuming. He was actually forced to retreat time and time again. Hee, boss really is the boss. No matter how much stronger we get, we can only barely manage to see his back, sighed Guo Ran. Their advancement had made them feel like they had finally shortened the distance between themselves and Long Chen, but now they found that while they had gotten stronger, Long Chen had gotten even stronger. The Martial Heaven Alliance's elders sighed in amazement. Everyone in the Dragonblood Legion was a monster, but these monsters all worshipped Long Chen, an even greater monster. Based on the fact that Long Chen had broken Sovereign Yunshang's seal, they guessed that Long Chen had some kind of connection to Sovereign Yunshang. Otherwise, no one in this world was capable of undoing a sovereign seal. If sovereign seals were so easy to undo, then the devil race from Devil Spirit Mountain would have already attacked, and the Yin-Yang world's blood race would also have invaded them. The sovereigns were supreme existences. Let alone a life-star disciple like Long Chen, even an existence greater than a peak netherpassage expert wouldn't be anything in front of a sovereign. They were all ants in comparison to the sovereigns. For Long Chen to actually have such a connection with a sovereign, just how heaven-defying did his luck have to be? That kind of opportunity was enough to drive people crazy with envy. The earth shook intensely. Long Chen and Ji Wuming had vanished from sight. As the ground continued to shake, lava and giant boulders began flying out of the ground. The two of them had actually taken their fight underground. Long Chen, it's not worth it for you to fight like this. How many years has Heavenly Fate Island been accumulating karmic luck? He's not using up much of his own energy at all. As long as you wait a few days, most of his karmic luck will have run out. Killing him then will be easy, shouted Evilmoon. They were at a disadvantage in this kind of fight. Heavenly Fate Island had only just been destroyed. Its karmic luck was currently dissipating rapidly. Although it had been gathered over tens and even hundreds of thousands of years, it would only take a few days for half of it to run out. Then in the following months, the remaining half would completely vanish. At that time, the Fantasy Star Sword would crumble. Today, the Fantasy Star Sword still possessed 90% of Heavenly Fate Island's karmic luck. Tomorrow, it would only have 70. The next day, it would only have 60. It would rapidly fade away. Fighting today was completely benefiting the other side. Can you have some face? What happened to your integrity? Is this the dignity of the dark evil dragon race? You showed off so much but you want to just run. You might not care about your face, but what about mine? Demanded Long Chen. Evilmoon was embarrassed and angered. Although its seal was undone, it had none of its core energy. It hadn't expected Yunshang to not leave him with the slightest bit of it. Evilmoon also didn't want the first show of its power to end on such a lackluster note, but what else could be done? The ground exploded as Long Chen and Ji Wuming flew back into the sky. Evilmoon's black saber images filled the sky, fighting against the starry sky unleashed by the Fantasy Star Sword. Each attack caused a world-shaking collision, showing people what a world-shaking battle truly was. This world-shaking battle wasn't being fought by two people in the same realm. No, it was a life-star expert fighting across realms against a netherpassage expert. People couldn't help looking back at Xie Luo and the others. Of the experts that had besieged Long Chen, only Xie Luo, Di Feng, and Yan Wei were left. However, they felt hopeless as they watched Long Chen fight Ji Wuming. Long Chen was like a giant mountain blocking their path. Let alone conquering this mountain, they weren't even qualified to look up at it. The battle continued. Eventually, Ji Wuming laughed upon noticing that after 2 hours of fighting, Long Chen's aura was starting to fall. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, I have Heavenly Fate Island's karmic luck supporting me. What are you going to use to fight me? Chapter 1988, Fight with you. No, I'm going to kill you, sneered Long Chen. He raised Evilmoon back onto his shoulder, panting a bit. Their wild battle had resulted in his spiritual yuan dropping. The Azure Dragon battle armor, utilizing his world energy, and the 5-star battle armor gave him immense power but used up a great deal of energy. Evilmoon in particular consumed much more energy after having its seal undone. Its weight was astonishing. At first, the majority of the energy had come from Evilmoon, but then it had become half and half, and then Evilmoon had run out of energy, leaving most of the burden on Long Chen. Long Chen cursed Evilmoon for being unreliable. He had thought that after undoing its seal, it would be able to dominate these old monsters. Even though he had the energy within his 108,000 stars and his divine ring absorbing energy, he couldn't keep up with this exhaustion. As for Ji Wuming, he was using the karmic luck of Heavenly Fate Island. He wasn't using up much of his own energy. On the other hand, Long Chen had already used up a third of his spiritual yuan. Any more and his combat power would weaken, and he would exhaust himself even more to keep up. Kill me, what a huge joke. I have endless karmic luck supporting me. The world's energy is mine, while you have nothing, sneered Ji Wuming. The distant experts couldn't help shaking their heads at this shamelessness. He was actually fighting a battle of attrition with a life-star disciple and even mocked him. He was essentially cheating by relying on Heavenly Fate Island's karmic luck. This wasn't even his own power. Should we attack together? Whispered Ji Yu Yang. What are you worrying about? If boss says he's going to kill him, he's definitely capable of doing it. We just have to watch, said Guo Ran. He might even have more confidence in Long Chen than Long Chen himself. Within the Dragonblood Legion, Chu Yao smiled faintly. She slowly closed her eyes and formed hand seals. 3 verdant leaves appeared behind her. Those leaves glistened brightly, almost seeming to drip energy. 3 giant leaves also appeared behind Long Chen. In that instant, he felt his energy rise once more to its peak. Ji Wuming had been planning on capturing Long Chen once he was exhausted. Although the Fantasy Star Sword's energy was also being exhausted by Long Chen's ferocious attacks, it wasn't as bad as Long Chen's energy consumption. Although Heavenly Fate Island had been destroyed, that didn't mean that he couldn't establish his own sect, becoming the founder and ancestor of a new power. By catching Long Chen, he would be able to obtain enough for that sect. He could use Long Chen as a gambling chip to bargain with Pill Valley and get the resources that he needed. So he hadn't been pressing Long Chen hard for fear that he would run, or the old man and the others would come save him. It was a nice plan, but Long Chen suddenly unleashed a thunderous attack that sent him flying back and coughing up blood. Why bother exposing your trump cards for this? Evilmoon sighed. In its eyes, Ji Wuming was essentially crippled. There was no need for Long Chen to force himself to kill him. Even if they just waited a day, Long Chen would be able to easily defeat him. In 2 days, Ji Wuming would have to flee on sight. In 3 days, Ji Wuming wouldn't even be able to flee upon seeing him. Evilmoon didn't know what nerve of Long Chen's had been plucked, but he simply refused to wait. Exposing the Wood Spirit Union for this was definitely not worth it. Long Chen ignored Evilmoon's sigh. He knew that he had to kill Ji Wuming no matter what the price. Chu Yao's Wood Spirit Union was even more amazing than before. She had advanced to the Life Star Realm and had created a giant astral space. The Life Star Realm was perfect for wood cultivators. While an ordinary Life Star expert would have their spiritual yuan increase by 10 or even tens of times due to creating an astral space, wood cultivators would see their wood spirit energy increase 100-fold, perhaps up to 1,000-fold. With the Wood Spirit Union, Long Chen's spiritual yuan instantly reached max capacity once more. Even his soul was being nourished and he was completely refreshed. Now you know what I'm using to fight you, sneered Long Chen, once more attacking with the 7th form of Split the Heavens. It was like he didn't even have energy considerations anymore. Ji Wuming was forced back repeatedly and continuously coughed up blood. The experts looked in shock at Long Chen. His aura had clearly been dropping, but now he had instantly returned to his peak condition. It's that girl. Everyone turned to look at Chu Yao, who was in the Dragonblood Legion. Her manifestation was active, and within it was an endless river cutting the world in two. The river flowed and surged, unleashing waves of life energy. The battlefield was a ruined land, but the area around Chu Yao was blooming with all kinds of vegetation. It was sprouting out of the ground like it was spring. Only the area around her was a world of thriving life. What amazing life energy! People couldn't help sighing. They had never heard of a wood cultivator that was so powerful. At this time, Yu Xiaoyun realized why no one from the Dragonblood Legion went to help Long Chen. They had a powerful wood cultivator amongst them that could share energy with Long Chen. Hence, they were there to guarantee her safety. Ji Wuming tumbled back, unable to endure. His Fantasy Star Sword. Startled cries rang out. A thumb-sized nick had appeared in the Fantasy Star Sword. That meant that its karmic luck had already mostly been exhausted. As for Ji Wuming, his own life and death, energy was unable to block Long Chen's berserk attacks. We can't let him die. Yu Xiaoyun's expression changed. He charged over. Get back here. The old man had been keeping a close eye on Yu Xiaoyun and immediately launched an attack with the heaven-splitting blade. Yu Xiaoyun's expression changed. He immediately gave up on saving Ji Wuming and switched to defending against his madman opponent. He couldn't let the old man unleash any big suicidal moves. However, The others hadn't even had time to move when a giant dragon claw came smashing down from the sky. It was the Silver Drake King. Lei Long had consumed so much Thunderforce from Long Chen's Thunderforce that it couldn't endure it. By creating the lightning channel once more, it could let out a bit of that energy so that it could focus on absorbing it slowly instead of simply containing it. This lightning channel was very stable, but it still wasn't enough to allow the entire Drake King to fit through. However, just one claw was no problem. Ji Wuming howled, blocking with his sword. As a result, the dragon claw exploded, but Ji Wuming was now covered in cracks. Die! Long Chen once more unleashed the seventh form of Split the Heavens. Ji Wuming summoned all his power to defend again. As a result, the Fantasy Star Sword exploded along with its master, and Ji Wuming's Yuan spirit was slain along with him. The leader of Heavenly Fate Island, a Nether Passage expert of the third step, someone supported with a core divine item that was using up its karmic luck to fight, was slain by a Life Star disciple. The world was silent for a moment. Rumbling rang out as 9 lightning drakes appeared in the sky. They were the strongest lightning drakes within the lightning field other than their king. Their bodies were now much larger, but the surprising thing was the slight bulge on their foreheads. That was where a dragon's horn was supposed to be. A drake was not a dragon, and drakes did not have a dragon horn. For this sign to now appear meant that they were truly starting to transform into dragons. Originally, they would have never managed to become true lightning dragons in their lifetimes, but it was the divine nature of Long Chen's tribulation that had caused this transformation. They had not only gotten stronger, but their intelligence had also grown. The 9 drakes unleashed a united dragon cry, which was like rolling thunder. They coiled behind Long Chen, glaring at Yu Xiaoyun and the others. It seemed that if Long Chen gave the order, they would attack. Long Chen was soaked in blood, yet he appeared mightier than ever. With the 9 drakes behind him, he seemed like a god. A killing god. Yu Xiaoyun, bring your people away and scram. Today is a joyous day, celebrating the rise of the Dragonblood Legion. I'm not in the mood to kill people, so you can decide whether you want things to stop here or to fight, shouted Long Chen. Looking at Long Chen, who appeared like a killing god, people couldn't help muttering to themselves that if he looked like this when he wasn't in a mood to kill, what would he look like when he was? The old man was smiling brightly at the fact that Long Chen had slain Ji Wuming. He returned to his camp. Fuck, today was really satisfying. He had never been so proud in his life. It was like Long Chen's glory was his own. Yu Xiaoyun's expression was dark. He looked at the 9 lightning drakes in the channel behind them. The Silver Drake King didn't come out. He then looked at the Dragonblood Legion and Ku Jianying and the others. There's no need to look. Our power is definitely greater than your side's. If we go to war, your losses will definitely be greater than ours. Most importantly, the Martial Heaven Alliance's hearts are united, while your alliance is nothing more than a clobbered group. Hurry up and decide whether or not we're fighting, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen, count yourself vicious today. However, don't get too pleased. Yu Xiaoyun actually turned and left, with the other experts following. Chapter 1989, Yu Xiaoyun and the others left, and cheering burst out of the side of the Martial Heaven Alliance. They had won. This was the Martial Heaven Alliance's first head-on strike back after being constantly suppressed by Pill Valley and the others. This was a complete victory. Pill Valley's side would no longer dare to be as arrogant as before. Countless disciples flocked over to the Dragonblood Legion, not bothering to conceal their worship for them at all. The name of the world's #1 legion was set in stone, with no one being able to shake them from that position. What an actor. They really got scared away by you. Evilmoon sighed. Long Chen had actually tricked everyone. In truth, fighting so intensely against Ji Wuming had not been as easy as Long Chen had made it out to be. Each exchange had resulted in a backlash. His skeleton was now covered in cracks, and those wounds could be likened to a curse from the karmic luck. That was the energy of the world, and even life energy could not immediately wipe it out. The most important thing though was that combining the power of his world energy, the Azure Dragon Essence blood, and Evilmoon was not something he was used to. Cracks also appeared on his 108,000 stars. If things had continued, he would have been crippled. If his astral spaces exploded, then his path of domination would come to an end. However, Long Chen had acted like he was in peak condition, scaring away Yu Xiaoyun. As long as Yu Xiaoyun had chosen to fight, Long Chen would have instantly been exposed. But Yu Xiaoyun actually hadn't fought. Evilmoon couldn't understand that decision. TCH, do you really think Yu Xiaoyun is capable of ordering around that rabble? You're overthinking it. They are only allied together for profit. When the profit exceeds the danger, anyone would want to fight. But when the profit is equal to the danger, people hesitate, and when the danger exceeds the profit, who would still foolishly charge in? As for why I didn't bother killing Di Feng, Xie Luo, and Yan Wei, it was to leave them the option of retreating. Di Feng is Mo Nian's prey, while Xie Luo and Yan Wei are no longer qualified to be viewed as opponents by me. The destruction of Heavenly Fate Island has caused the best intimidation factor that I could hope for, and unless they are 100% confident in killing me and the Dragonblood Legion, those people won't attack. They know that if we escape, we'll become their living nightmares. Having destroyed Heavenly Fate Island, I've already achieved my goal here. The various powers on the continent have all been hurt and are tired, while the Martial Heaven Alliance's morale is soaring. If Yu Xiaoyun forced a fight, he would have had an 80% chance of failure, and there would have been no way back from that failure. I understand him, and he will only take action when he has an 80% chance or more of success. That's why I'm sure that even if I had slapped him in the face, he still would have endured, chortled Long Chen. I don't believe it, said Evilmoon. You don't believe it because you don't understand people's hearts. Yu Xiaoyun's ability to endure is greater than you imagine. Based on my understanding of him, he won't bet all his chips on one thing. He definitely has backups, so he is definitely unwilling to stake everything on this gamble. After saying that, Long Chen couldn't bother arguing with Evilmoon because Ku Jianying and the others were coming over to him. Haha, little fellow, for a disciple like you to appear in my heaven-splitting battle sect, I can rest in peace even if I die. The old man laughed and slammed his hand on Long Chen's shoulder. As a result, Long Chen paled. It felt like a million needles were stabbing his shoulder. You old bastard, learn how to hit lighter. After such a battle, Long Chen's definitely injured. Raged Ku Jianying, pushing aside the old man. The old man was immediately embarrassed. He had been witnessing Long Chen's strong side and hadn't thought that he was injured. Long Chen, you really are a dragon amongst men. No wonder Ziqiu refuses to take up my divine ice palace. At this moment, Taoist Heavenly Feather also walked over. The neutral camp's experts followed. Greetings, senior. Long Chen hastily bowed. That was Yi Zichou's master and his senior. He couldn't be rude. As a result of this bow, he was filled with even more pain. Here, Taoist Heavenly Feather extended a hand, helping Long Chen up. The instant that she touched him, a black and white whirlpool enveloped Long Chen. Life and death energy, the Samsara Dao. Ku Jianying and the others let out startled cries. Taoist Heavenly Feather truly had reached the fourth step of Nether Passage. She could control Samsara energy. Before this, it had just been a guess. Long Chen felt some kind of energy circulate within his body, erasing the curse of karmic luck. Once it was gone, the primal chaos space's recovery abilities kicked in, making him feel much more comfortable. Don't worry about it, all I did was wipe away the injury of the karmic luck. That's not enough to be touched by karma as you're relying entirely on yourself for the rest, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. I hope you can treat my disciple properly. Hearing this, Yi Ziqiu blushed slightly. Taoist Heavenly Feather had always treated her as her own daughter, but she had refused to join the Divine Ice Palace, instead only recognizing her as a personal master, but not accepting her position. She held Taoist Heavenly Feather's arm, not saying anything. You don't need to worry about that. I'll make sure that no one can bully her, including myself. Long Chen patted his chest. Good. However, Ziqiu still has to return with me one more time. I have to pass down the rest of the Divine Ice Heavenly Scripture to her. After she learns it, she can accompany you forever instead of keeping this old woman company, said Taoist Heavenly Feather with a faint smile. Master. Yi Ziqiu finally couldn't hold back her tears. It's fine. It was just a joke. Say goodbye to your boyfriend. We have to go. Taoist Heavenly Feather wiped away her tears. A master was like a parent. It truly was such a case. Sometimes, a master might be even more than a parent. A parent passed down their bloodline, but it was the master who passed down their life's learning. For a person to encounter a good master was difficult. For a master to find a good disciple was even harder. This kind of opportunity could be looked for but couldn't be forced. Long Chen, Yi Ziqiu didn't know what to say. She looked at Long Chen. She had never been good with words. Don't worry, things will get better. Go with your master. I'll come find you with senior apprentice sister Ku later, comforted Long Chen. Little brat, You're looking for another beating? Demanded Ku Jianying. Yi Ziqiu left sadly, waving goodbye to Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others. The two of them vanished. Little brat, if you call her senior apprentice sister, doesn't that mean you have to call me uncle-in-law? The old man suddenly smacked Long Chen on the butt. It was a very light beat, as the old man was in a good mood. He didn't even remember to hate Ku Jianying. Who dares to beat my brother Long? A giant bone club came swinging at the old man, eliciting startled cries. The old man jumped in shock and hastily blocked with his cane, only to be blown into the distance. You dare to hit my brother Long? Wild roared angrily, charging over. Long Chen jumped, hastily holding him back and shouted, Wild, don't be rude. He's on our side. In his current state, Long Chen was powerless to hold Wild back. Wild dragged him into the distance before finally stopping. On our side? Then why would he hit you? We're just playing around. Hurry and apologize to the old man, said Long Chen. Old man, I was wrong. How about this? If you feel angry, you can beat me a couple of times too. Wild squatted on the ground and covered his head. Seeing that position, Long Chen sniffed emotionally. Back in the Phoenix Cry Empire, Wild had been like this as well, simply letting people beat him without hitting back. If anyone was angry, they could beat him to vent. It had been many years since then, and the two of them were no longer who they were back then. But those feelings had not changed. Wild was still that simple large fellow. The old man came crawling out of the ground. Just now, he had been caught off guard. Wild's power was absolutely terrifying. The old man had a temper, but seeing Wild acting like a child that had made a mistake, he couldn't bear to actually strike him. For Long Chen to have such a brother, the old man was happy. Wild was so powerful that he had fought with pure brute strength against the leader of the ancient races, Long Zhongkang, without being beaten. That kind of combat power was enough for him to be arrogant. All right, I'm fine. Child, get up. The old man helped Wild up. Rubbing Wild's arm that was thicker than a normal person's waist, the old man sighed. This Wild was like a simple child, but he was second only to Long Chen in the Dragonblood Legion. Seeing that the old man wasn't angry, Bao Buping and Chong Hao had a thought and laughingly pulled Wild over. Bao Buping said, Brother, our old man has a bad temper. He might say he's not angry but really be furious inside. Then how can I make him not mad? Wild immediately felt bad. Let me tell you, what you have to do is beat him, and then he won't be angry. In fact, he'll be so happy that he praises you. Remember, just raise your club and beat him, ignoring whatever he says. Aiya! Two miserable screams rang out as a black cane smacked two buttocks. The two of them went flying into the clouds. Chapter 1990. Little bastards, you want to scheme against me? Just wait until we get home. I'll make sure flowers bloom on your butts, snorted the old man. Bao Buping and Chong Hao's sinister appearances had drawn the old man's attention, and having eavesdropped, he had heard everything that they said. He would make sure they learned what an old man's fury was all about. Through this mess, everyone couldn't help laughing. The heaven-splitting battle sect was truly a marvel of the cultivation world. Long Chen, congratulations on making your name shake the continent. In the future, I doubt there will be many people who dare to go against you. At this time, Hu Feng came up. Thank you, but I sense that while I'll have fewer battles to fight, their scale will be much greater. I wonder if Brother Hu wants to join my Dragonblood Legion. If everyone was together, wouldn't that be livelier? Long Chen smiled. Even Long Chen felt a sense of danger from Hu Feng, who had an indescribable air around him. Long Chen couldn't see through him. Evilmoon had once more told him that in this world, the only two people that it couldn't see the golden fate lines of were Long Chen and Hu Feng. Long Chen's golden fate lines simply didn't exist, so Evilmoon always said that he was a marvel that shouldn't exist in this world. As for Hu Feng's golden fate lines, they would appear and then fade away, sometimes being strong and sometimes being weak. There was no way for it to get a clear reading on them. Hence, it couldn't estimate his true power. Hu Feng courteously said, Brother Long, I was just a scholar who had a coincidental encounter that turned me into the heir of the gambling heavenly Tao. In truth, I have no aspirations. I just wish to cultivate peacefully and continue passing on the inheritance of the gambling heavenly Tao to future generations. As for dominating the martial heaven continent, I don't have such ambitions. Brother Hu, these words of yours are off. As the chosen heir to the gambling heavenly Tao, you have your own important destiny. The rise and fall of the heavenly Taos is not something people can avoid. A scholar exists to talk reason with others. But cultivation exists to smack reason into unreasonable people. Brother Hu, if you really wished to be free, you would have become an unfettered scholar immersed in literature. You wouldn't pay any attention to outside matters. However, you chose to cultivate. Isn't that because you were forced to? I am the same. Everyone else is the same. Everyone hopes to live with dignity and get along with everyone else so that we can live in peace. But reality is cruel. The reason I, Long Chen, have to get strong is because I have no other choice. If I wasn't strong, I would have been killed. If you wish to live happily on your own, you will most likely be disappointed very quickly, because troubles will continuously come to find you until you are unable to handle them, said Long Chen confidently. Of course he was confident. Although he couldn't get a reading on Hu Feng's power, his years of experience allowed him to judge Hu Feng's character. Hu Feng might talk in a refined and non-combative way while having a scholar's lonely pride, but he was actually very righteous deep inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved people that he didn't know in the eastern Zan city, even clashing against true immortal Jiaoqi. Many thanks for your words, but I would rather live free and unconstrained, said Hu Feng a bit apologetically. That's fine. I trust that soon there will come a day when we can fight side by side, said Long Chen, not forcing the matter. Hu Feng bowed slightly to Ku Jianying and the others, and left. Watching Hu Feng leave, Ku Jianying sighed. Whoever can obtain his help would be capable of taking over half the continent. Long Chen, work hard on pulling him in. Pill Valley is doing everything they can to get him on their side. Let him be. Whether he's a friend or foe will be decided by a single thought of his. I'm not afraid of any enemy, said Long Chen. Exactly. You need this kind of heroism. Who cares about the gambling heavenly Tao? If he becomes an enemy, just hack him with your blade. The old man greatly approved of this attitude. HMPH, what is an obstinate old man who only knows how to run head first into a problem jumping into this conversation for? Snorted Ku Jianying. Clearly, Ku Jianying was still deeply hurt by the old man's anger toward her over their misunderstanding. Seeing him acting like he had completely forgotten about it, her anger flared. Aiya! Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Before he could say anything, the old man roared, "You're the one who expelled Long Chen for the Martial Heaven Alliance. You might have done it because of your worries for the people on the continent, but what about Long Chen and his Dragonblood Legion? They're still children, but you treat them like this. Aren't you worried about affecting their sharpness and their Tao hearts? Don't act like your big picture is what matters most all the time. All I know is that I won't let my children suffer like that. Everyone sees what Long Chen has done for the Martial Heaven Alliance, yet this is how you treat him. If Long Chen wasn't so hardworking, this decision of yours would have thrown the Martial Heaven Alliance into a chaos that it would never be able to recover from, yet you wish to scold me. I'm not talking to you any longer. We're leaving." The old man swung his sleeve and left gloomily. Boss Bao and the others could only dejectedly follow. Bao Buping and Chong Hao made a gesture to Long Chen, indicating that when he had time, he could come to the heaven-splitting battle sect to drink. Long Chen helplessly looked from Ku Jianying to the old man, not knowing what to say. The old man had an unyielding character, but he was also very protective. If someone dared to bully his child, he would go all out against them. Today had been a good day, and this rare chance for the two of them to get along had ended in shouting. Even when Long Chen had called Ku Jianying's senior apprentice sister Ku as a joke, the old man had called himself uncle-in-law. The meaning behind that was clear. He was willing to let things go, which was extremely rare for the obstinate old man. However, Ku Jianying had once more brought up that subject, reigniting the flames of his anger. Even Long Chen was angry now. Why couldn't the two of them talk properly? Did they have to hurt each other with such words? Why bother? At this time, the neutral camp's people also began to say goodbye. Ku Jianying had to suppress her emotions and bid them farewell. Qi Fengshui and Qi Zan also came over to say goodbye to Long Chen. Qi Zan held on to Long Chen for a long time, not wanting to leave. She wanted to drag Long Chen back to the heaven-reaching ancient castle as a guest. In the end, it was Qi Fengshui who dragged her away. Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. She didn't say anything, but the meaning behind that glare was clear to anyone who saw it. She would be looking for a complete explanation once everyone was gone. Long Chen was speechless. He had been thinking of how to resolve the old man's squabbles with Ku Jianying, when troubles appeared on his own side as well. He also saw that Lu Ruyan was currently whispering something into Tang Wan-er's ear. Based on her expression, it definitely wasn't anything good. She was probably intentionally sowing dissension. Once the neutral camp's people began to scatter, Long Chen noticed that a certain person never appeared. Ziyan had left without anyone noticing. He had wanted to say thanks to her. If it hadn't been for her taking action in the yin-yang world when they were being chased down by the blood race, they would have been in trouble. But Ziyan had left just like this. For some reason, Long Chen felt a bit empty inside. With everyone else gone, Ku Jianying led everyone to the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters. Countless experts came out to congratulate them. The majority of those people had just been sitting on the sidelines the entire time. Now they revealed their hypocritical smiles once more and subtly indicated that they would stand on the side of the Martial Heaven Alliance in the future. Even some sects that had betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance had sent a few people to test the waters. As a result, whether it was those righteous experts that had just watched without doing anything or those that had betrayed them, they were all shooed away. Originally, many people within the Martial Heaven Alliance had been thinking of accepting them. Even if they couldn't be used for anything important, it was good just to not have them stand on the side of Pill Valley. If they were forced, they would become enemies. However, Long Chen had firmly opposed that action. The Martial Heaven Alliance had gone through a tough tribulation to remove this trash from their midst. What was left behind was something stronger. If they were to accept them back amongst them, all their pain and suffering would have been in vain. Who would poison themselves again after cutting off the part of them that was poisoned? He told those people to scram. If they couldn't stand together with the Martial Heaven Alliance, then they wouldn't be protected by the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen's decision was very domineering, but it was fully supported by Ku Jianying. After shooing those people off, the Martial Heaven Alliance celebrated for 3 days. When Ku Jianying and the others asked why Long Chen had risked everything to kill Ji Wuming, his response was that Ji Wuming was the weakest in terms of combat power amongst the leaders of the major factions, but he posed the greatest danger. Without Heavenly Fate Island to consider, he had no misgivings. Ji Wuming was capable of doing anything now. If he couldn't kill Long Chen, he would do anything he could to bring Long Chen pain. He might even charge into the Eastern Wasteland and destroy the branch sects in the Phoenix Cry Empire. He might even charge into the Grand Sha Ancient Nation. Once a person was crazy, that was when they were the most dangerous. As for Yu Xiaoyun, Xie Wenchen, Di Long, and the others, they had their own businesses and families to take care of. They didn't dare to act like that. But Ji Wuming did. That was the reason Yu Xiaoyun had wanted to save Ji Wuming at that time. Regretfully, he didn't succeed. Only then did Ku Jianying, Evilmoon, and the others understand why Long Chen had gone to such trouble. For 3 days, Long Chen mostly had a bowl of wine in his hand. He drank and drank, celebrating with the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The elders kept watching, letting the disciples properly relax. They were the hope of the continent. After 3 days, Long Chen looked at a person sitting by himself looking into the distance. Long Chen smiled faintly and pushed his gourd of wine toward him. Mo Nian, drink some more. Chapter 1991. A hand caught the gourd. Mo Nian was startled. How did you recognize me? I used the Dark Knight race's stealth art. Mo Nian had gained a new technique recently while tomb robbing. It was the technique he was currently most proud of, and his efficiency in tomb robbing had increased immensely from it. He had been hoping to scare Long Chen with this move, but Long Chen noticed him as soon as he was a few hundred meters away. Long Chen smiled faintly. He had noticed Mo Nian because he had been adjusting his 108,000 stars, seeing if he could connect them to heaven and earth. That's because your wretched air disturbed me. Seeing his expression, Mo Nian immediately understood Long Chen was being sarcastic. Drinking a mouthful of wine, he spat out, "Wretch. Are you shouting your own name?" Long Chen shook his head. "Fuck, you're such a conner." Mo Nian laughed. "Long Chen, let me tell you about a certain something. Don't get mad though." "Why would I get mad?" "Hee hee, this blessing came very quickly, so quickly that I'm unprepared." "Ah. How do I say this?" Mo Nian suddenly became bashful. "Damn, based on your wretched appearance, I'd say that you've brought calamity onto some family's younger daughter." "What nonsense. Am I, Mo Nian, that kind of person?" "Fine, I'll tell you the truth. But first tell me that you won't get angry." "Tell me first," said Long Chen impatiently. "All right, that matter between myself and Yi Lingshan, I might be about to pull it off. So don't get angry. Really, I don't believe it, hee. I know you have some interest in her, but my attraction is simply greater than yours. Ah, but don't blame me for not being a good brother. After all, that flower had no owner, and we have to use our own abilities. Wait, first, let me say this. I have no romantic feelings for Yi Lingshan. Heaven and earth can testify to that, with the sun and moon bearing witness. I also understand Yi Lingshan's character, and she is absolutely loyal to the Martial Heaven Alliance. She will not marry out to anyone. She has already married the Martial Heaven Alliance. Your only option would be to marry into her family, but considering your old man's temper, if you dare to consider it, he'll sever your 5 limbs. Last, and this is the aspect that I find most inconceivable, are you telling me that she is actually attracted to you? I always thought that she liked the kind of person who's steady and mature. As for you, I'm not trying to give you a blow, but I really don't believe it. Long Chen looked up and down Mo Nian, and then shook his head. He really couldn't believe it. Based on his rich experience, this boasting of Mo Nian's was very likely false. Hee, you're viewing me from the angle of a man, so how could you tell how attractive I am? Don't think that you're so attractive just because you have so many beauties. Let me tell you, each woman's eyesight is different. Yi Lingshan likes my type, so what can you do about it? Mo Nian laughed. Just look at this. You don't want to accept it? Well, too bad. Mo Nian took out a rolled-up little scroll. There was even some fragrance coming from it. It seemed there was something written on it. Do you see? This is the love letter that Yi Lingshan personally wrote to me. That smiling appearance of hers when she gave it to me, I will never be able to forget it in this lifetime. Declared Mo Nian, taking a deep breath of the scroll's fragrance. That appearance gave Long Chen chills. He even got goosebumps. However, he was truly startled to find that this fragrance was truly the same as Yi Lingshan's. What was going on? Had Yi Lingshan gotten water in her head? Open it and look. Let me see just how amazing my brother Mo Nian's divine pickup abilities are. Long Chen wanted to see what Yi Lingshan had written. Am I a badass? Definitely a badass. Am I handsome? Alright. What is alright supposed to mean? If your face was skinnier, it'd be better. You're saying I'm not handsome? Fine, I'm not letting you see what's written inside. Hey, don't pull it, you'll tear it. Fine, I'll let you see. Mo Nian jumped, and only when he saw that Long Chen wasn't going to pull it did he slowly unfurl a corner of it. Even his hands were trembling. Why are you so nervous? Asked Long Chen. How can I not be nervous? Who knows what's written inside? What, you didn't even read it before bragging to me? You made it sound like you were about to get married tomorrow, you wretch. Raged Long Chen. Isn't it because I view you as a real brother and wanted you to be here when I read it? Mo Nian tactfully pivoted. Give it up. As I see it, you didn't have the courage to even read it, guessed Long Chen. Are you even my brother? Be nicer. Fine, let's see what's inside. Hopefully, the heavens will bless me with a beautiful woman. Mo Nian prayed before slowly unfurling it. A character quickly appeared, as, not good, what if it says as if she would like me? Mo Nian's heart shuddered. Keep going, pressed Long Chen. If, the second word was if. Mo Nian was about to think about what it could mean when Long Chen grabbed at the scroll. Mo Nian hastily protected it. Don't rush me. Mo Nian slowly opened the rest of the scroll. Seeing the next few words, Mo Nian laughed delightedly. As long as you're well. It's like spring. Ha ha ha. Long Chen, do you see? The meaning is all too clear. Ha ha ha. Mo Nian was so emotional that his whole body shook as he looked. Long Chen looked at the rest of the scroll. He had an urge to say something, but he didn't. Hee, Long Chen, do you submit? Do you see? This is my attraction. Just because you couldn't achieve it doesn't mean that I can't. Why are you looking at me like that? Mo Nian finally sensed something off. Long Chen pointed at the scroll. Keep reading. There should be more. Mo Nian looked and realized that he hadn't reached the end. Continuing to open it, another word entered his gaze, thunder. Mo Nian was dumbfounded. As long as you're well, it's like spring thunder. Isn't this a letter of hate? Seeing Mo Nian staring at him directly, Long Chen hastily shook his head. Don't look at me. To use your words, the meaning is all too clear. You have failed. Mo Nian wilted, looking like he wanted to cry. He howled in grief. I spent so much effort on her though. I kept fighting despite continual setbacks. That kind of toughness should have allowed me to succeed based on probability. Could such a thing be measured by probability like that? Long Chen was forced to pat Mo Nian on the shoulder. If failure is the mother of success, then you might be infertile. Your comfort makes me want to die, wept Mo Nian. Brother, there's a good place of feng shui 3,000 miles northeast of the city. Face the south and look at the 3 bowls of water before you. The azure dragon is to the left, the white tiger is to the right. It's a beautiful place to be laid to rest. That's all I can help you with, sighed Long Chen mournfully. Wretch, raged Mo Nian, are you shouting your own name? Long Chen looked at him disdainfully. TCH, I'm not talking about this with you any longer. Mo Nian began to walk away but was grabbed by Long Chen. Stop the act, I know you don't have the slightest sincerity in pursuing Yi Lingshan. Even I could see it, so do you think she didn't notice? You only did it to act badass and have fun. And don't act pitiful now. Tell me what your plans are for the future, said Long Chen. Mo Nian had always liked to be free. He definitely didn't want to be restricted, and so there was no way he could end up with Yi Lingshan. He had purely been joking by pursuing Yi Lingshan, and Yi Lingshan didn't mind playing a joke back on him. Things between them could end here. What could I possibly do? You're already so powerful. I have to hurry up and restore the 5-element sun hunting bow, or I won't be able to fully awaken my manifestation. I don't want you to get too far ahead of me. I'm also missing my family. I want to go back, and it just so happens I can bring a heavenly Tao fruit back to her. I suddenly find that she is the only one who treats me best in this world. Although she's fierce, I'm always in her heart, sighed Mo Nian. The her he was speaking of was naturally his fiancée, Lu Zongying. Long Chen, do you think that women with the Ying character in their name are vixens? Asked Mo Nian suddenly. Are you looking to die? Long Chen jumped in shock, hastily looking around. Only upon seeing that there was no reaction did he quietly curse, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. This is the Martial Heaven Alliance. Ah, my mistake, I'll pay attention next time. Mo Nian also jumped upon realizing what he had said. If Ku Jianying had heard this, the two of them would definitely be beaten. That's called being unyielding and domineering. Such people are definitely perfect as friends. They'll accompany you through life and death, fighting alongside you. But as companions, well, it's alright. Long Chen could only comfort him this way. Thinking of the squabbles that erupted every time the old man interacted with Ku Jianying, he could only sigh sorrowfully. Fine. Perhaps this is just my fate. I accept it. I'm going now. Let's meet again. Mo Nian rose. Yes, let's meet again, Western wretch. Long Chen also rose. Wretch, are you shouting your own name? Once Mo Nian left, a disciple came to Long Chen to report that Ku Jianying was looking for him. That shocked him. She couldn't possibly have overheard it, right? Long Chen swore that if Mo Nian had conned him again, he wouldn't let him off even in death. Chapter 1992. What are you so nervous about? Ku Jianying looked at Long Chen oddly. Hearing that, Long Chen immediately relaxed. It seemed that he had overthought it. Ah, I was just nervous that you would beat me because of the old man's matter, said Long Chen. HMPH, that old bastard, I've known him for the better part of my lifetime. If I got angry at everything he did, I'd have long since died from rage. I can't be bothered with him, snorted Ku Jianying. Inside, Long Chen thought to himself that while it was true that the old man's temper was fierce, Ku Jianying wasn't any better. They always had to have thorns in their words. Even if one of them had a good temper, they still wouldn't be able to get along over time. The two of them always blamed the other for their problems while never reflecting on themselves. For a person to look at themselves clearly was truly difficult. Alliance head, did you need me? Asked Long Chen. Yes, we have several things to discuss. Ku Jianying nodded. Why would you need to discuss things with me? You're the alliance head, and I'm just a little disciple. Long Chen smiled. Ku Jianying shook her head. Your tribulation and battle have shaken the continent. You slew your fellow peak geniuses, destroyed Heavenly Fate Island whose inheritance stretches back countless years, and even killed 2 island masters. You don't even realize this, but your influence might be even greater than mine. In just 10 years, the entire Martial Heaven continent might belong to you. So don't act so bored all the time like Mo Nian. You should bring out your charisma. Long Chen hastily waved his hand, already knowing her goal. That's enough, alliance head. I don't have such aspirations. If I wasn't forced to, I wouldn't have stood out like I did. So don't try to use the name of all lives or the people to talk me around. The reason I am brothers with Mo Nian is because the two of us are both little rogues happy with just the basics. We're also very lazy and can't accept such immense responsibility. There's no way for me to compare to Yi Lingshan in that regard, nor do I wish to sacrifice so much. I see how you care for me because of the old man, and you see the trust I have in you. As we're so close, there's no need to mince words. I, Long Chen, am not that kind of person, so you shouldn't waste the effort to make me into that. Seeing Long Chen shake his head like a rattle even before she was done speaking, Ku Jianying couldn't help sighing. After hesitating for a long time, she had discussed it with the higher-ups of the Martial Heaven Alliance to consider making Long Chen the leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance. His rallying power was simply much greater than Yi Lingshan's. The leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance didn't necessarily need to be incredibly powerful, but they did need great charisma and rallying power, the ability to make others follow them into death. Long Chen was perfect for that, and when she had suggested it, the majority of people had supported this choice. But the four Grand Elders had immediately shaken their heads. Yan Nantian had told Ku Jianying to give up on that, saying that Long Chen would not accept being the alliance head. He was a wild horse that no one could subdue. He pursued freedom, something he would never have as the alliance head. As expected, even the position of leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance was unable to move Long Chen. "Are you really not going to consider it?" asked Ku Jianying. "I'm not jumping into that hole. I never wanted to be some savior of the world. I just want to live in peace with my wives. Fishing, hunting, having a group of babies, wouldn't that be a much better life? But you have a relationship with Sovereign Yun Shang. The sovereigns were always the protective gods of the Martial Heaven continent. On their own, they pulled against the tide of destruction, saving the continent from a crisis. This is your responsibility. When I encountered Sovereign Yun Shang, he never said anything about that. I feel like it's fine for me to be like this. You actually saw Sovereign Yun Shang. The sovereigns were the strongest and most mysterious existences in this world. They had left behind countless legends but had then vanished without a trace. Some people said that they had died, while some said that they were hiding. There were countless guesses. However, anyone who could obtain anything that a sovereign had left behind would be viewed as someone who would have amazing accomplishments in the future. Long Chen had actually even seen Sovereign Yun Shang. In her shock, Ku Jianying completely forgot about her previous matter. "Yes, I suppose. We chatted a bit and played chess. Then he gave me Evilmoon. He told me to eat and drink properly and maintain a strong body. He didn't mention anything else," said Long Chen. "Nonsense," cursed Ku Jianying. She refused to believe that. Actually, the first part was true, but Ku Jianying assumed that Long Chen was hiding some kind of secret. After all, this matter was related to the sovereigns and couldn't be randomly talked about. It wasn't convenient for her to pursue this topic. "Long Chen, I called you over to discuss things that are happening outside. Due to us refusing those opportunists and traitors, the majority of them have gone to Pill Valley's side," said Ku Jianying gravely. "Yu Xiaoyun has once more made a move." Long Chen was surprised by this. Those people shouldn't be so reckless as to join Pill Valley that easily. Being refused by the Martial Heaven Alliance should have made them even more cautious. Ku Jianying nodded, sighing. "When it comes to intelligence, I can't compare to Yu Xiaoyun. Perhaps you're the only one who can match him. Our sect leader is definitely not inferior to him in that regard," said Long Chen quickly, ending the change of topic right there. The sect leader he referred to was Li Tianxuan. When it came to intelligence, the only one Long Chen admired was Li Tianxuan. Yu Xiaoyun might be difficult to deal with, but that was only because of his position. If Li Tianxuan was standing in an equal position, Yu Xiaoyun wouldn't necessarily be Li Tianxuan's match. With Li Tianxuan in the Martial Heaven Alliance, there was nothing for Long Chen to worry about, so he quickly stopped Ku Jianying. Ku Jianying glared at Long Chen for a moment, feeling like he was a wily old fox who couldn't be conned. 3 days after we refused those people, Pill Valley sent out word that any disciples of sects allied with Pill Valley could enter Pill Valley's Brahma secret realm for tempering, said Ku Jianying. "The Brahma secret realm? What damn thing is that?" Long Chen was startled. Didn't Pill Valley only possess the Heaven Dragon Flame region? Where did a Brahma secret realm come from? The Brahma secret realm is one of Pill Valley's secrets. It's said that it is a legacy that their god Lord Brahma left behind before becoming a god. As for whether that's true or not, there's no way for us to know. There are countless precious medicines and beasts within it, and it is a sacred land to Pill Valley. Pill Valley was only willing to reveal this secret to steady their side's hearts after they took such immense losses in the previous battle. One aspect is compensation to them, while another reason is to draw over people from the neutral side. As long as the neutral camp's people swear to never stand beside the Martial Heaven Alliance, they will also be allowed to enter the Brahma secret realm. Yu Xiaoyun seemed to have countless moves up his sleeve. The Martial Heaven Alliance had only just won a victory when he made his next move, instantly stabilizing his side and even drawing in more of the neutral camp's people. Is the Brahma secret realm really related to Lord Brahma? Is Pill Valley really willing to share their god's inheritance with other people? Long Chen frowned, thinking that this wasn't usual for Yu Xiaoyun. What about the sect leader? What does he say? Li Tianxuan said that this move is very strange and that he can't see through it. However, this might be Yu Xiaoyun's only way to steady the hearts of the large factions on his side, said Ku Jianying. Lord Brahma's inheritance. Long Chen had an urge to go. He still didn't know much about the Pill Sovereign's memories. However, the intense disgust he had for Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite came from deep within his soul, and so they should be related to the Pill Sovereign's memories. The Pill Sovereign's memories had a close link to the 9-star hegemon body art as well, but he knew little about either. If he wanted to figure it out, he had to go to the Brahma secret realm. Has the Brahma secret realm already been opened? Asked Long Chen. Not yet. They have announced that it will open in 1 month because they are still waiting for the Pill Fairy, their god's chosen, to fully awaken. They need her power to open the Brahma secret realm, said Ku Jianying. Long Chen's heart pounded hard. The warm smile of the Pill Fairy appeared in his mind. It made him think of past events. He couldn't help sighing. Why did she have to be Yu Xiaoyun's daughter, with Yu Xiaoyun being his mortal enemy? They would definitely have a battle to the death one day. It really was a case of fate toying with people. Apparently, the Pill Fairy has already reached the last step of her inheritance. Once she succeeds, she will become Pill Valley's divine daughter and will be blessed by the god's power. At that time, no one will be able to match her within the same realm. Perhaps this is one of the reasons that Yu Xiaoyun retreated. You are currently unrivaled in the same realm, but his daughter might be able to kill you. In fact, your current fame might even have been boosted intentionally by him so that when his daughter kills you, Pill Valley will rise far above anyone else, said Ku Jianying. Yu Xiaoyun's scheming was extremely frightening. She warned him, you must be careful of the Pill Fairy. Once she becomes the divine daughter, her entire character will change. The will of the god will influence her mind. Don't think that your past relations with her will make it so that she won't kill you. Long Chen nodded. He had heard a bit about this god inheritance. The so-called divine sons and divine daughters were servants of their gods. They were only loyal to their god. Sometimes, some things couldn't be avoided no matter what. Long Chen was already used to it. The future would come no matter what. Chapter 1993. The news of the Brahma secret realm rapidly spread thanks to Pill Valley's efforts. Practically everyone knew of it, and countless experts began to look forward to its opening. Originally, Long Chen's tribulation and the ensuing battle that had resulted in the deaths of Ji Wuming and countless heavenly geniuses had greatly set back Pill Valley's alliance. Their morale received a heavy blow. Yu Xiaoyun had even been told to scram by Long Chen, and he had listened. Just as everyone thought that the Martial Heaven Alliance's rise was set in stone, while Pill Valley and the others would be unable to do anything to them, the news of the Brahma secret realm caused the wind to change. The title of a divine daughter shook people's hearts. It was no wonder there hadn't been any news of the Pill Fairy for so long. So she was receiving a god's inheritance. The Pill Fairy had originally been a peak heavenly genius blessed by the heavenly Taos. If she had god power supporting her as well, using that god power to control the Brahma divine diagram and the Daynite furnace, just who would be able to fight her? People guessed that the reason Yu Xiaoyun had left under Long Chen's threats was because he was leaving Long Chen to the Pill Fairy. Regardless of the reason, the continent finally started to grow lively again. Pill Valley and the others no longer dared to cause trouble with the excuse of looking for Long Chen. Even if Long Chen were to walk down the street, no one would dare to touch him. As for the so-called arrest warrants that had been put out for him, those became an absolute joke. The Clearwind City returned to its original state. Countless people were walking along the streets, and small businesses opened their doors once more. Things were no longer so tense. Long Chen was strolling through the streets with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Cloud, and Lu Ruyan. They were looking through the marketplace. Other than Lu Ruyan, who was as icy as ever, the others were very excited. Cloud was especially excited, amazed by everything new to her. She held Tang Wan-er's hand, asking questions left and right. Meng Qi and Chu Yao were holding Long Chen's arms, smiling. It seemed that they had forgotten the feeling of strolling through the streets ever since they had stepped into the cultivation world. Long Chen felt ashamed at this. By following him, they had spent all their time in cultivation and fighting. They had given him their best years, and now just a simple stroll was enough to satisfy them. As a man, this made him feel vexed. As long as you're by our side, it's a blessing. As long as you're well, it's like spring, said Meng Qi softly, seeming to read his thoughts. Good, there was no thunder at the end. Long Chen couldn't help chortling. What thunder? Asked Meng Qi. When Long Chen told them what had happened to Mo Nian, they laughed. Tang Wan-er had to support herself or she would fall down laughing. Ah, let's keep this matter to ourselves. If everyone learns of it, especially Guo Ran, Mo Nian will definitely bite me the next time we meet, said Long Chen. Family shame shouldn't be spread. Just having the family know of it was enough. Long Chen, look at Mo Nian. He knows how to write love letters to people. Why haven't you made any moves in that regard? You're even inferior to Mo Nian, teased Tang Wan-er. TCH, love letters are so low grade, only used to trick children. I wouldn't bother with writing down my love for you. I'd rather show it to you in person. Long Chen glanced at Tang Wan-er's curves. That gaze of his immediately made Tang Wan-er redden. She wanted to run, but if she avoided it, it would be saying that this was a weak point. She stood up straight and righteously said, pervert. Meng Qi and Chu Yao also blushed. Cloud didn't understand, while Lu Ruyan acted like she hadn't heard anything. Chu Yao, Meng Qi, and Tang Wan-er had long since given their hearts to Long Chen. However, due to various reasons, they hadn't taken the final step. They had sworn to wait until Yi Ziqiu was with them once more. However, it seemed that reality had changed faster than that. More women had popped up by Long Chen's side, so now they didn't even know what to do. It wasn't as if this was an easy topic to discuss. There was still some time before Yi Ziqiu finished receiving the Divine Ice Palace's inheritance. However, once she was back, things would become awkward. Hey, don't be so dirty-minded. I was just saying that after we finished strolling through the streets today, we can go see my parents and little sister, said Long Chen. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan-er immediately became nervous, especially Meng Qi. Don't worry, my parents are very nice. They won't make things hard on you, guaranteed Long Chen. Despite his comforting words, the three of them couldn't help being nervous. They weren't even in the mood to keep strolling. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from around the corner. Guest, you are looking at my shop's supreme treasure, a true and authentic lightning dragon whip. Legend is that it was created by a lightning dragon's bones. The price is 2,185,000 spirit crystals. But it just so happens that this is the 500th anniversary of my shop, so if you want it, I can deduct 5,000 spirit crystals. Lightning Dragon Whip. Long Chen and the others were startled. The so-called lightning dragon was not a true dragon, it was actually a kind of snow lizard that lived in lands of bitter cold. Its spine was very tough and possessed powerful cold energy. When it was fully matured, it was a 10th rank magical beast. Its spine could not only be refined into a weapon, but it could also be used as a precious medicinal ingredient. Long Chen looked over, only to see one man in a store recommending a whip to another person. When he saw the whip, he couldn't help shaking his head. How was that a lightning dragon whip? It was clearly an ordinary lizard spine that had been embedded with ice crystals. However, when he saw the person being conned, Long Chen laughed. It was actually Guo Ran. Guo Ran wouldn't fall for this, right? It's clearly fake, whispered Meng Qi. As a beast tamer, she was clearer on that than anyone else. I doubt it, otherwise, Guo Ran would be too stupid, muttered Tang Wan-er. Guo Ran had originally been strolling the streets with an unpleasant expression, then someone had suddenly come to sell him something. He took a look at the whip. 2,185,000 spirit crystals reduced by 5,000 spirit crystals. Do I look like someone lacking those 5,000 spirit crystals? Said Guo Ran disdainfully. Hearing that, the seller was delighted. Ah, this little one misjudged you. It seems you're definitely. I'm lacking 2,180,000. After saying that, Guo Ran lowered his head and continued walking. He had also seen that it was a fake item. That seller was dumbfounded, while Meng Qi and the others laughed. It was only now that Guo Ran noticed Long Chen and the others. He walked over. Long Chen and the others had changed their appearances to avoid causing a ruckus, but those familiar with him could recognize him based on his aura. "What's going on? Were you beaten? You don't look good," questioned Long Chen. Guo Ran's appearance was very strange. "I've been very unlucky these past 2 days. The day before yesterday, I ended up falling asleep and having a nightmare. I dreamt a bunch of people beat me, startling me awake. When I realized it was a dream, I went back to sleep, only to dream of those people again. They shouted at me, 'You dare to come back.' And then I woke up again," sighed Guo Ran. Meng Qi and the others laughed once more. Long Chen wasn't too surprised. The Dragonblood warriors were all under immense pressure, and normally when they cultivated, there was no way for them to sleep. Only by drinking until they were drunk could they relax enough to dream. Although Guo Ran was already very powerful, his inner heart was still weak and cowardly, which was why he had such a dream. "That's not all. I also ran into something vexing just now," said Guo Ran. "But you didn't fall for the con?" asked Tang Wan. "Not that, something before that. There's a building, the spirit cleansing medicinal pools. They claim their baths can completely relax someone, so I went in," said Guo Ran. "What, was the pool not clean?" asked Tang Wan. "No. Actually. Let's not talk about it," sighed Guo Ran. "Hurry up and tell us. It's annoying when people only say things halfway," raged Tang Wan. "It's embarrassing. When I went in and asked the price, they said that the man's bath costs 100 spirit crystals, while the woman's bath costs 10,000 spirit crystals. I said that it was a robbery, but the host asked me whether I wanted to go to the man's bath or the woman's bath. After hesitating, since I've never been to a woman's bath before, I went in to take a look, only to see a pool full of men. They cursed me, cursing me for being another man and making them even more crowded. I was actually conned." Guo Ran covered his face pitifully. Now even Long Chen laughed. "Fool, you even jumped into such a hole. How can I be at ease with you leading the Dragonblood Legion? It's not me being a fool, it's that they're too crafty. Tell me, what happened to people's integrity and sincerity? Clearwind City is a con," cried Guo Ran. "You deserve it. Who asked you to be a pervert? Good thing you disguised yourself first, or it'd be embarrassing if others recognized you," said Tang Wan without the slightest sympathy. "For men, this is normal. Just don't fall for it next time." Long Chen magnanimously patted Guo Ran on the shoulder in a consoling manner. "I'm planning on leaving for a few days. Be careful and supervise everyone's cultivation. Don't let this victory get to people's heads. Our enemies retreated, but it's not a true retreat. They have only taken a single step back to accumulate energy for the next strike. Once everyone's had a chance to relax, make them focus again. Don't let them get drunk on other people's worship," said Long Chen seriously. Although the Dragonblood warriors were already incredibly strong, they were still young. Being surrounded by the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance and their worship, there was danger of them growing overconfident. If that happened, it wouldn't be long before the Dragonblood Legion fractured. So Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others had to occasionally give them a blow so they continued to work hard. After giving instructions to Guo Ran, Long Chen led the women onto a transportation formation. They went straight for the Grand Sha Ancient Nation. Chapter 1994. The capital of the Grand Sha was flourishing more than ever. Of the 4 ancient nations of the Grand Sha, Grand Chu, Grand Zhou, and Grand Han, only 3 remained. The Grand Han ancient nation had been destroyed because of Long Chen. Standing in the capital of the Grand Sha, Long Chen felt various emotions. Back then, he had been given the title of the National Protector, Great General Long Chen. However, it seemed that he had left before even having a chance to pick up his salary. Past scenes appeared in his mind. The building over there had once been the Bloodkill Hall's stronghold. He had fought with Sha Luo against the experts of the Bloodkill Hall there. "Hey, uncle, where is the Guangji Hall?" A man that was passing by paused to ask Long Chen a question. "Go forward, and turn left on the 11th road. Past 3 bridges there will be a mountain. Go around it and you'll arrive." Long Chen pointed. That man nodded and went away according to his directions. "Big brother, hello, may I ask if you know how to get to the Guangji Hall?" A woman now came up to Long Chen. "Turn around. That building behind you is it," said Long Chen. "Thank you, big brother." The woman thanked him and turned around. Long Chen, you're so evil. Meng Qi and the others, who were behind Long Chen, laughed. That pitiful fellow was definitely going to get lost thanks to Long Chen's directions. HMPH, calling me uncle is one thing, but he wasn't even polite. This'll teach him a lesson, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen didn't want to startle anyone by his arrival at the Grand Sha. He went directly to the Wine God Palace, and only there did he and Meng Qi reveal their true appearances. A disciple from the Wine God Palace naturally came to greet them. Meng Qi and the others were a bit nervous at being in such a place. More disciples of the Wine God Palace began to appear, greeting them. They all felt great reverence for Long Chen, not because of his cultivation base or position, but because his knowledge in medicinal wines had greatly benefited them. As they crossed the mountainous path, they arrived at a small manor. There was a woman reading off a scroll, and in front of her was a girl solemnly listening and following along. Seeing that girl, Long Chen smiled warmly. That was his little sister, Long Xiaoyu. She had grown up quite a bit since their last parting. She took more after their mother. She was very obedient and seemed like a well-educated daughter of a noble family, but there was a hint of naughtiness within her as well. Although she was solemnly reciting something, she was secretly playing with something in her hands at the same time. Long Chen couldn't help thinking how he had been quite a bad child as well when he was young, making his teachers fume and causing his mother to scold him. As for the woman teaching Xiaoyu, Long Chen recognized her. She was a life-star expert of the Wine God Palace, and she had helped him when he had been leaving the city. How could Xiaoyu's secretive actions really escape her observation? She just didn't expose her. Xiaoyu, within this verse, what does it mean when it says the heart must have no agitation, that you must be like a mountain and sea, that even heaven and earth cannot destroy you? Asked the woman. I know. It's saying that we have to concentrate all our focus and energy, like a tall mountain that cannot fall, like a great sea that never dries up. Even the power of heaven and earth cannot destroy us. It's an expression of fighting against fate, said Xiaoyu very obediently. The woman nodded. The movement of the heavenly Taoes has set a fate for every being, but fate can be changed. If you want to obtain more, you have to go against your fate. Although you might not succeed, if you don't try, you definitely won't succeed. Xiaoyu, tell me, what do you think about this? I want to be a strong person like my big brother, said Long Xiaoyu. Because my brother is my mom and dad's pride, and the pride of our Phoenix Cry Empire. I want to be someone my parents can be proud of as well. The little girl raised her fist, looking exceptionally adorable. The people Long Xiaoyu encountered, other than her parents, were mostly from the Wine God Palace, with a few people from the Grand Shah's Imperial Palace. To not make her feel lonely, the Imperial Palace often sent over a few children the same age as her to play with. Sha Yunchang, Sha Yuluo, and the others also often came to look after her. That was why what she knew about Long Chen mostly came from other people's mouths. The Grand Shah was a nation within the cultivation world, and its people felt great worship for Long Chen. Many of the stories about him had been turned into legends. Then, considering what stories the children might pass to Long Xiaoyu, she had felt even greater worship for her brother. Do you miss your big brother? Then I'll use a magical art to let you see your big brother. How's that? Here, close your eyes. The woman smiled and covered Long Xiaoyu's eyes, slowly turning her around. You can open your eyes. I'm afraid I won't see him. I don't want to be disappointed. Long Xiaoyu actually didn't dare to open her eyes. However, in the end, her eyes slowly opened. She saw a man in black robes, his eyes bright as the stars, with a smile warmer than the sun. Big brother. Long Xiaoyu, after a moment of stunned shock, suddenly ran over to Long Chen. Haha, Xiaoyu, did you miss me? Long Chen laughed and hugged her. I missed you a lot. Big brother, how did you get here? I don't know either. I was just strolling through the sheets when clouds gathered in the sky, and a ray of light enveloped me. Then I appeared here, said Long Chen. Wow, my teacher is so amazing. I want to be able to summon you like that too. Then you have to listen to her and work hard, said Long Chen, pointing to the paper man she was playing with in her hands. Only then did she notice that she had exposed this paper man in her excitement. She blushed, turning around to apologize to her teacher. But her teacher had already left. Here, Xiaoyu, let me introduce you. These are your future sisters-in-law. Long Chen presented Xiaoyu to Meng Qi and the others. Little sister, don't listen to your big brother's nonsense. You can just call us big sister in the future, said Meng Qi, glaring at Long Chen for a moment. Wow, big sisters, you're all so beautiful, exclaimed Long Xiaoyu. Meng Qi and the others laughed. Long Xiaoyu was actually quite smart and adorable. Meng Qi and the others were already starting to fall in love with her. After talking a bit more, Long Chen asked about their parents. Long Xiaoyu said that their mother was weeding the garden, while their father was making wine. Long Chen was startled. Only later when he asked some disciples of the Wine God Palace did he learn that his father had actually taken up the banner of the Wine God Palace and started learning how to make wine. Although he was only a titular disciple, it was still shocking. After all, Long Tianxiao had been a military man, the empire's greatest general that had fought on the front lines. For him to be able to have the calm heart the Wine God Palace required to make wine was quite shocking. They walked through the mountains, arriving at a small little area. There was a field full of vegetables, and Mrs. Long was currently using a hoe to weed. The Wine God Palace did not lack food, but Mrs. Long always felt that it was better to have something to do. These vegetables kept her busy. Seeing Long Chen, she was incredibly emotional. She was about to speak when she saw Meng Qi and the others. Mom. Meng Qi hastily went up, completely red. She was originally Long Chen's fiancée, so calling her mom was only natural. Good child, the two of you have ended up together in the end. Ah, quick, let go, I'm dirty. Mrs. Long only noticed how much dust and dirt was on her after hugging Meng Qi. Mom, don't worry about it. Chu Yao also came up. You're Princess Chu Yao. Mrs. Long became even more delighted. Mom, I'm Tang Wan remember? Tang Wan also came up, not knowing what to say. Good children, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside. Mrs. Long was more excited than anyone. Originally, she had been worried about Long Chen being at such an age and still not having a family. Now, he had brought back so many women, all beautiful fairies. It was too bad that she only had 2 hands and couldn't hold them all. To Long Chen, she said, Chen go call your father out of his wine cellar. Drag him out of his wine barrel so we can have a proper family dinner. Mrs. Long was so delighted that she actually shooed off Long Chen, enthusiastically getting to know Meng Qi and the others. Even Long Xiaoyu didn't follow Long Chen. She was pulled away by Meng Qi and the others. Helplessly, Long Chen could only ask where the cellar was and go by himself. The cellar was located under a mountain. The temperature, humidity, and density of spiritual qi were all perfect for wine. All the Wine God Palace's disciples had their own wine cellars. When he entered the one belonging to Long Tianxiao, a faint wine fragrance came out. It was faint but very pure. It had only been a few years, but his father was already capable of making such wine. Long Chen was amazed. There was a certain realm within this wine that he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was without tasting it. He quickly saw a figure busy sealing a jug. When Long Chen got closer, that person turned around. Seeing Long Chen, a warm smile appeared on his stalwart face. Chapter 1995. Father and son smiled at each other. That smile contained all their emotions. Sometimes, the relationships between men were just that simple. You came at the right time. Come and try out my wine. Long Tianxiao's appearance hadn't changed even after so many years. In fact, due to his lack of stress, he looked even younger. Alright, but you have to hurry back. There are guests, and it seems Mom doesn't like the fact that you're making wine. Long Chen smiled and received a few jugs of wine. Ah, your mom, she can never stop worrying about anything. I'm used to it. There are guests. Looks like you've had some accomplishments. Long Tianxiao guessed something. Dad, is this really your wine? It's not bad. Before this, I just drank the wine without realizing that there's such a profound essence within the wine Dao. To tell you the truth, making wine is truly addicting. It's like painting. You express your life's experiences and comprehension within the wine. Tasting it is immersing yourself in the maker's life. That kind of feeling of accomplishment isn't something that outsiders can understand, said Long Tianxuan. As long as you're happy. Long Chen smiled. He had already caused them to lose their original lifestyles twice due to his rise. So he was happy that they were satisfied with their new lives. Long Tianxiao returned to their home and couldn't help being surprised after seeing Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others. He hadn't expected Long Chen to bring home so many. When they all called him dad, he smiled delightedly. As a result, even after searching for a long time, there wasn't the slightest gift he could give them to welcome them into their family. Mrs. Long was smiling brightly the entire time. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Cloud, and Lu Ruyan were all top beauties. She was delighted by her son's skill. She had Meng Qi and the others rest while she prepared the food. Mrs. Long wasn't a cultivator, and although Long Chen had given her some medicine to keep her in good health, she still needed to eat. When Meng Qi and the others tried to help, she shooed them off, refusing to let them do such mundane work. Long Chen took out a few scarlet blood spirit fish for Long Tianxiao. Before coming to the Wine God Palace, Long Tianxiao had spent quite a few years secluded in the mountains and had roasted quite a few good fish. Preparing the food would take a while, so Long Xiaoyu dragged Meng Qi and the others to play hide and seek. The sound of laughter constantly rang out from that side. Long Chen said that he would come back for dinner and left to go to the rear mountains. This place was the Wine God Palace. After seeing his parents, he had to see the high priest, or it would be rude. Fatty. Passing by Tu Qiansheng's house, he let out a shout upon hearing the snores coming from inside. "Ha ha, little fellow, you've come." Tu Qiansheng smiled. "I have something I need to do first, but I'll come back to find you in a bit," said Long Chen. "HMPH, I thought you were here for our 300-round match. Don't you feel ashamed of waking people from their dreams for no reason?" demanded Tu Qiansheng, his smile vanishing. He had already taken out the wine jugs. "I was afraid you drank so much that you would pee yourself in bed. That would damage your reputation," laughed Long Chen while walking past Tu Qiansheng's side, making Tu Qiansheng go somewhere between laughter and tears. Long Chen quickly arrived at the high priest's residence. Even without a disciple to report his arrival, the high priest had already come out, waiting for him. "Greetings, high priest. Thank you for your help." Long Chen bowed. Last time, the high priest had appeared and stopped the old man's life and death exchange with Yu Xiaoyun. Although he had great confidence in the old man's combat power, Yu Xiaoyun was the master of Pill Valley and had countless trump cards. If something happened to the old man, Long Chen would regret it very much. "It can't count as help. I'm ashamed to speak of it," said the high priest with an amicable smile. He was always like a kindly elder without any of the arrogance that an expert of his level normally possessed. In Long Chen's heart, only such a person was a true expert. "How can you say that? If it wasn't for your intimidation, the martial heaven continent might already be in chaos," said Long Chen. "You're wrong. It wasn't intimidation but simply the truth. Based on various signs, the Dark Era is truly about to descend. Regretfully, the current martial heaven continent's experts are like a plate of loose sand. They can ignore the very continent's safety just for a little temporary profit to themselves. Perhaps this great era will truly be the end," sighed the high priest. "Is it really so serious?" asked Long Chen. "Perhaps it's even more serious than you think. Geniuses are rising like spring bamboo after the rain, indicating that we've entered the great era, a prosperous time for us to grow. As for Pill Valley's Pill Fairy, she is receiving a god's inheritance. Once she succeeds, the continent's chi flow will once more change. It will cause a chain reaction. The arrival of the divine daughters and divine sons will ignite the continent's remaining chi flow. Geniuses and monsters will be born to face the Dark Era. If we can survive the Dark Era, then the continent will have a chance to undergo nirvanic rebirth. If we can't, then it will be destroyed. Isn't it said that in the past Dark Eras, a sovereign will always appear to bring peace to the chaotic world? Yes, in the past, a sovereign always appeared with the Dark Era. The sovereigns were existences that rose to face this tribulation. Their power dominated those in the same realm. But the sovereigns all started their rise during the Great Eras. Any other so-called geniuses could only sigh that they were born at the wrong time, as the sovereign suppressed them all. However, during this Great Era, other than you, there is no shocking and amazing figure amongst the human race. As for you, there is no chance for you to become a sovereign," sighed the high priest. "First, you like wearing black clothes, while the past sovereigns all wore white. White represents redemption, hope, and holiness. So the sovereigns were all existences that every race revered. That is a kind of power that surpasses races. But black represents death, despair, and slaughter, completely contrary to the sovereigns' will to save all lives. Let alone subduing all races, you can't even subdue your own human race. The majority of experts in the continent are your enemies, so how are you supposed to lead the continent? Other than that, your spirit bone has been excavated, your spirit blood has been extracted, and your spirit root is gone. There is no way for you to become a sovereign sprout. Perhaps what I'm saying is a bit difficult to hear and accept, but they are facts. So you should prepare yourself, warned the high priest. Prepare for what? Asked Long Chen. If no sovereign appears in this era, then the martial heaven continent's destruction is essentially set in stone. If a sovereign does appear, then you will very likely die because the sovereigns suppressed all their enemies. This is fate. No one can contend with a sovereign. Long Chen couldn't help bitterly smiling. It seems that neither of those options is good. That is true. I'm telling you this so you can prepare. If the continent is destroyed and you want to live, you need to be ready. Otherwise, it will be too late, said the high priest. Long Chen understood. The high priest wanted him to prepare a way out. If the continent was destroyed, he had to come up with a way to make sure that he didn't die with it. The martial heaven continent's destruction would mean the deaths of billions of lives. It was an unimaginable calamity. Is the Dark Era really so terrifying? Probed Long Chen. Each time a Dark Era has descended, it has injured the core of the martial heaven continent, almost destroying it. You can imagine just how terrifying such tribulation is, said the high priest. Many thanks for your warning. I understand, thanked Long Chen. In truth, there was no difference between knowing and not knowing this. Perhaps he could bring a few people with him to the spirit world, but if the martial heaven continent was destroyed, how long would the spirit world be able to last? And most importantly, would he really be able to accept running? Perhaps he might be able to accept it, but could the will of the Pill Sovereign accept it? If a sovereign did appear, then it would be alright if their temper was good. But if they didn't get along with Long Chen, what would Long Chen do? Wouldn't there be a fight to the death between them? Long Chen's good mood at seeing his parents again ended up vanishing due to the high priest's words. However, learning about this now was better than later. If the continent's hearts could be united against the outsiders, then perhaps there would be some hope. However, that was only a dream. The two of them chatted a bit longer. The high priest gave Long Chen a few jugs of wine that improved his mood. Of course, he didn't accept them for nothing. He immediately handed over 18 of his largest scarlet blood spirit fish, which the high priest happily accepted. After obtaining the wine, Long Chen's heart grew brighter. Perhaps it should simply be described as the followers of the wine god put it: if there's wine today, drink it. If there are worries tomorrow, worry about them tomorrow. Long Chen returned home. As a family, they ate around a table. Mrs. Long and the others were amazed by the taste of the scarlet blood spirit fish. Now it had become Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er's turn to move vegetables onto Long Chen's plate, making Mrs. Long laugh. After eating dinner, they prepared for bed, only to be dumbfounded. Mrs. Long had prepared a single big bed for their room. While there was space for the 6 of them, it was going to be awkward. Mrs. Long stealthily whispered in Long Chen's ear, "Whether or not you can give me some grandchildren after sleeping together with these 5 fairies will be up to your abilities." Long Chen immediately understood, but the most embarrassing thing was that his mother had forgotten that these fairies were powerful cultivators who could easily hear her whisper. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er instantly turned red and turned away, not daring to look at Long Chen. Chapter 1996. The room only had one giant bed. Then the question was, how should they sleep? Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er had already grown familiar with Long Chen. Although they hadn't gotten to that last step, some vague touching had been achieved. However, there was now also an innocent Cloud and an icy Lu Ruyan. I'll sleep next to big brother Long Chen. Cloud was still like a child and didn't have as many taboos. Be careful of him eating you, warned Tang Wan'er. I don't believe it. Big brother Long Chen doesn't eat people. Only Wild does, said Cloud without understanding what Tang Wan'er was indicating. Wan'er. Meng Qi glared at Tang Wan'er. The pure Cloud was being led astray by Tang Wan'er. I'll sleep next to Long Chen. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan actually volunteered to be next to Long Chen. As a result, Long Chen slept in the middle, with Cloud, Meng Qi, and Tang Wan'er to his left, and Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao to his right. What are you looking at me for? Once the lights were out, Long Chen found Lu Ruyan staring at him. It's nothing, I'll just quietly keep watch over you, said Lu Ruyan indifferently. Damn, so it was no wonder Chu Yao and Meng Qi had been laughing stealthily. So Lu Ruyan was present to keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't try anything questionable. They stayed in the Wine God Palace for 3 days. Long Chen once more had a battle with Fatty too, but he was amazed to find that the Fatty's skills in the finger-guessing game had improved. Who knew how he had trained, but in their battle, Long Chen won some and lost some before the two of them collapsed from drinking. During this time, Long Chen also went to the Grand Shah's imperial palace to see the Emperor Sha Yuyong, the Crown Prince Sha Yunfeng, Sha Yunchang, and Sha Yuluo. Sha Yuluo in particular was no longer the pampered and unreasonable princess. She had matured and now acted refined and graceful. But for some reason, Long Chen felt like he liked the old her more. Sha Yuluo's eyes rippled when she saw Long Chen. It seemed that she had many things that she wanted to say, but she didn't say them in the end. She merely smiled and raised a cup of wine to him. There were many things contained within this cup of wine, but as for what they were, Long Chen didn't know. Perhaps even Sha Yuluo herself didn't know. Sha Yunchang was still the same as ever. He hadn't grown reserved just because of Long Chen's power, something Long Chen was gratified by. When Long Chen asked Sha Yunfeng how the situation with the ancient nations was recently, he was silent for a moment before saying, while the Grand Sha, Grand Chu, and Grand Zhou are flourishing, the Grand Han almost destroyed itself with its internal battles. However, in the past few months, their internal battles suddenly stopped. The curious thing was that based on our investigation, there was no interference from Pill Valley. Did you not think about dividing the Grand Han's territory? Asked Long Chen. Sha Yunfeng shook his head. Brother Long, taking over the territory might be easy, but none of the ancient nations want to accept the Grand Han's commoners. We'll only accept some refugees affected by the internal battles inside the Grand Han and give them a place to recuperate. The Grand Han's people believe that the universe started with them, and that it's only natural for others to treat them well. Even in the territory we gave to the refugees, problems are constantly sprouting. To help the elderly and young, we sent over emergency relief resources, but there were so many of them in the end that we couldn't afford the cost, so we gave them seeds and farming tools so that they could provide for themselves. But instead of farming, they want to make the space we gave them their own territory. Brother Long, tell me, don't you think they're stupid? Sha Yunfeng couldn't help sneering at their foolishness. They're such marvels. Long Chen couldn't help being amazed. Sha Yunfeng said, it can't be blamed on them. It's simply the result of the Grand Han's imperial family's indoctrination. They instilled the sense in their people that they were above the human race, constantly making up legends to fool their people. Hence, their commoners are the victims. Nevertheless, this kind of brainwashing can't be fixed in just 1 or 2 generations. So to maintain the nations, stability and unity, the other 3 ancient nations don't want to take them in. The only worrisome thing is that the Grand Han's chaos suddenly calmed down. Furthermore, some rumors say that the protective gods of the Grand Han have awakened. It seems someone is creating legends for the Grand Han once more. Keeping the people ignorant in times of chaos was the best way to keep the peace. Making up some protective gods could make the people feel hopeful and fill them with vigor. There were several examples of such things occurring in the Grand Han's history. But for educated people aware of history, such a thing would be useless. If the Grand Shah's leaders tried such a thing on its people, they would be scoffed at. Protective gods, Long Chen also sneered. When had this world gained so many protective gods? Rather than getting stronger themselves, they hoped for others to protect them. The next morning, Long Chen stealthily brought Meng Qi and the others away. They were afraid of the sadness from leaving, so they decided not to say goodbye. After leaving the Grand Shah, Cloud transformed into her true form, bringing them speeding away. After advancing to the 11th rank, Cloud's speed even amazed Long Chen. Divine light flowed across her feathers, bringing her speeding away. The space ahead of them seemed compressed. Cloud's speed was starting to break the laws of spacetime. After less than a few hours of flying, they arrived at an empty land. Cloud landed here and unleashed the power of her bloodline. A passageway appeared in the air. Cloud brought Long Chen and the others into the passage. The scene before them changed. They entered a desolate desert without the slightest signs of life. Heaven and earth rumbled. One large figure after another appeared in the sky. They were all experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. This place was actually one of their strongholds. Those experts transformed into human form. Their leader was a graceful and beautiful woman, which released immense pressure. She was actually a powerful 12th rank Zon beast. In total, 80 experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had come. The woman bowed deeply to Long Chen. Respected experts of the human race, thank you for your grace toward the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. We will never forget this in our lifetimes. This woman was the stronghold's strongest expert. The others knelt on the ground. You're too courteous. Cloud has been with us since she was a child, and she saved us from crisis multiple times. We're a family, and you're our family as well, said Long Chen. Cloud was a member of the Dragonblood Legion, and her matters were the Dragonblood Legion's matters. There was no need for others to thank them for such a thing. At this time, other cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows began to fly over, but they were younger and unable to transform yet. They curiously looked at Long Chen and the others. Long Chen said, I came here today to tell you that there is no need to hide any longer. The great era has come, causing the world's chi flow to erupt. Hiding within minor worlds will affect your growth. If you continue like this, you will miss your best time to soar. As for the Zon beasts, as long as I say the word, they won't dare to touch you for at least a while. That's why I hope you can call out the entire cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race to grasp this opportunity. I will leave Mengqi here so that you can probe the inside of the myriad spirit diagram. The divine abilities of your cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race are inside. It will allow you to raise your power as fast as possible. The current cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was forced to hide. They spent the majority of their time within their secret strongholds. Most of those strongholds were in desolate minor worlds that weren't suitable for cultivation. Only by entering the martial heaven continent could they properly cultivate. Before this, they had been forced to be secretive upon entering the continent, afraid of being noticed by the experts of the Zon beasts. If noticed, they would rather fight to the death than try returning to their strongholds, as they didn't wish their enemies to know where the strongholds were. So despite being such a powerful race, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was suppressed and forced into such a state. Long Chen wanted to bring them back into the continent so that they could soar. Then he would have raised another powerful ally. As for the Zon beasts, he trusted that they wouldn't take action against them. They had witnessed the destruction of Heavenly Fate Island. Most importantly, he had also destroyed their headquarters, ruining the resources they had been stockpiling for countless years. That was a grievous blow to them, and they would be forced to lie low for a while. This was the best chance for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Chapter 1997. Very quickly, a heavy piece of news spread throughout the martial heaven continent. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows race that had been hunted down by the Zon beasts was no longer hiding. They were establishing their headquarters in the eastern Zon region. At the same time, Long Chen announced that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was allied with the Dragonblood Legion. If anyone dared to touch the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, he would go to their home for his next tribulation. For Long Chen to publicly support the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was a bit surprising but within reason. However, his promise was a bit vicious. Just his life-star tribulation had been enough to destroy Heavenly Fate Island and the headquarters of the Zon beasts. That kind of tribulation wasn't something that just anyone could survive. At the same time, the Martial Heaven Alliance also came out in support of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. While Long Chen was now outside the Martial Heaven Alliance, he was still one with them. However, he was no longer under the Martial Heaven Alliance. He now allied with them. After establishing their territory, countless cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows began to flock over from their strongholds. Long Chen hadn't expected them to number in the millions. However, the majority of them were still young and hadn't fully grown. That was because when the Zon beasts had suppressed them, many of the seniors of their race had fought to the death. As for the weaker members, they could only do their best to reproduce as much as possible. This generation's leader of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was named Kei Yuju. She was at the mid-12th rank, equivalent to the human race's second step of nether passage. Within the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, there were a total of 11 people on Kei Yuju's level. However, they didn't have a single existence on the level of the late 12th rank. The human race's nether passage realm was split into 4 steps, while 12th rank magical beasts were the same but merely with different names. They were the early 12th rank, mid-12th rank, late 12th rank, and the great circle of the 12th rank. And just like the nether passage realm, the difference between each level was vast. When the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race declared they were coming out once more, the Dragonblood Legion naturally came to their new headquarters, while Ku Jianying and the others from the Martial Heaven Alliance were also present. However, the old man didn't come. He only sent Boss Bao and the others. Boss Bao stealthily told Long Chen that the old man had been completely infuriated last time, even breaking tables and chairs in his rage. It had taken quite a bit of that kind of venting before he calmed down. Originally, he had also been thinking of coming, but upon thinking that he would see Ku Jianying, he had decided not to come. Long Chen couldn't help sighing inside. Was this a case of growing more like a child the older you got? Originally, he had just been expecting the Martial Heaven Alliance to come, but even Zheng Wenlong was here, bringing a celebratory gift and representing the Huayan sect. To use his words, as long as there was business to do, they would come. After greeting him, Long Chen smiled. Brother Wenlong, don't blame me for not sending you an invitation. I was afraid you would come find me for the debt I owe you. Long Chen had used the scarlet blood spirit fish and quite a few medicinal pill formulas as collateral to take out a huge loan. That had been the only way to create the divine items for the Dragonblood Legion. Those things were still in Zheng Wenlong's hands, but they hadn't been turned into money just yet. It could be said that Long Chen owed him a huge debt. Hiding from your debt, is it? When have I ever demanded you to pay me? As long as you're still living well, my profits will continue to come rolling in, laughed Zheng Wenlong. The amount of money that Long Chen had borrowed from Zheng Wenlong was so great that it could affect the entire operation of the Huayan sect. However, in the long view, the profit exceeded the risk. Most importantly, the Huayan sect was now going all out in raising alchemists. They were crazily snatching up the medicinal pill market, and Pill Valley's monopoly was being broken. This was thanks to Long Chen. Even the Corrupt Path, Ancient Races, Ancient Family Alliance, and the others were secretly buying pills from them. The Huayan sect was a true neutral sect, and as long as there was business to do, they would do it. They wouldn't inflate prices, while the quality of the pills was guaranteed. The prices of the Huayan sect's pills were in general a tenth lower than Pill Valley's. Just 10% wasn't much, but medicinal pills took up 60% of a sect's yearly resources budget. The remaining 40% was enough for the sect's construction needs, maintenance, administration, and other necessities. Medicinal pills were truly the lifeblood of a sect. Most importantly, they had entered the great era where countless geniuses were rising. The large sects were willing to spend all their money on raising those geniuses. So this had become a crazy era for buying medicinal pills. The demand had exceeded the supply, so Pill Valley had long since adjusted the prices of their pills to get more money, and they were continuously increasing the price as the demand increased. That dissatisfied their customers, but there was no way around it because of their monopoly. However, the medicinal pill formulas that Long Chen had released destroyed that monopoly. The Huayan sect had announced that they were hiring alchemists, and they were also focusing more on nurturing their alchemists. The current Huayan sect was encroaching on Pill Valley's businesses, but Pill Valley couldn't do anything about it. They even suspected that there were traitors amongst their higher-ups who had sold those pill formulas to the Huayan sect, so they had started an internal investigation. So the money that Long Chen had borrowed was truly nothing when it came to the profit that his pill formulas would bring in. However, they were still in the early stages, and his formulas still hadn't made up the money he had borrowed. It would take at least half a year before he paid off that debt with his pill formulas. Today was a lively day for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. The various large powers sent over congratulatory gifts. Even quite a few people came from the neutral powers. As long as the neutral camp's people didn't participate in battles, they could suck up to either side. They didn't want to offend either side, at least on the surface. Furthermore, the neutral camp's sects were very crafty, only sending some of their senior people over, not their sect leaders. That was perfect, as they could give face to Long Chen and the Martial Heaven Alliance without offending the Zon Beasts. Someone from the Zon Beasts actually came. Guo Ran and the others' expressions changed. There were over 10 experts who had come bearing the air of the Zon Beasts. The Dragonblood warriors prepared their weapons. As long as they caused the slightest fuss, they would cut them down. Kei Yuju noticed them. She couldn't believe her eyes. Senior Yuju, we're gratified to see you still alive. The speaker was an elder who was the leader of this group. He wept. Guo Ran and the others slowly loosened their grips on their weapons. It seemed that they had misunderstood. Through Kei Yuju's introductions, they learned that these people belonged to the Cloud Rain Lightning Sparrow race, a branch of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. When the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was expelled from the Zon beasts, quite a few experts of the cloud-rain-lightning sparrow race were hunted down as well. They had been hiding this entire time, on their last breaths. Upon learning that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had come out once more and established their own territory, they immediately rushed over. Seeing Kei Yuju, they were filled with emotions. Kei Yuju was also crying. She thought back to how glorious the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had been back in the day. Now they had fallen to this extent and even implicated their allies. Alright, starting today, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is rising back to its former glory. You will share that glory with us, promised Kei Yuju. Kei Yuju's promise was serious. Her cultivation base might not be strong enough to promise such a thing, but she had already seen the hope of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. It was Long Chen. The myriad spirit diagram had already been opened for them. The majority of their divine abilities had originally been lost, but now that their inheritances were being restored, they were rapidly growing stronger. The fact that they no longer had to hide in minor worlds also improved their cultivation circumstances. Other than that, Long Chen had started on creating transportation formations connecting the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters, the Xuantian Dao sect, and this place. There were also formations connecting them to hundreds of other powers so that they could share their spirit-gathering formations to cultivate. This was a joyous occasion. The Martial Heaven Alliance had gained another ally with limitless potential. They had once more grown stronger. The Zon beasts have sent a congratulatory gift. Just as people thought that everyone coming had arrived and they were starting to prepare a banquet as thanks to all their guests, a strange voice rang out. Chapter 1998. A small group of Life Star disciples walked in. They weren't from the Zon beasts. They were humans. They put on a domineering front, but the fear in their eyes could be seen by everybody. When they saw Long Chen, their bodies involuntarily quivered. As for why their voices had sounded very strange before, it was because they had tried to sound disdainful, but their voices shuddered, making it sound odd. We represent the Zon beasts in sending a gift. Are you not going to greet us? Said the lead disciple. Don't recite the script that they gave you to put your life in danger. I don't know if I should praise your bravery or curse you for your stupidity, interrupted Long Chen. He didn't know if these people had been forced here or had been bought, but based on their fear, they didn't want to be here. However, they had still come, so their gift couldn't be anything good. Bring out your gift, said Long Chen indifferently. That person hastily took out a case and handed it over. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's experts came forward. When they opened it, their killing intent soared. One of those experts was about to kill these people but was stopped by Kei Yuju. Looking inside the case, they saw heads. They were the heads of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. They belonged to the experts that had been hunted down during the Zon Beasts' cooperation with Heavenly Fate Island. Now that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was establishing their territory, they sent over those heads. It was clearly a contemptuous insult. Did the Zon Beasts demand you to tell us anything? Asked Kei Yuju. As the leader, she had to remain calm and not be so easy to anger. The Zon Beasts were being clear. Even if the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had found support, they would not let them off. They had sent heads without attacking this time, but next time, when they did attack, they would cut off all their heads. They didn't give us anything to say, but they did order us to say things that would anger you. Sorry, we have no choice. If we didn't do it, our wives, children, and elders would be killed. Said one courageous disciple suddenly. As expected, they had been forced. This was why they had sent humans. If they had sent Zon beasts, they wouldn't be able to return. They were just scapegoats. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. What sect are you from? We are disciples of the Sea Spirit Gate, said that disciple respectfully. Although they were terrified of Long Chen, they also revered him. I understand. You were in the first group of sects to join Pill Valley's side. Your sect is too weak. In the eyes of your so-called sect, you're expendable cannon fodder. It should be the Zon beasts that caused your sect to send you out to your deaths. In truth, the wrong ones aren't you but your sect's higher-ups. For your family, you were willing to come despite the danger. That means all of you are real men. There's no need for you to go back if you don't wish to. You can report directly to the Martial Heaven Alliance's 4th commander. As for your families, they will receive the Martial Heaven Alliance's protection, and your original sect won't dare to touch a single hair on their heads, or they'll be asking to be exterminated, said Long Chen. Those disciples were delighted by Long Chen's words. Some of them even wept. Long Chen had not just resolved the danger to their families, but he was even giving them the honor of being the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The disciples wept and knelt, expressing their thanks. Long Chen waved his hand, bringing them up. Hot-blooded men should only kneel to their parents. Don't submit even to heaven and earth. When you get used to submitting, it will silently erode the sharpness of your Tao heart. I've given you this chance, but as for your futures, it'll be up to yourselves, said Long Chen. The disciples thanked him, bowed deeply to Ku Jianying, and then took their leave, going straight for the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Smart. Li Tianxuan smiled and praised Long Chen. Zan Master overpraises this little one, chortled Long Chen. What's going on? Asked Ku Jianying. That smile between Long Chen and Li Tianxuan was not ordinary. Li Tianxuan said, this move of Long Chen's was very smart. Once those disciples join the Martial Heaven Alliance, it will cause a chain reaction. Of the sects that have betrayed the Martial Heaven Alliance and those that are just standing by the sidelines, countless disciples within them are dissatisfied by their decisions. However, they're just disciples without any authority. They can't change the decisions of the higher-ups. We refuse the sects from joining our ranks because we don't want those scheming old fellows. They're too selfish and care only about themselves. But their disciples are different. It is the current junior generations of this world that are the main characters of this era. We don't want those scheming old fellows, but the disciples have immense potential. As long as we can draw them over, they will become powerful warriors. When news of those disciples being accepted into the Martial Heaven Alliance spreads, it will cause more and more disciples to follow in their footsteps. In the end, we'll have the genius disciples while leaving Pill Valley with the useless scheming elders. Through this explanation, Ku Jianying and the others came to a sudden understanding. It was no wonder Long Chen had so directly refused to allow those sects to join them. He already had a plan to deal with them. He was removing the trash while keeping the gold. This was perfect. Ku Jianying couldn't help sighing over the fact that this fellow was a monster. Ku Jianying immediately sent people to spread word of this incident and to make sure that those new disciples were treated well. They would make the whole world learn that the Martial Heaven Alliance wasn't excluding everyone. They were only excluding the toxic. As long as they were willing to fight for the continent, they could be accepted regardless of their original position. The disciples were innocent. It was the higher-ups who had decided to betray the Martial Heaven Alliance. So the Martial Heaven Alliance would only accept the disciples. The majority of those higher-ups were toxic. Although a portion of them weren't toxic, the Martial Heaven Alliance didn't have the time to accurately determine that. Most importantly, they weren't important. They had already reached their lives' higher points. In truth, they were no longer very valuable. The cultivation world was merciless and cruel. The Martial Heaven Alliance's resources couldn't be spent on the useless. They needed elites. Ku Jianying could already imagine countless disciples throwing themselves to her side thanks to this one move. It wasn't just because the Martial Heaven Alliance was strong now, but also because it was the home of the righteous path. Kei Yuju had those heads put away and announced that they would be properly buried another day. Today is a celebratory day for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Thank you to everyone who came from so far away. I hope you'll accept my apologies for my poor accommodations. For most sects, they would celebrate for 3 days and nights on the inauguration. However, it was much simpler for the Zan beasts. They would normally end things with just a meal. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had too many things to do. They were simply announcing that they were the rulers of this territory and that they were returning to this world. I've already prepared the food, and we can start the feast in just a few hours. However, people can't waste their lives. Some things have to be done immediately, don't you think, race leader Yuju? Long Chen looked at Kei Yuju with a smile. Kei Yuju didn't know how to reply to such a thing. After all, conversing with humans was more difficult for the Zan beasts who always liked to be direct. Hehe. Brother Long is saying that there's still some time until we eat. Maybe we should get our exercise done to work up our appetites, said Cloud. After knowing Long Chen for so long, she could guess what he wanted to do. You're saying? Kei Yuju was startled. I mean that people should be magnanimous and not always keep grudges, said Long Chen. Now Kei Yuju didn't understand again. It was Li Tianxuan who said, Long Chen rarely keeps grudges because he's afraid of forgetting them. That's why he prefers to get revenge immediately, so there's no need to keep the grudges. Kei Yuju finally understood. Since the Zon beasts had come to provoke them, they wouldn't leave things as they were. They would strike back immediately. All experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, hear my orders. Gather for an attack. Kei Yuju immediately gathered all the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows that were at the 11th rank and above. Haha, move out. Our target is the Zon beasts' headquarters. Long Chen laughed, while others bitterly smiled. This fellow was definitely not destined to have a peaceful life. This time, there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 1999. Space shook. One rainbow-colored figure shot through the sky after another. There were over 1,000 cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows flying through the air, and they were a wonderful sight to behold. The current cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was no longer as powerful as before. Only just over 30 of these figures had reached the 12th rank. The rest were at the 11th rank. However, that didn't affect their domineering appearance. Cloud was carrying Long Chen and the others. She was actually flying at the very front. She was incredibly fast. She would only slow down in places that had cities or sects. Heavens, isn't that Long Chen? There's his Dragonblood Legion too. What are so many experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race doing together? Countless experts were amazed by what they saw streaking over their heads. They knew that today was the day that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was announcing their return. For Long Chen to lead them through the sky so fiercely, what were they planning? The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was viewed as traitors of the Zon beasts. Hence, it had been many years since so many cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows had appeared on the continent. Furthermore, Long Chen was leading the Dragonblood Legion along with the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows. That couldn't be for nothing. Brother Long Chen, where are we going? Asked Cloud. Don't rush. Let's stroll around for a while longer to announce to the world that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is back. We will no longer be bullied, and we want revenge. That way, your old followers will be more comfortable with joining your side. You'll need to gather your old loyal subordinates, said Long Chen. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had once been the most powerful race of the Zon beasts. But due to the mechanisms of other races, schemes, they became victims and were expelled from their midst. To wipe away the insult and humiliation of having such a thing done to them would require blood. They would need to rise once more. By patrolling like this, they were showing off their power and making a kind of announcement. But this way, the Zon beasts' headquarters will be prepared. We won't be able to sneak attack them, right? Cloud didn't understand. Foolish girl, they aren't gods. They have no idea if we're targeting their stronghold or not. Right now, our general roaming direction is the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. They might think that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is going there to express their sincerity and thanks. That kind of etiquette was quite common in the ancient era. The Zon beasts won't think we're attacking them because their actions today have gone a bit too far. In truth, those experts were already dead. By returning their heads, they can say that they were simply returning their remains. We have no reason to be angry, said Long Chen. Those heads had been cut off in their attacks of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's strongholds. They had kept the heads to research the divine marks on their crystal bones to see if they could replicate the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's divine abilities. However, such a thing was incredibly difficult. They weren't capable of it. With the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race announcing their return, they sent over the heads to humiliate them. However, on the other hand, they could also say that they were returning their remains. That kind of double-faced action was particularly disgusting. Then if we don't have an excuse to attack, what are we supposed to do? Asked Cloud worriedly. Do we need an excuse to attack? If they need an excuse, then for example, we can say that the weather's not bad today, said Long Chen. When had he ever required an excuse for his actions? The Dragonblood warriors laughed. As for Ku Jianying and the others, they hadn't come. They had returned to where they had come from. To use Long Chen's words, they had come for formalities only. The Dragonblood Legion and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race were enough. If they went as well, it would be bullying. Countless experts of the continent stared up in shock as the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows passed through the sky. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows felt extremely emotional inside at this. After so many years, they were finally flying over the continent once more. They were about to wipe away years of humiliation. Some of them were unable to hold back their bird cries, releasing their resentment and anger. Speed up. Long Chen sent a message to Cloud. Multicolored light flowed around Cloud, transforming her into a rainbow that streaked across the horizon. Following Cloud, the others also sped up, and the sound of their cries grew more and more resounding. In the end, they were so fast that the people below only saw a rainbow streak going through the air and heard their cries, without even being able to see their figures. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows accelerated more and more, unleashing their emotions. They felt something that they hadn't felt before. They quickly arrived at the territory of the Zon beasts. Their arrival immediately caused an alarm to ring out. However, they ignored everything, charging straight for the headquarters. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows were too fast, and the Zon beasts were unable to stop them. Hee, we've arrived. Long Chen had a gratified smile. As expected, Zheng Wenlong's reports were very accurate. They hadn't come for nothing. There were actually nether passage experts here at the headquarters. Countless other experts were also rushing over. These people weren't from the Zon beasts. Last time, their headquarters had been destroyed by Long Chen and Ji Wuming. Hence, the Zon beasts had moved their headquarters to a neighboring plot of land and started to rebuild. This time, rather than just creating caves in a mountain, they were building a grand protective formation. They had invited countless craftsmen to do so. There were all kinds of materials stacked up. The workers were busy surveying and planning for the construction when Long Chen arrived. "We're here to accept our gift." Long Chen smiled and walked down from the sky. Those nether passage experts' expressions completely changed. What are you doing here?" Even the nether passage experts who had reached the second step trembled in fear. Long Chen had slain Ji Wuming, who had been at the third step and supported by his supreme sect's karmic luck. As a result, they didn't have the slightest confidence to go against him. If he wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't even be able to run. "I've already said I'm here to accept a gift." What? After being allied with the Zon beasts, have the ancient family alliance's people forgotten how to speak the human language? Long Chen sneered. It seemed that the people in charge of rebuilding the Zon beasts' headquarters were from the ancient family alliance. The ancient family alliance had once been one with the righteous path, but due to Di Long, they had fractured. Then through several large battles, both sides had taken losses, and the hatred between the two sides grew. Their hatred for each other had grown to the point where neither side cared who was right and who was wrong. "Accepting what gift?" asked the nether passage expert. He began to sweat. He had a bad feeling. Today is the day that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is returning to the continent. The Zon beast sent a paltry congratulatory gift. Feeling like they were all one family, they felt embarrassed to send anything bigger. "But since they're embarrassed, we came to take it ourselves." Long Chen waved his hand. "Brothers and sisters of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, no need to stand on courtesy. If it can be moved, take it." Following Long Chen's orders, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows opened their mouths. The piles of materials were swallowed by them. "No. Those are..." That nether passage expert suddenly stopped. A white bone spear was pointed at him, and Ji Yuyong was staring at him icily. As long as he said another word, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Long Chen patted the nether passage expert on the shoulder. "You and I are both parts of the human race. If it weren't for that idiot Di Long, we might be friends. So sometimes right and wrong are important to be clear about. Why would humans make things hard on other humans? These resources belong to the Zon beasts, and I've come here to accept my gift from the Zon beasts. Does it have the slightest thing to do with you? If you're willing to risk your life for them, I'll accompany you. If you aren't, then just quietly watch the show. After all, this has nothing to do with you. As long as you don't raise your weapon against me, I won't do anything to you. But if you do, then there will be no room for negotiation. You can decide yourself if you want to live or die. If you don't want to die, then you should back up a bit from those resources." The workers fled to the side. The resources were sucked up by the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows. Long Chen had heard that the Zon beasts were reconstructing their headquarters, and those resources were not cheap. Apparently, Pill Valley had paid quite a price, as the Zon beasts themselves were unable to afford such luxury. Now that they were sucked into his pocket, Long Chen really felt refreshed. The Zon beasts would have never imagined that after just a short moment of peace, Long Chen would dare to run over and snatch their resources. Furthermore, he even had an excuse to do so. Seeing those resources being sucked away by the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows, that nether passage expert could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Those resources belonged to the Zon beasts, and he was only in charge of the construction. The Zon beasts shouldn't take out their anger on him, right? Suddenly, the void rumbled. Countless experts came surging over, blazing with killing intent. The one at the front was the leader of the Zon beasts, Peng Wanli. Chapter 2000. Oh, isn't this the great leader of the Peng race? How coincidental to run into you here. Long Chen acted surprised to see the furious Peng Wanli. He then laughed, truly, thank you for your generosity. As for your gift, I'll accept it. Many thanks for your support of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. There's no need to invite us for dinner, we still have many guests waiting for us at home. Let us meet again. Seeing Long Chen turn to leave, Peng Wanli roared, Long Chen, hand over our resources, or don't even think about leaving alive. Your resources? What proof do you have that these resources belong to you? Long Chen cocked his head at him. Do they have your name on them? Or your seal? Are they yours just because you say they are? Long Chen was being absolutely shameless. Peng Wanli felt like he might explode with rage as he had never seen anyone so shameless. Long Chen's shamelessness was actually above the Zon beasts. Don't try twisting logic. Those are resources we bought from Pill Valley. Pill Valley can testify, shouted Peng Wanli. More and more experts of the Zon beasts arrived. But when they saw the Dragonblood Legion and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, their expressions changed. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had once been kings amongst the Zon beasts. Their divine abilities were famed for their power. Later on, for some unknown reasons, the Peng race joined hands with several other large races to expel them from the Zon beasts. Several large battles were fought. Although most of the experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race were killed in those battles, the battles had injured the very core of the Zon beasts. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had actually been powerful enough to deal a grave blow to the Zon beasts even as they were ousted. From this fact, it could be seen just how frightening they were. Now that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had Long Chen's support and was rising on the continent once more, the Zon beasts were all tense. Long Chen couldn't help laughing at Peng Wanli. How interesting. So even the unreasonable Zon beasts are willing to give proof to others. How did unreasonable people like you start talking about such things with me? Could it be that you're now afraid of me and don't dare to attack me? However, I'm not here to talk reason with you today. I came to accept your gift. I've now taken it, and whether or not you like it, I'm taking it. What can you do? All the craftsmen that had been working here looked at Long Chen oddly. Long Chen was definitely domineering enough. The Zon beasts were famed for being unreasonable and suppressing others with their power. But today, Long Chen was openly taking their things. The craftsmen sighed inside. Finally, a true domineering existence had appeared amongst the human race. He was practically a bandit. It seemed that such a scenario had never occurred in all the history of the Zon beasts. Although the ancient family alliance was no longer allied with the martial heaven alliance, in the end, they were still part of the human race. Seeing Long Chen be so domineering, they couldn't help feeling admiration for him. Long Chen, are you declaring war on the Zon beasts? Demanded Peng Wanli. He took out a pitch-black spear. When that spear appeared, the air grew heavy. That was an incredible divine item. A terrifying aura spread like that of an ancient beast. Long Chen summoned Evilmoon and rested it on his shoulder. He took a few steps forward until he was less than a mile from Peng Wanli. Peng Wanli, since I dared to come, I'm confident in being able to leave safely. If you want to fight, of course I'll welcome you. Our enmity doesn't stem back just 1 or 2 days. If you want to bring our enmity to an end today, I'd be very pleased. Don't the Zon beasts like sending gifts? Today, I am stating this clearly. I'm here to accept your gift. If you're giving, I'm taking. If you're not giving, I'm still taking. If you're giving, I'll treat it as a gift. If you're not giving, I'll treat it as a protection fee. To put it even clearer, I'm here to find trouble with you. You can suck it up, or you can fight, said Long Chen. Even as more Zon beasts gathered here, he didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, his battle intent was flowing out of him. The Dragonblood warriors cheered, their voices filled with killing intent. It was bone-chilling. These were the warriors of the Martial Heaven Continent's #1 Legion. Even Nether Passage experts were terrified. Long Chen, you have gone too far. Peng Wanli was shuddering from rage. He had never suffered such humiliation in his whole life. At this moment, Kei Yuju suddenly stepped forward. We have gone too far. Peng Wanli, It was you who was envious of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's divine abilities. You wanted to connect our races by marriage, but we refused, so you allied with other races to expel us. You even framed us as blasphemers of the Peng Emperor. Using that excuse, you hunted us down until we were almost exterminated. Was that not going too far? This secret of the Zon beasts was actually exposed. Absolute nonsense. My Kunpeng race has the bloodline of the great Peng race. Why would we care about your pitiful bloodline? It was clearly your cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race that got arrogant and wanted to change the name of the Peng Emperor to the Sparrow Emperor. The historical records are very clear. Don't you feel embarrassed making up such lies? The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race blasphemed the Peng Emperor, wanting to become the absolute rulers and destroying the peaceful unity of the Zon beasts. Every one of you should be put to the death, shouted Peng Wanli. Long Chen raised a hand. Race leader, we are not here to discuss history. We are here to accept gifts. There is no absolute black or white in this world. As for who is black and who is white, it depends on whose fist is bigger. Whoever's fist is bigger is whoever's mouth is bigger, and whoever's mouth is bigger is the right one. If someone argues, they can just be eaten. There is no need for reason. So don't be angry. Your only fault was not being strong enough to threaten certain people's positions. For them to eliminate potential threats isn't wrong of them. Whether it's in the cultivation world or the world of the Zon beasts, such a thing is common. That's why talking reason is meaningless. Even if they apologized, would you forgive them? So a blood debt must be paid with blood. As for arguing who is right and who is wrong, there's no need. Hearing that, Kei Yuzhu calmed down. Long Chen was correct. Debating history had no meaning. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had been hunted down for so many years. So many of them had died to their hands. If the history was cleared up and their enemies apologized, would that be enough for them? No, Peng Wanli, I've taken your gift. Again, I have guests waiting for me, so we won't be staying for dinner. Of course, if you want to keep us here, I'd be delighted. However, I should warn you that my temper isn't good. If I drink too much, I might just destroy 100 of your races. That's why. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. It was so loud that it eclipsed Long Chen's voice. Everyone turned toward a certain person in the Dragonblood Legion. It was Wild. Wild had dozed off, and that sound had been the sound of his stomach rumbling. The sound woke him up, and seeing the Zon beasts in front of him, he shouted, "Brother Long, is it time to eat?" "I'm hungry." Wild's gaze made those Zon beasts shiver in terror. In the last battle, Wild had killed many of their experts, including true immortal Jiaoqi. They had then been eaten by him. That scene was still fresh in their minds. To the Zon beasts, Wild was a terrifying monster. Wild was not a cultivator, and he didn't have any of the aura of a cultivator. That was why they had overlooked him before. But after that last battle, all of them were apprehensive of him. He was a monster that hungered for their flesh. Even Peng Wanli's expression changed. During that battle, the leader of the ancient races, Long Zhongkang, had only been able to hold Wild back. He hadn't been able to suppress this crazy monster. The Dragonblood Legion didn't just have Long Chen. Wild's power was no lower than his, and there were also the captains like Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, as well as Sha Chen, Guo Ran, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Lu Ruyan, and Cloud. Only a portion of the Zon beasts had gathered, and the rest were still on the way. If they were to fight now, Peng Wanli was confident in being able to block Long Chen and Wild, but the others were also dangerous. The Dragonblood warriors were like wolves, and adding on the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, rivers of blood would flow. That blood would definitely belong to the Zon beasts. Long Chen's arrival today was too sudden, and they hadn't been the slightest bit prepared. Let's go back and eat. Of course, if anyone wants to hold us back, we won't mind eating here. Now Long Chen's words had a double meaning. Of course, Wild understood it in only a simple manner. He would rather eat here because there was more food here, and the quality was better. Wild involuntarily gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The way his eyes stared at them gave them goosebumps. It seemed like he was begging them to stop Long Chen. Long Chen then led his people away just like that. The Zon beasts that had formed an encirclement around them didn't dare to make a sound. They hastily scattered. Peng Wanli clenched his spear tightly. His whole arm was shaking, but in the end, he didn't move to stop Long Chen. He just watched as Long Chen and the others vanished. Boo! Peng Wanli slammed his spear into the ground. A wave of dust soared into the sky. Long Chen, just wait for next time. Chapter 2001. Just after Long Chen left, space rumbled and more experts arrived. The leader of the ancient races, Long Zhengkang, had arrived with reinforcements from the ancient races. However, he was too late. Considering the speed of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, there was no way they could catch up. Peng Wanli was ashen with rage. He had never suffered something so frustrating in all his life. Right in front of him, his resources were stolen. Should we attack them? Asked Long Zhengkang. The ancient races always let the Zan beasts take the lead. Moreover, the relationship between the two races had grown closer thanks to Long Chen. The Zan beasts had officially recognized the ancient races. However, they had yet to let them join them. Let Long Chen be arrogant for a while. Just relying on the two of us, we can't fight against the Martial Heaven Alliance. This is clearly the Martial Heaven Alliance causing trouble. The Brahma secret realm is about to open, so they're trying to make a counterplay, said Peng Wanli. If Ku Jianying was present, she would definitely sneer at them. This matter had nothing to do with the Martial Heaven Alliance. It had entirely been Long Chen's idea. The brains of the Zan beasts were truly lacking. Go back and prepare all the elite disciples for the Brahma secret realm. Pill Valley is finally willing to pay such a price. We can't stand on courtesy. As for Long Chen, let him be. After all, the Martial Heaven Alliance does not have the inheritance of a god. After the Brahma secret realm, all our disciples will have grown stronger, while they'll still be stuck. The difference will gradually grow. Long Chen is a madman that no one wants to provoke. If we go all out against him by ourselves, the others will just laugh at us. Heavenly Fate Island is the best example. The Martial Heaven Alliance can't do anything about Pill Valley's Brahma secret realm, so they're just sending Long Chen to mess up our plans. We won't let them achieve their goals. We will make sure to repay our losses and humiliation today 100 times, said Peng Wanli. Then about the Peng Emperor's altar, said Long Zhengkang hesitatingly. Once the Brahma secret realm is over, the ceremony will begin. You can send 100 elites from your side. As for whether or not they can accept the Peng Emperor's blessing, it will be up to their luck, said Peng Wanli. Many thanks. Long Zhengkang was delighted to hear this. The Peng Emperor had been the supreme expert of the Zan beasts. He had been one of the only existences in this world capable of challenging the sovereigns. In history, only 3 such emperors had appeared, and one was from the Zan beasts' Kunpeng race. Once the Peng Emperor's sacrificial ceremony is over, the Zan beasts will rise. The Martial Heaven continent will be ours to rule. Remember, don't trust the human race at any time, said Peng Wanli. Long Chen brought the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race back to their territory in high spirits. They were all delighted. They had managed to vent some of their anger. Long Chen had openly taken Peng Wanli's resources, and Peng Wanli hadn't even dared to do anything. He had just watched them leave. Remembering his furious expression, they all felt refreshed. Big brother Long Chen is amazing. That Peng Wanli didn't even dare to attack us, exclaimed Cloud excitedly. He truly didn't dare to attack because we are now strong enough that he has to be restrained in front of us. Without enough time, he can't possibly gather enough experts to attack us. If he had really wanted to fight, it wouldn't have just been a fight between us. The entire Martial Heaven Alliance would join in. Yu Xiaoyun is currently in a weaker position, so he won't fight during this period. Both sides taking heavy losses is not what he wants. Although Peng Wanli is stupid, he can see this point, or he wouldn't be fit to lead the Zan beasts. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. As for us, we had to do this to restore our prestige. This is an important day to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Considering how the Zan beasts have humiliated us, today was just some interest. As for the real debt, we'll settle it later, said Long Chen. Cloud was extremely grateful. She knew that he was only getting involved in this matter because of her. He even treated the entire cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race as his family. Considering the speed of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, they quickly returned. When Ku Jianying and the others saw the pile of resources they had brought back, they were stunned. Ah, we robbed Kof, we went to accept their gift. Guo Ran immediately switched words upon being glared at by Long Chen. When Ku Jianying and the others learned that Long Chen had gone to the Zan Beasts' headquarters and stolen the materials they had prepared for their reconstruction, they were shocked. They had originally thought that he would just cause some fuss throughout the Zon Beast's territory in the eastern Zon region. He might destroy a few buildings and strongholds as a show of might. Once they won back some face, that would be enough. However, he had personally gone to their home and stolen their things right in front of Peng Wanli. The Zon Beasts hadn't even dared to do anything. This was their first time feeling a trace of sympathy for Peng Wanli. Considering Peng Wanli's unreasonable and tyrannical nature, he had probably never suffered like this in all his life. It was unknown if he would directly die from his rage. This move shook the very continent. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was forcibly rising. Another terrifying faction had appeared on the continent, and they were solid allies with Long Chen. The entire continent's board changed because of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's domineering return. Originally, Long Chen had just been planning on setting up a simple headquarters for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, making it so that they could share a portion of the spirit-gathering formations of the various sects. However, with the gift the Zon Beasts had given them, they directly built their own spirit-gathering formations, transportation formations, and a grand protective formation. Moreover, there were plenty of workers. The Martial Heaven Alliance had never lacked manpower. With so many materials, it would only take a month for the construction to be completed. The spirit-gathering formations would only need half a month before they could be used. Cultivating with spirit-gathering formations meant that the world's dense spiritual chi would pour into their bodies. This kind of blessing was unimaginable for the old cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Meng Qi was also sharing the myriad spirit diagram with the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, allowing them to rediscover their lost divine abilities. Each day, they got stronger. This filled them with confidence. After arranging this, Long Chen had the Dragonblood Legion temporarily stay here. After all, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had yet to fully recover and needed some protection. During this time, Long Chen encountered one difficulty. After advancing to the first heaven stage of Life Star, his cultivation base hadn't improved in the slightest. He would need 11th rank medicinal pills to advance any further. However, there were no 11th rank medicinal pills in his pill god memories. The pills that he had stolen also only reached the 10th tier. He had never seen an 11th rank medicinal pill. Could it be that the 10th tier was the limit? If that was the case, he was doomed. Others might be fine cultivating without medicinal pills, but he couldn't. The 9-star hegemon body art's cultivation speed was already slow from the start. But now that he was in the Life Star realm, he had 108,000 astral spaces, and any advancement would be extremely difficult. If he cultivated according to normal standards, he didn't even know how many centuries it would take him to reach the second heaven stage. By that time, it would be too late. Long Chen bitterly racked his brain, but he was unable to find any memories relating to 11th tier medicinal pills. Helplessly, he could only go find Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong told him that an 11th tier medicinal pill had never publicly appeared in this world. However, that didn't represent that they didn't exist. Zheng Wenlong secretly told him that it was rumored that Pill Valley had 11th tier medicinal pills. However, it was just a guess. They had never personally seen any, so they couldn't be sure. Zheng Wenlong couldn't know Pill Valley's top secrets, so what he was saying was only what he had heard from his higher-ups. But there was no proof. This news was of no help to Long Chen. Even if Pill Valley had formulas capable of refining 11th tier medicinal pills, they were top secret. They were very likely only known by a handful of people. To obtain them wasn't possible. Helplessly, Long Chen could only cultivate within the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's spirit-gathering formations. He activated his divine ring, absorbing as much spiritual chi as he could. After 10 days, he felt like his astral spaces might have grown a bit larger, but he didn't feel anything concrete. This speed was too slow. Clearly, this kind of cultivation was no good for him. The 9-star hegemon body art was not cultivated like this. He had to rely on medicinal pills. On this day, Long Chen left with Wild. He brought Wild to the skyscraping world, having the original devil race's people look after him. They needed to have someone go hunting with him so that he didn't get lost. He then left on his own. Long Chen had been hoping to spend a few days with Yu Xiaochen, but she was already in seclusion. Yu Xiaochen had reached the final stages of the profound spirit Taoist scripture. She was just one step from mastering it. That profound spirit Taoist scripture had been a priceless treasure found within the yin-yang world. Once she mastered it, she would be able to perfectly disguise herself and freely walk throughout the martial heaven continent. Time passed one day at a time, and undercurrents were flowing throughout the continent. The various large powers were gathering their geniuses and sending them to Pill Valley. The Brahma secret realm was about to open. Chapter 2002. The martial heaven continent had a long history and countless inheritances. It had given rise to countless experts in the past. In the immortal era, even gods had appeared. The majority of experts liked to leave some of their inheritances behind for destined people to carry on their legacies. Some supreme experts left behind their astral spaces, turning them into minor worlds. Those minor worlds were attached to the martial heaven continent. As long as you could find the entrance, you could enter. However, after so many years, many minor worlds were in ruins. Some had fractured and vanished. Practically, every sect on the continent had its own inheritance land. Some seniors had left behind their astral spaces and they were kept in order by their descendants. They were precious legacies. Other than those spaces with masters, there were some spaces without masters. Some of those spaces were too big, and as the martial heaven continent moved, they clashed with its laws, resulting in their destruction. Some of those spaces were able to resist that clash and ended up being drawn into cracks within the world. Some formed a strange resonance. There were also some like the Yin-Yang world and Devil Spirit Mountain. Most likely, a minor world had formed a resonance while in contact with both the martial heaven continent and those foreign worlds. Those two minor worlds had been compressed by both worlds, resulting in them being crushed and forming spatial channels connecting the worlds. If it wasn't for the sovereign blood seal suppressing those channels, the devil race and the blood race would have long since charged onto the continent. There were layers of space throughout this world. Perhaps they weren't visible, but they existed. Some ancient sects looked like they had been destroyed, but recently, more and more mysterious sects were reappearing. Some of those sects had been gone for so many years that people hadn't even heard of them. However, when people looked through historical records, they found that they were terrifying sects that had been incredible existences thousands of years ago. Now that the Great Era was descending, they were coming out from their minor worlds to restore themselves to their former glory. Geniuses were currently gathering at Pill Valley. They were there to enter the Brahma secret realm. Long Chen sat atop a tall mountain, watching those geniuses flying over his head. It was unknown what he was thinking. "Are you planning something evil again?" asked Evilmoon. It was truly starting to understand Long Chen. "I have to think of a way to enter the Brahma secret realm." "Do you have a method?" asked Long Chen. "In theory, if you could accurately pinpoint the spatial node, with my current power, perhaps we can break through space and enter." "I'm talking about in reality," interrupted Long Chen. "Fine. In reality, there's no chance you can find the spatial node. It's Pill Valley's top secret. Outsiders can't possibly learn it," said Evilmoon. "So you can't do it?" "What do you mean, I can't do it?" snorted Evilmoon angrily. "You're the one who doesn't even know the spatial node's location. It's like you're asking me to kill someone but you don't even know where they are." The so-called spatial node was where the minor world connected with the martial heaven continent. As long as Evilmoon could reach that spot, it might be able to tear through space to enter it. "If you don't want to die, then get out of my way." Just at this moment, a coarse and tyrannical voice rang out from the distance. Long Chen turned to see a golden horned bull pulling an ancient carriage through the sky. That bull was actually a 12th rank magical beast. Quite a few experts were flying through this region, and some of them came from the same sect. When they saw that bull, they hastily evaded it. However, unexpectedly, the bull was too fast, and even though they avoided its body, they weren't able to avoid the astral winds that roared off of it. They were blown back miserably. Some of them even coughed up blood. That bull was advancing at full power. Its master was clearly doing this on purpose. Courting death. Those experts were enraged, and they took out their weapons. Divine light lit up as they attacked the carriage, wanting to teach the person inside a lesson. Ripples spread along the carriage. It actually had a powerful barrier that blocked their attacks. A furious shout rang out from within, and the carriage came to a stop. A large man came out. He had bushy eyebrows, a beard, and a mustache. He smacked a rod that he had at those people. A dragon's cry actually rang out, causing Long Chen to jump. That fellow actually possessed a trace of dragon blood. This fellow's dragon blood isn't pure. You see that rune on his forehead? It should be the mark of the barbarian dragon race. The barbarian dragon race only possesses brute power but no divine abilities. "They're a group of brainless fellows," explained Evilmoon. The large man's rod caused space to explode and sent those disciples tumbling back, coughing up blood. With just this one attack, even a dozen genius life-star disciples were unable to endure. None of them had used their full power, but that man also hadn't summoned his manifestation. You're the barbarian dragon palace's man Bashan. Someone cried out in shock. Since you know who I am, you can scram, snorted man Bashan. Man Bashan. Long Chen felt like he had heard that name. He racked his brain and suddenly slapped his leg. He remembered. Yi Lingshan had mentioned this person to him. He had once pursued Qi Fengshui but was refused. Then he had pursued Yi Lingshan, but she had ignored him. Back then, he had sworn that when he awakened his barbarian blood manifestation, he would marry both of them. Countless people had sneered at him for that. Later on, he had vanished. People all thought that it had been a farce, but recently, he had reappeared and defeated consecutive geniuses without suffering a single defeat. Furthermore, his sect, the Barbarian Dragon Palace, also surfaced. When someone investigated their history, they were stunned. The Barbarian Dragon Palace had been famous many years ago. Its experts had the inheritance of the barbarian dragons. They were immensely powerful. It was said that back when true immortal Zhaoqi was alive, the two of them had clashed. No one knew the final result, but since the two of them were still alive, outsiders guessed that they might be equally matched. Although Man Bashan had only recently come out, his fame was growing rapidly. He was a tyrannical existence amongst the neutral powers. Other than that, due to his bloodline, he was very unreasonable and would kill people as soon as they displeased him. He was famous and infamous. Those people were startled when they heard that name. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. They cursed their bad luck at encountering such a garbage person. Either fight or fuck off, snorted Man Bashan, pointing his rod at those disciples. He spoke to them like they were ants. Man Bashan, don't go too far, raged one disciple. A warrior could be killed but not humiliated. This person went too far. It was clearly his carriage that had smashed into them, and now he even shouted at them to scram. Die. That disciple had just shouted when Man Bashan turned toward him, smashing his rod. That rod compressed space, sealing the disciple's movements. The disciple was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Just like that, the disciple exploded along with his weapon. The others were startled and infuriated. This Man Bashan was as unreasonable and tyrannical as the stories said. Since you don't scram, you can die. Seeing those disciples panicking, Man Bashan laughed. His bull's two golden horns suddenly began to shine. A wave of divine light shot out of the horns, striking the disciples like a mountain. Those disciples summoned their manifestations, but despite going all out, they were heavily injured. Two of them had their bodies explode, and they fled with only their yuan spirits. Those disciples instantly vanished from sight as they fled. Man Bashan laughed as if bullying them had been delightful. Brother, help me out. Just at this moment, a hand clapped onto his shoulder. Man Bashan jumped in shock. He turned back, but before he could even see who was behind him, a hand slapped his face. He seemed to hear the sounds of bones breaking and then lost consciousness. Long Chen carried Man Bashan to the carriage and then glanced at the bull indifferently. As soon as Long Chen looked at it, it stiffened, all its previous majestic air vanishing. If you don't want to become steak, you'll listen obediently, said Long Chen. He dragged the unconscious Man Bashan into the carriage. Upon entering, he saw that it was very luxurious. The floor was actually padded with the fur of a 12th-rank magical beast, and there were over 10 female cultivators on a wooden bed, not an inch of thread on their bodies. They stared in shock at Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. One of those women recognized Long Chen. Then realizing that she wasn't wearing anything, she blushed, covering herself up. Long Chen hastily left the carriage, taking out a spatial ring and tossing it inside. He told them to put on clothes first. Through their explanation, he learned that they came from various sects. They had been captured by Man Bashan. When they had refused his advances, he had captured them in his anger. Fortunately, they had run into Long Chen before Man Bashan could do anything further to them. Sorry. Long Chen reached out and patted each woman on the back of their head. They instantly fell unconscious. His spiritual strength entered their minds, erasing their memories of Man Bashan and seeing him here. They were also geniuses who were going to attend the Brahma secret realm, so he had to do this. After erasing their memories, he placed them in different locations. That way, they could act like nothing had happened. As for Man Bashan, Long Chen hadn't been planning on killing him, but after seeing those women, he had directly done a soul search and learned just how many wicked things he had done. After that, Long Chen directly killed him. He began to change his appearance, dressing himself up as Man Beishan. After confirming that there were no mistakes, a blaze of flames turned Man Beishan into ashes. Haha, if you don't want to die, then get out of the way. Man Beishan, I'm coming. Long Chen suddenly cleared his throat and laughed, sending the carriage flying straight toward Pill Valley. Chapter 2003, Out of the way, are you blind? Long Chen sent the carriage barreling through the air in a domineering fashion, forcing aside the other experts. They angrily cursed him, but then Long Chen also got angry, cursing back, are you looking to die? Who dares to block the path of Man Beishan? Come out and I'll make sure your deaths are quick. When those disciples heard that name, their hearts shook. Although Man Beishan's fame wasn't too great at this point, quite a few people had heard it. He was a vicious character and completely unreasonable. He would kill people at the slightest anger, hence, they had no desire to draw his ire. Those people didn't say a word, simply allowing Long Chen's carriage to pass by. Only once he was gone did they start cursing him. Fuck, this feeling really is nice. Long Chen laughed. Although these people weren't all his enemies, they definitely couldn't be counted as friends. However, it seems that people like him don't live too long. Long Chen rubbed the rod in his hand. This had been Man Beishan's divine item. It had actually been refined from a barbarian dragon's horn and could be activated with the strength of dragon blood. If someone else obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use it. However, Long Chen possessed Azure Dragon Essence blood, and the barbarian dragon wasn't worth anything in front of the Azure Dragon. Hehe, I didn't think things would go so smoothly. So even the heavens are blind sometimes. Long Chen had a tablet on his waist. It had Pill Valley's mark, and this mark had blood runes within it. Through a soul search, Long Chen learned that this tablet was a way for Pill Valley to avoid others entering the Brahma secret realm. People were given 2 tablets. One was given back to Pill Valley after being bound with blood. Upon arriving at Pill Valley, they would check the tablets to see that their blood matched. For someone else, wanting to sneak in like this would be courting death. But when Long Chen had slain Man Beishan, he had Evilmoon extract a portion of Man Beishan's essence blood and soul. That way, even when he was examined, he could pass through easily. It seemed that things in his life rarely went this smoothly, so Long Chen felt quite refreshed. Of course, part of that was how arrogant he could act as he blasted through the people in his path. On his way, he, accidentally, killed a few experts from the corrupt path and Zon beasts by crashing into them. In the face of other people's furious roar, he simply cursed them back and scared them away. However, the thing that surprised him was that on his way, he sensed several powerful auras that were no weaker than Huo Lian and true immortal Jiaoqi back when they had been alive. What is going on? How could so many powerful experts have appeared? Long Chen couldn't help frowning. Those experts belonged to various powers, including the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, and the Zon beasts. He also sensed a familiar air as he flew. It was the air of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. Their auras had been memorized by the 9-star hegemon body art, and he would sense them as soon as he was close. However, he could only sense their general existence. He couldn't pinpoint their exact location, meaning that the Bloodkill Hall actually had more skillful assassins aside from their 3 divine emissaries. Or, did this indicate that their Dongming Yu had come? Fuck, how did so many unknown experts suddenly appear? Did I end up jumping into a den of wolves? The closer he got to Pill Valley, the more people he saw. Many of them were lone travelers with shocking auras. One man had a grand aura. With each step, space twisted and he would reappear hundreds of miles away. It seemed he was currently practicing some kind of cultivation art. There was another person enveloped with divine light, and it was impossible to see his face. Sword light formed a ring behind him. The sword chi around him was oppressive. Just looking at him gave people a stabbing pain. There was also someone like Long Chen being pulled by a 12th rank magical beast while sitting in a carriage. The carriage blocked their aura, but when they looked over, Long Chen felt a sensation of danger. There's no need to be so shocked. Just from Man Beishan's memories, you can see that there are still many sects hidden within the martial heaven continent. However, they're more low-key and haven't revealed themselves. They've been secretly developing for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They've avoided having to fight with others, lying in wait precisely for the current great era to come. A world naturally goes through periods of prosperity and decline. Spring goes and winter comes. When the winter comes, lifeforms hibernate so that they can come back out in spring. The Martial Heaven continent definitely isn't as simple as what you see. If I hadn't felt that this place looked weak, I also wouldn't have come here, and then I wouldn't have encountered Yun Shang, said Evilmoon hatefully. After killing Evilmoon, Yun Shang had reforged its body and soul into a weapon, resulting in Yun Shang giving it the name of Dragonbone Evilmoon. Being with me will let you make your comeback, guaranteed Long Chen. TCH, you don't even know how you're going to advance any further. If you don't figure out a way, it won't be long before you're crushed. Just seeing your 108,000 astral spaces, I've given up any hope. Your cultivation technique is too monstrous. Evilmoon didn't have any hope for Long Chen. The 9-star hegemon body art was too difficult. However, it then suddenly said, actually, I do have a method for you to rapidly grow stronger without medicinal pills. Really? Don't con me. Long Chen was delighted. Perhaps the dark evil dragon race had some divine ability that could help him. It's to eat. You can eat just like wild, absorbing their energy with swallow the heavens, devour the earth. You want me to constantly eat magical beasts? Long Chen hesitated. If he couldn't find medicinal pills, then perhaps this was his only choice. No, for you, eating magical beasts is useless. Then, you want me to eat people? Yes. Swallow the heavens, devour the earth was originally a technique for absorbing energy from the same source as the user. After being devoured, it will strip them of their energy and merge that energy with yours. That's the only way for you to absorb the energy of their yuan spirit, essence, blood, and soul. Stop. That's definitely impossible. Long Chen interrupted Evilmoon. Eating magical beasts was one thing. If he had no other choice, he could accept it. But eating people was definitely unacceptable. You're a hypocrite. What difference is there between killing people and eating people? The evil dragon race relies on eating each other to get stronger and survive, but your human race kills each other not because you need to but simply to satisfy your desires. Although a portion are killed due to crisis or imminent danger, the majority are only killed to satisfy your desire to subdue others. The human race kills many times more of its fellow humans than my evil dragon race eats each other, snorted Evilmoon. Alright, don't try to talk philosophy with me. I can't accept that condition. As for why, I don't know either, but if you really need a reason, call it instinct. As a human, I will kill to protect my family, but I won't go devouring humans. It's impossible. Long Chen shook his head, not letting Evilmoon continue this topic. Long Chen respected Evilmoon, and he knew it had good intentions, but that wasn't something he could accept. Just as they were speaking, Long Chen's carriage shook intensely. His golden bull had actually been killed by a single punch from someone. Startled, Long Chen looked out to see someone from the Zon beasts blocking his path. That person's entire body was covered in black fur. He also had a rod in his hand, and he pointed it at the carriage. Man Bashan, come out and face your death. The disturbance here drew over many of the surrounding experts. The Zon beast Shang Tianba. Someone let out a startled cry upon recognizing this black-furred expert. One of the ancient family alliance's experts said, this Shang Tianba is the descendant of the Great Earthen Bear King race. Legend is that the Great Earthen Bear race was so powerful in the ancient era that they were given the name of king. Their power is limitless. Really? Then whose power would be greater, his or true immortal Jiaoqi? That ancient family alliance expert didn't know how to reply to that. There was no way to compare. All he knew of the Great Earthen Bear King race's power was limited to historical records. Someone from the ancient races said, if the two of them were to actually fight, they should be equally matched. But in terms of pure power, this Shang Tianba should have an edge. True immortal Jiaoqi relied on the power of his bloodline which can be used up in the end, but Shang Tianba's power comes from the earth. As long as he is on the ground, his energy will never run out. If he's so powerful, why haven't I ever heard of him? HMPH, do you think that the great Zon beasts are like the human race, announcing themselves to the world as soon as they have the slightest bit of power? They knew how to be low-key. That ancient race expert's sneer immediately caused quite a few expressions to sink. Chapter 2004. It had to be known that 90% of the experts here were part of the human race. For someone to openly curse the human race like this, they were enraged. If this wasn't the wrong place for it, they would have killed that idiot. However, of all the experts here, not all of them were afraid of the ancient races and the Zon beasts. Someone responded, for people like you, the only thing to do is bully you like Long Chen does. Once Long Chen beats all your teeth out, you won't insult the human race every time you open your mouth. This person came from a neutral sect. Originally, he had no enmity with the Zon beasts or the ancient races. However, this person's mouth was just too hateful. To suck up to the Zon beasts, did you need to trample on the human race? Did he not realize that the human race was his ancestor? Yes, they're truly low-key. Once Long Chen even killed his way into their headquarters and took all their resources, they didn't make a sound. So low-key, added someone else. You. That ancient race expert was about to curse back when he suddenly noticed that he was surrounded by experts of the human race. He swallowed his curses. Seeing that he didn't dare to continue talking, those experts couldn't be bothered with him. They turned back to watch the fight. At this time, Long Chen had come out of his carriage. He walked toward that expert of the Zon beasts. Now there will be a good show to watch. One's Man Beishan, one's xianxia. Let's see who's stronger, said someone excitedly. Man Beishan came from a neutral sect that had been in hiding. He had no relationship with anyone, and he was known as a tyrannical figure. There were already a few stories of his infamy. As for xianxia, he came from the Zon beasts who always looked down on the human race. If the two of them clashed, it would be a perfect case of irritating fellows fighting each other. The others were quite happy to watch such a show. You killed my mount. It seems I'll need you to replace it. Long Chen suddenly shot forward, smashing his rod at xianxia. Man Beishan, you might be able to be arrogant in front of others, but you aren't qualified to act like that in front of the Zon beasts. xianxia roared and his rod also smashed toward Long Chen. When those two rods collided, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted and divine light burst forward. The large xianxia was actually blown into the distance. Heavens, in terms of power, Man Beishan is actually greater than xianxia. Long Chen sneered, a little bear also dares to act this wild. In the future, just obediently pull my carriage. Long Chen's current power and fighting style were identical to Man Beishan's. That was the only way to avoid other people's suspicions. This imitation was quite simple for Long Chen. Man Beishan's energy stemmed from the barbarian dragon, and he didn't have any flashy techniques. Long Chen also liked that kind of fighting style that relied on overwhelming his opponents with power. As soon as they clashed, he knew that in terms of power, xianxia was a far cry from Man Beishan. Man Beishan was truly powerful. He definitely wasn't stronger than true immortal Jiaoqi, but he would only be the slightest bit weaker. The reason why Long Chen had crushed him so easily was because his azure dragon blood suppressed his barbarian dragon power. Power of the earth, Bear King slaughters the heavens. xianxia's feet touched the ground, and his black fur suddenly became the color of the earth. His aura also completely transformed. How can a bear slaughter the heavens? Sneered Long Chen, smashing out his rod. However, this time, the earth didn't explode. Instead, it was like all the surrounding land had become one entity, resisting his strike. Long Chen was slightly surprised. This xianxia actually had some ability. xianxia was extracting the energy of the earth. His manifestation appeared behind him, and endless mountains appeared within it. They were crystal clear. He's fully awakened his manifestation. Long Chen and xianxia were forced back by each other's power. Man Beishan, do you see? My manifestation has already fully awakened. Even in terms of comprehension, my Zon beasts are superior to your human race. I'll let you experience the power of a fully awakened manifestation today. xianxia laughed wildly. The mountains within his manifestation began to shudder. This was no longer just an image, but it was its own world. So that's the case. No wonder you can only fully awaken your manifestation upon reaching the Life Star realm, muttered Long Chen to himself as he looked at xianxia's manifestation. The world within the manifestation was illusionary. But when a Life Star expert condensed their astral space, it would become the foundation for the manifestation and could transform the manifestation from illusory to real. The manifestation behind xianxia was a reflection of the world within his astral space. That was why it looked so real. He was fully in control of his world energy because his manifestation was his world. With a fully awakened manifestation, he was a true Empyrean. The mountains within his manifestation rumbled. Divine runes began to appear on the ground, sending energy toward xianxia. He's using the power of his manifestation to gather the energy of the very martial heaven continent. How can anyone fight him when he controls that much power? Exclaimed one of the ancient family alliance's experts. Who would have thought that the first person on the continent to awaken their manifestation would actually be from the Zon beasts? They'll probably brag about this for a lifetime, sighed one of the neutral camp's experts. Both the ancient races and the Zon beasts despised the human race, and they would directly scoff at the weaker ones, explicitly saying the human race was garbage. Now that Xianxia had actually awakened his manifestation, they would never forget about this. This would be another thing they would hold over the human race. Is awakening a manifestation really so amazing? Everyone, look well, if I even have to use my manifestation, it will count as my loss, sneered Long Chen. His rod suddenly rumbled as he activated his azure dragon blood. A dragon cry resounded through the air. He was activating this divine item with the power of the azure dragon, and the power it unleashed was greater than what Xianxia could hope to unleash. The ground exploded. The mighty and arrogant Xianxia was sent tumbling back. Do you think the power of the barbarian dragon is something a little bear can block? Taking out my manifestation would be bullying you. Just obediently pull my carriage. A wave of dust swirled around Long Chen. Although he hadn't summoned the azure dragon battle armor, he was already using the power of his dragon blood. He began unleashing a torrent of attacks at Xianxia. With each clash, Xianxia was sent tumbling back. The ground shook with each step, and the earth exploded with each of Long Chen's attacks. What's going on? Was Bashan always so powerful? Even someone with a fully awakened manifestation can't stop him. Something seems off. If Xianxia fully awakened his manifestation, why wouldn't the Zon beasts announce it? That's right, that's not their style. I understand. Look closely at his manifestation. He didn't awaken it naturally. He must have used some outside power to forcibly awaken it. Look, there's no air of life within it. A manifestation was like a painting, but once it was awakened, it had its own life. Xianxia's manifestation looked alive, but it lacked an actual air of life. It was stiff. There's no blessing of the heavenly Tao's either. So he only managed to awaken it with some outside force. No wonder it didn't increase his power that much. What a greedy fellow. This Xianxia was a genius who could stand at the peak, but due to his impatience, he's ruined his future. He'll only be half an Empyrean for the rest of his life. There's no way for him to fix his manifestation. Once everyone else's manifestations begin to awaken, he'll be trash. Stupid. Xianxia roared and suddenly transformed into a giant bear. Wielding his rod with both hands, his fur began to shine. The runes that had been spreading on the ground were suddenly all sucked up by him. He smashed his rod at Long Chen. He's gone berserk. He directly summoned his true body. Startled cries rang out. After being suppressed time and time again, Xianxia was actually staking everything on one attack. Chapter 2005. Xianxia's body was gigantic. His rod was like a heaven-splitting pillar, smashing down mercilessly. This was his strongest attack that not only contained all his power but also all his fury. He was originally a peak genius with top-grade talent. However, he wasn't patient enough. He wanted to be the first Empyrean on the continent with a fully awakened manifestation. Disregarding the warnings of his seniors, he had actually forcibly merged the power of his astral space with his manifestation, wanting to quicken the awakening. Awakening the manifestation was something that had to happen naturally. There was a sequence to it, and he was defying that sequence. Even if he was only a single step away, forcibly trying to awaken his manifestation was no good. Although he had succeeded, his manifestation had not received the recognition of the world. In other words, his manifestation was truly and completely crippled. He would never be able to fix his ruined manifestation, and he would be doomed to be second-rate for the rest of his life. Right now, all he could do was bully others before they also awakened their manifestations. He had to hurry and crush everyone else while he could. To have ruined your future prospects because of your greed and advancing prematurely was something that would drive anyone crazy. Xianxia was filled with resentment, but because he caused all of this by himself, he couldn't resent anyone else. Originally, he had been planning on defeating Bashan today because Bashan had bullied some experts from the Zon beasts. His other goal was to make a name for himself before others managed to grow up. However, his luck wasn't good. This fake Bashan's combat power was absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, he hadn't even summoned his manifestation. Of course, the truth was that Long Chen couldn't summon Bashan's manifestation. Even if he tried to fake it, he would immediately be sold out considering that he couldn't absorb heavenly Tao energy. He said that he wouldn't use it only to give himself cover. However, This cover ended up being viewed as absolute disdain from Man Beishan. Man Beishan actually wasn't treating Shang Tianba seriously at all. In his rage, Shang Tianba risked everything in one attack. Shang Tianba's giant rod smashed into the ground, causing the world to shake. His power was truly terrifying, and even the distant experts were unable to stay steady. They were blown back, cracks spread along the ground, mountains crumbled, and giant boulders were flying through the air. It was like a scene from the end of the world. What terrifying power! The distant experts were gobsmacked. This kind of power was something that would blow anyone to smithereens. As expected, the Zon Beast's power was inconceivable. However, when the wind settled, everyone was shocked to find that they didn't see Man Beishan's figure within the ruined earth. He exploded, people were stunned, but this didn't seem likely. Based on the power that Man Beishan had released, this attack should have at most heavily injured him. There was no way that he wouldn't have at least an intact corpse. Shang Tianba looked all around. He was stunned. When his rod had been about to smash Man Beishan had suddenly vanished. His attack had missed. Suddenly, Shang Tianba let out a roar and smashed his rod behind him. At this moment, Man Beishan appeared there, his rod smashing toward Shang Tianba. His rod grew until it was a giant pillar equal in size to Shang Tianba's rod. Boom! Their two rods clashed once more. Shang Tianba's giant figure was actually sent tumbling across the ground. He bounced on the ground a dozen times, flipping over and over again. Each time, the ground shook intensely. Finally, Shang Tianba managed to stabilize himself. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Due to his manifestation not being recognized by heaven and earth, he was unable to lock down Long Chen with his heavenly Tao energy. As for using spiritual strength, there was no way that someone from the Zon Beasts could use that to lock down Long Chen. So there had been no need for Long Chen to receive his attack. Long Chen didn't want to receive such an attack either. Even he would have to suffer a bit to take it head on. Long Chen had used the celestial lightning body blink to get away, but he had used it very subtly, and with space twisting so wildly from that attack, others had been unable to tell. He had then gone around Shang Tianba's giant body to strike him. At that time, Shang Tianba had just launched an all-out attack and hadn't fully recovered. As a result, his hasty block didn't even have 70% of his power in it. What a blind bear! You can't even hit me. If you're this weak, you're not even fit to fight me, sneered Long Chen. His rod once more whipped toward Shang Tianba. Shang Tianba roared furiously, but he was forced to retreat time and time again. This time, Long Chen didn't even give him a chance to unleash a powerful attack like before. Seeing Shang Tianba being crushed like this, the surrounding experts sighed. Shang Tianba was truly pitiful. His manifestation looked like it had awakened, but it had not received the recognition of the world. It only allowed him to use his world energy to its full potential, but he was unable to merge it with his heavenly Tao energy to unleash even greater power. He was probably only slightly stronger than he had been before awakening his manifestation, but he had lost all his future prospects. Shang Tianba was constantly absorbing energy from the land, ensuring that he wouldn't run out of energy. Even as he was forced to retreat miserably, it was very difficult for Long Chen to actually beat him. This fellow's too powerful. If he really awakened his manifestation properly, what could I do to him? Long Chen thought to himself. If his manifestation was truly awakened, just how powerful would he be? Little brute, shouldn't you hurry up and surrender? You killed my mount, so you can replace it. Otherwise, your life will end here. Do you think you can order around the great Zon Beasts? Fuck off, roared Shang Tianba. Flames almost burst out of his eyes. However, he didn't even have any ability to retaliate. He could only bitterly endure. Since you want to be pig-headed, that's fine. I'll be eating bear meat tonight. Long Chen's attacks grew sharper and sharper. However, he still used the techniques that Man Beishan was most skilled in. The experts watching had no doubt that he was Man Beishan. Barbarian Dragon Heavenly Twister. 18 dragon-shaped figures flew out of Long Chen's rod, transforming into a giant twister that attacked Shang Tianba. This strange move caught Shang Tianba off guard. He was instantly sucked into it and then into the air. Not good. Shang Tianba's expression changed. Having left the ground, he was unable to absorb any more energy. Since he wasn't recognized by the heavenly Taos, he had lost his support. Coiling Dragon's 18 staves. Long Chen followed up with another attack. His rod twisted and turned, seeming to become 18 separate rods that attacked from 18 different angles. Banging sounds mixed with the sound of bones breaking rang out. Xianxia coughed up blood. Man Beishan so powerful. Even without using his manifestation, he managed to defeat Xianxia. People's hearts shook. No one had thought that Man Beishan was so terrifying. Just as Long Chen was launching consecutive attacks, a dozen attacks shot toward him. Experts from the Zon beasts were actually interfering. You want to fight in a group? Fine, I'll accompany you. Long Chen laughed, his staff unleashing a wave of light that blasted apart those attacks. Like a devil, Long Chen began to attack the newcomers. He knew that Xianxia wasn't someone he could kill here. If he did, it would only cause trouble. If his identity was exposed, that would be even more trouble. However, a bunch of little ants like these newcomers. They could be killed. Brother man, please stop. Suddenly, a figure appeared, tearing through space. He blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This person wasn't someone that he knew, but Man Beishan knew him. With Evilmoon's help, Long Chen had managed to get a complete set of his memories. Through those memories, he knew that this person was Lu Zichuan, a genius of the Yin-Yang Sword sect, a neutral power. Just like the barbarian Dragon Palace, the Yin-Yang Sword sect was an ancient sect that had been in hiding for so long that others had forgotten about their existence. They only appeared once the Great Era had come. Lu Zichuan had a pair of swords on his back. One was black, and one was white. They were known as the Yin-Yang dual swords. When he used them, he could manifest the Tao before him. The legends were quite terrifying. It seemed that the Yin-Yang Sword sect had a slight relationship with the barbarian Dragon Palace. As for Man Beishan and Lu Zichuan, the two of them had even exchanged pointers. But that time, Man Beishan had lost. Or rather than saying that he had lost, it was more accurate that Man Beishan had retreated to avoid losing. Lu Zichuan's Yin-Yang dual swords were too strange, and he was unable to break through their defenses. They hadn't been allowed to go all out either to avoid harming the friendship between their sects. In truth, Man Beishan knew that he had lost, so he had been itching for another battle with Lu Zichuan. What, Brother Lu, are you thinking of stopping me? Long Chen's aura began to rise in preparations for a fight. He was facing Lu Zichuan with Man Beishan's character. I'm not a match for Brother Man. I'm just here to act as a mediator. Since the Brahma secret realm is about to open, we should consider what's important and what's not. There's no deep enmity between everyone, so why bother fighting to the death? Said Lu Zichuan. HMPH, this stupid bear killed my mount. How can I spare him? Well, since Brother Lu has spoken up for you, I can give you face. But next time you dare to be rude to me, I really will be having some bear meat. After saying that, without even looking at the blood-stained Xianxia, Long Chen walked into his carriage. Although there was no mount, the carriage activated on its own and flew away. Chapter 2006. Long Chen left, leaving behind countless spectators who were still dazed. This Man Beishan was absolutely vicious. As for Xianxia, he was infuriated. He couldn't stop his bleeding. The rod that Long Chen had used had unleashed immense dragon might when activated with the power of the Azure Dragon, and it had caused him to lose his ability to heal his wounds. A manifestation that was not acknowledged by the heavenly Daos was viewed as cheating by the heavens. Even his original heavenly Dao recovery ability had lost a great deal of its effect. Under the strange gaze of countless experts, he had an urge to find a hole to bury himself in. Man Beishan, I swear I will avenge this enmity, roared Xiang Beishan. He then also left after saying some vicious words. However, when comparing how Long Chen had left to how he was leaving, the difference was immense. As for the dual sword-wielding Lu Zichuan, he had a disdainful smile, but he also didn't say anything. The various experts were quite pleased inside seeing this result. They had been able to see Xianxia suffer so much. After all, being part of the human race, although they did their best to suppress that feeling, they still felt refreshed. The Zon beasts and ancient races were just too hateful. However, Xianxia at least let us see how powerful a manifestation is upon being fully awakened. Even though he isn't blessed by the heavenly Daos, he is able to unleash the full power of his world energy, while we are only able to use 30%. He's actually quite unlucky. Not only was his manifestation crippled, but he also ended up running into a monster like Man Beishan. Empyreans that haven't awakened their manifestations probably can't match either of them. One expert made a rather neutral evaluation. You're right, if his manifestation was truly awakened, he would be blessed by the heavenly Daos, and his heavenly Dao energy would have merged with his world energy. Then Manbation definitely wouldn't have been a match for him. But how could it be so easy to fully awaken a manifestation? Talent, willpower, opportunity, and luck. You can't be lacking even one. Moreover, you also need patience. We all have to patiently wait. The more impatient we are, the more chaotic our mental realms and the more difficult it will be to awaken our manifestations. Xianxia is a perfect example of what we shouldn't do. Empyreans are favored by the heavens. The heavenly Taoes will decide which one of us awakens our manifestation first. Anyone who tries to break that rule is definitely courting death. Fully awakening a manifestation was extremely difficult. Even though there were countless geniuses rising, even though there were countless people whose manifestations were just one step away from awakening, not one person had achieved it on the continent yet. They were all waiting, but as time passed, more and more people reached the same level as them. They might be surpassed if they kept waiting. The pressure these geniuses were under was immense. Each of them hoped to be the favored son of the heavens and run ahead of the others. However, if they wanted to really get ahead of others, they couldn't be disrespectful to the heavens. They couldn't cheat their way forward. Xianxia had ended up giving a perfect example for everyone. Now they didn't dare to even think about cheating like he had. It was better to patiently wait. Xianxia is essentially crippled. This defeat will definitely be a fatal blow to him. Others are all advancing, while he's stuck in his original spot. He'll only be thrown further and further behind, said someone. HMPH, what do you know? You're such a fool. Do you think Xianxia is someone you can discuss? Suddenly, one of the distant Zon beasts opened his mouth. The reason Xianxia was at a disadvantage was because he suffered some injuries due to forcibly awakening his manifestation. He can only use 80% of his real power right now. The reason he came out before fully recovering is because he wants to enter Brahma's secret realm. Inside, he can borrow the power of the gods to recover, and if he obtains their blessing, he might be able to restore his manifestation and truly awaken it. Pill Valley's higher-ups have already arranged things to be more convenient for him. Just watch, next time the two of them meet, Manbation will definitely be the one to die. You neutral people are opportunists who don't understand anything. All you know how to do is spout nonsense. Those experts' expressions sank at being criticized by this Zon beast, but before they could retort, the Zon beasts left. Fuck those idiots from the Zon beasts. Long Chen really needs to bully them more. They're too hateful. Hopefully, Long Chen can enter as well and kill them, said one neutral expert. Don't get angry. It's meaningless. We're basically only here to watch the fun and see if we can dredge up anything good. After all, the Zon beasts are allied with Pill Valley, while we're not. Let's go. The spectators began to scatter. However, many of them continued to discuss Manbation and Xianxia, as well as discussing Xianxia's goal in the Brahma secret realm. Long Chen had slipped away in his carriage. Without a mount pulling him, he felt strange. He had an urge to get a Zon beast to pull his carriage, but then he felt that it would be too arrogant. Even Manbation wouldn't be so arrogant. He could only continue in his carriage with no mount, no longer crashing forward like before. With Pill Valley not that far ahead, he didn't dare to act too exaggerated. Long Chen looked down at the barren ground below him and recognized this place to be one of the former 7 danger zones of the martial heaven continent, the heaven-devouring forest. The heaven-devouring forest had been damaged by the fire of Pill Valley thanks to Long Chen's incitement. Then in the spirit world, they had been destroyed by Long Chen. Now the heaven-reaching forest had vanished. Back when he had first seen the heaven-devouring forest, he had been stunned by the terrifying tree monsters. But now, it had vanished from this world. Great heroes are born on the martial heaven continent, the true dragon rises arrogantly above all. Unrivaled divine power shatters heaven and earth, a power that looks down on all others. Nowadays, mediocrity is everywhere, people think of themselves as amazing without realizing others are laughing at them. The Divine Valley and Ghost Forest are still present, but the Master Long San of that time has vanished. Back then, someone had come up with this humorous poem. Reciting it, Long Chen didn't know what feeling he had. The Divine Valley was still present, but the Ghost Forest was gone. When he had fled from Pill Valley, the Pill Fairy had appeared in front of him. Instead of stopping him, she had given him her symbol in hopes that he would be able to slip away. He would never be able to forget that kindness. As for now, he was like water and fire with Pill Valley. There was no way to mediate things between himself and Yu Xiaoyun. As for the Pill Fairy, she was currently receiving Pill Valley's god inheritance. How stupidly dramatic. Long Chen cursed. He wasn't afraid of any enemy, but he was afraid of facing the Pill Fairy. If the Pill Fairy was standing in front of him, would he really be able to bring himself to kill her? As he got closer to Pill Valley, he saw more and more experts. He saw people from the ancient races, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Zon Beasts, and even some people from Heavenly Fate Island. The people from Heavenly Fate Island had different auras from regular cultivators, making them easy to recognize. However, they were no longer wearing robes of Heavenly Fate Island. They were wearing disciple robes of other sects. It seemed that Heavenly Fate Island's elite disciples had been snatched up by the various large sects. The 4 Fate Princes were dead, the unfettered Alseer had been killed by the Dragonblood Legion, and Ji Wuming had fallen to Long Chen's hands. Heavenly Fate Island was truly and fully done. Those disciples had naturally found other paths for themselves. Long Chen also saw several black-robed figures on his path. They covered up their faces, making it so others couldn't recognize them. They didn't have any auras around them, and even looking right at them, it was impossible to sense their existence. Clearly, these were assassins from the Bloodkill Hall. For them to be openly walking around in daylight, Long Chen had an urge to kill them. He had destroyed the statue of the killing god, and there was no way for him to settle things with them. The Bloodkill Hall had tried to assassinate him multiple times before his anger had been provoked and he had started counterattacking. The most infuriating time was when he had found one of their strongholds and their leader had said that once he managed to survive a few more assassinations, their enmity would end. Long Chen still remembered how arrogant that person had been. It was like other people's lives were nothing, and if the Bloodkill Hall wanted to assassinate someone, they could only endure. That was why Long Chen had smashed their statue of the killing god, making it so there was no way to reconcile their hatred. Fuck, just wait. Once we're in the Brahma secret realm, I'll teach you all why roses are red, muttered Long Chen. The Bloodkill Hall was quite crafty. In his last tribulation, there had been some disciples of the Bloodkill Hall hiding amongst the enemy experts. They had tried to assassinate people from the Dragonblood Legion, but those assassins that had fought back then were expendable. Although some were killed, they weren't true elites. The Bloodkill Hall had been holding those back. Continuing forward, he finally arrived at a large empty space. This space was where the transportation formation to enter Pill Valley was. He had come here before. However, this giant space was now packed with powerful experts, and even Long Chen jumped in shock. Where did this many powerful experts come from? Chapter 2007. When Long Chen arrived before the transportation formation he had come to years ago, he was stunned by the sea of people he saw. These experts were all at the Life Star realm. Every one of them was a terrifying Empyrean. He guessed that there were no less than 1,000,000 of them. How is this fucking possible? Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Had he gone crazy, or had the world gone crazy? Just where had these people come from? The ancient races, the Zon Beasts, the Ancient Family Alliance, they had all sent tens of thousands of experts each. Hence, many of those experts were foreign faces to him. However, he quickly saw some clues. The closest group of people to him were from the ancient races, and he saw many familiar faces in that group. Those people had once fought against the Dragonblood Legion. About a tenth of those people were the ones he recognized, but the rest didn't look familiar to him. I get it. Long Chen suddenly realized what was going on. He had heard from Ku Jianying that the other powers of the continent were not completely united. Only a portion of their forces were controlled by their leaders. Taking the ancient races as an example, although Long Zhongkang was the leader of the ancient races, he only controlled a portion of them. Many ancient races wouldn't participate in any fights even if he tried to order them. Originally, he had thought those races that didn't listen to his orders were only a small fraction. But in truth, the ancient races were numerous. They weren't actually as united as they appeared to be on the surface, and so they also had some internal battles. Some races were also very low-key, afraid of being viewed as threats too early, so they had quietly grown stronger. Although the Long Zhongkang led the ancient races, several extremely terrifying figures within the ancient races were secretly raising their own forces. They might even be waiting for a suitable opportunity to overthrow Long Zhongkang and take his position. As for Long Zhongkang, one reason he wished to become one with the Zon Beasts was not just for the feeling of returning to his ancestors but also to consolidate his own position amongst the ancient races. Those races and powers had been secretly accumulating power, but with Pill Valley sharing their god inheritance with everyone, they were unable to continue hiding. They began to appear one by one. In truth, it wasn't just Long Chen who was stunned. Even the ancient races, the Zon beasts, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, and the other powers of the continent were stunned. They didn't know that they possessed so many geniuses. As for the geniuses of the neutral powers, they were present in even greater numbers. That was because many of the righteous path sects had actually switched to become neutral powers and reduce the possible risk. There were also some righteous sects that directly joined Pill Valley's side while still flying the banner of the righteous path. They simply said that they could not exist under the Martial Heaven Alliance led by Ku Jianying. They wished to topple the Martial Heaven Alliance and rebuild the righteous path. Those righteous sects had become Pill Valley's subordinates. They would do whatever Pill Valley wanted them to do, and they were even more obedient than dogs. The people from the corrupt path, the ancient races, and the other powers all looked down on them. Although they were looked down upon, they had a direct connection to Pill Valley, and so they would get some special treatment when the Brahma secret realm opened. It was said that the powers that had allied themselves with Pill Valley were given special tablets for the Brahma secret realm. Those tablets were supposed to allow them to enter special areas inside, but Pill Valley hadn't been too clear on the exact details. In any case, Pill Valley's meaning was clear. If you followed them, they wouldn't let you suffer. If you didn't follow them, then don't follow the Martial Heaven Alliance either, and they would allow you to enter the Braha secret realm. But as for the best stuff inside, sorry, but that was only for their people. When Long Chen arrived, countless cold gazes turned toward him. Many of those gazes were filled with hostility. Some people even probed him with spiritual strength, which was a naked provocation. As expected, this was one of the iron laws of the cultivation world. No matter what appearance he took, he wasn't an exception. Long Chen suddenly went crazy, smashing one-horned man of the ancient races with his rod. "What? You have a problem with me? I'll beat the crap out of you," shouted Long Chen. This person had tried to use spiritual strength to investigate him. Even the real Man Bashan wouldn't be able to endure such a thing. The surrounding experts jumped in shock. This Man Bashan was truly violent to start a fight here. That ancient race expert hadn't expected Long Chen to suddenly strike, and so he was sent flying, hacking up blood. "Man Bashan, you are courting death." All the ancient race experts were infuriated. They didn't know what that horned man had done to draw his ire, and they thought that Man Bashan was simply provoking them. Over 100,000 experts of the ancient races took out their weapons. "Ha ha ha, do you think a little brat like him can probe me with their soul? Not killing that idiot was already giving face to the ancient races. If you want to fight because of it, then I'll accompany you." Long Chen raised his rod, unafraid of the surrounding experts. It is not permitted to raise weapons in front of the gates to Pill Valley. Don't blame my Pill Valley for being merciless in expelling you if you break this rule. A cold shout rang out. Some of Pill Valley's experts were startled by this disturbance and came out to stop him. After all, this was Pill Valley's territory, and the Brahma secret realm also belonged to Pill Valley. If others wanted to enter, they had to be obedient. Through Pill Valley's investigation, upon hearing that this expert had used his spiritual strength to probe others, those ancient race experts could only snort and put away their weapons. Using spiritual strength to probe others was definitely a provocation. It was like looking through a person's clothes. Even if the other side wasn't a woman, it wasn't possible to accept such an insult. Even if the victim wasn't someone as violent as Man Bashan, they wouldn't be able to endure it. But while the experts of the ancient races put down their weapons, they still glared at Man Bashan with hostility. It didn't matter who was wrong or right. As long as someone attacked the ancient races, it would be viewed as disrespectful to all the ancient races. This enmity would be remembered. Compared to the human race, the ancient races were definitely more united. Even if they had some internal battles, at least no one looked at the unfortunate fellow with delight at his misfortune or hit him while he was down. Just this one point of theirs was far superior to the human race. In the face of the ancient races, hostility, Long Chen merely sneered. Holding his rod, he walked over to the neutral camp. "Fuck, so even I ended up standing in the neutral camp." Long Chen sighed. There were over 100,000 experts in the neutral camp, but Long Chen didn't get any greeting. The majority of them treated him warily, with some even looking at him with disgust. However, that suited him. He sat down in an empty space. Looking around, he sighed inside. The human race is actually so large, but we're fractured, allowing even the ancient races and the Zon beasts to look down on us. The neutral camp's experts, the Ancient Family Alliance's experts, and the traitors of the Martial Heaven Alliance were all humans. At the very least, they numbered over 500,000. If all that power was added onto the Martial Heaven Alliance, who would dare to fight them? However, humans were truly curious beings. They always liked to fight amongst themselves, wanting to be one step above the others. There were over 1 million experts gathered here. If they joined forces and attacked the Martial Heaven Alliance, that would be an unprecedented tribulation. There would be no way to stop them. Even if Yu Xiaoyun only managed to control half of them, it would be enough to flatten the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen sighed. Yu Xiaoyun's schemes were truly amazing. Even as his enemy, Long Chen had to feel some admiration. I'll have to think of some way to ruin his plans. Otherwise, if the Martial Heaven Alliance falls, my Dragonblood Legion might not be able to stay standing. Long Chen found that quite a few people amongst these experts gave him a fair bit of pressure. The Martial Heaven continent was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Many figures amongst these experts were on true immortal Jiaoqi's level. If Long Chen exposed his identity, he would probably have difficulty leaving alive. All the monsters of the continent had gathered here. This was all outside of Long Chen's expectations. Who would have thought that the Martial Heaven continent had been hiding so many geniuses? Long Chen had just sat down when he saw Shang Tianba walk in and join the Zon beasts. He cast a hateful glance at Long Chen, looking like he wanted to tear him to pieces. Following Shang Tianba's arrival, a large group of experts also arrived. Those were the spectators of the battle, and once they began to spread out and spread news of Man Baishan's battle against Shang Tianba, countless gazes turned toward Long Chen. With them communicating through divine sense, this news quickly spread throughout everyone present. Following them, Long Chen saw Lu Zichuan, as well as his old acquaintance, Di Feng. Di Feng still appeared as majestic as ever. He was currently greeting people within the Ancient Family Alliance. He also saw Xie Luo and Yan Wei. They were the only ones remaining of the peak experts that had once attacked him. Their auras were even stronger than when they had fought him. Most likely, they had advanced further into the Life Star realm, while Long Chen was still stuck in his original spot. After 6 hours of waiting, one of Pill Valley's elders walked up. "Everyone, the time has come. Please follow me into Pill Valley." Finally, it was time to enter Pill Valley. The experts present couldn't help feeling excited. They had great expectations for the Brahma secret realm. Chapter 2008. Last time, when Long Chen had entered Pill Valley, he had gone through the transportation formation. However, as there were just too many people this time, they ended up flying through the air. They were flying through a long canyon. There were 81 wonders and 360 turns, each showing different beautiful scenery. This entire canyon represented a kind of realm in alchemy. When Long Chen had first come to Pill Valley, Elder Zhao Shang had explained it to him in detail. Now that he was flying through this canyon once more, he felt a completely different feeling. As for the other experts, they curiously looked at the canyon, finally understanding where Pill Valley's name came from. "Everyone, take note of the 2 statues at the end. You must pay respects to our gods, Lord Brahma and Fallen Day Knight. Although everyone has different faiths, you cannot do anything to blaspheme our gods. There is no need to kowtow, but an insult to them would be an insult to Pill Valley, turning you into Pill Valley's mortal enemy." "Take note," shouted the elder leading the path. These disciples came from various powers, and they had their own beliefs. Some of them believed in gods, and for some of them, there hadn't been the slightest communication to their gods in countless years, and even any inheritance left behind had been fractured and was gone. However, many people were still extremely devout to their beliefs. They had unswerving loyalty to them, so they definitely wouldn't kowtow to any other gods. That would be a betrayal. Sometimes, faith was very interesting. Many gods taught their followers that they were the one true god, while others were just false gods and their followers had to scoff at those false gods. That was why this elder of Pill Valley was first warning everyone. If anyone spat on their gods, they would definitely be slaughtered. Blaspheming their gods, does peeing count? Long Chen suddenly smiled derisively. He looked at the 2 statues and couldn't help thinking of what he had done to them back then. It was just regretful that he didn't leave behind a sign of what he had done, or Pill Valley would have definitely gone insane. Pill Valley's experts all knelt down reverently once they arrived at the statues. As for the other disciples, some bowed, while others just silently stared without doing anything. They had their own faiths and couldn't revere other gods. The people from the corrupt path, the Bloodkill Hall, and even the Zon beasts all didn't bow. The corrupt path had their corrupt god, the Bloodkill Hall had their killing god, and while the Zon beasts had no god they believed in, their faith lay in the Peng Emperor. Of course, many others didn't move either as they worshipped their own gods. Long Chen was amongst them, and this wasn't conspicuous at all. After kneeling to his gods, that elder continued leading people into Pill Valley. For some reason, Long Chen's heart tensed up. If he entered the gates of Pill Valley and was exposed, he might never be able to leave. That was definitely courting death. There were already thousands of Pill Valley's experts gathered here. Pill Valley's grand formation activated. Divine light suddenly spread from the two statues, enveloping everyone. No need to panic. To prevent any spies of the Martial Heaven Alliance from entering, we're starting the examination to make sure that you're who you say you are. All you need to do is take out your tablets, said the elder. Hearing that, everyone relaxed slightly, and only Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. However, thinking about it, he was already prepared for this. He wasn't afraid of being investigated. As the geniuses were investigated one by one, an elder of Pill Valley suddenly shouted. A ray of light fell from the great formation, enveloping a man who was pale with fright. The man could only sigh, "I'm just a nameless rogue cultivator. I'm not strong or talented enough to enter Pill Valley's eyes. Someone mocked me while I was traveling, and we ended up in a fight. I ended up killing him and taking his token, hoping I could change my fate. I didn't think I'd be so easily exposed. Well, fine, I can only accept whether you want to kill or plunder me." Someone really had tried to sneak their way in. Quite a few experts were startled. As for Long Chen, looking at that man, a slight smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Since you want to defy the fate the heavens gave you, why not openly come to my Pill Valley? We've long since announced that as long as you draw a clear line between yourself and the Martial Heaven Alliance, even if you don't stand on Pill Valley's side, you can still enter the Brahma secret realm," shouted the elder. That man bitterly smiled. "But I'm just a rogue cultivator. None of the major powers care about me. How could I be qualified to be invited? To come to Pill Valley for the Brahma secret realm required an invitation card. The various sects and powers had first applied for invitations with Pill Valley, and then once Pill Valley had confirmed things, they had sent out the tablets. As for rogue cultivators, they weren't viewed importantly normally. They had no sects, so how could they obtain the tablets? However, this isn't an excuse for you to sneak into Pill Valley. According to Pill Valley's rules, you will be killed." The man immediately turned pale white, but the elder continued, "However, as a rogue cultivator, making something of yourself isn't easy. To be kind, we will give you a way in. You can enter the Brahma secret realm, but you need to swear before the gods to devote yourself to the lives of the continent and not associate with the Martial Heaven Alliance. Can you do that?" Fuck, so it was actually a play. Long Chen sneered inside. That man was delighted and hastily knelt on the ground, swearing to be absolutely loyal to Pill Valley in the future. The elder nodded and announced, "If there are others like him present, I'd advise you to come out and admit it sooner rather than later. Pill Valley is always kind to others, so we won't kill you. If you stand out now, we can let bygones be bygones. But if anyone tries to sneak in still, the only thing for you will be death. Does anyone dare to blaspheme the might of the gods?" The statues of Lord Brahma and fallen Daynite were right there, giving off endless pressure. Thunder rumbled with the elder's final words. "The might of gods my ass. Who are they conning? If I hadn't pissed on their heads before, I might even believe it." Long Chen's lip curled. However, over 10 experts slowly walked out of the crowd due to the elder's words, apologizing. The elder didn't get angry. Instead, he had them stand to the side, saying that someone would come to register them. "Idiots. Once the rest of us go in, they'll show you their true face." Long Chen sighed. The first person was definitely an actor arranged by Pill Valley. He might have looked terrified, but his heartbeat hadn't changed at all. Such a poor performance was actually able to dupe people. Long Chen was speechless. This world truly had many idiots. It seemed that there weren't enough conners. Hence, Long Chen couldn't understand how they had managed to live for so long. It was definitely a miracle. "I'll give you a single breath's time. If you still don't come out and we find out you're lying, it will be viewed as a blasphemy to the gods. The only thing remaining for you will be death. I'm not afraid of telling you this. Based on the information we've received, Long Chen has already snuck amongst your midst. Today, we want to make sure that there's no way he can leave." The elder smiled confidently. Hearing this, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Had he really fallen for a trap? Just at this moment, a startled cry rang out from a woman, and Long Chen recognized her as Qi Zan. Her big sister, Qi Fengshui, was beside her. They came from the heaven-reaching ancient castle. Qi Zan had jumped in shock at the elder's words, drawing countless gazes. Qi Fengshui pulled her over, and Qi Zan acted like she had made a mistake, lowering her head and not daring to look at the others. Seeing Qi Zan, Long Chen's heart warmed. This girl was naive and pure. She was like a child. He had once traveled with her for some time, and she had always remembered that favor. The reason she had cried out was because she was worried for him. After that brief disturbance, the elder's gaze rapidly roved around the crowd. Let's continue. More geniuses began to step forward to test their identity. However, there was now a heavy atmosphere. Some of them were looking around sharply, looking like they were intent on finding Long Chen amongst the crowd. A tall tree attracts wind. Long Chen was that tall tree. He was given the name of the number one figure of the junior generation. He was viewed with envy by countless experts, and they refused to accept that he was superior to them. They wanted to take his place. Several people hoped to be able to personally end Long Chen's undefeatable legend. However, even as their gazes roved around, Long Chen acted indifferently, simply slowly walking forward. Suddenly, the formation shook. A Life Star disciple was blasted apart by a ray of divine light just as he took out his tablet. HMPH, I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it, still wanting to sneak in. Fool, sneered the elder. That disciple had clearly been an impostor. He had been seen through and killed by the formation. This formation was linked to the two divine statues. The divine might that had descended just now made people's hair stand on end. That kind of power was absolutely terrifying. The few experts that had been dissatisfied with Pill Valley's stringent verification process finally shut their mouths and obediently followed instructions. Over 1 million experts slowly went through. Finally, it was Long Chen's turn. Long Chen handed his tablet to one of the elders in charge of the investigation. Suddenly, the void rumbled and the formation activated once more. Chapter 2009. Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. He began to secretly store up energy, ready to charge out immediately. Blood splattered and a Life Star disciple was slain by the Grand Formation. Once again, another faker had been found. As for Long Chen, the elder checking his tablet returned it to him. Looking at him, he narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're quite calm. HMPH, I've passed the barbarian dragon trials, so do you think this little formation scares me? Sneered Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen's heart had dropped. He had actually revealed some clues in his true identity just now. Normally, he should have jumped in shock from that, as that was instinct. But by forcing himself to act calm, he instead drew suspicion. The elder shouted, "It doesn't matter what status you have or where you're from. Remember that this is Pill Valley, not your barbarian dragon palace." Long Chen's arrogance had provoked the elder. Long Chen silently took back his tablet without saying anything. He did it on purpose to provoke the elder and distract others. Peacefully entering, Long Chen followed the others that had passed. He had a bad feeling, but having come, he could only keep going. As for the experts that had yet to go through the examination, they were growing more and more nervous. They were ready to fight for when Long Chen was exposed. However, in the end, other than a few dozen people that were killed while trying to sneak in, there was nothing else. Where was Long Chen? In the face of their suspicion, the elder leading them said, "In truth, we were just joking with everyone. As long as Long Chen isn't an idiot, he wouldn't dare to come here. After all, would he dare to become enemies with everyone here?" Hearing that as well as seeing his smirk, the experts were speechless. They had actually been duped. They snorted, dissatisfied with this little joke. After all, they were all experts who had originally hoped to see Long Chen. But after all that anticipation, they were let down. However, this was Pill Valley's territory, and they had to endure. They continued onwards. Once they reached the main plaza, Long Chen found that the current Pill Valley was completely different from what it had been the last time he was here. Of course it wasn't the same. Back then, he had drawn out an Aldeval monster from the Heaven Dragon Flame region that had almost destroyed Pill Valley. If Yu Xiaoyun hadn't been disturbed out of his seclusion, Pill Valley would probably have been done for. Pill Valley had been completely rebuilt. All the bricks were fresh, and it looked thriving and full of vitality. When I have time, I'll Make sure to fix this. This style doesn't suit my personal aesthetics. Long Chen had a new thought as he looked at the new buildings. Just as all the experts arrived, the plaza's grand formation activated and waves of divine light rippled out. Within that divine light, a slender figure slowly appeared. It was the peerless beauty, the Pill Fairy. The experts that had been whispering amongst themselves instantly fell silent in the face of this beauty. Long Chen looked at the Pill Fairy. She looked the same as before, except the warmth and gentleness of her face had vanished. Now she seemed untouchably sacred. The feeling of a kind big sister had vanished, replaced with the iciness of a supreme figure high and above others. Her robes were snow white, and there was a foot-wide halo of light behind her head. That halo was filled with divine power. The sacred air that came off of it made people have an urge to kneel in worship before her. Looking at the Pill Fairy, Long Chen did his best to control his emotions, but he couldn't help feeling disappointed. The current Pill Fairy was no longer the old Pill Fairy. She had changed. The Pill Fairy gracefully walked over. That beauty and air of hers was enough to make men lose their minds and women despair at their inferiority. "Great Divine Daughter, please open the gate to the Brahma's secret realm for us," said the Nether Passage Elder of Pill Valley. The current Pill Fairy's status was completely different, and everyone from Pill Valley was subservient to her. The Pill Fairy's expression was cold. She slowly formed hand seals in front of her, and divine light began to shine. After that, an image of a white flame appeared on her forehead. Long Chen had seen it before, but this time it possessed endless holy might. She began to chant. It was the same voice as before, but now it was completely cold. "Lord Brahma, great God, hear your disciples' call. Bestow me your divine power to break the seal and open the gate to the Brahma's secret realm." Each of her words rang out like rumbling thunder in people's ears, shaking people's souls. Even Long Chen's expression changed. Just what kind of power is this? Long Chen's heart shook. This invisible energy was almost irresistible. This is the power of the gods, and this is just the slightest trace of it. If it was a true god, with your current cultivation base, you wouldn't be able to do anything. If that god told you to kill yourself, you would listen without hesitation, said Evilmoon. Fuck, is it really so strong? Then what about my piss? It has nothing to do with that. Do you think a god only leaves behind a single inheritance? Let me tell you, they leave behind so many inheritances that they can't even keep track of them. As for this god power, it isn't the power of a true god. It is an agglomeration of faith energy, mental energy, and their divine energy. To put it more simply, this isn't the true power of a god. A god won't focus their attention on such a place, unless you destroy one of their divine statues that has reached a certain level. Furthermore, why do you care about gods? You're someone who has even subdued a god, remember. If they were to come looking for you, you can just do the same to them, chortled Evilmoon. Scram, I still haven't reached the point of not differentiating between men and women, snorted Long Chen. Hee, let me tell you, your actions last time weren't for nothing. As for how it'll benefit you, well, I think I won't say to avoid any karma, but you'll know in the future, laughed Evilmoon. Just at this moment, 2 rays of divine light came from the 2 divine statues, landing on the Pill Fairy. Immersed in their light, the Pill Fairy slowly pulled her hands apart from each other. The void rumbled. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the space above the plaza slowly split, and the runes of the Grand Tao flew apart. The Pill Fairy had actually forcibly torn apart the void. What they saw inside the tear was not the chaotic flow of spacetime, but a completely different world. However, the space was still twisting wildly, making it so that they couldn't see the other side clearly. Despite that, the air of the Grand Tao floated through it. Heavens, the laws of the Grand Tao are actually so close. It'll be so much easier to comprehend them inside and awaken our manifestations. Someone let out an excited cry, but no one laughed at them. The others were also filled with excitement. The Pill Fairy didn't look at anyone else. She gracefully walked through space, lotus flower runes appearing beneath her feet. Those runes stabilized the space. Everyone, don't rush, wait for the Divine Daughter to pass through. The channel will quickly stabilize, and everyone else can enter. But before that, I want to say a few words. The Divine Daughter is the future Valley Master. You've all seen her power. Long Chen is an ant that can be exterminated with the wave of her hand, said the elder. In truth, Pill Valley's foundation is something that outsiders cannot even imagine. The reason we are willing to share the Brahma secret realm with everyone is because our goal is to bring peace to the entire continent. Due to Ku Jianying's dictatorship, the continent is tottering on the brink of war, and there's also a devil king like Long Chen causing chaos. They are in control of a large fraction of the continent's power. Those people have been bewitched by Long Chen and Ku Jianying, and it's difficult to save them. There are plenty of fools in this world who only hear what they want to hear. Long Chen has fooled those people, but they are unable to tell that Long Chen is a conner. However, they are innocent, and my Pill Valley does not want to raise our butcher's blade against them. That would cause rivers of blood to flow, so we need to strengthen our alliance until we can win them over without fighting. We will use absolute power to make them give up. You've all seen the world on the other side of the channel. The Grand Tao is much closer there. Once you enter, the odds of you awakening your manifestations will multiply. You've seen our sincerity, so I hope to see yours as well. Before entering the channel, you must swear before the gods. Neutral experts must swear to maintain your neutrality, while allied experts must swear their loyalty to the alliance. Of course, if any neutral experts wish to join our alliance, we have special treatment for you. Everyone, take a look. The elder took out a small object. When Long Chen saw it, he scoffed. They were once more shamelessly making the same play. Chapter 2010. That elder took out a spherical object, showing it off as he said, "The Brahma's secret realm is open to everyone here, but there are parts of it that contain the inheritance of our gods. I'm sure everyone here knows that no sect would allow others to enter such areas. We are only opening those areas to our allies. In other words, the disciples of Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the Zon beasts, the Bloodkill Hall, and some loyal righteous sects will be allowed in. We've given them special barrier-breaking beads that will allow them to enter the core of the Brahma's secret realm. That place is protected by a divine formation, and there, you can gather spirit medicines, receive all kinds of inheritances, maybe even get the gods' blessing and instantly awaken your manifestation." As expected, it was this plot again. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and neither was there a free breakfast or dinner. As a result, the neutral camp's experts' expressions changed. They weren't fools. They knew what Pill Valley was trying to do. But even though they knew it, they couldn't resist this temptation. Opening the Brahma secret realm to them for free was already generous. Hence, for them to leave the best stuff for their allies wasn't something that they could complain about. "May I ask what kind of benefits we will get if we swear loyalty to Pill Valley?" "And what about the disadvantages?" asked one disciple. "The benefits are that you will be able to enter the core of the Brahma's secret realm. That place has several times the heavenly Tao energy as outside," said the elder. "Several times? The heavenly Tao energy on the outer edges is already so dense. Several times that? What kind of concept is that? Doesn't that mean that the odds of us awakening our manifestations will multiply as well?" Quite a few disciples' eyes lit up, and they began to exclaim in delight. Could they be any more fake? Long Chen looked at their act and almost vomited. These disciples were definitely planted there by Pill Valley. It was too obvious. Those disciples' exaggerated reactions had completely sold them out. They hadn't even seen what was in the core region, but their eyes were about to pop out. Having lived in the secular world, Long Chen had gotten bored of this kind of play in the Phoenix Cry Empire, and now he was seeing the same thing in the cultivation world. Were they insulting other people's intelligence? You are all correct. Not only will the chances of awakening your manifestation increase, but there are all kinds of inheritances spread throughout that region. If you're lucky, you might even obtain an 11th tier medicinal pill, said the elder. An 11th tier medicinal pill? People's hearts shook. Was this supposed to mean that even Pill Valley couldn't refine 11th tier medicinal pills, and they could only be procured in the Brahma secret realm? That couldn't be right. Pill Valley wouldn't allow an 11th tier medicinal pill to fall into the hands of an outsider. An 11th tier medicinal pill either had to be a legend, or it had to belong to them. Long Chen suddenly realized where the con lay. It lay in the fact that he said if their luck was good. But if their luck wasn't good, an uproar was occurring amongst the other experts. An 11th tier medicinal pill was extremely alluring, as no one in the outside world had ever seen one before. Some people had never even heard of such a thing. If they had an 11th tier medicinal pill, then no matter what its effect was, it could change the life of a life-star expert. Even Long Chen wasn't able to remain calm, let alone the others. Although they also saw that this was just a play from Pill Valley, the bait was truly amazing. Those who become Pill Valley's allies can enter the core of the Brahma secret realm. You can search for medicinal pills, inheritances, precious spirit plants, minerals, etc. There is even the chance of obtaining God's blessing. However, these benefits aren't Pill Valley's charity. The core region will not be opened for free. To become Pill Valley's ally and enter the core region, you must promise to come out and fight for Pill Valley when we try to save the continent and suppress evil. Of course, the chance of a fight is very low. You've also seen how strong our current alliance is. As long as even a portion of you awaken your manifestations, we'll be able to easily crush the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Dragonblood Legion. With such a power disparity, they aren't even qualified to fight against us. If you join us, it would mostly just be a show of power. The odds of a battle are very, very low. The elder spoke confidently as if he didn't place the Martial Heaven Alliance or the Dragonblood Legion in his eyes. As for the crowd of experts, they acknowledged his words. With so many experts gathered, crushing the Martial Heaven Alliance would certainly be easy. However, even though the ancient races, the Zon beasts, the corrupt path, and the ancient family alliance were allied with Pill Valley, their own internal structures were complicated. They weren't as united as Pill Valley and the Bloodkill Hall. Their leaders, and thus, the alliance, could only order a small portion of them. When it came to the majority, some might support them and some might not. If those people supported them, then there would be no need for Pill Valley to even open up the Brahma secret realm. They would have crushed Long Chen during his tribulation. However, now they had been forced to toss out such huge bait, and it was truly too great for anyone to resist. If these experts wanted to enter the core region, then they had to become solid allies with Pill Valley. Of course, we won't force you. Every person has the right to decide for themselves. Some people don't want to join not because they're afraid, but because they prefer their freedom and don't want to cause trouble, said the elder. I'm joining. Isn't it just the Dragonblood Legion? I'm not afraid of them. Long Chen, HMPH, I've long since wanted to cut off his head. I'm willing to join as well. Me too. As a cultivator, if I didn't even have this little bit of daring, how would I even cultivate? Quite a few of the neutral camp's experts stepped forward, indicating that they wished to join Pill Valley's side. Long Chen cursed them inside. Even though he wasn't even doing anything, they were cursing him. If he didn't slap them silly, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, the elder waved his hand to cut off those people. Young people should consider their decisions first. Once you decide, you won't be able to change your decision. I will distribute the barrier-breaking beads to everyone here. You can enter the secret realm first and then decide if you wish to enter the core. When the time comes, don't say that Pill Valley is conning you with fake promises. If you find that the core region is truly as alluring as I've said, you can crush your barrier-breaking beads to enter. Let me just make one thing clear though. These beads contain the power of the gods. There are contractual runes inside, and once crushed, it indicates that you have sworn to be allies with Pill Valley. If you try to betray this oath, you will be cursed by the gods. It's extremely serious, so be clear on this. There are actually quite a few good spots in the outer regions of the Brahma secret realm that you can use to cultivate and increase your comprehension. Perhaps you will be able to find some opportunity within some ruins. Alright, that's all I have to say. I trust you all understand. The channel has fully stabilized, so let's draw lots to see who goes first. The elder took out a tile. Once he put his spiritual strength inside, numbers appeared. It was a tool used for drawing lots. The representatives from the various major factions came forward. The result was that the ancient family alliance's side would be the first batch to enter. Those who belonged to the alliance directly entered, while those that were part of the ancient family alliance but hadn't expressed their support for Pill Valley were given barrier-breaking beads. There were many experts from the ancient family alliance. As they entered, the others were forced to make room for them to pass. Long Chen was standing in his original location, but two women ended up having to get out of the way, resulting in them getting closer to him. The two of them were Qi Zan and Qi Fengshui from the heaven-reaching ancient castle. When they ended up pushed closer to him, Qi Zan looked up at him fearfully and recoiled. Long Chen's current appearance was a bit frightening. Suddenly, some of the ancient family alliance's disciples ended up crashing toward Qi Fengshui. Perhaps they were too excited or pushed by others. Qi Fengshui frowned and summoned a barrier of spiritual qi to stop them. As a result, one of them ended up striking her so hard that she was sent reeling back. Qi Fengshui was infuriated, and she was about to curse that person when that person hastily said, "Sorry, truly sorry." It was my mistake. Let me apologize to senior apprentice Sister Xianxia. The person was in the midst of apologizing. But as a result of stopping all of a sudden, he was struck by someone else moving forward, sending him staggering closer to Qi Fengshui. As a result, the scene became a bit chaotic. The disciple hastily reached out to grab the startled Qi Fengshui, reaching out for her butt. Long Chen saw it clearly and was infuriated at this bastard's shamelessness. Without any hesitation, he kicked that pervert on the butt. A cracking sound rang out as his tailbone shattered. A heart-wrenching screech rang out as he soared into the sky. What's going on? The elder's expression darkened, angered by the disturbance. This bastard wanted to take advantage of this lady. I found it disdainful, so I kicked him, said Long Chen indifferently. That's nonsense. The wretched man flying through the air landed on the ground. He was holding his buttocks and was in so much pain that he was drenched with cold sweat. This kick of Long Chen's was truly vicious. The power of the Azure Dragon was constantly racking this man's body, making it so that he couldn't heal. That elder coldly looked at that person and then at Long Chen. He shouted, "There will be no further exceptions." When Long Chen saw that elder's expression, as well as the wretched man cursing, his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 2011. People were somewhat surprised by this reaction. Causing a fuss was brushed off with just a word. Shouldn't the two of them be punished or at least harshly warned? They looked toward Long Chen. Could Man Beishan have some secret connection with Pill Valley? As for the wretched man, he cursed as he walked away, looking back to make a throat-slitting gesture at Long Chen. But after being glared at by the elder, he obediently walked into the channel. Very quickly, Di Feng and the others all entered. Di Feng casually looked back at Long Chen, but he didn't say anything. After the Ancient Family Alliance's experts walked in, the second batch was the Zon Beasts. They had drawn the second lot. When these Zon Beasts walked by, Long Chen saw Shang Tianba glaring at him viciously. He said, "Man Beishan, just wait. Once we're in the Brahma secret realm, I'll make you regret being born in this world." Fuck off. Long Chen slapped him in the face. The two of them were too close, and Shang Tianba hadn't expected Long Chen to attack in front of the Pill Valley's elders. An explosive sound rang out as Long Chen threw his whole force behind this slap. Shang Tianba not only flew back, but the force knocked back the surrounding Zon Beasts as well. Hundreds of people tumbled back, causing chaos. "Stop!" shouted the elder furiously. When the dust settled, it revealed Long Chen standing in his original location, with Shang Tianba lying in the distance, half his head caved in. The hundreds of Zon Beasts were lying on the ground as well. This infuriated all the Zon Beasts present as this was a slap to all of them. Hence, they took out their weapons, about to attack Long Chen when the elder's shout stopped them. "This Man Beishan goes too far. I don't mind not entering the Brahma secret realm. I still have to kill him. The Zon Beast's pride cannot be trampled upon," roared one Zon Beast. The others agreed. Although not all of them were fully loyal to Peng Wanli, when a human bullied them, they were strangely united. The Zon Beasts surrounded Long Chen. As long as one person gave the order, they would tear him to pieces. "Everyone, calm down. I have a few things to say first." The elder looked at something in the sky and then smiled. "It doesn't matter what you say, Man Beishan must die." Shang Tianba crawled and roared. That slap had been exceptionally vicious. It had almost crushed his head. "You're wrong. He isn't Man Beishan. He is the one claimed to be the Martial Heaven continent's strongest junior expert, the one who dominates other peak heavenly geniuses in the same realm." "Well, am I right?" The elder looked at Long Chen with a confident smile. "Long Chen, he is Long Chen." All the experts were shocked. Even Shang Tianba was stunned. As expected, he had been noticed. Long Chen smiled. He wiped his face, revealing his true appearance. At the same time, his aura changed from Man Beishan's aura. "Big brother Long Chen." Qizan let out a startled cry as she hadn't expected Long Chen to really come. However, she immediately turned pale. She knew that there was no escaping from here with so many experts present and considering that this was the core of Pill Valley. Qi Fengshui couldn't help sighing deeply. She didn't know why Long Chen would do such a thing. Was this any different than sending himself to his death? She wanted to save him, but she didn't have the ability. "Long Chen, ha ha ha, I didn't think that you would actually come. Let's see just how you escape today." Xie Luo couldn't help laughing. His aura erupted as he prepared to fight. "If it weren't for me being busy last time, I would have killed you already." A defeated person doesn't have the right to speak. Long Chen glanced at Xie Luo indifferently. Long Chen, you're quite arrogant. Today, let me, Lang Wufeng, test just how strong you are. From amongst the crowd, a man walked forward. Long Chen had seen him on his way here. The light of the sword Dao hung around him, and thousands of sharp swords were surging within the light around him. It's the Blood Spirit Sword Sect's Lang Wufeng. People whispered, recognizing this person. He came from a neutral sect. The Blood Spirit Sword Sect hadn't made an appearance on the Martial Heaven continent in many years. Now that they reappeared, only a few people knew of them. It would be best if you didn't. Anyone who attacks me will be viewed as my enemy. If you want to attack me, you should be prepared to die first, said Long Chen. Haha, truly arrogant. You're already a trapped turtle, yet you can still say such a thing, laughed Lang Wufeng. The light around him began to sharpen. Wait, Long Chen suddenly raised a hand. What, are you finally afraid? Is your fame all fake? Sneered Lang Wufeng. Long Chen frowned. You should be a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are arrogant, not out of pride but out of confidence. However, it can't be out of overconfidence. Based on what a fool you are, it's clear you've never suffered before. If you had encountered me earlier, you would have become a better person. Long Chen's words were definitely arrogant. However, they could not be called inappropriate either because he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Those qualifications were earned through his battles in the past few years. Whether they were his enemy or not, everyone had to agree that the name of the Eastern madman suited him. Arrogance. Lang Wufeng's eyes grew cold, and he suddenly took out a translucent sword. Not only was it hard to track with the naked eye, but it was even difficult to sense spiritually. Despite being right there, it was almost impossible to sense it. Once it was attacking, who could block its attack trajectory? Quite a few experts were shaken. They had truly entered the Great Era. All kinds of monsters were being born, each more monstrous than the last. The other experts retreated. They wished to see just how powerful Lang Wufeng was to dare to challenge Long Chen. Although the power he was showing was very strong, not one person thought that he could beat Long Chen. In their minds, there might not be anyone in their generation who could defeat Long Chen alone. The concept of Long Chen being unrivaled within the same realm was firmly imprinted in their hearts. In fact, many people were wondering just how many people would be accompanying Long Chen to his death here today. Those people retreated especially far. Other than those with great confidence, no one would dare to face Long Chen directly. Even Xie Luo retreated, afraid of being the first unlucky fellow to be targeted by Long Chen. Many people wanted to defeat Long Chen to wrest away his current glory. The main thing was that no matter how great that glory was, their lives were more important. The ones who could come here were all monstrous geniuses. However, other than Lang Wufeng, no one went forward to fight. As for the fact that Lang Wufeng dared to challenge Long Chen, no one praised his bravery. In truth, they sneered at him for his rashness. He was giving others a chance to see Long Chen's power. Long Chen didn't even look at Lang Wufeng, who was in his attack posture. Toward the elder of Pill Valley he asked, "How did you recognize me?" The elder laughed. "Long Chen, although you are Pill Valley's enemy, I have to admire your courage. You really dared to come here. In truth, we knew you had come the instant you entered Pill Valley. To prevent what happened last time, we imprinted your spiritual fluctuations into the Grand Formation. Your disguise was excellent though, and we couldn't tell who you were. But we knew you had come." Only then did Long Chen realize that because of the matter of Long San, Pill Valley had made some new preparations. Considering how much he fought in public, Pill Valley was definitely capable of recording his spiritual fluctuations. Each cultivator's spiritual fluctuations were different. Long Chen's spiritual strength was extremely strong and special, so it wasn't strange that they could sense it. However, while they had sensed it, it hadn't been good enough for them to pinpoint where he was. That was because his spiritual fluctuations were disguised with manbations. Although a trace of his own spiritual fluctuations had leaked out, it was too small and dispersed for them to track. Moreover, to find his specific spiritual fluctuations amongst a crowd of million experts. Impossible. This made Long Chen's guard rise. In the future, when he disguised himself as someone else, he would have to fully seal his spiritual strength. The elder said, "The first time we suspected who you were was when that faker was killed. Your expression was too calm at that moment. However, it was just a suspicion, and we couldn't be sure. So, you sent that pervert to test me." Long Chen nodded with a faint smile. Chapter 2012. When Long Chen said this, Qi Fengshui's expression completely changed. She also understood and was filled with fury. Despicable, she shouted at the elder. This was clearly a trap targeted for Long Chen. Because Long Chen knew Qizan, who was like a child, he definitely wouldn't let her be taken advantage of by such a pervert. The fact that Long Chen hadn't killed him was already great restraint. If it was Man Beishan, considering his own perverted tendencies, he would have only watched with a smile. He definitely wouldn't have saved her. As a result, Long Chen's identity was completely exposed. Pill Valley had actually used her little sister to test Long Chen. This was an absolute humiliation to Qi Fengshui. This enmity will be remembered by the heaven-reaching ancient castle. Pill Valley, well done. Qi Fengshui shuddered with rage and killing intent. As for Qizan, she still didn't understand what had happened or why her big sister was so angry. Miss Fengshui, don't listen to Long Chen's nonsense. He is merely trying to sow dissension, said the elder indifferently. Who do you think Long Chen is? Would he care about sowing dissension between us? Not everyone is as despicable as Pill Valley. The heaven-reaching ancient castle is retreating from the Brahma secret realm. Although we might not be some heaven-shaking power, we won't allow ourselves to be humiliated like this. Following Qi Fengshui's words, 30-some disciples came to stand by her. Those disciples of the heaven-reaching ancient castle all had furious expressions. Pill Valley had gone too far this time. Qizan was actually extremely talented at cultivation, but when it came to her soul, she had an innate deficiency, limiting her intelligence. They viewed her as a child and doted on her. For Pill Valley to do something like this to a handicapped person. HMPH, inverting right and wrong. It was just a test, and it drew out this devil, Long Chen. What's wrong with it? You can't even sacrifice this much. It's not like your little sister actually lost her. One of the ancient race experts had opened his mouth only for Long Chen to send a lightning arrow through his head before he finished speaking. He collapsed, dead. If you want to help a dog eat shit, I won't oppose you. But you should take note of the setting. When my mood's not good, I might just end up taking your life if you don't eat it properly, said Long Chen indifferently. That attack was so quick that no one could react to it. There wasn't the slightest warning or killing intent. A powerful Empyrean was slain with just a wave of Long Chen's hand, causing the other experts to retreat even further. Big brother Long Chen, thank you. Qizan suddenly ran over to Long Chen's side. What are you thanking me for? This matter was my fault. I'm the one who implicated you. I'm sorry. Long Chen tenderly rubbed Qizan's head, comforting her like a big brother. Big brother, you. Qizan was about to speak, but she was interrupted when a gentle force came from Long Chen's hand, sending her back to Qi Fengshui. Now wasn't the time for them to speak. He turned back to the elder of Pill Valley. Where is Yu Xiaoyun? Why hasn't he come? You think a little life star disciple like you is worth disturbing the Valley Master? People say you're smart, but in my eyes, you're only at this level, sneered the elder. At the very least, you've made 3 fatal mistakes. Oh, so many. Then I want to hear what they are, said Long Chen with some faint interest. All right then, in any case, you can't run, and I'm in no rush. First and most obvious mistake, you shouldn't have come to Pill Valley. I suppose I can tell you the truth. When we recorded your spiritual fluctuations, our main goal was to find your location. Since Heavenly Fate Island is gone, it's very difficult to confirm your position. So we were making long-distance sensing tools to find you based on your spiritual fluctuations. These tools aren't complete yet, but when you arrived here, they suddenly sensed you. We actually thought that they were mistaken, but over 100 of them sensed your spiritual fluctuations at once, so we were sure you had truly come. Long Chen nodded. I was truly careless, I admit to that. However, the reason you're trying to sense my position probably isn't limited to just that. Long Chen looked closely at the elder's expression. As expected, there was a trace of shock that was quickly covered up. From that, Long Chen was sure that the reason why they were making those tools wasn't to find him but the original devil race. They wanted to use him to find the original devil race's lair. After all, Long Chen could walk the continent openly now, and they couldn't touch him. There was no point in such a thing unless it was for this. The elder didn't directly reply. Instead, he continued, your second mistake was that after exposing a clue at the start, you didn't immediately run. If you had run at that time, you would have had some chance to get away. After all, that was the outer regions and they had weaker defenses. But you missed that chance. Your third mistake was that you fully exposed yourself to save that girl. I was watching you the entire time. You clearly hesitated. That means you knew it was a trap but still decided to take the risk, throwing yourself deeper and deeper into a hole. After saving her, you should have immediately tried to flee. Then there would have been the slightest chance you could have escaped. However, you didn't, instead continuing to stay here. But even I don't know why you suddenly attacked Xianxia. Were you worried I wouldn't notice that you were Long Chen? Hearing that, people looked at Long Chen suspiciously. They were truly unable to wrap their heads around this. I didn't want to either, but he simply took the initiative. When he stretched out a head bigger than a butt at me, I couldn't control myself. Long Chen shrugged, his expression so helpless that it made Xianxia roar with fury. Xianxia had an urge to charge over right now and attack, but after learning that Man Baishan was Long Chen, he didn't dare to. Long Chen's name was just too great. Long Chen, do you know why I'm in no rush to attack? Asked the elder indifferently. Long Chen smiled and pointed at the sky. Runes were slowly forming there. Because you are stealthily activating the Grand Formation. Once its barrier is condensed, then even if the entire Martial Heaven Alliance charged over, they wouldn't be able to save me, right? The elder's smile slowly vanished as he vaguely sensed something off. Long Chen seemed to know about everything. A faint sense of unease began to grow within him. Long Chen clasped his hands behind him. Smiling at the elder, he said, I've never said that I'm smart. To tell the truth, I'm not too used to using my brain to resolve problems. However, I'm also not a fool. Just because I don't like using my head doesn't mean that I don't have a brain. Old fellow, your little tricks aren't special in front of me. You don't have the qualifications to act wise in front of me. Well, to tell the truth, with your little brains, I'd beat you with a single toe. Remember this, the goal isn't to play with you, it's to play you to death. Well, after saying so much, my throat's dry. I'm going to leave first and there's no need for you to send me off. In any case, I'll return. Leaving, ha ha ha. The elder laughed like he had heard a huge joke. The dual divine chain formation has already been fully activated. It uses the god power of the divine statues. Let alone you, even a nether passage expert of the fourth step wouldn't be able to escape from here. Do you think that you can? Long Chen cried in shock. Even a nether passage expert of the fourth step, someone in control of samsara energy, said to be able to reverse the cosmos and destroy heaven and earth can't escape from here. But, I feel that I can. Just as people thought that Long Chen was finally afraid, his last sentence almost made them cough up blood. Zhan, with her childish nature, almost laughed. The elder also laughed, but his was a furious laugh. Good, then let me see just how you will leave. None of my Pill Valley's experts even need to do anything. We'll just watch how you fight this many of the continent's heroes. Aren't you claimed to be unrivaled within the same realm? Today, I'll watch how that legend shatters. Lang Wufeng of the Blood Spirit Sword Sect let out a cry, his translucent sword suddenly attacking. Long Chen, face your death. Long Chen sneered, you and I have no enmity, so why do you want to kill me? When my saber cuts off your head, hopefully, you'll remember that you provoked me first. Long Chen didn't look at Lang Wufeng's sword. He didn't even seem to look at Lang Wufeng. He just stood there. That icy disdain stunned everyone. Had Long Chen really reached the point where he could completely ignore Lang Wufeng? As for Lang Wufeng, he was even further infuriated at this disdain. As his sword was about to strike Long Chen suddenly raised a single finger at him. Chapter 2013. Long Chen's shout was like thunder, and a powerful aura suddenly caused Lang Wufeng to retreat in shock. His sword unleashed thousands of rays of light that formed a thick barrier in front of him. Just as everyone thought that Long Chen was about to unleash the dying struggle of a trapped beast, all he did was say a single word and point at Lang Wufeng. He didn't attack at all. With just a point and a shout, Lang Wufeng had fled in terror and summoned his strongest defense. It was both shocking and laughable. With just this little bit of courage, you dare to challenge me? Go back and train for another 500 years. Sneered Long Chen. As he said this, people realized that something was off. His previous shout had contained immense dragon might that had deeply shaken them, but afterward, runes began to appear on his body. Those runes began to rumble. No, that's not his true body. It's just a clone, exclaimed one expert suddenly. As for the elder from Pill Valley, he couldn't believe his eyes. It had clearly been Long Chen's true body. When had it become a clone? Lang Wufeng was infuriated. He had actually almost pissed himself for a clone. His sword slashed toward Long Chen. Want to kill this clone of mine? Give up, you don't have the courage, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen's body exploded, transforming into arcs of lightning that faded away. Everyone was silent. What is going on? Pill Valley's elder no longer appeared calm. He was completely dumbfounded, infuriated, and panicked. Long Chen fooled everyone. He only sent a clone to test us, sighed someone. No, what came was his true body, said an extremely thin man. His true body? You call this a true body? Said the first person irritably. It was his true body at the start, but once the fighting started, it became a clone, replied the thin man. Hearing that, everyone suddenly gasped, understanding. Qi Fengshui sneered. When Long Chen kicked that pervert, he already knew something was up, which was why when he slapped Shang Tianba, he then unleashed such an explosion of power to cover everyone's sight. My guess is that Long Chen condensed this lightning clone at that time, killed someone in the crowd, disguised himself, and left under his new identity. The odds of pulling off such a thing are normally very low, but with everyone's attention gathered on Long Chen's clone and Shang Tianba, then adding in the chaos at the time, Long Chen easily escaped. It's quite laughable that certain people thought that victory was already in their grasp and intentionally stalled for more time without realizing that the real Long Chen had long since left. Remember what Long Chen said, the goal isn't to play with you, it's to play you to death. This trip to Pill Valley wasn't a waste. Thank you for the great show. Goodbye. After saying that, Qi Fengshui pulled Qi Zan over to leave along with the rest of the heaven-reaching ancient castle's disciples. However, they found their path barred by a group of experts from Pill Valley. What, if we're not loyal to Pill Valley, you'll kill us? Even being neutral is no good, huh? Sneered Qi Fengshui. The elder's expression sank. He was filled with killing intent and rage. He had been completely duped by Long Chen, and now Qi Fengshui was taunting him in front of so many people. However, he still retained some brains and waved his hand at those experts, having them back away. Qi Fengshui and the others left peacefully. Grand Elder Tianxi, Long Chen can't have escaped. Our formation has already sealed the surroundings, whispered one elder. He didn't run. He entered the Brahma secret realm, said Grand Elder Tianxi. This elder was actually one of Pill Valley's Grand Elders. With that kind of status, it had been many years since he had been forced to handle such mundane affairs. However, this time, he had been completely fooled by Long Chen. Everyone, you've also seen just how crafty Long Chen is. The Brahma secret realm only has one exit, which is here in Pill Valley. Although he has fled inside, he's still trapped. He won't be able to escape our grasp. However, now you'll need to be careful in the Brahma secret realm. Be clear on just how vicious Long Chen is. The only good thing is that he doesn't have a barrier-breaking bead, and so he can't enter the core region. Even if he steals one of those beads from someone else, it would be useless because the power of the gods lies within the beads. As an enemy of Pill Valley, the bead would automatically explode if he tried using it. Even if it doesn't kill him, he'll end up covered in dirt. So you should make sure to protect your barrier-breaking beads, because without them, you might not be able to escape him, said the elder. He ordered people to continue distributing the barrier-breaking beads. The experts who received them walked into the channel. Perhaps at first they had been excited, but now knowing that a demon like Long Chen was inside, their hearts trembled. As for the experts in charge of handing the barrier-breaking beads over, they didn't dare to make a noise because they had just made a grave mistake. They were closely defending the barrier-breaking beads, but just now a certain person had come over to them and walked into the channel. They had carelessly given him a bead. When they thought back to it, that person had to be Long Chen. With their attention drawn by his clone, they hadn't even hesitated to give him one. They didn't mention this. HMPH, who cares about Long Chen? Once I'm inside, I'll cut off his head, sneered Leng Wufeng, taking a barrier-breaking bead and walking in. The others looked at him disdainfully, but they didn't say anything. Long Chen was able to scare him away with just a pointing of his finger, yet he still dared to say such big words. Did he even believe himself? Long Chen, just wait. Once my manifestation is fixed, you'll be the first one I kill, said Shang Tianba hatefully. If he were to go looking for Long Chen, it would be no different than looking for death right now. All his hopes lay in finding something to restore his manifestation in the Brahma secret realm. The other experts entered one by one. However, some of them were clearly struggling with a certain decision. With Long Chen inside, it was like a tiger had been released, while they were all sheep. That feeling was terrifying. However, with everyone else entering, those experts also clenched their teeth and entered, praying that they didn't encounter Long Chen. Elder Tianxi, shouldn't we alert the Valley Master? Asked one of Pill Valley's elders quietly. We cannot. The birth of the Divine Daughter has caused a divine blessing to descend onto her father as well. He is currently breaking through his shackles with that blessing. We cannot distract him, said Elder Tianxi. Then what about Long Chen? Asked the elder worriedly. What are you so worried about? Having entered the Brahma secret realm, Long Chen will probably die. If he encounters the Divine Daughter, he'll definitely die. What mortal genius could contend with the Divine Daughter? Furthermore, it's not a bad thing that he got in. It applies more pressure on the others to enter the core region. We'll gain more supporters. The day that we dominate the continent grows ever closer. Elder Tianxi smiled. Despite having been fooled by Long Chen, it seemed that he had found his confidence once more. What about the heaven-reaching ancient castle? Are we really going to just let them off like this? Probed the elder. The formation had yet to be dispelled. No one could leave. Let them go. Now isn't the time to teach them their lesson. Once we control the entire continent, can't we just crush whoever we want? Said Elder Tianxi indifferently. The other elders nodded and left. Without Elder Tianxi's approval, they couldn't deactivate the formation. Only with this approval could Qi Fengshui and the others leave Pill Valley's territory. Long Chen, it doesn't matter how many tricks you have. You won't be leaving alive. Once the others had all scattered, Elder Tianxi clenched his teeth furiously. That calm confidence of his had actually just been a front. They all said that they felt the Grand Tao here. Why don't I feel anything? Long Chen walked through the channel, entering a new world. However, the closeness of the Grand Tao that the others had felt was nowhere to be seen for him. Long Chen's original plan was to speed away upon arriving, but he suddenly had a thought. He ran back to the channel and calmly waited there. As expected, after a bit, one expert after another walked in. This time, it was no longer people from the Zon beasts but every single faction. As for the whole drawing lots to see who would enter first, that was all nonsense. They had just been stalling for time. With Long Chen already in, they no longer had to do that, so everyone was slowly entering. When those experts walked in, they were filled with great hopes and expectations. But upon seeing Long Chen waiting for them, their hearts sank. Oh, how are you? Greeted Long Chen. Heavens, have my eyes stopped working? Those experts let out startled cries. Long Chen, what are you doing? Demanded someone from the ancient races. This road was opened by me, these trees were planted by me. If you want to pass, leave behind the toll fee first. If someone wants to cheat me, well, I'm only in charge of killing, not burying bodies. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder lazily. He had an evil smile on his face. Chapter 2014. The disciples couldn't believe their ears. What? You don't understand. I'm robbing you. Now do you get it? My pocket's been embarrassingly empty lately, so I need some side business to make up for it. After all, I have a big family and so many people to feed. It's hard on me. I have no other choice, so I have to do this work to get some money, said Long Chen with an evil chuckle. Long Chen, for better or worse, you are a peerless heavenly genius. How can you do such shameless business? Raged an ancient race expert. Me, shameless? You have yet to see me when I'm shameless. Either hand over the money, or scram. Long Chen swung Evilmoon, unleashing a powerful gust. Bastard, you're going too far. You actually want to rob us. Everyone, kill him, roared one of the Zon beasts, taking the lead in charging forward. However, before he could even charge out of the channel, he was slain with a simple slash of Long Chen's saber. Even his Yuan spirit didn't escape. The other experts' expressions changed. They found that their power was severely limited within the channel. This spatial channel has its own laws. To prevent it from being broken, it suppresses heavenly Tao energy. In other words, you are unable to absorb heavenly Tao energy to support your attacks inside. You'll have to accept the fact that even 10,000 of you together wouldn't be able to get past me. Hehe, so you should be obedient. I'm not too evil. I'll only take 10 million spirit crystals as my toll, said Long Chen. 10 million? Why don't you go rob someone for that amount? Exactly, I'm robbing you right now. Let me put it clearly, if you don't pay up, don't even think of entering. The Brahma secret realm will only be open for a set amount of time. Once time's up, it will close. As for me, I have plenty of time, so I can wait it out. Long Chen took out a chair and sat at the exit of the channel. He stabbed Evilmoon into the ground beside him. Those experts were infuriated. They were being robbed. Something like being robbed existed only in stories for them. Every one of them was a powerful Empyrean. Anywhere they went, they were treated with great reverence. Bastard, we won't let you do as you please. We have money, but we're not giving it to you, roared one of the ancient race disciples. Up to you. In any case, I'm only here for a look. I can't enter the core region. There's nothing for me to fear. If you want to wait, I'll wait. Long Chen's lazy appearance infuriated those experts even more. More and more experts appeared within the channel, with the people at the back not knowing what was going on. 2 experts were forced out of the channel by the pushing, but when Long Chen raised Evilmoon, the 2 of them immediately cried out in terror and fled back inside. As the news spread to the back, an uproar erupted. They immediately reported this matter to Pill Valley. When Pill Valley's people heard this, they couldn't believe their ears. Long Chen was actually forcing people to pay a fee to enter their Brahma secret realm. Had he gone crazy from poverty? Just how did his head work? Long Chen, can you have the slightest sense of shame? What do you mean by this path was opened by you, these trees were planted by you? This is Pill Valley's secret realm. It has nothing to do with you. HMPH, when I passed through here, I kicked away a stone that opened the path, sneered Long Chen. Then what about planting trees? I just planted some seeds and pissed on them so they can grow up healthy. They'll be shooting out of the ground in just a few years. If you don't believe me, you can come and take a look in a few years. Long Chen, have some shame. This is just reality. When I treat you reasonably, you act shamelessly to me. When I act shameless, you act like some saints. It doesn't matter. In any case, if you want to pass, you have to pay up. However, the money you pay isn't just for using my path. It also comes with some protection, said Long Chen. Having taken your money, I would be embarrassed to take the initiative to attack you. So for the rest of the Brahma secret realm, as long as you don't attack me, I won't view you as enemies. After all, how could I treat my customers so badly? Said Long Chen. Hearing that, people were enticed. If they paid this money, they wouldn't need to worry about Long Chen attacking them. That would remove the greatest threat. But 10 million is too much. My sect has 12 people, said one person. Long Chen looked at him and found that he was from a neutral power. Neutral disciples can get a discount. You only have to pay 1 million. The neutral experts were delighted by this. As supreme experts, they definitely had the ability to pay 10 million spirit crystals, but that still was a painful price. On the other hand, 1 million wasn't that much. I'll pay. One of the neutral camp's experts suddenly walked forward. Bastard, can't you have some backbone? As soon as that person stepped forward, he received a torrent of curses, mostly from the ancient races, Zon beasts, and the corrupt path. Long Chen might be giving a discount to the neutral experts but not them. This first person paying up would only start a chain reaction. As if he didn't hear the cursing, the man walked over to Long Chen and handed over a spatial ring. Long Chen saw a neat 1 million spirit crystals inside. Hee, thanks boss. Long Chen accepted the money with a bright smile. He used what he had learned from the Huayan sect, maintaining a grateful attitude to anyone who gave him money. The man was startled by that attitude. He laughed. To be called boss by the #1 expert of the junior generation, these spirit crystals weren't wasted. If you like it, how about I call you boss twice for another 1 million? Said Long Chen. How was Long Chen a supreme expert? He seemed more like a money grubber. Some people even wondered if this person was really Long Chen. It couldn't be that he was a fake, right? The man shook his head and flew away. This place was the Brahma secret realm. Each moment wasted was an opportunity or lucky encounter that he might lose out on. The experts still in the channel were no longer able to hold back. Some people had already entered the Brahma secret realm before them and were searching for the priceless treasures that they wanted to obtain. They couldn't wait. Another expert stepped forward and handed over a spatial ring to Long Chen before leaving. Then more and more people came forward, holding back their anger. Haha, many thanks. I wish you all good fortune in the Brahma secret realm. Long Chen happily accepted all their money, looking infatuated with his newfound wealth. The image of a supreme and vicious expert was wiped away from people's minds. Hold it, come one by one. Hey, little fellow, who do you think you are? You're from the ancient family alliance. Long Chen suddenly grabbed one of them. That person was no longer wearing robes of the ancient family alliance. Disguising himself as someone from the neutral camp, he had tried to save some money. Then I'll make up the 9 million. Being exposed, that person could only suppress his anger and hand over more money. Make up for it. Are you trying to dupe me? The cost of trying to fool me is 10 times the original price. I won't take the original toll. Just hand over your punishment fee. Long Chen's expression darkened. The way his amicable air transformed was faster than the turning of a page. Evilmoon suddenly swung up and pressed against that person's neck. His hair stood on end as a sensation of death enveloped him. Only now did people confirm that this was the true Long Chen, not some random bandit. Are you paying or not? Demanded Long Chen frostily. I'll pay, I'll pay. However, that man then said, but I don't have so many spirit crystals. If you don't have the money, you can pay with treasures. If you have no treasures, then you can pay with your life. Up to you. My tiny little business can't accept IOUs. Long Chen made Evilmoon twitch, causing that person to jump in terror. In the end, he handed over 7 million spirit crystals, as well as a half-step divine item to make up for the remaining spirit crystals. After accepting his money, Long Chen's bright smile instantly reappeared. Many thanks, boss. Hopefully, I can encounter some more good clients like you. Hearing that, some other experts that had already disguised themselves as being from the neutral camp quietly took off their disguises. Big brother, here is my money. Suddenly, a woman came out of the crowd and handed over a spatial ring to Long Chen. It was a young lady who only looked to be 16 years old. She possessed a strange charm to her. Her skin was pale white and her eyes were large. There was a 9-tailed mark on her forehead. This was someone from the ancient races, 9-tailed demon fox race. The 9-tailed demon fox had vanished from the Zon beasts, but some of their bloodlines still flowed amongst the ancient races. The 9-tailed demon fox's combat power wasn't the greatest, their fame lay in the overwhelming beauty of their people. Both their men and women possessed a natural charm that was difficult to resist. Rumor was that their bewitching arts were incredible, but as for how incredible they were or how they were used, no one knew. Now, this woman with the mark of the 9-tailed demon fox came shyly to Long Chen. She didn't know whether to toss the spatial ring to Long Chen or hand it to him directly. What amazing bewitching arts, exclaimed Long Chen suddenly. Chapter 20:15. The lady immediately turned pale with terror. I didn't. That's enough, you win. Your bewitching arts are too great. I admit defeat. Not just you, any female cultivators can pass for free. But just a reminder, don't try to dress up as a woman to trick me, or I'll make sure you'll never be a man again, warned Long Chen. This woman actually hadn't used any bewitching arts against him. She didn't dare to, but Long Chen found that he couldn't rob this innocent lady. As for her bewitching arts, it was just an excuse. The female cultivators were delighted by this news and charged forward. Some of the women didn't forget to thank Long Chen as they flew off. Thank you. Only now did the woman from the 9-tailed demon fox race react. All right, you can go. I still have more business to take care of. Long Chen didn't say much to her. Although she was beautiful, he already had so many peerless beauties at home. She looked closely at Long Chen for a moment before leaving. As for Long Chen, he became busy with work again. Here's 10 million. Take it. An ancient race expert tossed a spatial ring to Long Chen. Hold it. For you, it's 30 million. Long Chen suddenly raised Evilmoon and blocked his path. Because didn't you say that you had a lot of money? Since you have so much, you have to pay a bit more. Your words before were quite irritating. My heart's hurt, so I need some more money to heal it, said Long Chen. You. Fine, just wait. That person clenched his teeth and tossed another spatial ring to Long Chen. This ancient race expert was the one who had said that he had plenty of money but wasn't giving any to Long Chen. Knowing he had offended Long Chen, he had covered up his face and hidden behind someone at the back, hoping that Long Chen would forget him, but Long Chen had still recognized him. Many thanks for your business, boss. That person's malicious gaze made Long Chen smile. Now he understood why the Huayan sect's people could always greet others with a smile. They weren't greeting people, they were greeting the money. It's my first time, so please forgive me for my inexperience. If you're dissatisfied with anything, please tell me. I'll definitely improve things next time. Even as he accepted money, Long Chen's mouth didn't stop. His words only further enraged people. Wow, isn't this the great hero Xianxia? You're too big, your weight will damage the road. You should pay at least 30 times more than others, but since I've just opened my business, I'll give you a discount. You'll just have to pay 50 million. Please don't try to bargain with me, I really don't make enough money to lower my price, said Long Chen upon seeing Shang Tianba. What surprised him was that Shang Tianba very happily parted with his money. He didn't say a word as he handed over a spatial ring. From behind Shang Tianba came Leng Wufeng. He tossed a spatial ring at Long Chen. Long Chen, even if you're getting money now, you won't be able to spend it. Long Chen received it and saw the spirit crystals packed inside. He smiled. There's no need for you to worry about it. I was originally thinking of taking a bit more from you, but I know you'll come find me in the future, so it doesn't matter how much I take today. Long Chen's meaning was that in any case, Leng Wufeng would come to him either way. Once Long Chen killed him, his money would be his, so it didn't matter. You're right, Long Chen. I definitely will come to find you. But not right now. Leng Wufeng snorted and left. Long Chen sneered. Leng Wufeng wanted to search through the secret realm first instead of wasting time here. The other thing was that in order to challenge Long Chen, Leng Wufeng needed to be in his peak condition. Having been scared away by just a clone, his mental state was not perfect right now. For a clash between two experts, the slightest thing could affect the conclusion. But in any case, there were still plenty of people waiting inside the channel to get through. He was near the front and would be reaching the depths of the secret realm earlier. Long Chen, don't you think you're going too far? For a bit of money, you're offending everyone. Many of us are not your enemy, but you're forcing us, said Lu Zichuan. The Yin-Yang Sword Sect's Lu Zichuan, he was a very powerful existence. However, he was normally very low-key. Only a few people had ever seen him personally fight, but the rumors said that even Man Beishan had been defeated by him. Long Chen said, I trust that the majority of you are my enemies. I don't have the time to differentiate between you, so I'll only take a bit of money from each of you. If you're my enemy, taking this money will be right. If you're not my enemy, I'll repay this bit of money dozens of times in the future. The entire Martial Heaven continent knows my character, so stop wasting time. I'm really lacking money right now. Long Chen extended a hand, indicating for the other party to shut up and hand over the money. Everyone was busy. All right then, since you've said that, there's nothing for me to rebut. Lu Zichuan tossed out a spatial ring. Long Chen took it. That's correct. People with no enmity with me can view this as an investment. As long as I don't die, this investment will come with a huge payoff, so there's no need to be resentful. As for my enemies, they have even less reason to be resentful. The fact that I'm not killing them right now is entirely thanks to the few innocent people here. 10 million spirit crystals to survive. Don't you think that it's worth it? Or do you feel like your lives aren't even worth 10 million spirit crystals? Putting it like this, Long Chen managed to dispel quite a bit of resentment toward him. Other than that, I should tell you that your barrier-breaking beads don't have any god energy within them. So if you want to enter the core region, just enter. You'll know I'm not conning you because once I finish my business here, I'll also be entering the core region. If you're afraid, I'll be giving a demonstration at the time, said Long Chen. That's impossible. The experts refused to believe this. Don't believe his bullshit. He's just trying to get you in trouble. If you enter the core region and don't follow your promise in the future, you'll be cursed by the gods. Your future would be ruined, so don't fall for it, shouted one of Pill Valley's disciples from the Flame Divine Palace. Long Chen merely said, it's not bullshit. You can simply use your own eyes. Alright, time is precious, so let's increase our efficiency. Everyone, hurry up. These experts handed over spirit crystals to him one by one. However, a change had occurred inside them. When comparing Long Chen's reputation with Pill Valley's reputation, which had recently been ruined, they felt that Long Chen would disdain lying to them about this. Pill Valley's true face had been revealed many times now. In fact, just now, to test Long Chen, they had set up an innocent girl. Thinking of Pill Valley's nature, they wondered just what was truth and what was lies. Even before Long Chen had said this, many people had suspected the barrier-breaking beads' abilities. When they had received the barrier-breaking beads, they had only managed to sense some spatial energy fluctuations coming from within, as well as a trace of some foreign energy. They couldn't tell what that energy was, but they didn't think it was God energy. Yet, they also couldn't be sure about such a thing. Pill Valley's disciples now have to pay double. Don't cause a fuss. If you want to enter, then pay up. If not, then scram. Otherwise, die, said Long Chen frostily. looking at that disciple from the Flame Divine Palace. Count yourself vicious. That disciple almost exploded from rage. This secret realm belonged to Pill Valley, but to enter, he had to pay someone else. What kind of reasoning was this? But this unprecedented event in all of history was occurring to him. He still paid up. Elder Xianxia had already said to avoid conflict with Long Chen if they could. In their eyes, Long Chen was a trapped bird. It was only a matter of time. Long Chen spent 6 hours accepting money. The amount he gained made flowers bloom in his eyes. He had never seen so much money. There were over 1 million experts, with female cultivators only taking up 1/10 of them. He had too many spirit stones to count, as well as other treasures from people who hadn't had enough spirit crystals to pay. There were medicinal pills, divine items, secret tomes, and all kinds of substitutes. This time, I really got rich. Robbing rich people really is the fastest way of getting rich, thought Long Chen to himself. After taking the final person's money, Long Chen cleared his throat, and toward the channel, he said, "That old fellow from Pill Valley who thinks himself so smart, many thanks." After saying that, not caring whether or not anyone had heard, he patted his butt and left. Chapter 2016. The channel didn't allow Nether Passage experts to enter. Hence, if that old fellow heard him, he would definitely start smashing furniture and cursing in rage. Thinking of that, Long Chen smiled. "Long Chen, I find that your ability in courting death is unrivaled. This is my first time seeing someone like you who courts death all the time yet is still alive," said Evilmoon. "TCH, if I didn't court death, would the heavens let me gain any opportunities? Courting death is the only way for me to obtain anything and survive," said Long Chen. His unrivaled ability in courting death only existed because he had no other choice. If he didn't risk death, where would he get what he needed to cultivate? If he couldn't cultivate, he would have already died. The cultivation world was bloodier and crueler than the secular world. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, being bullied and oppressed was also not a rare sight, but it was not as direct as in the cultivation world. Flying through the air, Long Chen just happened to see a disciple from the ancient family alliance walk out of a cave. Upon seeing Long Chen, his expression completely changed. "What, did you not hear what I said?" Long Chen shook his head and flew off. Seeing Long Chen leave, that disciple relaxed. He had just obtained something special in the cave, but it seemed Long Chen had no intention of taking it from him. The only two people nearby were him and Long Chen. With Long Chen's power, killing him would be as easy as swatting a fly, and no one would even notice. If it was another expert, they probably would have directly attacked. Seeing Long Chen leave, that disciple thought to himself that perhaps this was true pride. Long Chen had said that as long as they paid the money and didn't take the initiative to attack him, he wouldn't attack them. Long Chen saw quite a few experts searching through the surroundings as he flew by. However, they were disappointed by what they found. They were currently in a barren land. There were some caves and buildings, but most of those had been abandoned for countless years. Even any formation runes had lost effect. All of a sudden, the earth split open, and a terrifying flame dragon flew out, its golden flames igniting the air. A group of 8 ancient race experts fled in terror. One of those ancient race experts was instantly incinerated by a wave of fire that the flame dragon spat out. The heaven incinerating flame. Long Chen was startled to see that flame dragon. He easily recognized its origin, as its aura was all too familiar. This was an earth flame spirit beast that had matured who knew how many years ago. He didn't know if those adventurers had released it or something else had occurred, but it was now chasing after them. The heaven incinerating flame was said to be able to burn all things in heaven and earth. This earth flame spirit beast was fully matured, and even Life Star Empyreans had to flee in front of it. "Get out of the way. I'll help you suppress it." Long Chen shot toward it. In truth, he was being completely shameless by saying this. He had already noticed that the earth flame spirit beast had turned toward him, having sensed the flame fluctuations coming out of his body. Earth flame spirit beasts devoured each other to get stronger. They were natural enemies. That flame dragon was already ignoring the others. Just as it was preparing to charge over to Long Chen took the initiative to attack it, making it look like he was saving them. The flame dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, and its flames surged toward Long Chen. As for the ancient race experts, they had been running for their lives. The heaven incinerating flame was too terrifying, and it incinerated even their divine items, while their attacks were unable to cause any damage to it. For Long Chen to appear now, He looked to be their savior. They almost wept. Those 10 million spirit stones hadn't been spent for nothing. Long Chen punched out, and a black wave of flames smashed into the flame dragon's head. The black and golden flames began to clash, and the ancient race experts were sent tumbling back. Everything on their bodies turned to ashes, while their bodies were burned black and smelled charred. They hastily circulated their heavenly Tao energy as they crawled up, only to find that a terrifying fire poison had invaded their bodies. If they didn't erase it, it would burn away their very souls. Long Chen hadn't been holding back with his punch. This flame dragon was just that powerful. He sent it reeling back. While it was still recovering, a giant flame dragon flew out of Long Chen, coiling around this flame dragon. Long Chen formed hand seals and space shook. The two flame dragons vanished together. They reappeared in the primal chaos space. The wild heaven incinerating flame instantly went still, not daring to struggle. Huo Long excitedly devoured it. In just a few seconds, it was gone. Huo Long immediately started digesting its energy. That was a huge harvest for Huo Long. The ancient race experts hastily expressed their gratitude to Long Chen. The fact that they hadn't died was all thanks to Long Chen. Furthermore, seeing Long Chen subdue such a terrifying existence so easily, they could only feel great admiration for his power. You're too courteous. That flame dragon was useful to me. Even without you, I'd have to attack it. This time, Long Chen felt the slightest sense of shame and didn't say that he had attacked to save them. Senior apprentice brother, we might not be from the same side, but we feel great respect for you. Even if that flame dragon was useful to you, if you had just waited a few seconds, we would have been dead, and you could have killed it then. That would have been more profitable for you, said one of the ancient race experts. The others also nodded. It seems a few people of the ancient races are still easy to talk to, said Long Chen curiously. This was a bit different from the other times he had encountered members of the ancient races. The ancient race disciples exchanged a glance. One of them sighed. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you don't know the inner workings of the ancient races. We have plenty of different views, and our internal disputes are much more intense than what you see. Are you busy? If you have time, I'd like to tell you some more about the ancient races. I'd like to hear that. Wait a moment. Long Chen took out a formation disk and activated it. It enveloped them and they vanished from sight. This formation disk had been created by Sha Chen. It could temporarily conceal them. Other than a supreme formation grandmaster, people would have great difficulty noticing them. For amateurs, it was more than enough. Many thanks. Those ancient race disciples thanked him for this. If others saw them talking to Long Chen, it would bring them endless trouble. The disciple that had first spoken continued, Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the ancient races aren't as icily arrogant as you have seen. Some of us feel a sense of belonging to both the Zon beasts and the human race. But the ones in power see the human race as weak and they are constantly fighting amongst themselves. Hence, as the era of the human race's sovereigns passed, the human race has declined in their view. That's why some of us look down on the human race and wish to rejoin the Zon beasts. In truth, this is a foolish view. The majority of the ancient races know that this is a gamble that risks the very survival of the ancient races. Originally, our position was very awkward. The human race didn't want us and neither did the Zon beasts. That was fine. After all, we don't need to depend on others to survive. But others didn't think so. If the Zon beasts had a fight against the human race, as long as we promptly joined the battle, we would benefit immensely, and the side that we helped out would have to show their gratitude to us. We couldn't waste that chance. It was Long Zhongkang who pushed that viewpoint. His side has been in contact with the Zon beasts for many years, but the Zon beasts have not fully accepted them. There are countless races amongst us, however, the number of powers amongst the ancient races that can contend with Long Zhongkang's forces can be counted on one hand. They are still waiting, not agreeing with Long Zhongkang, but not going against him either. They don't join in any fights because until the very end, they are not willing to take that risk. It is us, the ones from lower level races and powers, that have it the hardest. We don't want to join the fight, but we're too weak to resist. Whenever there is a battle, we take the most losses, while the ones to benefit the most are always those who stand at the peak of the ancient races. I am telling you this not so that you pity us. I simply wish for you to know that we have our own troubles. I hope that your hatred toward the ancient races does not spill onto the innocent. If a war does start, I hope you can let those people off and not destroy us to the root. That disciple actually knelt on the ground toward Long Chen, with the others following. They did not do this for themselves but for their people. What they were afraid of was a war with the ancient races stuck in the middle. If the human race won, then the one with the authority to make this decision would definitely be Long Chen. If Long Chen gave the order, the ancient races would vanish from this world. So there was a deep meaning behind their kneeling. With what little power they had, they wanted to preserve the slightest hope for the weaker members of the ancient races. Chapter 20:17. Long Chen waved his hand, and a gentle force brought those people up before they could finish kneeling. He said, "Don't worry. Even if all the ancient races stood by the Zon beasts, I wouldn't exterminate you to your root. I only kill people who raise their weapons against me. Even with sects that I have endless enmity with, I gave them a warning before destroying them, allowing the weaker ones to flee. Eliminating the roots is for those without power who are afraid that the survivors will come to find them for vengeance. If they come to find me for vengeance in this era, I will annihilate them with a wave of my hand. If they try to seek vengeance on my descendants after I die, and if my descendants can't even handle such a thing, then they aren't worthy of being my descendants anyway. So such a thing won't occur. Even Empyreans like you aren't worth me annihilating, so you should understand. Like I said, as long as you don't raise your weapons against me, I won't view you as my enemy." Hearing that, those disciples of the ancient races were delighted. They thought back to what they knew about Long Chen, and it truly was the case. Even when Long Chen had destroyed Heavenly Fate Island, he had given them a warning. If someone left after his warning, they would be fine. If they refused to leave, then they were courting death themselves and couldn't blame others. Heavenly Fate Island had schemed against Long Chen multiple times, even taking action against his family. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have given Heavenly Fate Island any chance to prepare. They would have directly destroyed it. But Long Chen hadn't done that. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen. The ancient race disciples were grateful for this. No wonder Long Chen was claimed to be the #1 figure of the junior generation. It wasn't just because of his peerless combat power but also this kind of bearing. "No need to thank me. Go back and tell your people not to pick a side recklessly. They might lose their lives," said Long Chen. "You should hurry and go now. Otherwise, if you are labeled traitors, you won't survive." Hearing that, those disciples once more thanked Long Chen before leaving. As long as they maintained their neutrality, then whether Long Chen or Pill Valley won, they at least wouldn't be annihilated to the last. That was the only thing they wanted. When it came to warfare, those in power would benefit while paying the least, and the ones who suffered were always the weak. Disciples like them who came from lower-ranking races didn't have many wild aspirations. It wasn't that they were better people, but that for them, there was no benefit to war, so living a quiet and peaceful life was all they wanted. As for Long Chen, he was very clear about this. This was not unique to the ancient races. The other races were about the same. The cultivation world was like a tower, with those standing at the peak reaping the most profit. As for those in the middle and lower levels, collectively, they possessed immense power. Pill Valley had taken special note of this and was trying to win their hearts. That was why the Brahma secret realm had been opened up to so many people. Long Chen started flying to the core region. However, the Brahma secret realm was even larger than he had expected. He spent a whole day before seeing a giant curtain of light in the distance. It was a barrier, a wall of light separating the inner and outer regions. Standing before it, Long Chen felt the energy of the Grand Tao. He saw thousands of experts around the giant light barrier, attuning themselves to that Grand Tao energy. Their manifestations rippled behind them. These people didn't want to use the barrier-breaking beads. If they used them, they would have firmly tied themselves to Pill Valley's side. As cultivators, they didn't want to become someone else's dogs. The light continued far into the distance. The people calmly cultivating in front of him were startled by his arrival. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen. Several neutral experts greeted him. "No need to call me that. If you don't attack me, I'll have to return your money." Long Chen waved his hand with a smile. Those neutral experts smiled. Those who were cultivating here were people who didn't wish to join Pill Valley. That was too dangerous. As for Long Chen, he was vicious and domineering, but it seemed he wasn't an unreasonable killer like the stories made him out to be. Although the fact that Long Chen had taken their money had caused some resentment, Long Chen had promised not to attack them. That was the greatest safeguard. Other than that, he had said that those who weren't his enemies would be repaid many times this money. In their short contact with him, they had found that his words were worth their weight in gold. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is joking. May I ask what plans you have? Probed a disciple from the ancient family alliance. Of course I'm going in. Pill Valley might be able to con others, but can they con me? Said Long Chen nonchalantly. But what if there really is a burst of God energy when the barrier breaking bead breaks? Then wouldn't we have to forever listen to Pill Valley? Asked one person. Ah, it seems that you still don't understand me. Long Chen suddenly took out a barrier breaking bead and crushed it. Once it was crushed, a pillar of light enveloped Long Chen. This light had the same fluctuations as the barrier. At the same time, an illusory eye appeared in the sky above him. Divine pressure exuded from the eye as it looked at Long Chen. This is the God's eye. Startled cries rang out. As expected, the barrier-breaking beads couldn't be randomly used. Long Chen pointed a finger and a flash of lightning appeared. The eye exploded. The disciples were dumbfounded. Long Chen had destroyed the God's eye, blaspheming the God. What God's eye? It was all a lie. Long Chen sneered. That eye was just a smokescreen, something to apply mental pressure to people, making people follow orders by playing on their reverence for gods. There were over 1 million people here. Hence, Long Chen refused to believe that Pill Valley would be willing to spend so much precious God energy on these barrier-breaking beads. This guess of his ended up correct. That was an illusion, and the energy inside it only felt like God energy. Long Chen stepped through the light barrier, stunning the experts. Was Pill Valley really just trying to scare them? Their hearts pounded hard, but just as some people were bravely about to test it as well, Long Chen suddenly walked back. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. You've all personally seen me enter now. But others didn't get to see it, so they might not have the courage to enter. That's why I want to test something. Long Chen took out a bronze disc. It was a fragment of the Eastern Wasteland bell. He reached out and cut the barrier with the disc, and a huge opening actually appeared in the barrier. The air of the Grand Tao immediately poured out from the other side. It truly was as Pill Valley had said, that energy was several times denser inside the barrier than outside. The barrier attempted to heal, but there was a strange energy left on the opening, preventing it. The healing process was extremely slow. The Eastern Wasteland Bell is a legendary existence. Even a fragment of it possesses such power. Just what happened back then to make it fall into such a state? Wondered Long Chen. He hadn't really expected this to succeed, but he was delighted to find that it worked. He immediately flew off, creating a giant opening in the barrier. The energy of the Grand Tao came pouring out of it, making the experts outside ecstatic. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, can we enter? Are you charging more money? These experts were delighted but still a bit apprehensive. No need, I'm not in the habit of charging more money after you've already paid. If you want to, you can spread word to your people. I will continue leaving dozens of these openings throughout the barrier, and they can enter without any misgivings, said Long Chen. I don't need your thanks. I have my own goals after all. There will sooner or later be a bloody battle between myself and Pill Valley. If you join Pill Valley, it will add pressure to my side. Now, since there's no need for you to be abducted by Pill Valley, we're both benefiting. After saying that, Long Chen flew off, leaving another giant opening. He quickly vanished from sight. Quick, alert our people. There's no need to spend any more time on the outer regions. Hurry and enter the core region. The great era has come. We can't miss out on this opportunity, or we won't even be able to protect ourselves. Those disciples hastily used their secret communication methods to spread the word. As a result, countless experts that were still searching in the outer regions charged over. Seeing the giant openings in the barrier, they couldn't believe their eyes. They harbored some suspicions, but then they saw people passing through easily, and more of their own people were telling them what had happened. Seeing the experts pouring into the core region, Long Chen smiled. Pill Valley's little scheme had been ruined. He wondered what kind of reaction Pill Valley's experts would have once their disciples told them what had happened. With a laugh, Long Chen finally got to his own business. He had taken this risk to enter the Brahma secret realm because it would decide whether or not he would survive the upcoming storm. Chapter 2018. Inside the core region, Long Chen was amazed. Even he was able to sense the heavenly Tao energy fluctuations in this place. He couldn't absorb it, but it seemed to be immensely beneficial to the other heavenly geniuses. It was quickening the rate at which their manifestations awoke. Good thing I came. If this many people were conned into joining Pill Valley's side, it really would be over. Long Chen sighed. If even half of these people ended up joining Pill Valley, it would be enough to trample over the continent. That was ignoring just how strong they would be after the Brahma's secret realm. If they awakened their manifestations, they would be even more terrifying. Even if their manifestations didn't fully awaken, they would have grown much stronger. The heavenly Taos would assist them even more in combat. If even a few hundred of them succeeded in awakening their manifestations, that might be enough for Pill Valley to launch an immediate attack on the Martial Heaven Alliance. What a con! All the inheritances here are for Pill Valley's disciples. We can't even get in. Long Chen heard people cursing and that drew his attention. He then flew over and saw a group of a dozen disciples of the ancient family alliance. They were covered in blood and looked gloomy, standing over an altar. "What's going on?" asked Long Chen. Those disciples were people he had just allowed in. They were very grateful to him, and so one of them immediately responded, "This altar is a transportation formation that leads to an underground trial region. We risked our lives, managing to get to the end, but just as we were supposed to get the reward, the master of the trial said that since we weren't Pill Valley's disciples, it wouldn't give the reward to us." What a con! Those disciples all had ugly expressions. One of them in particular was pale, on the verge of collapsing. "Your Yuan spirit is injured. You should hurry and eat this pill, or your Yuan spirit will dissipate within 3 days. Long Chen flicked a medicinal pill to that disciple. That disciple hastily swallowed it. In the trial, his Yuan spirit had been gravely injured. He had also known this, but he had thought that he would be able to recover with his own abilities. "Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Long Chen." After consuming the pill, the disciple felt a gentle energy nourishing his Yuan spirit, slowly healing it. "I suppose that you don't need this trial then? If you don't need it, I'm going in to take a look," said Long Chen. "We don't want it. Please, go ahead," said the disciple. They had almost died inside, but the reward had actually been held back and they had been transported out. If Long Chen wanted to enter, they naturally wouldn't argue. All right then. Long Chen walked onto the altar. A light flashed, bringing Long Chen underground. "Do you think senior apprentice brother Long Chen can pass?" asked one disciple. "Perhaps. After all, a monster on his level can't be judged by us. If it weren't for D Long, we might be fighting alongside him. But now, there's a clear dividing line between us." Just a moment after Long Chen vanished, the ground rumbled. Those disciples jumped in shock. Cracking sounds appeared and the altar rocked intensely. Those disciples' expressions changed. They had been planning on staying here until Long Chen came out, but now it seemed that such a thing would risk their very lives. The altar exploded and those disciples were blown back. They turned back, shocked. "What is senior apprentice brother Long Chen doing?" Rumbling continued to ring out. Meanwhile, the ground crumbled and exploded, shooting dust into the air. As for Long Chen, as soon as he entered the trial region, a mass of stone puppets attacked him. They were very powerful, and their auras were not weaker than ordinary Empyreans. With a snort, Long Chen blasted them apart with his fists. His punches were so powerful that the surrounding walls cracked and crumbled. Above ground, the altar shattered. This wasn't his home, so he didn't mind smashing it up. If it was up to him, he wouldn't leave anything valuable for Pill Valley. As he advanced, more of those stone puppets appeared. They grew stronger, but they were unable to stop him. He quickly reached the final part and stood before a giant palace. Its gates slowly opened when he arrived. Long Chen directly slashed apart the gates. "Who has the time for you to open so slowly?" Holding Evilmoon, Long Chen walked in. As soon as he was in, a pillar of golden light enveloped him from the roof. A mechanical voice rang out, "You are not my disciple and cannot accept my inheritance. Hurry and leave." Long Chen directly slashed apart the light beam. "Who cares about your inheritance? Hurry up and hand over any treasures you have." Long Chen looked around. Evilmoon suddenly unleashed black light, tearing through the walls. The palace resisted, with countless runes lighting up. However, it was still torn apart by Long Chen's slash. The walls crumbled, revealing cases, and Long Chen gathered them. Opening the first one, he found it was empty. Opening another, he found it was also empty. He opened 31 cases, and as a result, they were all empty. His expression darkened. He couldn't be this unlucky, right? Finally, in the final case, he found something. It was a bead surrounded by flames. It was pretty. "Hey, Huolong, let me see what it is." Long Chen had just taken out the bead when Huo Long flew out of his arm and devoured it. Huo Long returned to his primal chaos space, continuing to digest the flame energy it had previously absorbed from the earth flame spirit beast. Long Chen was speechless. Huo Long was a bit too impatient, wasn't it? It didn't even give him a chance to see what it was. But when he examined Huo Long, he found that its aura had grown stronger. After thinking about it, Long Chen concluded that the bead was an earth flame spirit birthing bead. It was used to give greater spirituality to earth flame spirit beasts. Normally, earth flame spirit beasts were not very intelligent, and so they were more instinctual. Oftentimes, their instincts told them to devour their masters. But with greater intelligence, they grew closer to their masters. This kind of treasure was something he had only heard of but never seen before. It might look like nothing, but it was a treasure to Huo Long. After all, Huo Long's intelligence was extremely high, and as its intelligence grew, it would be able to work together with Long Chen even better. It was too bad that Long Chen's luck was terrible. He only obtained a single one of these beads. If he could obtain enough of them, Huo Long's intelligence would not lose out to humans. Long Chen flew out of the ground, unleashing a wave of dust. Those disciples of the ancient family alliance were in the distance, staring in shock at him. Long Chen had actually destroyed the underground trial. Long Chen nodded to those disciples and flew off. He quickly saw another group of dejected disciples gathered together. They were also disciples who had gone through a difficult trial, only to be taken out when they reached the end. This group was unlucky, and several of their members had died inside the trial. Bastards from Pill Valley, how dare you con us like this? You left all the trials here to your own disciples. Good thing that we entered through the opening that Long Chen made, or we'd be stuck like this after swearing loyalty to them. As expected of such sinister people, they left all the good stuff to their own disciples, while tricking us into entering. Those disciples were cursing amongst themselves. They had realized that this was a trap. If they had really used the barrier-breaking bead, just how terrible would it have been? Although Long Chen had said that they were fake and couldn't bind them, there was always a chance. That slightest chance could apply enough pressure to become a heart devil when they tried to advance to the nether passage expert. Feeling a set of eyes staring at them the entire time to make sure they kept their oath, how could they possibly comprehend life and death? Thinking of that, they felt a burst of fear. Pill Valley was truly hateful. Just as they were cursing, they noticed Long Chen. What Long Chen hadn't expected was for this group of disciples, who were members of the Zon Beasts, to actually call him senior apprentice brother Long Chen. It seemed that just like the ancient races, the Zon Beasts were not all the same. After all, there would always be good apples and bad apples. But with the bad apples in control, Long Chen had subconsciously thought of all the Zon Beasts as bad. Long Chen asked them about this trial region, and just like last time, he smashed it apart. This time he was luckier, and he obtained 3 earth flame spirit birthing beads and 2 flame attribute divine items. With a smile, Long Chen tossed the earth flame spirit birthing beads to Huo Long. Just as he was about to leave, one of the Zon beasts called out to him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please wait. We know of many other similar regions. Do you want them? Chapter 2019. The ground exploded over and over again. Long Chen tore through the Brahma Secret Realm's trial regions, destroying the trials and taking the final rewards. Those trials were supposed to give a single reward to anyone who passed before transporting them out. The remaining treasures were for others. But Long Chen ignored that rule, directly destroying the formations and taking the treasures. This Brahma Secret Realm was one of Pill Valley's inheritance lands. Everything here was man-made. However, for some reason, Pill Valley had lost control of it, and only Life Star disciples could enter now. As for those Life Star disciples from Pill Valley, many of them were in the middle of the trials when Long Chen barged in, terrifying them. However, Long Chen didn't kill them. As he had said, having taken their money, as long as they didn't attack him, he wouldn't attack them. That didn't stop him from crushing hundreds of the trial regions. Those trial regions were told to him by other disciples who were filled with anger toward Pill Valley. If it hadn't been Long Chen, they might have fallen for their trap and be bound to their will. Telling Long Chen where Pill Valley's trial regions were didn't benefit them in the slightest, but seeing those trial regions be destroyed one by one allowed them to vent some of their rage. After passing on the information to Long Chen, the majority of the disciples chose to find a secluded place and calmly attune themselves to the grand Tao that was present here. They hoped to awaken their manifestations quicker. After flipping through some of the trials, Long Chen started showing people what the rewards were. They were treasures only to Pill Valley's disciples. Outside of Pill Valley, they were essentially useless. As for that legendary 11th tier medicinal pill, it never appeared. It was just nonsense. He didn't find a hint of it. Pill Valley's con this time had been exposed by Long Chen. They had been hoping to draw a portion of these neutral experts to their side, but now they had ended up offending them without having the so-called God's Oath to bind them. The chances of them ever joining Pill Valley in the future had sharply dropped. Long Chen's guess was that Pill Valley's goal had been to draw these people in, and when those people realized that all the good things here were kept from them, they would be forced to listen to orders thanks to the God's curse. Other than that, while the treasures here couldn't be obtained by them, there was the energy of the Grand Tao present that helped them awaken their manifestations, and afterward Pill Valley could always give some further compensation to calm their anger. After all, they would have already sworn the oath. Furthermore, after being tricked, would these prideful, heavenly geniuses really say what had happened? That would only further embarrass them. What these geniuses feared most was having their Tao hearts influenced by some God's curse. Even if the God's curse was fake, it would leave a seed of doubt that would affect their futures. It was precisely due to this that the disciples felt great hatred for Pill Valley. They would rather give Long Chen information about the trial regions for free just to vent. After a few days of work, everywhere Long Chen had gone was in ruins. The disciples around to see it all felt very refreshed. Some of those disciples even followed Long Chen to see him destroy more trials. It was a beautiful sight to them. In fact, some people even felt that just watching Long Chen fight was beneficial to their own cultivation. Quite a few people activated photographic jades to record the sight. Long Chen obtained plentiful rewards. He had gained over 3,000 of the Earth Flame Spirit Birthing Beads, and over 200 Flame Divine items. He had also killed dozens of powerful Earth Flame Spirit Beasts. Huo Long was benefiting immensely. It was growing stronger and more intelligent. As for Long Chen, he was quite generous. If people gave him information on the trial regions, he wouldn't mind giving away what he had found if it wasn't useful to Huo Long. At first, those people politely declined, as just watching Long Chen destroy these trial regions was satisfying. But then Long Chen just tossed those things to them. Those things were not cheap. If put on the market, they would be worth quite a bit of money. They were priceless treasures to flame attribute cultivators. Seeing Long Chen toss such things to them, those disciples were even more motivated to find the locations of the trial regions. When news of what was happening within the Brahma secret realm reached Pill Valley's experts, they were infuriated. Elder Xianxia clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He could no longer act like a calm sage. Instead, it looked like flames were about to burst from his eyes. Long Chen was destroying the entire Brahma secret realm, and they couldn't stop him. There were dozens of elders nearby, looking nervously at Elder Xianxia. Perhaps we should alert the Divine Daughter, probed one elder cautiously. Are you an idiot? The Divine Daughter is currently being blessed by the Divine Light within the Brahma Divine Palace. How could we disturb her right now? Cursed Elder Xianxia. That elder immediately shut his mouth, but inside, he cursed Elder Xianxia who had failed to capture Long Chen in the beginning. Now he was spreading his rage at them. Then what should we do? Demanded another elder. That elder's status was too high for Elder Xianxia to rage at him. He took a deep breath and said, Long Chen cannot be allowed to leave Pill Valley. Right now, he's being a miserable rat destroying as much as he can. He has also ruined the Valley Master's plans, and those who should have become loyal subordinates are now hostile. TCH, those thankless wretches, did they not know that we are the ones who gave them the chance to enter the Brahma secret realm? We let them enter for free. Elder Xianxia suddenly burst into curses. He had cursed more today than he had over most of his life. Well, there's nothing we can do about it right now. We can only wait for the Divine Daughter to come out of seclusion, or for some people to awaken their manifestations and challenge Long Chen. We can only wait. Elder Xianxia sighed helplessly. However, it's only a matter of time. The pillar of the Martial Heaven Alliance is Long Chen. As long as he dies, the Dragonblood Legion will become a headless dragon and fracture, with the Martial Heaven Alliance's morale plummeting. So no matter how much damage Long Chen causes, as long as we capture him in the end, we will still be the winners. Elder Qi Li, you're in charge of the Grand Formation. If there's the slightest mishap, you know the consequences. That Elder Qi Li smiled faintly and calmly said, Elder Xianxia, don't worry. I have 36 of my disciples keeping watch, as well as 160,000 disciples of the Flame Divine Palace guarding 8 divine formations. It is not impossible for Long Chen to leave Pill Valley. Even the Valley Master himself wouldn't be able to leave without the tablets of every one of us. Things had been raised to their highest level of caution. The Grand Formation was fully activated. To go through the formation would require the tablets of 36 elders from Pill Valley and 72 elders from the Flame Divine Palace. Furthermore, 8 checkpoints needed to be closed before the entire formation would be released. The Brahma secret realm only had one exit, and it didn't border any other world. Even breaking through space wouldn't work. Once the Brahma secret realm closed, everyone inside would be brought out. At that time, Long Chen would be caught. As long as you understand. Remember, because the heaven-reaching ancient castle's people have already left, people know that Long Chen has come here. We have to be able to stop an attack from the outside as well. There can be no mistakes this time, said Elder Xianxia. There was a sinister light in his eyes. Perhaps he was considering just how to torture Long Chen once he was captured to release the rage in his heart. Long Chen spent 7 days destroying the trial regions. On the 7th day, he encountered a terrifying earth flame spirit beast in an underground space. It was actually the black illusion dragon flame. Its power was astonishing, and Long Chen spent several hours fighting it before working together with Huolong to draw it into the primal chaos space. It was unknown just how many years it had been alive. Despite how powerful Huolong was, devouring it was very difficult. In the end, Huolong had furiously swallowed it in one gulp and then entered a state of slumber. It was clearly focused on digesting its energy and would be unable to assist Long Chen for a short while. Adding on all the other flame beasts it had consumed, Huolong was full. It couldn't eat any more. During the time that Long Chen had been destroying the trial regions, the majority of experts had settled in. They vanished, finding their own places to enter seclusion. The Brahma secret realm was huge, and Long Chen couldn't just go around breaking trial regions. With Huolong in seclusion, Long Chen decided to calm down. He looked in a certain direction and began rushing toward the center of the Brahma secret realm. Chapter 2020. Long Chen spent the better part of a day flying before he saw a set of divine pillars in the distance. Each pillar had an expert sitting on top of it. On those pillars, he saw Di Feng, Xie Luo, and the like. It seemed that this place was specially arranged for awakening their manifestations. They were square pillars hundreds of meters tall, and the light of the Grand Tao bathed them. Di Feng and the others had formed a whirlpool of heavenly Tao energy above them, absorbing the energy. Long Chen also saw Shang Tianba in the distance. He was in a meditative state, his manifestation active behind him as he communed with the heavenly Taos. There were only 108 of the pillars. However, they weren't all occupied by Pill Valley. In fact, they were mostly occupied by experts from other powers. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't go any further. There's a barrier ahead. If you go any further, you'll be killed. Someone in the distance suddenly shouted to Long Chen. Long Chen turned over, only to find that there were actually even more experts seated in the nearby areas. His attention had been focused on the divine pillars, but when he looked around, he saw tens of thousands of people. What's going on? Long Chen walked over to that person. Amongst these people, Long Chen saw many hostile gazes. It seemed that most of these people were loyal to Pill Valley. They hadn't wasted any time in the outer regions, instead charging over to this place. However, there were also some neutral experts that had ended up running into this place without any information. Ah, there's actually a formation guarding this place. No wonder I didn't notice them. When Long Chen walked over, he found that fluctuations were enveloping this place. There was a faint divine light present. It seemed that this area was also suited to comprehending the Grand Tao, but the effect was not as good as the divine pillars. The neutral disciple that had warned Long Chen ignored the other disciples' gazes. He said, "We were conned. The so-called opportunities and chances were all left to their own people. Those who arrived at this place earliest were locked onto the divine light and have its power focused on them. As for others who arrived later, the divine light mostly ignores us." "This was all a con," said that disciple hatefully. "Yes, it was a trap. We almost fell for it, but thankfully you led us in without that oath," said another disciple. There were hundreds of experts who walked forward to Long Chen now to explain what had happened. These people had arrived late. Even though they were enveloped by the divine light, it didn't acknowledge them. The formation's grand Tao energy was given to those that had arrived first. The ones who had arrived first were Pill Valley's loyal supporters. They were receiving this special treatment. In other words, even for neutral experts that had decided to use the barrier-breaking beads and swear loyalty to Pill Valley, they wouldn't be getting as good of treatment as the original supporters. The true benefits weren't for them. That was why these disciples directly came to report what had happened to Long Chen. They longed for Long Chen to destroy this place as well. If they couldn't obtain any benefits, then no one should obtain anything either. Long Chen looked at the disciples seated within the divine light. Those disciples' expressions instantly changed. They began gathering energy, preparing for a fight. Long Chen indifferently said, "Don't worry, the money you paid means I won't attack you." It's the same for them. Long Chen pointed to Di Feng and the others who were on the stone pillars. However, I should warn you that even if you manage to awaken your manifestation, you should think carefully about whether or not you really want to be my enemy. If you raise your weapon against me, that money will no longer protect you. Those experts' hearts shook. It seemed that Long Chen didn't care about them in the slightest. In fact, he didn't even care about Di Feng, Xie Luo, Shang Tianba, and the others. To the disciple that warned him, Long Chen said, "Many thanks for your warning. But there's something I want inside, so I'm going in." Long Chen directly walked closer to the divine pillars. They looked to be arranged in a haphazard manner, but Long Chen's intuition told him that it was a gate. Seeing Long Chen enter, that disciple wanted to warn him to be careful. Some people had been drawn over to the divine pillars before, but they had been annihilated by the divine light without the slightest ability to resist. As expected, as soon as Long Chen got close, a ray of divine light descended from the sky, crashing down on Long Chen mercilessly. However, with a swing of Evilmoon, the light shattered. Long Chen was forced back a couple of steps. How ferocious! The disciples watching were stunned by this sight. The world shook intensely as Long Chen shattered the divine light. Scintillating golden light gathered, and a majestic palace slowly revealed itself before their eyes. This palace was absolutely giant and soared high into the sky. Every brick and tile sparkled with divine light. Everyone stared in shock at it. Once the palace appeared, the position of the divine pillars also changed. They actually formed two orderly rows leading to the palace. As for the experts meditating atop the pillars, they were startled awake by this. They also stared in shock at the palace. So this is the Brahma secret realm's greatest inheritance land. What do those words mean? Why do they seem so powerful? Everyone stared in shock at the palace. 3 golden words shone brightly on the palace. Those words caused their souls to shake. They were not immortal characters. No one recognized them. Brahma Divine Palace. However, while Long Chen didn't recognize them, these words came popping out of his mouth instinctively. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Di Feng and the others who were on the stone pillars didn't dare to move. They were enveloped by overwhelming divine pressure from the palace. Long Chen walked forward toward the palace. As soon as he entered the range of the divine pillars, they all lit up at once, and 108 divine swords pierced toward Long Chen. The distant experts all jumped in horror. Despite their distance, they could sense the terrifying power of those divine swords. "You broken Brahma shrine, I'm giving you face by deigning to enter, but you dare to stop me." For some reason, Long Chen's fury soared. With a cold snort, he charged forward, attacking those divine swords. "Stop, stop, it hurts. They're entirely condensed of divine energy," shouted Evilmoon, but in Long Chen's fury, he didn't hear. His divine ring suddenly appeared behind him. The world shook intensely. The divine pressure coming from the palace was forced back as a domineering will expanded. "You dare to stop me? Be destroyed." Long Chen actually forced his way in front of one of the divine pillars and attacked it. "Bastard, stop!" The ancient race expert on top of it shouted, but his shout didn't stop Long Chen. Evilmoon slashed into the divine pillar. That giant pillar tumbled to the ground. As for the whirlpool above the ancient race expert's head, it vanished. The ancient race expert was furious, but the distant spectators smiled. When that whirlpool vanished, they sensed the surrounding grand Tao energy grow denser. Clearly, without him absorbing it, they could absorb more. Due to the appearance of the Brahma Divine Palace, countless experts were drawn over. They saw a piercing light coming from here, and they flew quickly. Seeing Long Chen, one of those disciples excitedly shouted, "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can do it. Destroy this place too." These disciples were now clear on Pill Valley's con, and they were infuriated. The more trouble Long Chen caused, the happier they were. However, while they were happy, the experts on top of the divine pillars turned green. Long Chen was now charging toward another pillar. Chapter 2021. Long Chen, stop. Those experts atop the divine pillars roared at Long Chen. Their practically cheating method of absorbing the Grand Tao energy was being disrupted. Long Chen ignored them, cutting down the divine pillars one by one. Every time a pillar fell, a whirlpool would cease, and the Grand Tao energy in the air would grow denser. The experts rushing over were so excited that they shouted. This mad bout of Long Chen's was benefiting them. Long Chen, I'll go all out against you. One of the Zon beasts suddenly roared, transforming into an azure rock that attacked Long Chen. Long Chen shouted, slashing Evilmoon. The Zon beast's sharp claws were severed, and he tumbled back, screaming. Long Chen, don't go too far. We already paid the price for safety. Why would you attack us? You're going against your own word, shouted Difeng. You want to play word games with me? What does cutting down Pill Valley's pillars have to do with you? Did they belong to you? Why don't you ask all the people around whether or not cutting down these pillars counts as attacking you? Sneered Long Chen. Nope, it doesn't count, definitely not. Those experts shouted collectively. What kind of joke was that? The more Long Chen destroyed those divine pillars, the more fairly the Grand Tao energy would be spread to them. Even the people from the ancient races, the Zon beasts, and the ancient family alliance stood beside Long Chen. Or perhaps more accurately, they were standing on the side of what benefited them the most. I'm going to enter the Brahma Divine Palace, but these pillars are blocking my way, so naturally I have to cut them down. If you try to stop me, you'll be my enemy, so we can face each other with blades. Long Chen once more swung Evilmoon, cutting down the divine pillars one by one, and making the experts on top of them furious. They wanted to attack Long Chen, but that was limited to those who were still on the pillars. Those who had lost the pillars had lost their reason to attack. The people on the pillars were hesitating about whether or not they should fight when Long Chen cut down their pillars, not giving them a chance to ponder. Long Chen, you bastard, it hurts. Evilmoon roared. The impact of each strike against these divine pillars was endured by it. Just endure it. It wasn't easy to make up such an excuse. We can't give it up. Long Chen continued to attack. Actually, each attack brought with it a backlash that caused his hand to bleed, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. When the final pillar was cut down, the Grand Tao energy had reached an unprecedented density. All the disciples unleashed their manifestations, quickly absorbing that energy. Long Chen, just wait. Within the crowd, Lang Wufeng glared at Long Chen. He had been disturbed at a critical moment. He had felt that he was just the slightest bit off from fully awakening his manifestation. It wasn't just Lang Wufeng. The others who had been on the pillars weren't looking at Long Chen in a friendly manner either. Amongst those experts, Long Chen also saw the dual sword-wielding Lu Zichuan. It seemed that he had long since joined Pill Valley, or he wouldn't be standing there. As for Difeng, Xie Luo, Yan Wei, and the others, there was even less to be said. They had long since wanted to tear Long Chen to pieces. Fine, I admit that I like seeing you so irritated without being able to do anything to me, chortled Long Chen. He knew that these people wouldn't attack, at least not right now. They had all reached critical moments, being only one step from fully awakening their manifestations. As long as they weren't fools, they would endure. Long Chen was about to leave when Evilmoon's furious roar rang out in his head. Hurry and gather those pillars. Those are my compensation. Long Chen was startled, but he didn't ask any questions. He waved his hand, sucking the divine pillars into the primal chaos space. Difeng and the others had yet to recover from their fury when they saw Long Chen taking the pillars. What are you looking at me for? Did those pillars belong to you? What does taking Pill Valley's things have to do with you? Long Chen didn't give them a chance to say anything. He directly flew toward the palace. Evilmoon vanished from his hand, reappearing in the primal chaos space and stabbing into the stone pillar. The pillar reacted by lighting up, trying to force Evilmoon away, but it immediately dimmed back down. Evilmoon was surrounded by black chi, and its two dragon marks lit up. It began absorbing the energy of the divine pillar. Evilmoon, since those are useful to you, it wasn't a waste for me to spend so much effort helping you cut them down, said Long Chen. Shut up. I was the one who noticed that I could absorb a portion of the divine energy inside the pillars, said Evilmoon disdainfully. Cutting down these divine pillars had caused it to yelp in pain. It didn't have a physical body, but as an item spirit, it could still feel pain. Only after enduring that pain did it suddenly realize that it could absorb a portion of the energy within the divine pillars. That portion was perhaps just 10%. The other 90% wasn't absorbable. Expelling that useless portion of energy was troublesome, but it was worth it for the remaining 10%. Little heaven, come and absorb it as well. I'll teach you how to do it. Evilmoon actually called out to the heaven flipping brick, teaching it how to absorb the energy. Little heaven was actually quite afraid of Evilmoon, but Evilmoon was sharing this energy with it. Long Chen would not use the heaven flipping seal unless he had no other choice right now. Each time he used it, it would use up all its energy, and then it would have to slowly accumulate energy again. He normally only used it as a life-preserving talisman. The shocking thing was that even after not using it for so long, the heaven-flipping seal's power was still rising. It seemed that it could continue accumulating energy forever. Long Chen never managed to get a grasp of where its limit was. With Evilmoon's instructions, it began absorbing the divine Pilar's energy with it. However, amongst those teachings were a few curses about how stupid it was. However, the heaven-flipping seal was used to it. Although Evilmoon was fierce, at least it shared the good stuff with it. Evilmoon and the heaven-flipping seal focused on absorbing the energy of the divine pillars. As for Long Chen, he was now close to the palace. However, there seemed to be some spatial law that kept him far away from it. He was still flying through the air. Di Feng and the others felt an urge to charge toward the palace as well. After all, that was clearly where the apex inheritance of the Brahma secret realm lay. Should we go? Wondered one person. However, Di Feng shook his head. That ultimate inheritance definitely can't belong to us. We can't go. Any idiot would know that a true inheritance like this couldn't be left for an outsider. Since Pill Valley dared to let them absorb the Grand Tao energy here, that meant that they weren't afraid of them noticing this palace. Long Chen is surely courting death. Only the divine daughter Yu Qingshan is qualified to enter this palace. Even the Valley Master himself couldn't enter. If Long Chen really enters, he will be eaten alive by the palace, said one of Pill Valley's experts. This expert's combat power wasn't especially high, but his alchemy arts were amazing, so he was greatly valued by Pill Valley. There weren't many people on Pill Valley's side that had actually been qualified to come here. It was unknown if it was because Pill Valley was so generous that they were leaving more opportunities to their allies, or whether they simply didn't have the talented people to send. When Long Chen approached the first stair leading up to the palace, two giant stone statues sprang to life. They were 3,000-meter monsters, and when they opened their mouths, runes shot out, transforming into runic swords that slashed towards Long Chen. Despite doing his best to dodge, one of those swords pierced right through his shoulder, causing blood to spray. Ha ha ha, do you see? That was just a warning. If Long Chen dares to force his way through, he'll definitely die, said that disciple from Pill Valley. Hopefully, he doesn't. Long Chen has to die by my hands, said Xianxia. HMPH, you've already lost to him and aren't qualified to fight him again. Long Chen's head is fated to belong to me, Lang Wufeng, sneered Lang Wufeng. Xianxia's expression sank, but before he could speak, Long Chen had charged back onto the stair, and this time, he managed to avoid the runic swords and smash into the runic gate of the palace. The runic gate had not been visible before. Only once Long Chen got close did it reveal itself. Long Chen smashed into it and was blown back, as well as struck by a dozen of the runic swords. Long Chen let out a shout and took out a rod, smashing one of the stone monsters. However, it merely shuddered for a moment and then blew Long Chen back. The void shook intensely, and the whole runic formation grew sluggish for a moment. Even the runic swords vanished. There is a way, Long Chen smiled, and the power of the Azure Dragon circulated within him. He smashed one of the stone monsters once more. Chapter 2022. Long Chen noticed that when the stone statues were fighting themselves, the runic swords would vanish. The beasts were clearly bound by a formation. As long as he destroyed one of the beasts, it would break the formation. Long Chen repeatedly smashed one of the stone monsters. Normally, in the secular world, households with status would have two stone lions guarding them. But these two stone monsters had the bodies of lions, the wings of falcons, plus a horn and a tail each. Long Chen didn't recognize what they were. Long Chen struck the statue harder and harder. The entire palace was shuddering. Those experts that had entered a meditative state were startled awake, unable to stay in that state with this disturbance. All those experts stared in shock. Had Long Chen gotten addicted to destroying things? Did he also want to destroy the Brahma Divine Palace? Divine light exploded, and some kind of fragments flew through the air. Those fragments were the rod that Long Chen had been using. It had exploded. Some of the fragments of that divine item flew toward them, piercing their bodies. One of the corrupt experts was rather unlucky and was cut in two. Fortunately, it didn't hit his head, or he'd have died. Long Chen was crazy. Even his divine item couldn't keep up with him, but Long Chen didn't mind. That divine item had belonged to Man Beishan, so he didn't care about it. These stone statues were extremely tough. Even the explosion of a divine item hadn't harmed them. However, the one that Long Chen had been beating was damaged. Its divine runes had been broken, even though its actual body was still intact. With its formation destroyed, its attacks came to a pause. Long Chen reached out to grab it. It's so heavy. Long Chen was shocked. Having seen that the monster's feet were able to leave the ground, he knew that it wasn't one with the stairs. But he actually wasn't able to pick it up. Only once he activated the 5-star battle armor did he barely manage to lift it into the air. Get in here. Long Chen immediately sucked it into the primal chaos space. The entire primal chaos space shuddered as it thudded to the ground. Even Evilmoon and the Heaven Flipping Seal were startled. Heavenly Meteorite Stone. Evilmoon let out a startled cry. It recognized the stone that the statue was made of. Haha, this is good stuff. Just at that moment, the other stone statue was tossed in. Hearing that it was something good, the Heaven Flipping Seal flew toward it. Fool, get back, shouted Evilmoon, but the Heaven Flipping Seal ended up touching the stone statue. Before it could even attempt absorbing its energy, it was sent flying by a terrifying power. Several cracks appeared on its body. Evilmoon cursed, "You idiot, you can't absorb it that way. Go absorb more energy. Once you recover, I'll teach you how to handle it." The Heaven Flipping Seal obediently went back to the divine pillars like a chided child. The experts outside were stunned. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw Long Chen actually take away the 2 stone statues. After putting away the 2 stone statues, Long Chen turned to the rest of the palace. His attention was drawn towards the 18 stone pillars in front of the palace. Those stone pillars were gigantic. They were what propped up the gates of the palace. He was like an ant in front of them. He grabbed one of the pillars, but even with the 5-star battle armor, he wasn't able to make the pillar budge in the slightest. I'm not even close. Even the Azure Dragon battle armor wouldn't work. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. If he could at least rattle the pillar with the 5-star battle armor, then he might try bringing out the Azure Dragon battle armor. But if he wasn't even close, then there was no point in trying. Are you joking? Each one of these pillars is made of the Heavenly Meteorite Stone. They're millions of times heavier than those stone statues. A single one of them is as heavy as a star. Don't waste your time, said Evilmoon. Ah, then I can't suck in this palace? Asked Long Chen. There's no way to talk with you. Evilmoon almost cursed him. Those 2 stone statues were added later. But the rest of the palace was made by just one whole piece of Heavenly Meteorite Stone. For you to actually want to take it all away, your brain must not work. Hearing that, Long Chen immediately gave up. It seemed that this treasure had no destiny with him. Seeing a good treasure but not being able to take it away is so painful. Long Chen sighed. Evilmoon said, I really looked down on you. It was never yours in the first place, so what are you so pained for? As for the experts outside, seeing Long Chen trying to move that stone pillar but not being able to make it budge, they found it shocking and funny. So Long Chen really had been planning on destroying the entire palace. Unable to take the pillars, Long Chen could only leave things like that. He walked toward the gates. The word Bama appeared on top of the gates. When that word appeared, divine power surged out, forming a golden praying mat beneath Long Chen's feet. Heavens, he can actually get in. Has he received the acknowledgement of the palace? Seeing that praying mat, everyone was stunned. Could the attack of the stone statues really have just been a test? Having passed the test, could Long Chen enter? They felt like they were going crazy. How could Pill Valley's rules be so messed up? Someone who destroyed everything they owned could be allowed to pass through so easily. Where was the logic in that? You want me to kowtow? Do you think you're qualified? Killing intent appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Perhaps to others, this was just some grace, but this was an insult to Long Chen. That feeling came from the pride within his soul. Just as everyone was filled with envy that Long Chen could kowtow and be sent into the palace, Long Chen raised Evilmoon and slashed apart the praying mat. What? Jaws dropped. They couldn't believe their eyes. The praying mat transformed into runes. The sight of it shocked people. Long Chen had refused. Just what was he thinking? Do you think that you, Brahma, are so amazing? Would you even dare to accept my kowtow? I don't need your approval to take what I want. I'll take it myself, sneered Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen was intentionally releasing his fury. He wanted to awaken his other will and probe its secrets. His actions seemed to have provoked the palace, and divine light condensed, transforming into a blinding sun. It was like the entire world was about to be crushed. In front of that divine pressure, every expert outside involuntarily knelt on the ground. The rage of a god could not be blocked. Long Chen's divine ring shuddered. Long Chen didn't take any action though. He simply allowed his body to react. His 108,000 stars in the primal chaos bead shook. Some kind of energy slowly grew within them. This is the power of the primal chaos bead. Long Chen focused closely on these changes. It seemed that this was a way to control the primal chaos bead. However, he didn't have time to closely examine it before the world shuddered. Long Chen's will clashed with the pressure of the palace. The sky dimmed. It was like eternal night had descended. However, while that darkness came suddenly, it also left quickly as if it had never been present. But for some reason, the palace's terrifying divine pressure had vanished. Too bad it was too quick. I didn't get to see how it worked. Long Chen sighed inside. The primal chaos bead possessed terrifying power. It was his absolute treasure, but he had no idea how to use it. Currently, all he could do with it was draw things into the primal chaos space and then suppress them. But when it came to living things, he would need to bring them in through his spiritual space first. The scarlet blood spirit fish had been brought in that way. However, when fighting, could he possibly draw his enemies into his spiritual space? Was that any different than suicide? Long Chen had been constantly thinking of ways to unleash the power of the primal chaos bead outside, and now he finally saw some hope. However, that feeling had faded too quickly for him to sense it. The primal chaos bead seemed to have suppressed the Brahma Divine Palace's divine pressure. Long Chen walked in and didn't receive any more attacks. He pushed open the gates. The gates were extremely heavy, and even when Long Chen was going all out, they only slowly opened. They were thousands of meters thick, and his arms hurt from the effort. Finally, a crack appeared that he walked through. As soon as he entered, the gates slammed shut. The sound of the slamming shut startled those experts awake. Some of them flew over, wanting to enter as well. However, the divine pressure that had previously been suppressed by the primal chaos bead once more flared. Not good. Those experts' expressions changed. Chapter 2023. Although the first group of disciples retreated instantly, some of them were still killed by the divine palace's sudden attack. As for Xianxia, he had been at the front, and his arm was wiped out of existence. What is going on? How did Long Chen pass? Xianxia let out a furious roar. Not only was his arm gone, but the remnant divine energy was suppressing his healing abilities and attempting to destroy the rest of his body. They had just seen Long Chen walk in, but now they were blocked by the divine light. Xianxia felt like he might explode out of fury. Was the Brahma Divine Palace also a bully? What they didn't know was that the reason Long Chen could enter was because the palace's divine pressure had provoked the primal chaos bead's power. However, they were unable to sense the power of the primal chaos bead. All they had seen was that the Brahma Divine Palace had tried to scare Long Chen with its divine pressure, and having failed to scare him, it had simply let him waltz right in. When it came to them though, they weren't treated the same. The palace wasn't just trying to scare them, it was really killing them. If they hadn't retreated fast enough, even more of them would have been killed. The most incomprehensible thing about it was that Long Chen was Pill Valley's mortal enemy. He had destroyed his way to the Brahma Divine Palace, even taking the two guarding statues, but the Brahma Divine Palace had just let him be. But as for obedient people like them, it refused to allow them in. Just where was heaven's reason? Didn't someone just now say that it was impossible for Long Chen to enter, and that they would eat the palace if he could get in? I want to see it, demanded someone sinisterly. Before this, a disciple from Pill Valley had said that if Long Chen could enter the Brahma Divine Palace, he would eat it. Now that his words were brought up once more, his face burned. Go and eat. We already have photographic jades ready. Your name is about to shake the cosmos. What are you hesitating for? It couldn't have been bragging, right? Could it be that Pill Valley's disciples have no skills other than conning others? More people joined in on the jeering. The so-called core region, the so-called barrier-breaking beads, the so-called curse of the gods, they were all just one lie after another. They had all been exposed by Long Chen. Pill Valley's sinister schemes had been fully exposed. All the good opportunities within the Brahma secret realm had long since been reserved, but they had still used them to trick the neutral camp's experts onto their side. Without Long Chen exposing all this, anyone who fell for it would be stuck in Pill Valley's shameless trap. Their fury had long since been brewing, and now it was unleashed on the disciples of Pill Valley here. Bullshit, do you think you're even qualified to enter the Brahma secret realm normally? We didn't even ask you for anything, but we let you in for free. HMPH, thankless ingrates, have some shame, shouted that disciple of Pill Valley. That only added fuel to the fire. At this time, 99% of the disciples that had entered the secret realm had been drawn over to this location. Of those people, there had been a portion prepared to use the barrier-breaking beads to enter the core region. The bait had just been too enticing. The difference in the Grand Tao energy between the core region and the outer regions was immense, enough to shake their hearts. Then adding on the possible inheritance lands and the legendary 11th tier medicinal pill, the core region had possessed a fatal attraction. However, once Long Chen opened a path for them to enter for free, they found that other than the density of the Grand Tao energy, the rest was all nonsense. The main reason people had wanted to enter was for the promised opportunities. But those were kept from them. After being played like that, their fury soared. Fuck you, you might have let us in for free, but do you think we don't know your intentions? You think we're idiots? This is all Pill Valley's trap. You wanted to use the Brahma secret realm to turn us into your fighters. How vicious. If it weren't for senior apprentice brother Long Chen, who knows how many people would have fallen for this con. I really don't understand how Pill Valley can be so malicious. More and more experts began to curse Pill Valley. They had almost lost their futures because of this, so they were filled with resentment. That disciple from Pill Valley's expression sank. How could he talk back against so many people? He raged, shut up. If you knew it was a trap, why did you jump in? You can only blame yourselves for being stupid. There are no free lunches in this world, but since you came to eat, you have to pay. Even if there was bait, you willingly took it. Hearing him say this, Difeng frowned. This disciple's brain definitely wasn't screwed on right. Perhaps he had spent so much time refining pills that he had refined his head into mush. As expected, after a moment of furious silence, it was like a volcano had erupted. Those disciples began to shout with even greater fury. Ha ha ha, do you see? This is Pill Valley's true face. They tricked us with bait and then left the good stuff for their own people. These words came straight out of Pill Valley's genius disciple, so remember them. Shouted an expert from the neutral camp. HMPH, it's all recorded. I'll even give you copies of this photographic jade. Hopefully, it can spread throughout the world so that everyone can see Pill Valley's true face, said one expert, holding up a photographic jade. The face of that disciple immediately turned white. He had only been yelling some angry words. Although they were the truth, such things couldn't be said out loud. This was equivalent to admitting to everything. He hastily said, I was just caught up in a fit of rage. You can't take it as true. A fit of rage, don't worry about it. Things that people say in a rage are always true, and what we wanted was the truth, sneered someone. That disciple suddenly coughed up blood. Pill Valley definitely couldn't admit to such a thing. To appease people's anger, they would have to pay quite a bit of compensation and set up a scapegoat to take the blame. Now it seemed that he was about to take the position of scapegoat. This was what the expression, trouble comes from the mouth, meant. Coughing up blood to look pitiful. I'll tell you, that's useless, said a disciple. However, at this moment, another disciple said, now isn't the time to fight. Long Chen has cut down the divine pillars, evening out the distribution of the Grand Tao energy. Let's hurry and absorb it. Since we're already here, we can't waste this chance. The speaker was the Yin-Yang Sword Sect's Lu Zichuan. He had previously been on one of the divine pillars. Although his words were very reasonable, he was clearly on the side of Pill Valley. The meaning was that the process wasn't important. The real important thing was that everyone was benefiting. If they could awaken their manifestations, it would be a huge celebration. Why bother quibbling about the process? Through this reminder, those experts shut their mouths and spread out, once more attuning themselves to the dense Grand Tao energy in the air. After this much time, Shang Tianba's arm had managed to grow out again, but he no longer had the courage to charge into the Brahma Divine Palace. Truly absurd. Looking at the gates to the palace, Shang Tianba and Leng Wufeng both said the same thing. What kind of logic was it that allowed Long Chen to enter the Brahma Divine Palace after plundering, destroying, and being so disrespectful, yet they were looked outside? Even Pill Valley's people were refused. Although such logic should not exist in this world, no one dared to go argue with the Brahma Divine Palace about it. People could only sigh. Other than envy, they also felt admiration for Long Chen. He definitely wasn't human, he had to be a monster. Everyone surrounded the Brahma Divine Palace. The Grand Tao energy was the densest around it. It was like a whirlpool, and this place was the optimal cultivation region. The gates slammed shut behind Long Chen. He was within a vast and empty room, the sound of the doors slamming still echoing. Evilmoon, was I a bit too impulsive? Is there a time when you aren't impulsive? Retorted Evilmoon. Evilmoon couldn't focus on just absorbing the energy of the divine pillars. It had to split its attention and was now also keeping watch over what was happening on Long Chen's side. It was prepared to come help him at any moment. At the center of the giant room was a throne with a man seated on it. It was another statue. There were no divine runes on this statue, but as soon as Long Chen saw it, his hair stood on end. He felt like a pair of sharp eyes were locked onto him. Lord Brahma, Chapter 2024, Long Chen's heart pounded. This statue looked the same as one of the statues by Pill Valley's gates, one of their two gods, Lord Brahma. This statue depicted Lord Brahma sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation. His hands were placed on his knees and were forming a strange seal. Although there were no divine runes around it, despite the fact that it was just sitting there quietly, Long Chen couldn't stop his heart from pounding wildly. This statue gave him a sensation of immense danger. Be careful, this is a true divine inheritance statue, said Evilmoon heavily. What is that? Asked Long Chen. Most of the divine statues you've seen are ones that gather faith energy and form a connection with the god. Those statues at Pill Valley's gates are like that, but this statue contains a trace of the god's true divine energy. It is left behind as a blessing to his descendants. So, don't do anything stupid like attack it. You'll definitely be instantly annihilated. So this statue contains a trace of Lord Brahma's divine will? Asked Long Chen. I wouldn't go that far. In my current state, I cannot accurately judge, but based on the fluctuations, it should just contain divine energy and none of the god's actual will. Then why not test it with a slash? If we can make it bleed, you can absorb its divine energy, said Long Chen boldly. Are you crazy? That's absolutely impossible. The divine energy inside is on a completely different level. It can only be accessed by someone that he has approved in advance. That divine energy inside is only for his descendants. If anyone else touched it, they would be killed. I'm not even close to being able to absorb that kind of divine energy. Fine, then I'll let you off for today. Long Chen looked at the statue hatefully. With his character, he should have at least pissed on the statue today, but perhaps the will within him disdained to do such a thing. This statue of Lord Brahma looked even more imposing than the one by the gates of Pill Valley. He looked young and handsome, having a faint smile and giving off a peaceful feeling. Long Chen did his best not to be affected by his will as he examined the statue. His nose is narrow, his lips are thin, his chin is sharp, and with that cold appearance, he's definitely not a good fellow even after becoming a god, said Long Chen disdainfully. You can read faces? Asked Evilmoon. Anything relating to conning people, I know a bit. Long Chen nodded. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, Long Chen had seen countless people. He had his own way to judge others. Although he wouldn't say he could see through a person's heart with a look, he was pretty good at guessing their basic nature. Even without being influenced by the will of the Pill Sovereign, he didn't judge this Lord Brahma to be a good character. Just what kind of existence was the Pill Sovereign? Why was it that it would have such immense hatred for Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite? Could it be that the Pill Sovereign had been on the same level as those two gods? Walking around the statue, Long Chen saw a staircase leading up. He carefully walked up. Upon reaching the second level, he was surprised to see that while the first level had been huge, this second level was much smaller. It looked to only be a few hundred meters in diameter. In the center of the second level, he saw a square divine platform. There was a foot-long sphere on top of it. It was like a revolving red sun emitting a beautiful light. Looking around, he didn't see anyone else. He walked closer to the sphere, and he noticed that there were runes flowing within it. Those are inheritance runes. Long Chen was happily surprised to see this. These inheritance runes were imbued with spiritual marks to pass on knowledge. Looking closely at it, he deduced, based on the fluctuations, I'd say that it was used recently. The pill fairy's image appeared in his mind. She had clearly come and received the inheritance before leaving. Long Chen slowly reached out toward the sphere. However, some invisible force kept him from touching it. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This was Lord Brahma's inheritance and was clearly not for outsiders. He had an urge to cut it, but ignoring whether or not he could, if he broke it, the inheritance runes would fade as well. After thinking about it, Long Chen suddenly ran down the stairs to the statue and took out Evilmoon. "What are you doing? You can't cut him," shouted Evilmoon. "Do you think I'm such an unreliable person? I'm not cutting him." Long Chen gently used Evilmoon to cut across Lord Brahma's face. The golden gilt on top of Lord Brahma's statue slowly fell. It actually had fluctuations of divine energy, and Long Chen took it away. Evilmoon instantly understood, so Long Chen wanted to cover himself up with this golden light. It sighed, wondering just how Long Chen's brain worked. Be careful not to touch the actual statue. If you provoke the divine energy inside, you'll die, warned Evilmoon. Don't worry, I've studied engraving before. Long Chen chortled. A word slowly appeared on Lord Brahma's forehead. Bastard. Evilmoon was speechless. Hee, what bold and graceful calligraphy. Well written, if I do say so myself. Looking at his masterpiece, Long Chen nodded in admiration. When Evilmoon looked at the writing, it felt it to be the scribbling of a child. If you're so confident about it, why not leave behind your name so that your legacy will be preserved? Cough. Well, you know I'm rather low-key. Being arrogant isn't my style. Not leaving your name after doing good deeds, that's the way of the king, said Long Chen righteously. After saying that, Long Chen took away the gilt he had cut off. He refined it into a glove, but then his face grew hot as he realized he had made an extra finger. Whatever, it's good enough. Long Chen walked back up with the glove. He slowly reached toward the sphere, and this time it didn't push him back. Hee. Long Chen's hand finally touched the sphere. It shivered, but there was no further reaction. The inheritance runes didn't come toward him. You're not coming. Then I'll take you myself. Long Chen's spiritual strength surged out. A flood of information suddenly poured into Long Chen's brain. An 11th tier medicinal pill. Long Chen was delighted. All kinds of medicinal pill formulas were appearing in his mind. With 11th tier medicinal pills, he could finally cultivate faster. Time passed bit by bit, while more and more pill formulas appeared in his head. Fortunately, his spiritual strength was strong enough to accept so much information. Anyone else would have had their soul crumble from this torrent. Suddenly, sacred chanting appeared in Long Chen's mind. Hearing that sound, Long Chen's body shook. The third volume of the Nirvana scripture. The first and second volumes of the scripture rang out in his mind at the same time. They combined together. Long Chen felt like he had already known the scripture. It was incredibly familiar, and so he memorized it just after hearing it once. However, the inheritance caused the scripture to ring out from start to end. 3 times for him. After that, the runes of the sphere dimmed as if they had used up all their energy. As for the divine platform beneath the sphere, it lit up, sending surges of divine energy into the sphere. Long Chen looked around. Confirming there was nothing off, he set off for the 3rd level. Upon reaching the 3rd level, he almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. Chapter 2025. The 3rd level was a giant pool. At the center was a gushing fountain, and at the mouth of the fountain was a fairy-like woman sitting. It was the pill fairy, Xianxia. There wasn't even an inch of clothing on her right now. Her jade-like skin was fully revealed to Long Chen. Within the water was a mortal mist that curled around her, entering her body. Although Long Chen was no longer an amateur in that regard, his throat became dry, and his heart pounded wildly. Can you grow up? You're someone who's even taken a god, said Evilmoon disdainfully. TCH, shut up. My dreams of a beautiful life were ruined by her, raged Long Chen. That legendary most amazing experience of one's life had occurred twice to him, without him feeling happy in the slightest. One was forced by someone, and one was forcing someone. That feeling wasn't the same as the legend said. A good person doesn't peak, a good person doesn't peak. Long Chen muttered to himself. Shameless. If you're not peeking, why are your eyes open so wide? Said Evilmoon. Long Chen's eyes were still firmly glued to the pill fairy. She's actually not the slightest bit inferior to Lang Yuyan. I didn't expect her to be so impressive. Cough, I mean, a good person doesn't peek. It was only with supreme willpower that Long Chen managed to look away from the pill fairy's body and examine the surroundings. The third level was the top. The only thing present was that pool. A jet of water came from an opening at the center, and the pill fairy was sitting there, immersed in the water. Her eyes were closed, but her appearance was no longer like that of a gentle big sister. She was like an untouchable immortal instead. This water. Long Chen reached out to touch the pool, only to be absolutely stunned. This wasn't water, it was fire. Black smoke instantly came from his fingers. Despite pulling back immediately, his fingers had turned black. First on the Earth Flame rankings, the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame. Long Chen immediately realized what it was. This was a legendary existence and the most mysterious existence on the Earth Flame rankings, to the point that people questioned whether or not it existed. Just how powerful was Long Chen's physical body currently? But just touching it had roasted his fingers. If he had been so careless as to jump in, wouldn't he have been incinerated? The name of the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame was tastefully chosen. Since ancient times, it was known by everyone that water and fire were incompatible. But the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame actually possessed the power of water and fire. It could take on the appearance of water as well as fire. It was something in defiance of the natural order and was a terrifying existence. Long Chen looked at the pill fairy. She was still expressionless, seeming to not know that he had come. The power of the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame was currently merging into her body. She is slowly refining the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame. Long Chen knew that the pill fairy was the true master of this place. She was the one with Lord Brahma's approval, and everything here was arranged for her. Eventually, she would become the master of this inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame as well. Evilmoon, do you think killing people is better or swindling them? Asked Long Chen. Killing, said Evilmoon directly, seeming to understand something. Yes, I also think like that. The current pill fairy is foreign to me. It shouldn't be too hard to attack her. Long Chen nodded as if that had been exactly what he was thinking. Actually, I was saying that killing is wrong, said Evilmoon. You're right, killing is wrong. Although I feel like the current pill fairy is a strong foe, we were once friends. I even gave her the jewel blood jade orchid. Killing her definitely isn't good, said Long Chen. How are you so shameless? Why did you bother asking? In any case, with your shamelessness, whatever you say is right, cursed Evilmoon. What's wrong with you? I'm trying to comfort myself. I need someone else's support to make this decision. Long Chen was conflicted. If it was anyone else, he could be decisive. But it was the pill fairy. She had once led him off in a critical moment, willingly taking on the calamity he had provoked. The current pill fairy has already changed. Due to receiving the god's blessing, she lives for her god. Considering your enmity with Pill Valley, she is definitely your mortal enemy. Attacking her would be your best option. One must be decisive, said Evilmoon. The current pill fairy was Pill Valley's divine daughter, the god's representative in this world. Long Chen was fated to be her mortal enemy. Evilmoon knew that Long Chen wouldn't kill her. But as long as he ruined her inheritance, he might end up saving his own life in the future. If she is my enemy, we will have an above-board fight. I'll stick to my original plan and split it evenly. Long Chen awoke Huo Long, who was in seclusion. When Huo Long saw the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame, it surprisingly didn't show any excitement. Instead, it became afraid. Long Chen had been planning on letting it absorb half of this flame, but now he found that Huo Long didn't dare to absorb it. Really? You can't absorb it? Long Chen was startled. Having absorbed so many earth flame spirit birthing beads, Huo Long's intelligence had grown to a level that it could communicate easier with Long Chen. It said that there was water attribute energy within it, which was poisonous to Huo Long. Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. The number 1 flame on the earth flame rankings had heaven-defying power. It would be incredibly regretful if Huo Long couldn't refine it. However, Huo Long also said that while its current power was limited, it might be possible for it to refine the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame once it finished digesting all the previous energy it had devoured. That made Long Chen feel a bit better, but then the question was, how was he supposed to gather the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame without disturbing the pill fairy? He slowly formed hand seals, connecting with the primal chaos space. If he wanted to gather the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame, he would need the primal chaos space. All previous earth flames had been completely suppressed by the primal chaos bead. However, this was the inverse Tao Water Spirit Flame. Long Chen couldn't help being nervous. If the inverse Tao water spirit flame were to incinerate the primal chaos space, he would essentially be crippled. Without the medicinal fields inside, he wouldn't be able to refine pills to cultivate. Just as Long Chen was preparing to carefully withdraw a bit of the inverse Tao water spirit flame, before he could even suck away a drop, the entire palace shook intensely. Jumping, Long Chen hastily stopped. Looking at the pill fairy, he saw that she hadn't awoken. Sweat dripped down his back. How had this caused such a huge disturbance? Without the primal chaos bead, how was he supposed to take the inverse Tao water spirit flame? With his hands. Wasn't that suicide? He took out a divine item. It was a curious divine item that looked like a ladle. It was something he had obtained from a corrupt expert. He carefully tried scooping out some, only for the ladle to fracture before he could even send it into the primal chaos space. Damn, this flame is absolutely terrifying. I have to get it. Evilmoon, do you have any ideas? Asked Long Chen. What ideas could I possibly have? If even you couldn't come up with anything, don't turn to me. Also, don't even think about using me for this. Although I might not be afraid of this inverse Tao water spirit flame, I can't gather it, said Evilmoon. That was true. After all, Evilmoon was a saber, not a storage item. Long Chen also couldn't force it. If he awoke the pill fairy, that would be awkward. After all, she was currently naked. He walked around the pool, finding that the pool was carved into a glossy stone. He then tried to carve out part of the stone to see if he could scoop up the flame with it, but the stone was protected by a formation. What should I do? Long Chen started to panic. This inverse Tao water spirit flame was a priceless treasure. If he could obtain it, it would become a life-saving trump card. But he couldn't think of anything that would work. Was he really supposed to use his hands? Just how long would it take to scoop out half of the pool that way? Ah, Long Chen suddenly clapped his forehead. Sitting on the edge of the pool, he focused on himself. The Nirvana scripture began to ring out within his mind. Runes appeared on Long Chen's body. Covered by those runes, Long Chen slowly touched the pool with his hand. Chapter 2026. Long Chen slowly placed his hand inside the pool. The runes covering his body were an ability he had gained after the 3 volumes of the Nirvana scripture had merged together. It was strange to describe it, but Long Chen seemed to feel like he had possessed this skill before and was using it naturally. The runes blocked the inverse Tao water spirit flame from touching his hand. He no longer felt its terrifying heat, nor did it burn his hand. It works. Long Chen slowly stepped into the pool. With the protection of the runes, the inverse Tao water spirit flame wasn't harming him. However, he was still cautious, only slowly fully immersing himself within the pool. He paused for a moment like this, and only after confirming that there were no issues did he continue deeper. Once he was within the pool he realized that it was even deeper than he had thought. It was actually so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He had an urge to look at the bottom, but he didn't quite dare to do such a thing. If his runes failed at any moment during that journey, there was no way he would be able to return alive. At a few meters, Long Chen stopped going any deeper. He called out Huo Long. Huo Long felt an instinctual fear for the inverse Tao water spirit flame. Long Chen had to comfort it for a long time before it slowly appeared on his arm and carefully devoured a bit of the inverse Tao water spirit flame. Fortunately, this inverse Tao water spirit flame was just a form of energy, not an earth flame spirit beast. Otherwise, it would be impossible to subdue it. Perhaps it was precisely because the inverse Tao water spirit flame was so terrifying that this special environment had been made for it, specifically to limit its intelligence and prevent it from transforming into an earth flame spirit beast. The inverse Tao water spirit flame was currently masterless. Only now was it possible to devour it without it resisting. For the first time, Huo Long didn't dare to absorb too much. It only devoured a tiny amount before returning to the primal chaos space. When he spat it out, the inverse Tao water spirit flame fell to the ground like a raindrop. You can't let it land on the ground. Make it float in the air, cried out Long Chen. If the inverse Tao water spirit flame were to touch the ground, it would instantly incinerate the surrounding trees and plants. That was not what he wanted. It was unknown whether or not the primal chaos bead heard his cry, but the sky shook slightly, and an invisible energy caused the inverse Tao water spirit flame to fly into the sky, making it float there far away from the ground. Seeing that, Long Chen sighed with relief. However, Huo Long was still afraid and only dared to absorb tiny amounts from Long Chen's arm before leaving. It was only after several tests that Huo Long's appetite grew greater. It began to absorb more and more each time. Long Chen started to sense the water level drop. The inverse Tao water spirit flame that was sent to the primal chaos space gathered together and floated in the sky just like a giant ball of water. Long Chen no longer sensed any danger and began to descend deeper. Unexpectedly, this pool was many miles deep. When he reached the bottom, he saw there was a square protrusion a few meters wide. There was an ancient rune carved into it. That rune was unleashing divine light that shone directly on the center of the divine pool. That was where the pill fairy was cultivating. As long as he slightly damages this rune, that girl will need even more time to control the inverse Tao water spirit flame, said Evilmoon. Just a little bit, it wouldn't cause much of a disturbance, but it could greatly reduce the pill fairy's efficiency. However, Long Chen acted like he didn't hear it. He walked into the light pillar, and that rune shook slightly. Long Chen suddenly looked back and saw a beautiful figure. That figure was illusory, but it was clearly a woman. Her eyes were familiar. They were crystal clear, containing serenity, kindness, and love. She was unmatched in every regard. Looking at Long Chen, her eyes were filled with tender emotions. Why bother? Her mouth opened, and while Long Chen didn't hear any sound, he knew what she was saying. She was standing there right in front of him, but he couldn't sense her existence. It was like they were separated by endless space and time. Without realizing it, tears had streaked down Long Chen's face. Seeing this woman made him feel incomparable pain in his heart. That pain was like the twisting of a knife. He wanted to hold her and cry, but he knew that this woman didn't exist in this world. You are not you, but you were still drawn into the 10 worlds calamity. Why bother? The woman looked at Long Chen. There was pain in her eyes. Because I will save you. Words popped out of Long Chen's mouth. Even he didn't know why he would say such a thing. The woman seemed to hear his words and tears dripped down her face. Her mouth curled into a beautiful smile. You are still so stubborn. Fine, even if we're doomed to eternal damnation, I'll accompany you. The woman pressed a hand against Long Chen's forehead. Long Chen's head instantly became blank. He didn't know how long it was before he woke up. He found that he was still within the pool, but many more things had appeared in his head. The 9-star hegemon body art's 6th star's pill formula. Long Chen almost shouted. He had actually obtained the formula for the 6th star. In other words, he could start condensing the 6th star. Most importantly, many other things had appeared in his mind. Even he didn't know what they all were. Just who is she? Why would she appear in the Brahma Divine Palace? Just how is she connected to the pill sovereign memories? Questions rang out in Long Chen's mind. This woman had appeared in the Heaven Dragon Flame region's inheritance stele as well. At that time, he had been looking for the 2nd volume of the Nirvana scripture to wipe away a curse from the corrupt path. He had only learned the location of the inheritance stele thanks to the pill fairy. At that time, the woman had said, you are not you. You are one, you are not one. He hadn't understood back then, and now having encountered her again, he felt a bitter pain in his heart. That was something he had felt before. It was the same pain he had encountered when Yi Ziqiu had died for him in the Julie secret realm. However, now his head started to grow muddled. What was the calamity of the 10 worlds? Was it connected to the Dark Era? He gave himself a headache thinking about it, only to end up with even more garbled thoughts. The thing he didn't comprehend was that he only encountered her within Pill Valley's inheritance grounds which were related to Lord Brahma. Evilmoon, how long was I unconscious for? Asked Long Chen. It's been a month, said Evilmoon. A month? Long Chen hastily looked up, only to see that the pill fairy was still quietly cultivating. He sighed with relief. At this time, he noticed that he didn't even need to intentionally use the Nirvana scripture. It was activating automatically to protect him from the inverse Tao water spirit flame. He would have to take a good look at what he had gained later. He swam up, and on the way, found that Huolong was very obedient. He had told it to absorb half, and it really had absorbed half. The water level had dropped greatly. The pill fairy was surrounded by even more mist. Now the inverse Tao water spirit flame on the surface was no longer calm. It was roiling as its energy surged toward the pill fairy. Her control over it was clearly growing greater. It seems it won't be long before she is in control of the inverse Tao water spirit flame. At that time, an unrivaled divine daughter will come out. There might not be anyone who can stop her. Hopefully, there won't come a day where we have to fight to the death. Long Chen looked back at the pill fairy one final time before sighing and leaving. He knew that it was just a beautiful dream. But asking him to prepare ahead of time for his fight with the pill fairy by harming her wasn't something he could do. That went against his principles. He quickly walked down the stairs, arriving on the first level. He looked back at the statue of Lord Brahma. Seeing his masterpiece, he nodded in satisfaction. He pushed open the gates once more. When he walked out, before he could even see what was outside, the void around him shook. A rod whistled toward him. Long Chen, face your death. The attacker was Xianxia. Long Chen snorted and swung Evilmoon. He was knocked back several steps, tumbling back into the gates. While he wasn't attacked by the palace's formation for this, it was still uncomfortable. Looking at Xianxia, Long Chen's pupils shrank. You actually truly awakened your manifestation. Xianxia's manifestation was active behind him. Mountains and forests were stretching far into the distance within it. Long Chen had seen Xianxia's manifestation before, but at that time, it had just been an image. It might have been lifelike, but it had still just been an image. Now, it was no image but its own true world. There was a halo of light around his manifestation, and heavenly Tao energy was pouring toward him. It was like the entire world was blessing him with its energy. That meant he had truly awakened his manifestation. Long Chen, I said that I would personally kill you. Now do you believe me? Xianxia pointed his rod at Long Chen, killing intent filling his eyes. Standing there, he appeared both arrogant and domineering. Chapter 2027. As soon as Long Chen walked out of the palace, he met Xianxia's powerful attack. The sound startled the other experts awake. When they saw Xianxia's manifestations, their hearts shook. Xianxia's manifestation had been crippled. How was it possible for him to truly awaken it? It's definitely something that Pill Valley did. Otherwise, there's no way he could have fixed his manifestation, guessed someone. From Xianxia's tone, there had been a few clues to this. It seemed that he had been very confident in fixing his manifestation here. Now that his manifestation was truly awakened, this guess was the likeliest possibility. Now this'll be a real fight between a tiger and dragon. Long Chen is an unrivaled monster, but he isn't an Empyrean. Now that Xianxia's manifestation is truly awakened, it's difficult to say who will win this battle. More and more experts awoke from their meditative states, and they found that the surrounding Grand Tao energy had grown extremely sparse after being absorbed by so many people. But they had made great gains. They all felt like they had taken a step forward toward fully awakening their manifestations. Although there was still a great distance to close, they were further along than when they had first arrived. Looking at the arrogant Xianxia, Long Chen shook out his arm and kneaded his shoulder. Who would have thought that you would also run into such dogshit luck? Looks like you're slightly stronger than I expected. Long Chen, provoking me will only make your death worse, sneered Xianxia. No, I have no intention of provoking you. I'm just saying what I think. Xianxia, I said that after taking your money, I wouldn't view you as my enemy. But you've made the foolish decision of throwing away that life-protecting talisman. Ha ha ha, Xianxia laughed wildly. Suddenly, his manifestation shook and the heavenly Tao energy within it surged toward him. At the same time, his world energy was merging with his heavenly Tao energy. It was clearly possible to see the grand Tao energy of this world whirl around Xianxia. This is the true power of an awakened manifestation. It's incredibly terrifying. The experts watching were all amazed. They felt that their own manifestations were suppressed in the face of Xianxia's manifestation. They were unable to absorb more heavenly Tao energy. It was like all the surrounding heavenly Tao energy had been occupied by him. Most terrifying of all, they felt like the energy from their manifestations was leaking out and being consumed by Xianxia's manifestation. The only thing they could do was pull back their own manifestations. That was the only way they could cut off Xianxia from their energy. However, in that way, they were unable to support themselves with heavenly Tao energy. Wouldn't this mean that in the future, they would face an absolute suppression from fully awakened Empyreans? If they couldn't even keep up their manifestations, how were they supposed to fight them? The distance between them was immense. Long Chen, I'll let you see the power to rampage through the heavens, shouted Xianxia. His rod smashed toward Long Chen, and two glowing balls of light appeared within his manifestation, merging with his rod. He's resonating with the Tao. This was the true power of an Empyrean, the power to merge the heavenly Taos with the world energy within them. Facing Xianxia with his fully awakened manifestation, Long Chen couldn't be careless. He immediately summoned the 5-star battle armor. Once more, Long Chen was knocked back by Xianxia. The entire world shuddered from the impact. Xianxia specializes in power. Before this, he had to be in contact with the ground to use his full power, but with his manifestation awakened, he can draw out the Earth's power from anywhere. Then by combining that power with his world energy, he really is unstoppable. He's already familiar with controlling his world energy. Even if someone else awakens their manifestation today, they wouldn't be able to fight like him. He might really be unrivaled now. People could only sigh in the face of this power. They didn't have a good impression of Xianxia, but they had no choice but to admit that none of them was a match for him. But look, Long Chen hasn't used his top abilities yet. There will definitely be a good show to watch, said someone. After fighting in front of countless people many times, most people were already familiar with Long Chen's most eye-attracting abilities. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. Long Chen patted some dust off of his clothes as he flew back into the sky. His expression was still calm. Only after cleaning himself did he say, "Not bad. So this is the power of an awakened manifestation. It's truly strong. I haven't gone all out since I killed Ji Wuming during my tribulation, so I feel like my body's getting rusty." Long Chen stretched his arms and neck. "It seems I can finally go all out today. Let me see just how great your so-called unrivaled power is." Azure Dragon Battle Armor. A dragon cry rang out, and a will that looked down on all else soared. Long Chen suddenly roared as white scales covered his body. His roar resonated with the dragon cry, and the sound grew louder and louder until people's ears were shaking. The experts of the ancient races and the Zon beasts were particularly shaken. Long Chen's dragon might made them feel a powerful pressure. Covered in white scales, offset by his divine ring behind him, Long Chen appeared like a god of war yet also like a dragon. It was like even the heavens would have to lower themselves before him. Some of the women couldn't help feeling attracted to his current appearance. He was handsome, wild, powerful, and domineering. With a casual swing of Evilmoon, a space-tearing sound rang out. Although it was just a casual swing, it made people's hearts shake. No one made a sound. They simply stared in shock at Long Chen. He wasn't an Empyrean and had relied on his own power to reach his current level. Perhaps the only one capable of such a thing was Long Chen. He did things that no one else could imagine. He didn't have a powerful background, but through his own efforts, he had reached the peak of his generation. This was an irresistible attraction. Although my power hasn't really grown during this time, it fortunately hasn't regressed. It should be enough for you, said Long Chen, sensing his current power. The feeling of being filled with power was very satisfying. His 108,000 astral spaces were circulating, making his world energy resonate with his Azure Dragon energy. Although the two kinds of energy weren't merging, they were assisting each other. They formed a cycle of power that filled Long Chen. If an inferior human like you didn't have the dogshit luck to obtain the Azure Dragon's essence blood, you'd have long since died. Your current power isn't the human race's power. Your human race really has no sense of shame, said Xianxia. He couldn't help feeling jealous. News of Long Chen possessing the green dragon essence blood had reached the Zon beasts a long time ago. But they hadn't cared too much about it as it wasn't worth offending the Martial Heaven Alliance over it. However, now it was the Azure Dragon essence blood, a heaven-defying treasure. The dragon might Long Chen was unleashing caused all those with any beast blood to go crazy. If they had obtained the Azure Dragon essence blood instead, then just by merging with the slightest bit of it, their bloodlines would have transformed and grown far stronger. They might even be able to awaken some of the true dragon's divine abilities. However, it was too late now. Long Chen had already matured, and he wasn't someone they could capture just because they wanted to. Long Chen couldn't help smiling and shaking his head. Xianxia, it seems that you really are an idiot. What is the human race? What does it mean to be the most spiritual of all lifeforms? It means to comprehend all Tao's and laws. Everything that exists within heaven and earth exists for me. There is nothing in this world that I cannot control. As long as I can control it, it is my power. Can a dumbass like you understand what I'm saying? Twisting words and spouting lies is the trademark of the human race. Today, I'll kill you to show the world that the Zon beasts are the strongest in this world. Xianxia's body suddenly grew explosively as he summoned his true body. His rod transformed into a heaven-splitting pillar that smashed toward Long Chen. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.